This young man transmigrated to a world of divine domains where his family members were becoming gods, and he thought he'd be a once-in-a-lifetime genius. But the owner of this body, Hanvu, was a useless, unlucky guy. Since childhood, while others are born with awakened god domains, he only gained this ability at 18, and even then his core dependents are the weakest of all the locusts. Hanyu's divine territory is a lush green spell-casting plain where swarms of grasshoppers known as the noble yellow insects thrive on the verdant grass. This is Hanyu's core family. He opens his status window to see that his divine talent is the darling of the heavens. His divine abilities are accelerated growth and life sacrifice, and the number of his kin is countless 800,000 adults, not to mention 20 million unhatched eggs. Compared to the original owner's memories, the favored child and life sacrifice abilities are completely new, likely a bonus he received from transmigrating. Hanwu taps for more details. As the name suggests, Darling of the Heavens bestows a unique ability each time he levels up. And life sacrifice allows him to sacrifice a creature's life in exchange for resources and value usable once per day with random rewards. It seems Hanvu's life isn't completely ruined as he possesses two unique skills. With enough effort, he might just fulfill his grandfather's last wish. Hanyu reads the details about his insect minions, learning they're not just breeding machines but also have a super short lifespan of 90 days. After piecing together keywords like reproduction, growth, and sacrifice, plus the fact that 1 day in reality equals 1 year in the divine realm, Hanyu understood the mechanics. He decided to go all in, either dominating those who looked down on him or falling into utter ruin. The next day, Qin Shuang approached Hanyu. "Have you made up your mind? Will you be my slave? I guarantee no one will bully you before you graduate high school, and you might even get married early." "I refuse." Hanvu bluntly said those 3 words, leaving Qin Shuang utterly humiliated. "Do you know what you're saying? Without my protection, those guys will bleed you dry." Qin Shuang tried to intimidate Hanyu, who understood his situation but still chose to refuse. Though powerless, he has his own dignity and can't live his life hiding behind a woman's skirt. Unable to persuade him, Qin Shuang turns and leaves, saying he'll regret it later. Hanyu sighs, finally getting rid of that troublesome woman, but now he has to deal with the unruly Zhang Bin. "Hanyu, did you prepare the 100 points of divine power I asked for?" Seeing his silence, Zhang Bin placed his hand on Hanyu's shoulder, making him uncomfortable. "Don't touch me." Zhang Bin's face darkened as Hanyu dared to resist him, threatening to destroy his divine realm core if he didn't hand over his divine power. "Then let's see, Hanyu," retorted fiercely, surprising Zhang Bin, who wondered if he'd found some backing to be so tough today. Qin Shuang turned a blind eye, so he wasn't Hanyu's backer after all, while Zhang Bin's lackeys cheered for a fight. They were also curious to see what a person looked like when their core was shattered. "If you're tired of living, don't blame me for not giving you a chance." Hanyu Zhang Bin pulls out an invasion card worth 10 points of divine power. Once a target is locked, a spatial portal will open within their divine territory, initiating an invasion, and Hanyu is forced into his own territory to face the onslaught. Before him, a colossal portal opens, revealing a horde of glowing red eyes. Zhang Bin's dwarf army is lining up, awaiting their turn while he remains a spectator in the stands. "In the name of the dwarf gods, I command you to destroy those weak yellow beetles and annihilate the core of this divine territory." The dwarves raise their hands and roar in unison before heading into battle. Outside, everyone watched on the small screen, as Zhang Bin's dwarf army grew by at least another 1,000. With this strength, he could easily break into the school's top 50. His dwarf army is armed, and led by an elite creature, unlike the rest. To counter the dwarves, Hanvu deploys his suicide bomber locusts, surprising everyone with his swarm of flying red insects. Exploding locusts are also elite creatures, but Hanyu's core bloodline is just ordinary locusts. How could he produce so many elite locusts? But even with the title of elite creature, no one thinks highly of the exploding locusts. Because compared to the dwarves, their combat power was far inferior. The two armies clashed, and the exploding locusts detonated like grenades, pleasing Hanyu. The day before Hanyu made his gamble, he sacrificed 2.5 billion locusts, keeping only 10 million to maintain the species, and was given a choice of 3 rewards. 1 was 10,000 elite goblin warriors. 2 was a never-ending spring of life to nurture vitality and improve the environment. And 3 was a Tier 1 relic, the heart of the water sprite, with a chance to create a core kin imbued with explosive power. 10,000 goblin warriors could solve the immediate problem, but they're disposable. What would he do next time? The spring of life is a long-term investment, but it can't solve the urgent problem at hand. So Hanyu decided to choose the third option, investing in core kin. After a minute of waiting, Hanyu obtained a self-exploding grasshopper, a brainless fanatic who only obeys the orders of its god with a lifespan of 180 days. Hanyu grabbed it and threw it like a grenade, the locust exploding in midair. The power wasn't enough to take down a dwarf, but Hanyu had nothing but reproduction speed. Using quantity against quality, the result would be revealed when the smoke cleared. After the clash, the corpses of dwarves littered the ground, and the lone surviving elite goblin faced a swarm of self-detonating locusts. Zhang Bin immediately ordered his dwarves to retreat before Hanyu wiped them out, but it was already too late. He commands all his familiars to pass through the portal, invading Jongbin's divine territory as the exploding locusts detonate, sacrificing themselves within. He roared at Han, "You, get your dependents out of my divine realm." In an instant, even the elite goblins began to fall. Jongbin hastily surrendered to Hanyu, begging him to withdraw his troops, a request that Hanyu found bitterly ironic. He wanted to destroy Hanyu's divine core, so now Hanyu would return the favor. Jongbin frantically threatened Hanyu, saying his parents would never forgive him if he dared lay a hand on him. His father was a demigod, and his mother was about to be promoted, but Hanyu was determined to destroy his core today, so he could never cause trouble again. Jongbin tearfully begged Hanyu to stop. "I yield, I promise I won't bully you again. Name your price and I'll pay it. I want nothing from you but your death." Hanvu showed no mercy to the thug who had once bullied him, but just then, a voice rang out. "Enough, Hanvu, stop this now." A teacher appeared in Hanvu's domain, urging him to end the pursuit. Seeing someone come to his rescue, Jongbin pleaded, "Mr. Lu, stop this madman, my parents will definitely." But before he could finish, Hanyu's locust army attacked Jongbin's core, leaving him speechless in agony. Lu then looked at Hanyu and ordered him to stop, but Hanyu smirked, wondering why he was here now. As the homeroom teacher, he could naturally sense the situation of everyone in the class, a statement that showed just how dedicated he was. But the truth is, when Hanvu was bullied and extorted by that Jongbin, where was this teacher then? Then lowering his voice to dissuade him, "Stop this. Let me ask you one last question. If I were the one attacked today, and my divine core destroyed, would you have stopped it?" Hanvu's question silenced the teacher. He understood the answer, then a bitter pill to swallow, but the harsh reality of this world. The exploding mantis was a firework display that shattered Jongbin's divine core into pieces. The divine domain crumbled relentlessly, and Hanvu expelled the teacher before he could taint it. After being ejected from Hanyu's divine realm, Jongbin lay groaning on the ground, muttering that it was all over. "I'm a goner." Mr. Lu burst in, yelling at Hanvu to get out of the class. But Hanyu was already gone, leaving the teacher furious, determined to expel him from the school. Meanwhile, within Hanyu's divine realm, he was assessing the aftermath of the battle. Their numbers have dwindled considerably, so it seems I'll have to cultivate more self-detonating grasshoppers in the future. This time, Hanyu also obtained a fragment of Jongbin's divine domain. Let's see what happens when he merges it into his own. After merging, Hanyu's divine domain expanded to over 160 square kilometers and upgraded its core to level 2. Not bad. Looks like he might actually graduate high school here. The question is, can Hanyu remain in this school after destroying Jongbin's core? His parents are both demigods, and it's clear whose side the director Lu Luotian is on. Now Hanyu must rely on himself, and he'll sell dwarven daggers to see if he can get anything good. Just 5 minutes later, Hanyu receives a response. The other party wants to trade lava fire crystals. This item enhances the fire elemental's endurance and explosive power, greatly benefiting his self-detonating locusts, so Hanvu trades for it and uses it to upgrade them a second time. They've evolved into lava locusts, increasing their lifespan to 250 days, and as always, Hanyu grabs one and throws it like a grenade. The explosive locust's power rivals a grenade, unleashing lava upon detonation for widespread damage. Essentially, Hanyu now commands a high-quality grenade arsenal. Meanwhile, Jongbin's parents confronted the school, but the teacher revealed that Jongbin instigated the fight and frequently bullied classmates, violating school rules. His father flies into a rage, but so what? "So you're saying my son is to blame, and the school bears no responsibility?" Jongbin's mother, fiercely protective of her son, demanded that the school expel Hanvu, who was talking with his underlings when Headmaster Hua called him. What's coming will come, and Hanyu chooses to face it head-on. Principal Hio calls Hanwu to deliver some news. Jongbin's parents have come to the school demanding his expulsion. Both were aggressive and overbearing, as if ordering Director Shu, but she stood her ground. She's investigated the whole story, and Jongbin is definitely at fault for invading Hanyu's divine territory. Hanyu relied on his own strength in this confrontation, so they have no reason to expel him. Jongbin's mother, afraid she wasn't loud enough, got right up in Director Shu's face to raise her voice, saying they were protecting a student who destroyed a classmate's divine core. "Is this your school's educational philosophy, madam? Please don't twist the truth. Hanvu is a good student who always follows the rules. We have plenty of evidence that your son has bullied him on multiple occasions." Director Shu staunchly defends Hanyu, while Jongbin's mother is furious that Madam Chu refuses to expel him, forcing her to call on her husband for help. He can accept the school's severe punishment, but as the victim, he needs to vent his anger. If the school can't meet this small request, he won't hold back anymore. Finally, his parents proposed sending a squad of over 1,000 people into Hanyu's divine realm, regardless of the outcome. Headmaster Shu wanted to know if Hanyu could withstand the demigod's 1,000-man squad. Hoping to repay the headmaster's kindness, Hanyu vows to attend the duel tomorrow, giving him even more reason to level up. It's time for the second life sacrifice. This time there are still 3 choices. First, a level 1 sacred object, the Blood Demon Eye, which increases the probability of birthing Blood Eye dependence and enhances visual observation. The second choice is a first-level fireball skill, allowing the clan to master basic fireball magic. with the highest possible level being true fireball. The third choice is a blade wind, a heroic sword wind, life form. 48 billion locusts for a treasure. Han Yu decides to choose the third option. A majestic four-armed old man, with long white hair and beard, appears the sword wind hero. Now, 150 years old, the first words he utters are, "O gods, grant me a sword." Han Yu is incredibly generous, having just spent 48 billion locusts to acquire him, and now he's unhesitatingly choosing a top-notch sword. These past 2 days, Xiao Hao has been crunching numbers and finally has 54 points of divine power left to spend in the trading shop for equipment. Equipment is divided into 4 levels. Normal equipment is made only from materials without energy, while faith equipment includes masterpieces of faith power with special effects. Divine power equipment contains a large amount of combined mental power possessing a soul and developing on its own, while divinity equipment can only be used by gods representing divine authority and power. Han Yu generously bestowed upon Zhanti Jianfeng a storm greatsword worth 50 points of divine power. He wields the greatsword with both hands, one sword in each. But Tramthiet Qianfeng has 4 arms, so he needs 4 identical swords to reach his full potential. Han Yu is stunned. One storm greatsword already cost 50 divinity points, and 3 more would be 150. Does he think I'm some kind of rich CEO? But I can't take the upcoming battle with 10000 demigods lightly, so I'll just have to find a way to buy him equipment. In Qin Shuang's divine realm, she was practicing connecting with her lightning sparrows when memories of Han Yu rescuing her from drowning and stealing her first kiss resurfaced. It's just that Han Yu was too foolish to seize the opportunity. Her grandfather is a true god. With 23 demigods in my family, can't they protect you from Zhongbin's parents? Qin Shuang was startled by Han Yu's call, while she was badmouthing him. As soon as she answered, she brought up the matter. He changed his mind. So you're willing to be my servant? Of course not. Han Vu only wants to borrow her divine power. You want to borrow my divine power? Based on your trash bloodline, I don't think so. Don't think you're all that just because you beat Zhongbin. Your exploding beetles are nothing more than food for my thunderbirds. Hearing Qin Shuang's words, Han Yu hung up. All he wanted was to borrow some divine power. Was there any need to insult him so harshly? Qin Shuang clutched his head in bewilderment. What am I doing? Why did I blurt that out just now? I didn't mean it that way. He must have misunderstood. Then Qin Shuang called Han Yu back to ask for his account number. How much do you want to borrow? And so, Blade Piercer Sword Saint now possesses 4 great swords. Han Vu hopes the old Sword Saint will put in some effort so that his investment won't be in vain. The next day, Han Yu arrived at class amidst whispers from his classmates. He actually dared to show his face. Wasn't he afraid the divine domain would be leveled by the demigod's celestial legion? Let's see if he can stay so calm when the divine domain's core is shattered. Han Yu foresaw this. They were waiting to see him become a laughingstock, while Qin Shuang advised him to withdraw from the competition with the demigods, as even a small team of demigods could handle his entire swarm. But Han Yu had no other choice. Speaking of which, Qin Shuang seized the opportunity to persuade him to become her slave. She'll use her family to pressure the Zhang family and see if they still dare to resist, but Han Yu refuses her good intentions, telling her to leave so he can prepare to face the demigod. This way, please. Lu Lactian obsequiously opened the door, fawning as he led Zhang Bin's parents inside. Then he pointed directly at Han Yu, introducing him to the couple, and Zhang Bin's mother slammed the table, cursing Han Yu, forcing her husband to restrain her foul mouth. With the Zhang family backing him, Lu Luotian makes his position clear. Han Yu better hurry up and not waste Mr. Zhang's time. But Han Vu waited for Director Hua Mai to witness distrusting Truong's lackey, Lu Lactien. Is this petty matter even worthy of Director Hua's presence? My presence is already too much honor for a kid like you. Now let's get started, or don't blame me for being rude. Lu Luotian acted high and mighty before them, but just then Director Xu entered asking Mr. Lu, wants to be rude to whom? Lu Lactien immediately changed his tune, trying to weasel his way out of it. Director Xu, this is just a small matter, no need for you to get involved. I was just teaching my students a lesson. Zhang Bin's father saw Director Xu arrive and signaled for the match to begin. Han Yu was ready as well, and Director Xu decided to start the match. Zhang Bin's father activates his card, leading a pack of werewolves into Han Yu's divine territory. Elite wolf cavalry led by a captain who has mastered terrifying power. Combined with blue orcs and dire wolves and equipped with sophisticated gear, it seems Han Vu is truly doomed this time. Appearing as a spirit, he berates Han Yu, demanding he pay for crushing his son's divine core yesterday, vowing a blood debt as the wolf cavalry clearly splits into 2 combat units. Rumor has it, 1,000 troops were dispatched, so that's 2,000 combat units right here. The Zhang family's cunning is second to none. Wolf cavalry charges head-on against Han Yu's explosive locusts. Han Yu's elite locust army has grown to nearly 7 million up, from just 20,000 yesterday. Their reproductive power is truly terrifying. Even the lowest level elites are a force to be reckoned with in these numbers. Sadly, Han Vu has no time to develop, and his future may be ruined by Truong Quang today. Millions of self-detonating locusts sacrifice themselves in vain, only to leave a few scratches on the wolf cavalry. The disparity is immense. Suddenly dark clouds gather in the sky as if a storm is brewing. Indeed, a storm is coming, a storm of rock locusts descending from the sky to attack the wolf cavalry. The exploding rock locusts unleash a torrent of molten lava, surprising everyone with an explosive force greater than even the self-detonating beetle. What exactly are these creatures? Director Shu asks, seeking information from any student capable of probing the locusts' abilities. After investigating, a young man announced the results. They were lava locusts, an elite species. Director Shu and Qin Shuang had to re-evaluate Han Yu's abilities. Another elite species in a single day. Undaunted Zhang Gang knew these insects were no match for his wolf cavalry, and he unleashed his supernatural power upon 7 wolves. They opened their mouths and spewed out a kind of smoke, gathering into a frosty halo, like a barrier blocking the fire from the locust swarm. As expected of a demigod, Zhang Gang's body possesses tremendous supernatural power to unleash such a wide-ranging skill. With one move, Han Yu's locust swarm was reduced to 5,000,000. There's no way he can turn the tables now. You little brat, I'll show you what true despair is. Once your core is shattered and your divine domain collapses, you'll be expelled from the academy. Then your fate will be in my hands. Zhang Gang orders his 1,000-man squad to charge and shatter Han Yu's core. Headmaster Shu sighs, unable to watch. It seems this is the end. Look, what's that in front of Han Yu's divine core? Everyone pointed to the figure of the swordwind slash. Your godfather has been waiting here since this afternoon. They only know that the great sword storm in his hand is worth 50 divine power, and 4 of them are 200 divine power. Where did Han Yu, who's supposed to be broke, get so much money? Principal Shu recognizes the Swordwind family as a species with innate superhuman bodies. But even a demigod like Zhang Gang has the superpowered body of that wolf cavalry captain. All he needs is for the wolf cavalry captain to hold off the slash iron sword wind while the other cavalry destroy Han Yu's core. However, Director Hua senses that the sword wind isn't just a transcendent body, but a genuine hero. Zhang Gang spent decades cultivating a hero, while Han Yu, still in high school, already possesses such an elite bloodline. He must seize the body of the Sword of Slaughter. Once Han Yu's divine domain core is destroyed, the Sword of Slaughter's body will be his. The Sword of Slaughter remained coldly silent. With the old man here, no one will lay a hand on Han Yu's core. He uses the level 3 basic Gale Slash and the level 1 basic Corpse Wind Slash to beat down the wolf cavalry. One of the orcs spews a breath as fresh as a clown's. But this move is just a signal to call in reinforcements. The wolves, heeding its call, charged forth like rabid dogs as Sword Demon raised all 4 arms, not in surrender, but to unleash the ultimate severing iron style. Blade Storm Sword plunges down, unleashing a sphere of power, creating a cataclysmic shockwave that tears the earth apart. Oh, the horror. The devastation. Everyone outside was speechless. Sword Demon had defeated the wolf cavalry and their captain. Zhang Gang grits his teeth at the loss of a valuable asset, and summons a higher-ranking wolf cavalry to level Han Yu's divine domain. Demigod. Do you intend to break our agreement? A familiar voice startled Zhang Gang, and he turned to see the headmaster, who had appeared unnoticed. He immediately ordered his wolf cavalry to retreat before the headmaster lost his temper. The headmaster glanced at Han Yu below, offering a compliment that could have been a curse. Well done. After the match, Director Shu lectured Han Yu on civic virtue, warning him not to be arrogant with his newfound power, especially since he wasn't even in the top 3 of his class. So Han Yu decided to switch classes, unable to endure the stifling environment any longer. Startled Lu Luotian does a complete about-face, telling Han Yu that he admits he didn't pay him much attention before, but promises to guide him well from now on. Only the readers know that deep down he just wants to cling to Han Vu's talent, so he can get a reward when he gets into a top university. But Han Yu is a man of his word. He's determined to switch classes, though head teacher Shu can't immediately agree, as school regulations govern class changes. If Han Yu really wants to switch classes, he'll have to pass a school-administered test. If he meets the standard, he can transfer immediately. Needless to say, Han Yu wants to take the test right away. Who knew even Qin Shuang, who had nothing to do with it, wanted to take the test to change classes where Han Yu goes, she goes. Seeing his talent slipping away, Lu Luotian's face darkened. Qin Shuang, if you have any complaints about me, you can tell me, and I'll be sure to correct them. There's no need to make a scene by changing classes. I have no complaints, I just don't want to be in this class anymore. Qin Shuang's answer was a blow he couldn't recover from. Not only that, another young man raised his hand to request the test. Liu Luotian, unable to contain himself, shouted, Zhang Xiaolong, you're the class monitor, why are you joining in with them? Mr. Liu, thank you for your care and guidance, but I can't stay in this class any longer. Principal Shu, trying to contain her amusement, decided to arrange the test for them the next day, while Liu Luotian was invited to her office for tea and a chat. That afternoon after school, Qin Shuang chased after Han Yu, asking about his heroic spirit, the slash demon sword wind. This has nothing to do with you, Han Vu coldly replied. Qin Shuang uses the excuse that Han Yu owes her 150 points of divine power and must repay the debt by becoming her servant, so she has the right to know where that heroic life came from. Han Yu looks at her with judgmental eyes. If she wants her debt repaid, he'll give her 5 points of divine power as interest, but if she wants to know about his hero, she can dream on. With that, Han Yu returns to his divine realm, leaving Qin Shuang unable to follow. Inside his realm, Han Yu meticulously tallies his forces after the recent battle, realizing that with such meager numbers he can't possibly pass tomorrow's test. Just then, Zhan Shijianfeng appears reporting that during a patrol of the realm they discovered fleeing wolf cavalry hiding in the mountains. He asks if they should be eliminated. Dozens of wolf cavalry escaped, and Zhang Gang abandoning them here must mean something bad. Dealing with them quickly is the safest option. But for someone as poor as Han Yu, this method was a bit of a waste of resources, so he ordered Zhan Shijianfeng to capture the wolf cavalry alive so they could be used later. 2 hours later, the wolf riders were bound before Han Yu, who decided to sacrifice all 1 billion ordinary locusts and the 24 wolf riders. Why waste a free gift? After the sacrifice, Han Vu has 3 choices: an alpha robot or a blueprint for a metal smelter that can build a large smelter to increase the ability to create faith equipment, or 3 flute towers to support long-range vision and predict enemy invasions. A robot would be cool and useful, but Han Yu's locusts are brainless and can't drive it. They wouldn't know how to use the furnace to forge anything, and the watchtowers are useless on Han Yu's flat plains. Nothing seemed right for him, and Han Vu was disappointed. But then he remembered the hundreds of dwarves he'd taken from Truong Ban. He wondered how they were doing, and used his hawk eyes to observe. They're diligently toiling away, and despite the hard labor, they thank the gods every day for this wonderful life. Han Yu found it strange. After capturing them, he only ordered them to mine as a way to pass the time. It seems the dwarves are passionate about mining and crafting, yet Zhang Bin sent them to the battlefield. The dwarves are skilled at crafting equipment and can be used for logistics. It seems the forge will be put to good use. Han Yu then granted them a large forge to produce better equipment, and the dwarves knelt down in gratitude, hailing him as a godsend. That day, Lu Luotian held a meeting with the homeroom teachers, saying, "Everyone, I think you all know about the 3 students, including Han Yu. Qin Shuang and Zhang Xiaolong want to take a test to transfer classes, and the school will entrust us with preparing the test. I wonder what everyone thinks." One of the teachers speaks up. "What other choice do we have? We must accept Teacher Lu's gift. So these 3 outstanding students want to transfer classes, meaning you're offering opportunities to the rest of us." Though bitter, Lu Luotian still tries to salvage the situation. He couldn't care less about Qin Shuang and Zhang Xiaolong's tests. His sights were set on Han Yu, determined to make his test as difficult as possible for his lack of respect. "I've never asked for favors before, but this time, please, out of professional courtesy, give me some face." Lu Luotian's hypocrisy touched his colleagues' hearts. The teachers all agreed, thinking Han Yu was ungrateful, unaware that Lu Luotian was just seeking revenge for being lectured by Director Xu the day before. The next day, Lu Luotian brought the exam requests. Zhang Xiaolong and Qin Shuang's were both level 1, stopping 1000 alien invaders in the divine realm, a piece of cake. When it came to Han Yu, his expression revealed obvious discomfort. His test was level 10, stopping 10000 foreign invaders was Lu Luotian's intent, not obvious enough. Han Yu accepts the challenge, not forgetting to mock Lu Luotian. "It has nothing to do with Headmaster Xu. Mr. Lu just wants me to show my abilities to the new headmaster." Needless to say, Liu Laochen was red in the face, but he couldn't do anything to Han Yu, while Qin Shuang nagged Han Yu daily about becoming her servant. As usual, she nagged him so much that Han Yu memorized her entire speech. And as always, Han Yu refused, saying he had a test to worry about first. How ungrateful. Qin Shuang sighed in disappointment. Zhang Xiaolong secretly hoped Han Yu would embarrass himself in front of Qin Shuang, giving him a chance to shine. The test began, and 10 fierce goblin warriors charged into Han Yu's divine realm. The observers noted that his difficulty was the highest, serves him right for provoking Master Lu. Just wait for the show. Han Yu is about to lose it. That Lu Lac Thian is truly relentless, throwing a horde of fire-resistant goblins into the mix. He's confident that his goblin army of 100,000 will be enough to break his divine domain. A nearby student congratulates him on his successful trap, but Lu Luotian remains in character as the dedicated teacher. What grudge could there be between teacher and student? After this test, Han Vu will surely understand the good intentions of his teacher. Han Yu unleashes his locust army, only for the red goblins to retaliate with a fiery barrage detonating the swarm. Normal insect queens can't do any damage, but Han Yu uses self-detonating locusts. Those exploding locusts only managed to take out 400 red goblins, while Zhang Xiaolong and Qin Shuang had already finished their tests. It seems Han Yu is really in trouble this time. Locusts are, after all, low-level creatures. Han Yu uses his exploding locust army again, only eliminating 3000 more red goblins, and the rest have reached the core of his divine domain. Everyone begins to worry for Han Yu. Even with the Blade of Thorns, he could only eliminate half the remaining goblins. Director Xu sent a message to Han Yu, telling him he could concede. Failure is not the end, he'll rise again. But Han Yu is a man of his word, determined to transfer classes, and so he will persevere. Even with only one man standing, he doesn't hesitate, and he's not defeated yet. Tramthikiamfong unleashes a storm/felling dozens more goblins. The goblins combine their firepower, creating an explosion around the Sword of Decapitation. The old man doesn't seem to be able to hold on. No one can stand being dragged onto the battlefield at 150 years old. Luluocean couldn't help but smirk. Hanyu, this is the last lesson I'll teach you, so you better learn it well. But before he could even laugh for 5 seconds, everyone cried out, look, what is that? A goblin legion appears within Hanyu's locust god domain, and it's the very legion Zhongbin abandoned. The green goblins raise their newly forged weapons gifted by Hanyu to protect their god, while the red goblins are stunned to see their brethren now their enemies. Everyone was surprised again when they learned that those dwarves were Zhongbin's core dependents, further proving that Hanyu was a rare talent. In just a few minutes, the red goblins were defeated by the green goblins. Hanyu happily praised, well done, you almost died there. Everyone was happy for Hanyu. Only Luluocean is bitter, unable to bring him down despite all his dirty tricks. Then a battle for talent erupts among the teachers. Everyone wanted one of these 3 talents in their class. Zhang Xiaolong was devoted to Qin Shuang, but Qin Shuang awaited Hanyu's decision to follow him. Hanyu questions Director Shu about why his test level was so high, 10 times higher than normal, but it was a decision made by all the teachers in the department, so Director Shu couldn't say for sure. Hanyu hopes to see the results of that vote, as the other teachers begin to criticize Luluocean, regretting listening to him and voting yes that day. Only 2 teachers voted against it, and while Hanyu is grateful, he must now choose between them. One teacher impressed by his test believes he has a knack for training dwarves, and promises him an army of at least 1,000,000 dwarves to compete for the top 10 inches the department. The other teacher believed in nurturing core aristocratic bloodlines possessing resources to help Hanvu perfect his locust race's evolution. Tianwen, I want to join your class. As soon as Hanyu made his decision, Qin Shuang and Zhang Xiaolong followed suit. When all 3 talents decided to join his class, Mr. Dianvan was happier than if he'd won the lottery. This year, he might finally get the Outstanding Teacher Award. To welcome the new students, Teacher Dianvan has prepared a small gift, a Level 2 insect nest construction card, 1 square kilometer in size, that hatches tens of millions of insects each year. Sacred objects can be inlaid into the insect nest to maximize their effectiveness. This gift was clearly custom-made for Hanyu. Building the insect nest behind the Divine Realm can be supported by 2 Tier 1 sacred objects, the Heart of Violence and Lava Fire Crystal, allowing the nest to utilize their power during the insect's incubation. So he'll get 10 million lava locusts every year. After calculating, Hanyu bowed deeply to thank Teacher Tianwen. Tianwen didn't need his thanks, just better results to earn him a reward. Director Shu clapped his hands and announced that today's test was just a small practice run. The more important exam would be the school-wide test in 7 days. As for the resource allocation for each class and the prize money involved, Chairman Shu needn't elaborate. In his divine domain, Hanyu routinely tallied his forces after the battle, finding their numbers dwindling to just over 2 million locusts of all types. Hanyu felt pathetic. At this rate, he'd be at the bottom of his class in the upcoming exam, and Mr. Dianvan would be incredibly disappointed. It was then that Hanyu noticed the dwarves had renamed themselves rickshaw dwarves. He hurriedly flew over to see for himself. Sure enough, they had evolved into elite rickshaw dwarves after their desperate battle. If they were Hanyu's core dependents, that would be amazing. Now he can only speed up development and restore the locust dependents to their former scale. 4 days later, after much deliberation, the locusts numbered over 7 billion. He prayed this sacrifice would yield a worthwhile reward, and finally the choices appeared. First, a second-tier sacred object, the Law of Gluttony, grants the core race the ability to devour anything to evolve, but only applies to ordinary life forms. Second, a hero template giving Hanyu a transcendent life form that can evolve into a heroic life form. And finally, a point of divinity. Hanyu's eyes lit up at these 3 amazing choices. He wished he could have all 3. The Law of Gluttony can turn ordinary locusts into elite life forms, but he might not have enough food to satisfy them. The hero template takes time to nurture a transcendent life form into a hero, and a point of divinity is equivalent to 100 million divine power, like winning the lottery. In the end, Hanyu chose the first option, the Law of Gluttony. If he couldn't raise 100 million elite locusts, he'd start with the queen raising 1 million a year. 3 days later, Hanyu entered the Divine Realm and exclaimed, "Are those locusts or dinosaurs?" "When did your grasshoppers turn into helicopters?" Hanyu named it the Premium Locust, a souped-up version. The next day, during the assessment, Qin Shuang muttered her usual mantra, "Have you considered becoming my servant? Without backing or resources, your current strength won't stand out among the other demigods." She retorted, "Your grasshopper is just a small insect, and even if you can tame dwarves, they aren't your core allies." As always, Hanyu rejected Qin Shuang's good intentions, infuriating her, to the point where she just wanted to chain him up and take him home. Seeing Hanyu ignore Qin Shuang while she wouldn't even speak to him, Zhang Xiaolong was incredibly jealous as teacher Tianwen entered the class to announce the upcoming general competition. Students with excellent results will obtain valuable rewards, such as holy objects, divine domain, land core fragments, and kinship legions. Next, the competition rules. The assessment is divided into two phases, the first being elimination. All students receive the same difficulty of test, and those who pass get an accumulation point, while those who fail are kicked out of the school. The second phase is ranking, where remaining students can opt out and not be ranked. Those who continue will face the infinite combat exam. Intruders will be teleported out. Each wave cleared improves your individual ranking, but failing the elimination test means expulsion. It sounds brutal, but Hanvu is eager for the reward this time. His wait was not in vain. Ranked students will randomly receive a basic resource card. Not to mention the top 100 get special rewards, and the top one gets a divine point. Hanyu is ready to dive in headfirst for that reward. The first round is counting down, and Hanyu prepares his locust and goblin armies for battle. A horde of flesh golems slowly advances into his divine territory. Hanvu didn't expect the school preliminaries to be this intense. Though common life forms, blood flesh fiends fight like elites, their 3-inch hides making them hard to kill, but they're slow. Hanyu sends in 5,0,0,0,0 explosive locusts to detonate the rocks. The flesh golems barely took 3 steps before exploding into pieces, and Hanyu could smell the delicious aroma of barbecue from afar. Could this be the effect of the gluttony law turning them into food for his locusts? Hanyu then ordered the dwarf coolies to rush in and drag all the corpses of the flesh golems back. 15 minutes later, not a scrap of flesh remained of the corpses under his locust swarms. Clearly, this was just a gift for his brothers. In the observation room, the teachers lamented the difficulty of this exam, as a third of Mr. Dianvan's class had already been eliminated. This time, the principal led 3 vice principals to the front lines to compete with the Moyuan civilization for territory. Seeing the bloodfiend golems as interesting they were added to the exam, demigods shouldn't overthink things. Tianwen was excited to see Jing Hanyu using the bloodfiend golems as food for his locusts. What others see as nightmares, Hanyu sees as mere walking meat. Moreover, his clan's ability to resist the toxins in the flesh of the bloodfiend golem is truly rare. The other teachers began to see Hanyu's locusts in a new light, realizing they could be a new discovery worth studying. Lucky for him. When it comes to strength, the grasshoppers are just a bunch of flying insects. Meanwhile, Luluotian muttered jealously, but teacher Tianwen said that luck was also a kind of talent, and the grasshoppers were not weak either. Now they've reached the transcendent life stage. Even if they're at the bottom, transcendent life is still beyond superhuman. Aren't transcendent grasshoppers still just grasshoppers? Goblin's got more going for him than any strategy. Tianwen thinks this teacher Lu is being a manipulative jerk, comparing the grasshopper's flaws to the strengths of other species. When it comes to reproduction, can anyone beat this birthing machine? Luluotian didn't want to argue further. One of his students, Lumo, a goblin descendant, is the subject of Lu Lotian's bet that he will outperform Hanyu. Dianwen, unafraid, also bets on Hanyu, wagering 5 points of divinity. With everyone here as witness, Lumo shares Luluotian's surname. Turns out he's his own grandson. Luluotian spares no expense for his nephew, all to surpass Hanyu. Dreaming of the day he can finally dominate him. The preliminary round concludes with 430 successful candidates, 300 of whom choose to participate in the ranking assessment, while 130 cowardly abandon the competition, lacking all spirit. Hearing Luluotian say that, the other teachers immediately retorted that the exam was very difficult and the students who passed were worth nurturing. The ranking assessment is now underway, with a legion of skeletal soldiers entering the fray. Are these surprise teachers just handing out points? Hanyu sighed. His locusts only eat meat, and he wasn't sure if they could even gnaw on bones. Seeing is believing, so he unleashes 1 billion locusts to devour the skeletons. 2 hours later, Hanyu is bored, waiting just a bunch of mindless bones barging in to feed his locusts. The second wave of skeletal soldiers exploded as soon as they crossed the gate. Hanvu noticed they couldn't swim and couldn't cross the lava into his divine realm. So he ordered the dwarf rickshaw pullers to dump all the molten lava from the furnace onto the ground, creating a massive river across the entrance to his divine territory. These bone soldiers are going straight to heaven now. The observing professors are in awe of Hanyu's strategy, a level of thinking that makes Tianwen proud. Luluotian boasted, "What's so great about that? It's only the 7th wave, right? My Lumo is already on his 7th wave." In Lumo's divine territory, besides the green dwarves, there were 13 level 1 arrow towers, 9 level 1 lightning towers, a level 1 fireball tower, and much more. Smugly, Luluotian thinks of all the resources he poured into Lumo to take the top spot this time. But then everyone suddenly shouts, "Look at Qin Shuang's divine domain." There were 100 lightning towers alone, and tens of thousands of other life forms. Lumo was just nouveau rich, while Qin Shuang was old money. Even demigod teachers couldn't match her resources. Humiliated, Luluotian is furious, but unable to do anything to Qin Shuang, he blames Hanyu. Round 10 has ended, leaving 18 remaining contestants. The next wave of invasion is even harder, as a bone controller stands before their divine realm gate, a hero-class creature with the innate ability to manipulate and gather bones. The bones of the skeletal soldiers on the ground suddenly stir, and at the bone manipulator's command, they gather into one massive bone. The bone manipulator gathers bones into a massive soldier, its power immense, crushing a tower with a single step. In under 3 minutes, 8 students have retreated. The difficulty is truly overwhelming. Lulu Ocean is fixated on Han Yu, wondering why the giant skeleton in his divine realm is a different color. The weak giant skeleton clinging to the cliff trembles because below is a river of molten lava, melting all the bones leaving. Nothing for the bone controller to summon a giant skeleton. Sword Peak's elder statesman enters the fray, cleaving the bone manipulator with a single strike. Round 11 and Han Yu passes with ease. This is absurd. Han Yu must have cheated. Lulu Ocean simply can't accept this reality. When Tianwen demands proof, Lulu Ocean threatens to report him to his superiors, while everyone sees Han Yu's unusual behavior with the bone soldiers. Who cleans up after defeating bone soldiers? The battlefield's remains enhance a bone manipulator's power. Tianwen was speechless at this convoluted reasoning. Lulu Ocean cornered him, claiming Han Yu knew the test beforehand, and thus knew how to handle it. Finally, the director promised to speak up, stating that the exam was personally set by the headmaster, and even she didn't know the specific content. If Hanvu knew the exam beforehand, only the headmaster could have told him. If Lu Lakthian wants to question it, he can go see the headmaster. Lulu Ocean tucked his tail between his legs, not daring to utter another word. I must have been overthinking it. Han Yu's victory over the bone controller was just luck. Even without cheating, it's still unfair to the other students. Director Shu was truly fed up with Lulu Ocean's stubbornness. Their civilized, Divine Realm Academy cultivated talent, so fairness was never really a factor. Whoever is more skilled wins. It doesn't matter what Han Yu did to achieve good results, as long as he didn't cheat. If we're talking about fairness, Lulu Ocean should look in the mirror. He uses his position to give his grandson Lu Mo more resources. Qin Shuang is a pampered young lady who receives the support of her family's immense divine power. Is that fair? Tianwen didn't realize that Lu Mo was Lulu Ocean's nephew. No wonder he was so confident in proposing the bet. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow. Lu Mo wanted to win without working for it, but it was all for naught. Sure enough, by round 11, Lu Mo couldn't fight anymore and withdrew. The bet is settled. Han Yu passed round 11, while Lu Mo did not. Tianwen patted Lulu Ocean's shoulder, reminding him of the bet, and a reluctant Lulu Ocean handed over the 5-point divine card, reminding Tianwen to take good care of it. One day, he'll get those 5 points back. After an hour, only Han Yu, Qin Shuang, and Huang Fei remained, having passed round 13. In round 14, Huang Fei withdrew, and in round 16 Qin Shuang also left, leaving only Han Yu, who continued to hold on until round 20. His locust army grows stronger with each battle, as countless bone soldiers are sacrificed as food. After 50 minutes, the divine realm is briefly at peace, awaiting the increased difficulty of round 21. The door slowly opens and Han Yu looks up in awe. How big is this thing? The appearance of the ancient scale spirit master shocks the teachers, impressed by the principal's grand gesture. Having reached the final stage and even faced a spirit, Lord Hanvu grew bored and Drudon withdrew. The ancient Kirin spirit lord barely appeared before being forced back, as Han Yu was pulled from the divine realm, desperately clinging to the door, when something flew from the spirit lord and exploded behind him. Before Han Yu could figure out what happened, he was forced out of the divine realm, only to find his name at the top of the school rankings, much to his surprise. In the end, Tianwen's class took first place, while Lulu Ocean's class fell to 8th, causing him to curse in frustration. Damn it, my class should have been first. Han Yu basks in the congratulations of his peers, rising from a bullied youth to the top of the school. An hour later, the rewards arrived, a plethora of rare exchange cards that made the other students envious. Each exchange card offered a benefit, and now Han Yu had to choose the most suitable one. A real headache. Luckily, Mr. Dianvan offered Hanvu a suggestion: first use the Divine Territory card to exchange for another 20 square kilometers of dark forest. Then use the Tier 1 Sacred Object card to exchange for the Poison Mist Pearl, adding a Sacred Core and a completed Tier 1 temple. Since he could only exchange for one weapon, it wouldn't be enough for all 4 of his Sword Peak dwarves, so he'd find a weapon for the Red Dwarf instead. Han Yu spots a Purgatory Battle Pick, but it requires a Fire-type hero with a life form to wield it, meaning his current dwarf Shich Lo can't use it yet. It seems they'll have to wait for Red Lori to find a Fire-type hero before it can be used. An hour later, Mr. Dianvan addressed the class. The general exam has drawn a line between us and the upperclassmen. Those with true strength will soon become elites. Mr. Dianvan invites the top 3 students to receive their rewards. Han Vu, who excelled in the competition, wins first place and 100 fan points at the treasure trove, allowing him to choose any item he wants. Han Yu wondered what goodies lay inside, and a selection screen appeared, listing things like Giant Growth Spring of Life, Mysterious Iron Core, and a few level 2 support skills. Han Vu chooses the Spring of Life, enhancing his life force like a flowing river, nurturing life and transforming the surrounding environment. During break, a young man approaches Han Vu, offering 100 million units of divine power for a single point of his divinity. Of course, Han Vu refuses. Why would he trade away his divine spark? No reason needed, just agree, and you'll have 100 million units of divine power to change your destiny and live a life of comfort. The young man assumed Han Yu would take the divine power, but Han Yu refused, saying he wasn't that desperate. The young man wrung his hands, begging him, saying his ancestor was about to ascend to true God but lacked divinity, and in addition to the divine power he would owe Han Yu a favor. Over 100 million divine power is no small sum. With it he could increase his locust swarm tenfold. It seemed divinity points would be easy to come by. Just as Han Yu was about to agree, his phone rang. Qin Shuang just transferred 150 million divine power to him, in exchange for his divine point. Talk about a rich young lady. Just like that, she transfers 150 million like it's nothing. Not only that, Qin Shuang asks Han Yu, is one divinity point really worth 100 million divine power? This is common knowledge here, but Han Yu, not being from this world, couldn't know that 100 million units of divine power can condense into a point of divinity, but only if it's condensed from the power of faith produced by one's own family. Mixing it with the power of faith from other gods greatly reduces the rate of divinity condensation. The current market price for divinity is 145 million divine power, but no one sells it. Hanvu, realizing he was almost swindled immediately, chased the youth away. Now he's going to swim in a sea of money. 150 million divine power falling from the sky is quite the rush. In Hanyu's divine realm, he surveys his mountains and rivers. A first-level temple is built near the dwarves' forge, and the fountain of life will be placed near the desert, soon transforming it into fertile land. Next, he bestowed the hell-forging hammer upon the dwarves, basking in their praise. Great God, thank you for all you've given us. Not only that, Hanyu gives them a transcendent seed later, called the God Hammer, hoping they will soon become hero-like beings, worthy of the Hellfire Battle Hammer in their hands. After finishing here, Hanyu flies away like a true god. Next, Tianwen asks him to choose a poisonous pearl, but its purpose is unknown. No sooner said than done, Hanyu receives a call from Tianwen. Having won 5 divinity points from Lulak Tiandianvan, wants to share some with Hanvu, including a divinity card containing 150 million divine power and a dark demonic egg, a spoil of war from the outer realm laid by a heavenly demon insect king, and refined into a stillborn using a special secret method. Though dead, it still produces 10 liters of demon fetus essence daily, which even the lowest insect race can consume to become a low-level demon insect. When Hanyu first enrolled Mr. Dianvan promised to help him complete the life potion for his core dependence. Therefore, Professor Dianvan will do everything he can to help him. People at school often look down on Professor Dianvan, thinking the Hoang Trung clan is trash at the bottom of society, but if they grasp the path to change life, Hoang Trung will become a heavenly demon insect. The tribe's potential can't compare to elite natural life forms like Qin Shuang's thunderfinch, but it can reach the level of ordinary life forms like elves and dwarves. Hanyu decides to take the demon embryo as he has no shortage of money. The compatibility between the heavenly devil worm and toxicity is very high, so Master Dianvan advises him to obtain a grade 1 poison orb and put it inside for unexpected results. Besides thanking Mr. Dian, Van Hanvu also asked if he could provide a large amount of meat, even if it wasn't high quality, as the meat in Thuongthan was too expensive for him to afford. Tianwen guessed Hanyu's plan to feed the beetles with meat, advising him against buying from the trade city due to high prices and low quality. Recently, the headmaster seized a demonic abyss, surely filled with demon corpses. He suggests asking the headmaster for help. Hanvu thanks him and hangs up, then wanders around the divine realm deep in thought. The second-grade sacred artifact eats like a bottomless pit. The sacred realm's royal bugs are no longer a sufficient food source, and even the divine realm's production can't satisfy their hunger. It's best to find a food supply as soon as possible. Hanyu placed the demonic fetus egg at the base of an ancient tree, hoping it would produce demonic fetus hormones, which would accelerate the evolution of the beetles. 2 days later, the demon embryo essence was ready for the beetles, and Hanyu eagerly awaited the results. The egg cracks open, and a mutated black butterfly emerges, a common-grade heavenly devil insect with a lifespan of 200 days. Though only a common species, its power is 100 times that of the royal worm, but breeding information is extremely rare. The heavenly devil worm must use demonic fetus extract to evolve. 1 drop can assimilate a grasshopper. There are 20 drops in 1 milliliter, and 10 liters is 2,000,000 drops. If all goes well, Hanvu will produce 2,000,000 demonic fiend insects each day, and in mere minutes the demonic fiend insect has doubled in size by absorbing the demonic fetus essence. If the law of gluttony works on it, it will soon evolve into an elite creature. Next, he'll introduce the grade 1 venom orb relic into the divine core to see what happens. The heavenly devil worms have already evolved into elite venomous heavenly devil worms, a terrifying sight for anyone with a fear of insects. Meanwhile, the principal was racking his brain over the pile of rotting corpses and bones before him. How is he going to dispose of all this? Besides the bones, there are also the corpses of the flesh, demons. If sealed into cards, it would drain the spirit, and the corpses would explode, continuing to pollute the air. Just then, Principal received a video call from Mr. Dianvan, who sheepishly explained that he was calling on behalf of Hanvu, requesting the bodies of the blood fiend demons to feed his familiar. It turns out Hanvu's core familiar is the locust that devoured the demon corpses during the exam with no ill effects. The headmaster recalls Hanvu as the student who fought the demigod Truong Quang a few days prior. He didn't expect the tiny yellow worms to be so effective, but unfortunately, the abyss was not suitable for their survival. Or, he could have brought a large number of them to clean up the corpses of the blood-flesh demons. So, the headmaster sealed the corpses into a card and gave it to teacher Tianwen to pass on to Han Yu. A day later, teacher Tianwen called the headmaster saying that the million corpses of flesh demons weren't even enough to fill the gaps between his locust teeth, and hoped the headmaster could provide them long-term. What? They devoured it all in a day, and want a long-term supply. The principal was shocked, but remembered his cool demeanor as head of the school, and composed himself. The corpses of the blood-flesh demons are sufficient, but a long-term supply can't be free. The headmaster wants to trade with Han Yu 1 point of divine power for 100 blood-flesh demon corpses, with a minimum trade of 100,000 divine power. Minutes later, Han Yu made the purchase, swiping his card and spending 1 million divine power, leaving the headmaster speechless. In the days that followed, the time was ripe, and many venomous sky demon insects were born in Han Yu's divine realm. After fattening them up, they must now repay him with their lives, and in return, Han Yu has 3 choices. First, 5 colossal warriors with transcendent life forms. Second, a level 3 Toxic Burst skill stone, granting the clan access to basic Toxic Burst, which hero life forms can master up to the highest level. Finally, the decomposition machine used to break down matter and increase pure energy. It was worth the effort. Han Yu spent 12 billion elite beetle lives to get it. The giant warriors are all transcendent, with a devastating reputation. Even if he sold them, he could get at least 10 million divine power per warrior. Han Yu told himself to stay calm and not let money cloud his judgment, as the second option was also extremely tempting. A level 3 Poison Burst technique combined with the Heavenly Demon Worm and level 1 Poison Mist Orb would be an incredible combo. But his core divine domain is only level 3, and after the Gluttony Law and Poison Mist Orb, there's no room for the Poison Explosion technique. Han Yu decided to choose the third option, a decomposition machine that can break down matter, extract energy crystals, and create food for the Magic Law dependents, extremely high quality and expensive. With this machine, Han Yu can make money without even lifting a finger. The massive machine fell before Han Yu, and he tossed in a few iron ores to test it out. 5 hours later, he obtained 3 precious iron crystals, which could be used as food for certain special races or as forging materials. Each is worth 5 points of divine power. This is Han Yu's path to long-term prosperity. Great deity, we encountered an undead attack while mining, and 3 of our companions were injured. The prayers of the dwarves reached Han Yu as their chieftain battled the undead, begging for divine intervention. He didn't know why there were undead in his divine territory, but anyone who dared touch his descendants wouldn't be reincarnated. Arriving on the scene, Han Yu saw the Red Dwarf chieftain fighting a skeleton soldier. It seems this skeleton soldier is a leader, not as foolish as the common bones. Instead of rushing to save his followers, Han Yu finds the skeleton soldier more interesting and investigates its information. But the investigation failed because Little Skeleton wasn't one of Han Yu's followers, and he lacked the ability to investigate. Frustrated, Han Yu summoned Sword Peak to fight, figuring he could extract the information by force. Sword Peak's strike shatters its bones, but they immediately reassemble. Han Yu commands it to submit, promising a new life of flesh and blood. The little skeleton flails at him, but Han Yu has unharmed his body like a spirit, not flesh. Only by destroying his divine realm can they defeat his divine avatar. Han Yu orders Chief Redlow of the Dwarves and Sword Peak to beat the little skeleton until it submits. After 3 days and nights, the skeletons knelt before Han Yu, who praised them, patting their skulls. If they'd listened sooner, they wouldn't have been beaten so badly. This skeleton is actually a weakened and sealed undead lord of the Qian clan, but its faith power is extremely high, so it's not useless. Every day, except for free days, he throws himself into the exams. This next exam is the real key to separating the students, and could even affect their futures, making this crucial test all the more important to Han Vu. His grandfather's will was for him to go to the Imperial Academy in the chaotic Star Sea to find his parents, which is one of the top universities in this divine civilization. Grandpa really knows how to make things difficult for his grandson. Next, the students will be transported to the C793826 coordinates in the Demon Realm. Specific instructions will be emailed upon arrival, and each student will have 1 hour to prepare. The students whispered about the Demon Realm, rumored to be perpetually shrouded in dense demonic energy. It's said that other beings who enter are corrupted by the energy, transforming into mindless demonic creatures. Only demons and the undead can survive there normally. Zhang Xiaolong is ecstatic. Isn't this Tess Taylor, made for a demonic familiar like him? His time has finally come. Just then, a strange number calls Xiaolong. It's unexpectedly Lu Luotian. He wants him to take care of someone. Needless to say, Xiaolong knows it's Han Yu. If Xiaolong helps Lu Luotian this time, he'll be well compensated. He even sponsored him with a lesser dragon devil before the exam. An archdemon is a transcendent, being a powerful race on par with heroic figures. Lulodian is really pulling out all the stops this time. The competition begins, requiring students to transform into familiars with only one chance to summon them each day, up to 100 at a time. The system evaluates based on accumulated points from missions. The quest list is longer than a sermon, so let's skip it. First, he must choose his avatar's race. If the avatar dies, the student reverts to their original form, but if their true body dies, they're eliminated. Hanyu has 4 avatar options: a beetle, a dwarf, a swordsman, and a frail, crippled, and sealed skeleton lord. Surrounded by dense demonic energy, Hanvu transforms into a skeletal lord of the undead to avoid corruption. This is his first time experiencing such a transformation. One moment he's there, the next all his flesh is gone, leaving only bone and clothes. Indeed, Ma Uyen is a paradise for the undead and demonic creatures. Hanvu even feels better after transforming than he did as a human. He commands 100 gluttonous emperor locusts to swarm the area, but before they can fly a kilometer, the demonic energy corrupts and kills them all. As the rumors suggested, the bane of the Qian clan is indeed demonic energy, leaving him no choice but to rely on his newly nurtured 3 heavenly demon insects. Their first task to fill their empty bellies. Hanyu sends them to gather fruit, curious to see how the fruits of the demonic realm differ from the ordinary kind. As soon as he entered the area, a horde of zombies rose from the putrid mud and advanced toward Hanyu, who wanted to test Little Skeleton's attack and defense, so he took them all on himself. 10 minutes later, Hanyu had cleared out the undead, giving them a chance to line up for reincarnation, while the 3 heavenly devil brothers harvested countless bone demon fruits. This quest only yields 20 points, while defeating the boss grants 100, but the boss is a demigod. Hanvu isn't confident he can win. If that's the case, he'll use quantity to make up for quality, focusing on harvesting spirit fruits. After a day, Hanvu stripped the demon realm bare, leaving not a single spirit fruit behind, but since exam points could only be exchanged once he came up with an idea. Hanyu messaged the class group chat asking if anyone wanted to trade for 100 bone demon fruits for quest 49. Some objected, but others agreed. Finally, Mr. Dienvan had to clarify that only resources gathered during the exam could be traded. The first violation would result in a warning, and 3 violations would lead to disqualification. Hanvu strokes his chin, pleased with his business acumen. Now he has all the resources he needs to play the game. Meanwhile, a certain someone, after reading Hanyu's message in the group chat, pinpointed his location and gathered a pack of wolf cavalry to ambush him. Hours later, Hanyu plummeted in the rankings, his familiars too weak to compete. If he doesn't take the highest level mission, he'll be at the bottom. What to do? Suddenly a group of skeletons wanders toward Hanyu. He schemes from the shadows, but can he, as a newly minted lord, truly control this army of skeletons? Do you recognize me? Hanyu approaches, and the skeletal soldiers immediately kneel before him, heads bowed, an unbelievable turn of events, gaining 10 loyal followers with a single command. Hanyu ordered the skeletons to rise and lead him to their lair to see how many remained. An hour later, the skeletons gathered their kin before Hanyu, including a super cool undead knight riding a wolf. Hanyu has struck gold this time. Luck is a talent too. The skeletal knight introduces himself, revealing he was once a member of the First Legion in the fight against the flesh demons. The squad it led was separated from the main force, leaving them no choice but to garrison here, facing the Rotu invasion. Zombies and flesh demons dwindled daily, so soldiers were sent to find demon bone fruit to increase their strength. If they're Hanyu's soldiers, he'll make them even stronger, and a new idea sparks in his mind. The next day, Hanyu's ranking plummeted to nearly 180, presenting him with an opportunity to act. Hanwu bestows bone spirit stones upon the skeletal knights, who then divide the equipment amongst themselves. 10 minutes later, his skeleton soldiers were more bloodthirsty than ever, ready to bring the blood fiend's lair to them and fight right then and there. The bloodflesh demon's lair holds 8 to 10,000, but Hanvu will take on 1,000 alone. Since a direct confrontation would be difficult, he devised a plan. First, he'd have a skeleton soldier dance provocatively at the cave entrance to cause a stir. As expected, the male demons inside rushed out, driven by lust. But instead of the spring song, they found an army of skeletal soldiers lying in wait. The first step went smoothly, pleasing Hanyu. The blood-flesh demons could still become soldiers after being destroyed, a unique way for the dry bone tribe to recruit new members. An hour later, the skeletons numbered 7,000, while the blood demon's lair was reduced to 3,000. Now this was a fight worth having. Hanyu commands his skeleton soldiers to charge into battle. 3 hours later, the skeletal knights presented the boss's heart to him, completing the mission and granting Hanyu an additional 60 points. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaolong was still searching for Hanyu, desperate to catch a glimpse of him. On the leaderboard, Hanyu had jumped from 180th to 108th place with 60 points. He guessed that Hanyu had leveled the bloodflesh demon's lair, an unexpected move, but he was sure it was just luck. Zhang Xiaolong arrived at the blood fiend's lair in search of Hanyu, learning that he was raising an army of skeletal soldiers in the shadows to boost his score, so he unleashed his hellhounds to tear them apart. But the skeletons were too tough for even the hellhounds to break. It was only the second day since the abyss descended, and Hanyu had already amassed such a force. If they waited any longer, who knows if anyone could stop him. Determined to end it all, Zhang Xiaolong summoned the Nether Dragon Devil, who charged forth and tore the skeletal knight in two. Han Yu wondered when they'd become enemies, and why he was suddenly being attacked, to which Xiaolong gave a provoking reply. "Because you irritate me, hurry to the Yellow Springs." The evil dragon strikes Han Yu head, on sending him flying. The skeleton soldiers charged to avenge their master, but Xiaolong saw them as mere mindless bones, unworthy of his attention, and retreated. Han Yu clutches his chest as he rises in a thicket, thankful for the skeleton lord's ability to revive him. Seeing the skeleton soldiers standing blankly, Han Yu orders them to lead all the troops away from this place. A wise man knows when to retreat. Though Han Yu lost today, their next encounter will be his last. Xiaolong thought Han Yu would withdraw from the competition, but his name wasn't on the list. In fact, it was still on the leaderboard, infuriating Xiaolong, who realized Han Yu had faked his death and immediately flew off to find him. This time, no matter how long it takes, he'll hunt Hanvu down and make sure he doesn't survive. But the place is deserted. Hanvu has already moved his troops elsewhere. Xiaolong orders his hellhounds to sniff out Han Yu's trail, leaving no stone unturned within 100 miles. After Zhang Xiaolong's sneak attack, Han Yu only had 5,000 skeletal soldiers left, so he granted them bone essence stones to accelerate their reproduction, but their strength after absorbing the stones was still insufficient. To catch the eye of the Imperial Academy, he needs a breakthrough. Task 64. Annihilate the Sunken Demon Tribe for 80 points and a level 2 skill stone intercontinental fireball. The Sunken Demons are native creatures, insidious and cruel, but of average strength. For this trash to be worth 80 points, their numbers must be over 1,000,000. Han Yu could turn them into his bone soldiers, not a bad idea. So Han Yu set out for the Sunken Demon Tribe, intent on wiping them out. 2 months later in the meeting room, the teachers were showing off their students again, and someone intentionally or not took a jab at teacher Dian Van. "Isn't Han Yu from your class the top student in the entrance exam? Why isn't he around this time?" Taking the opportunity to twist the knife, Lu Luotian claimed that Han Yu's previous success was a fluke achieved through trickery, and that his inherent weakness was only exacerbated by Tian Wen's favoritism, leading to arrogance. Tian Wen warned Lu Luotian to mind his words and act like a proper educator. But Lu Luotian continued to rant and rave. "Am I wrong?" Lu Locthian argues that Han Yu is useless and no amount of resources can change that. Unable to contain his anger, Master Tian Wen bets Lu Luotian that Han Yu will win, wagering 10 points of divinity. Lu Luotian didn't have 10 divinity points, but he had a divine title, so he joined in anyway. This time he'd set an inescapable trap, fearing Han Yu wouldn't be able to return, and he couldn't pass up these easy 10 divinity points. "I'll bet my 3rd grade divine office on it." And with that, the bet was sealed. Han Yu only needs to score over 80 points on this mission to be considered successful, a feat extremely difficult for a high school student, but one that would garner attention from top-tier schools. Even if he doesn't rank first, he's secured a spot. In the desolate fallen demon camp, once home to millions less than 1,000,000 remain. The remaining demons joined Han Yu's ranks, increasing his skeleton army to 9,000,000, and another 1,000,000 would soon fall before his undead forces. 20 minutes later, Han Yu led his skeletal soldiers to a complete victory, as 3 skeletal mages transformed the surviving fallen demons into transcendent, undead skeletal revenants. Han Yu is surprised to find skeletons even stronger than the skeleton knights, and these reanimated skeletons can cast spells to make the other skeletons stronger. With this, Han Yu's army would be virtually untouchable, as skeleton knights scour the battlefield, offering him a level 1 holy artifact, the Fireball Scepter. Adding it to the Divine Core can increase the power of a first-level fireball release for the affiliated tribe, potentially becoming a weapon of divine power, and the Abyss Origin can trigger increased vitality, truly a treasure, for Han Yu's Locust Swarm. With an army of 1,000,000 strong, Han Yu has nothing to fear from Zhang Xiaolong. He accepts a mission for 80 points, then another for 70, heading to the Abyss to stir up trouble with the native races. 3 days after Han Yu unleashed his skeleton, he rose from the bottom to 4th place. No wonder Tian Wen saw him as a treasure. So what if he's 4th place? He's not number 1. Lu Luotian still looked down on Han Yu, but then came the announcement that other universities wanted to interview Han Yu after the exam. Even Tier 2 universities are headhunting Han Yu. The boorish Lu Luotian shouts, "Director Shu, why are you only announcing Han Yu's offers and not the others?" 3 students stand before Han Yu, but according to the rules, only Han Yu has met the requirements of over 3,000 points and an 80-point mission. Then Qin Shuang also completed the 80-point mission, bringing her total score to over 3,000, and she received offers from other universities. Lu Luotian reassured himself that as long as Han Yu didn't rank first, he would win the bet. Lu Luotian contacted Zhang Xiaolong, reminding him not to target Han Yu but just to keep him from claiming any of the remaining 3 tasks. Zhang Xiaolong nodded, setting his sights on the 90-point task. Han Yu reviewed the final 3 tasks: clear the evil Treant Forest for 80 points, destroy the Minotaur tribe for 90 points, and eliminate the Dark Frog demigods for 100 points. His total score of over 3,000 puts him 3rd on the leaderboard. If he could complete 2 more missions, he could surpass the leader, but it wouldn't be easy. Still, he had over 20 million skeletal soldiers, 2 heroic life forms, and many other transcendent beings. So for now, Han Yu sets out to wipe out the Minotaur tribe. Meanwhile, at the Minotaur tribe, Zhang Xiaolong is forced to join forces with another to attack the Minotaurs for a living. The Minotaur bashed their heads in with his club, but after a moment nothing had changed. Zhang Xiaolong knew this was bad. If he kept at it, his entire clan would be wiped out. Time to retreat. We can't even beat this level of trial together, let alone that Han Vu on his own. Just then, the ground trembled, and as the two turned, they saw Han Yu's army of skeletons surging forth, one lone warrior against 1,000 bones too numerous to count. Seeing the bull demon swarmed Zhang Xiaolong, and the youth charged into the fray as well. These bone soldiers may be numerous, but their combat power is weak. Let's attack together. Han Yu won't let them take advantage, unleashing his 2 bone manipulators. The bone manipulators summon colossal skeleton knights to crush their foes, while the undead rise again, transforming nearby monsters into new recruits. Every corpse around them becomes a bone soldier, increasing their numbers with each fight. Zhang Xiaolong and the other guy retreat in a panic, abandoning any pretense of kinship. The skeletal knight blocks their path, no escape allowed. Han Vu, standing on his subordinate's shoulder, says, "Trong Hu Long Tu Don, long time no see. Han Yu isn't one of your kind, he's Huang Chong." Annoyed by Zhang Xiaolong's incessant talking, Han Yu delivers a swift kick to his face. No, wait, it's too late for Zhang Xiaolong to beg for peace now. In an instant, he's on his way to the Western Paradise. Seeing this, Si Yin pleads classmate Han Yu, "We don't have any major conflicts, do we? It was just a misunderstanding. I sincerely apologize. Killing me won't do you any good, and letting me go won't hurt you either." Han Yu coldly delivered a devastating retort, scaring Zi Yin witless, who then offered half his treasures in exchange for his life. Should he have just said that from the start? With a flip of his hand, Zi Yin tucked his tail and ran, fearing Han Yu would change his mind. 5 hours later, the corpses of the bull demons were piled high, and the remaining members knelt, pledging allegiance to Han Yu. With the successful completion of this mission and an additional 90 points, Han Vu has climbed to second place, just 40 points behind the top spot. With only 2 missions left, Han Vu is faced with a choice, but soon only one remains. It must be the frequency spectrum. Han Vu wasn't surprised, since the young miss was backed by her family's immense resources. Now to climb to the top, he must complete the mission to destroy the dark demigod orcs. This is a tough mission for Han Vu, and while he dislikes complications, he must complete it to gain the attention of the Imperial Academy. So he ordered his skeletal brethren to form ranks and set off towards the lair of the demigod Dark Wurg. 11 classes have now completed the exam. Only 3 students from teacher Dianvan's class remain: Tansang, Han Vu, and Tu Duan. Tansang is in second place, 10 points ahead of Han Vu, in third, and Tu Duan is in 7th. Tianwen also wondered what the 3 kids were planning. What's the mystery? There's only one demigod mission left. They dare to challenge it. Failure means utter ruin. Meanwhile, Lu Luotian seethed with jealousy, his plan to eliminate Han Yu having failed miserably. No one in Class 11 had ever attempted this quest, and historically no one had ever succeeded. But teacher Dianvan has great faith in his students. Both Han Vu and Tansang are challenging this final mission. Qin Shuang arrives first, unleashing her flock of fledgling birds, thunderbirds, a swarm of tiny creatures wielding lightning more potent than alternating current, instantly turning the dark frog into grilled meat. The dark half-god Toadman, a red-eyed talking frog, casts a spell to activate a shield against Qin Shuang's thunderbirds. "You dare invade my tribe, I curse you all to a gruesome death." Qin Shuang sensed a powerful attack brewing, but before she could fly away she was struck. Qin Shuang spun through the air, thinking she was done for, but she quickly used purification magic to restore her strength, then unleashed a lightning blast, a ball of alternating current hurtling toward the dark toad's shield. The remaining thunderbirds unleash a barrage of lightning strikes. One may not be enough, but many shatter the dark toad, men's barrier. Next, all that's left is to roast the frogs from the inside, but if it were that easy, it wouldn't be the final mission. Only now does the Dark Ogre summon the Toad Mountain Demon Ogre, a colossal frog with a terrifying bloodthirsty maw appearing behind Qin Shuang. To the mountain-devouring toad, Qin Shuang is nothing more than a buzzing fly, and it snatches her with its tongue. Qin Shuang can't even flap her wings and is swallowed whole by the giant frog. Trapped inside the toad's slimy mouth, her lightning is useless, and time is running out before she's digested. Just then, Han Yu calls. Annoyed Qin Shuang answers the phone, wondering where Han Yu is. The scene is bizarre. Han Yu's teasing immediately infuriates Qin Shuang, who wants to smack him. Han Yu gets serious, proposing a partnership or her lightning will become frog food in 10 minutes. Qin Shuang was about to retort, but considering her hopeless situation, she agreed on the condition that the Dark Warren's divine core belonged to her, and everything else was Han Yu's. Han Yu finalizes the deal, waiting for Qin Shuang to send her location, so he can send his skeletons to help. But Qin Shuang says she's in some kind of fissure, a hint that even Mei Han Yu couldn't use to save her. Qin Shuang was just stalling. She'd already dispatched the Thunderfinch Legion to Han Yu's location. In mere minutes, Han Yu spotted the Thunderfinch army in the sky faster than an X's change of heart. "Over here, birdies." Han Yu waved his bony hand, then hopped onto the lead bird and ordered them to take off. The other skeletons followed suit, leaping onto the backs of the Thunderbirds, who unleashed a torrent of lightning upon the red-eyed frogs. With a single breath, the dark frogmen shattered Han Yu's bone soldiers into piles of useless remains. But he commanded the bone controller to resurrect them, transforming the scraps into a fearsome skull knight with a red scarf. The dark toadmen sit in a circle chanting and summoning the swamp of hell. Did the skeletal knight just kick those 5 frogs away? Is he playing some kind of bone magic? Han Yu sends in more skeletal revivals and Minotaur mages, one all bone, one all flesh, charging into the fray. The Minotaur mage smashes them with his hammer, while the revived skeletons turn the fallen goblins into new bone soldiers. Living dark dwarves and dead dark dwarves battle each other, but with the bone soldiers now infused with lightning, the outcome is clear. I underestimated you all. It seems I'll have to get serious now. The dark warlocks use dark magic to summon Dark Night, plunging the already dark sky into deeper shadow and turning the sun blood red. This curse is truly terrifying. Han Yu's skeletal soldiers have been drained of their life force and are now withering away. You've brought all your clan's warriors here. Are you really going to give up? My god, I volunteer to fight. A voice echoes in Han Yu's mind. It's Sword Peak and the Red Dwarf. Your nurturing of these two has not been in vain. With those two on the field, he could surely add new dependents to his divine realm. The gates of the divine realm opened, and Sword Peak, wielding 4 great swords, charged forth with his army of red-skinned dwarf miners. Even the locusts swarmed out, willing to sacrifice their lives for Han Yu, who, though tearless, was deeply moved. Not wanting to let his people down, he sacrifices everything at once. This time the choices are excellent. Is even the heavens trying to help him? Among the choices was an item, the sacred flame of Hug, which dispels darkness, eliminates friction in relationships, and adds positive energy to the clan. Han Yu didn't hesitate to accept the blessing of light, cleansing the shadows. The dark toadman is stunned by his purifying torch. Han Yu can't contain his excitement, finally getting revenge after suffering for so long. The dark goblin can't accept that a divine being like Han Yu can dispel its dark magic simply because he's the author's favorite. Wielding the sacred torch, Hanvu soars through the sky with lightning wings, its light purifying all it touches. Even the gruesome red-eyed frogs lose their crimson glare. Soaring through the air towards the mountain-devouring demon frog, Han Yu suddenly remembered he needed to rescue Qin Shuang. All this time he'd been too busy cosplaying the Statue of Liberty. Bring down the mountain village demon frog. On Han Yu's command, Godfather Jian Feng and the Red Dwarf Chieftain charge forward together, slaying the giant frog. Qin Shuang, who had been drifting from the frog's mouth to its stomach, almost becoming dung, also joined forces from within, rushing out of its belly to wait for Han Yu. Enraged, Qin Shuang unleashed a massive lightning strike on the mountain frog. The mountain-devouring demon frog experienced a paralyzing ethereal sensation. Then a flock of thunderbirds and the dwarf Zhich Lo surged forward to clear out the remaining froglets. The skeletal knight joined in crushing several tadpoles after walking a few kilometers as the dark frog demigod scurried away, leaving behind a classic line. "You guys wait for it. I don't like waiting." Han Yu appeared above him using holy light to purify the dark frog demigod. Then Qin Shuang unleashed a barrage of lightning upon the demigod frog, and together they turned it into a crispy dark roast. Having completed the mission, Qin Shuang, as agreed, took the demigod's body while the dying dark toad croaked to Han Yu, "Spare me, and I'll give you everything. Just let me live. Even in death, everything you own is mine." Han Yu nonchalantly bid farewell to the dark toad. Half an hour later, the dark toad's wealth was tallied. Unbelievable how much treasure one frog could hide. As agreed, all the treasure belonged to Han Yu. Qin Shuang only needed the corpse for research. Han Yu crowns Qin Shuang, repaying his debt to her, and though secretly pleased, Qin Shuang maintains his cool demeanor. "Then I'll reluctantly accept it. The assessment test is over." Tianwen informs Han Yu and Qin Shuang that they must return to meet with school leaders and recruiters from various universities, as the bone soldiers belong to Han Yu. On the way, teacher Dian Van instructed his 2 students not to speak carelessly, as all the teachers inside were true gods. Tianwen led them inside and departed, leaving Han Yu to wonder if the 3 true god teachers before him could see his favored by heaven talent and life sacrifice ability. One of the teachers started with Qin Shuang first, whose family was a true god clan with abundant resources. She even obtained the corpse of a god in the competition, which he suspects she'll use to create a life-form lord. The important thing is how much divine value she currently possesses. The teacher next to him felt ashamed hearing the vice principal's words. Qin Shuang is nurturing a lord-class life form before even becoming a demigod, while he, a school leader, has been a god for ages, but has never successfully nurtured one. Qin Shuang honestly states that she has 4 points of divine value, leaving Han Yu once again marveling at her wealth. Rich and frugal, truly inhumanly wealthy, taking all the good fortune for himself. Zhu Sheng announces that Qin Shuang meets the enrollment requirements of all 3 of their schools. Qin Shuang could enter any school as a prospective student to experience university life as long as she nurtured her Lord-level life form, something she had already foreseen. Now it's Han Yu's turn, and teacher Chu Sheng's expression suddenly darkens, giving him an ominous feeling. Han Yu, is it? We've reviewed your file. Your core race is Emperor Worm, correct? After Han Vu confirmed, the teacher checked the core race box on the paper with his name, then asked about Han Vu's divinity points. Currently, he has 1 point which still meets their criteria. The final question from the recruiter: everyone was curious how Han Yu's godfather of the wind in the demon realm managed to discover the skeletal incarnation lord. This question proves that no one knows Han Yu's true abilities, so he sees no need to tell them. However, if Han Yu doesn't answer this question, there's one aspect of their expectations he won't be able to meet. If Han Yu wants to enroll in their 3 schools, he must continue to excel in the upcoming college entrance exam. Director Shu felt it was a pity the teachers didn't recognize Han Vu's talent, but Han Vu wasn't too bothered. He'll strive in the upcoming college entrance exam, but to catch the eye of the Imperial Academy, not them. Tianwen patted Han Yu's shoulder in consolation. Gao Academy is a top-tier school, so it's understandable that you didn't get in. If you're willing, there are still a few top schools that want you as a reserve student. But little does he know, Han Yu only has his sights set on the Imperial Academy. As he stepped out of the classroom, Qin Shuang was already waiting for him. After I nurture a lifeform lord, I'll become a reserve student at a top-tier school. The resources there are perfect for my growth. So you want to go to the Imperial Capital Academy? Han Yu nodded. His only goal was to go to the Imperial Capital's chaotic Star Sea to search for his parents. Qin Shuang retracted her words. If Han Yu goes to the capital, so will she. But as a reserve student, she'll surely receive many resources, quickly level up, and perhaps become his opponent. So Qin Shuang advises Han Yu to seize the opportunity to be her slave while he still can. Han Yu doesn't understand why Qin Shuang is so insistent on him serving her. He makes enough money to live comfortably for 3 lifetimes, so why would he want to be her servant? As Han Yu coldly departs, Qin Shuang grows even more fond of him, thinking he's as stubborn as her skeletal subordinates, but also quite endearing. In his divine realm, Han Yu uses his divinity card. He currently has 2 divinity points, and a great deal of divine power. His core level has reached level 3, and in addition to his core insectoid dependence, he has many other affiliated dependents. There are new faces like the Bone Clan and the Bull Demon Clan, and Han Yu considers upgrading the battle equipment for these dependents, but more importantly, he needs to build a path of advancement for his beloved royal insects. The first path uses the essence of depravity and resources of depravity to build a path of depravity for them, increasing their resistance and extending their lifespan. Their other stats and magic resistance will be enhanced, evolving them into defense and counterattack specialists known as the Fallen. The second path uses the hearts of dark goblins to create the path of dark residence, granting the locusts the ability to fade in and out of sight while flying. Combined with inflicting some side effects on enemies, this is called the path of assassination, so these guys will be called Dark Curse Spawn. Suddenly he hears the thoughts of the rickshaw dwarves. "Oh, Divine One, please forgive our clan. This fool disassembled the sacred scepter you bestowed upon us while dismantling ore. Please punish us." Han Vu cursed. He fed and clothed them, and they repaid him like this he was going to go bankrupt. Arriving on the scene, the Divine Hammer tribe chief was kneeling tearfully, denouncing his brother. "Gods, please forgive him. He's the fool who dismantled the sacred artifact." He then waited to see what the sacred object would yield. Han Yu obtained 2 fire star stones, a golden crystal block, and sacred object components that retained the original shape of the sacred object, which could be used to upgrade and repair sacred objects. Han Yu is surprised, as his gluttony law has been malfunctioning lately, and he wonders if this sacred material can fix it. Seeing is believing, and since it's already broken, Han Yu decides to test it out. After combining it, indeed restored a portion of the gluttony law. Previously, ordinary beings could evolve into elites after consuming over 1,000 times their capacity, but now it's reduced to 999 times. If Han Yu had enough sacred object essence, he could completely repair the law of gluttony. But where would he find so many sacred objects to break down? Han Yu turns to the internet, where he finds someone sending out a distress signal. The young man possesses a divine weapon, but he accidentally damaged it, causing it to lose its divine power and greatly reduce his combat strength. So he's seeking someone to repair it. No one took the job, having tried and failed before, but Han Yu is different. Since he possesses the holy materials to repair sacred objects, he should be able to fix the weapon. Han Vu immediately messages the man. If they still need help, they can contact him. No sooner had he sent the message than a call came in. That was microwave fast. Han Vu wasn't sure he could completely repair the weapon, but it was worth a shot. Since this person posted a while ago without finding a solution, there's no harm in trying again. First, send Han Vu some holy objects. The person is afraid of being scammed, so they've downloaded the God Realm anti-fraud app. If Han Yu dares to scam, he'll regret it. What level of relic do you need? If it's below level 4, I can give it to you right away, but above that it'll take some time. Han Yu couldn't believe he'd found a sugar daddy with sacred objects above level 4, but he only needed level 1. As soon as he said that, a huge box fell from the sky, nearly hitting him. Damn, did he have to be so fast. After counting, Hanyu saw that there were 100 sacred objects in this package. Should he just take the goods and run? But then he remembered the guy had downloaded some fancy God Realm anti-fraud app, so he scrapped the idea. Hanyu dumped all 100 sacred objects into the decomposition furnace. 2 hours later, he received 109 sacred materials, kept 9 for himself, and sent the other 100 hoping he wouldn't be found out. After the successful delivery, the youth was immediately grateful, exclaiming, "Big brother, you are my savior. I am Yuan Zhong, and I beg you to help me." Hanyu covered his ears, wincing at Yuan Zhong's loud voice. "You're far too kind. My greatest joy is helping others." Meanwhile, at Teacher Dianvan's house, he was testing the 3rd-level healing divine power he won from Lu Lok Thien. Seeing Lu Yue's frustrated expression, Tian Wen sarcastically says, "The road ahead is long, Teacher Tian, we must tread carefully." Just then, Han Vu called to ask about something trivial. "How do you get core resources to upgrade a god domain? You searched high and low but came up empty." According to Tian Wen, rare resources like divine positions, divinity, or core fragments are never sold online. The moment they're listed, major corporations snatch them up, leaving nothing for the common folk. But if Han Yu helps him win the Lost Paradise bet, he'll give him some of his collection. There is another less common way. Teacher Dianvan once encountered a divine core fragment of too low a level. Although it was a sacred object with good attributes, there was no way to absorb it. Previously, Teacher Dianvan participated in a competition called Blood Crystal, where the winner would receive a fragment of a Divine Realm core. If Han Yu duels with other Divine Realm citizens or even races from other civilizations, his dependents will suffer heavy casualties, but victory could yield a core fragment to salvage the Divine Realm. Han Yu has just spent a fortune nurturing his dependents, and this is also a chance for him to test their strength. He may be short on everything else, but he has plenty of cannon fodder, so he'll give it a try. The next day at the Blood Arena, Han Yu excitedly arrived with Teacher Tian Wen donning masks to conceal their identities from prying demigods. After all, this is the dangerous outer realm, and they proceed to fill out the form. The matches here are divided into 3 types based on the opponent's levels: divine beings, demigods, and true gods. Normally, matches between different levels don't happen unless specifically requested. Also, there's no limit to the number of family members in a match. But to concede during a match, more than 50% of your familiars must be dead. In the divine civilization, things move faster than my best friend's microwave. As soon as Han Vu's name was entered, his opponent was set, and he was suddenly dropped into a multi-dimensional teleportation space. Kid, while you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, I'd bet you're new here. Han Yu's opponent is a young man calling himself Grandmouse, a name that sounds idiotic, but the audience says he's ruthless. They pitied Han Yu running into him on his first try. Han Yu overheard them, realizing he'd drawn a tough opponent right out of the gate. They're given 3 minutes to unleash their familiars, and the battle begins. The rich mouse summons a horde of mutated long-tailed hamsters whose squeaks are deafening. Kid, you've probably never seen this many familiars before, have you? Getting scared? Just give up then. If this is a numbers game, Han Vu isn't worried, summoning a fraction of his locust swarm to compete. The rat overlord scoffs, finding Han Vu's familiars even more pathetic than his rats. Let's see if the rats will eat the locusts or become locust food themselves. The rats take their positions, an army of archers ready to fire. At the rat overlord's command, a storm of arrows flies toward Han Yu, who orders his abyss weevils to defend. Every arrow shattered against the hardened wings of the fallen cycle insects, but the rat boss commanded his minions to knock and fire without pause. While defending, Han Vu sends out the dark curse bugs to attack. A dark curse bug circles behind them, using 3 types of curses to make the rats squeal. But Han Vu uses this opportunity to unleash his heavenly devil insects, and the rats, already reeling from the eye curse, can't tell rat from grasshopper. The demonic insects unleashed venom from their stingers, crushing the rats in an instant. Han Yu's familiars had a 99.99% survival rate, while the rat boss was left with barely 20%. The rat boss immediately surrendered, fearing his clan would be wiped out if they continued to fight. After his victory, Han Yu received a fragment of the Divine Realm core. The moment he touched it, he sensed something akin to the power of life sacrifice. After receiving his reward, Han Yu was teleported back to the backstage area, where Teacher Tian Wen patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him, "You did great. Winning the first match so easily has earned me so much divine power." Turns out gambling addict Dian Van had bet on Han Vu beforehand, and not many of his dependents had died yet. He doesn't know if you'll continue to the second match. If you win, you get the core fragment, and Tian Wen wins his second bet. Hearing this, Han Yu continued the fight, as his dependents also needed more combat experience. On day 32, Han Yu tallies his losses at 100 million devil worms, but he's won 89 consecutive matches, and his core fragments are already at level 7. Reaching level 8 was proving more difficult than all the previous levels combined. Just thinking about it was exhausting. Seeing this, Tian Wen suggested a match against a demigod as a divine being. Challenging a demigod would increase the reward tenfold. If Han Yu wins against a demigod, the spoils from his 90 consecutive victories will be multiplied tenfold, resulting in 90 ordinary divine core fragments. After some thought, Han Yu submits his application for an advanced match. The audience buzzed with speculation about the upcoming match, some having already heard of Han Yu's locusts. Having only joined Bloodbath for over 30 days, he's already an unbeatable killing machine in the divine lifeform tier. A demigod uses a very high-level divine domain core, can carry higher-level sacred objects, and even has a divine title. Everyone bet on the demigod who could use divine magic rather than Han Yu, believing he was too arrogant about his locusts to challenge a demigod. Mr. Tianwen sweated as he watched, as he was the only one betting on him at 1 to 100 odds. Han Yu tells teacher Dianvan to bet 10 million divine power on him, but the teacher, seeing his boldness, only bets 5 million. His entire fortune is riding on you, so you absolutely cannot lose. If he wins, the teacher will buy himself a divine artifact. Han Vu is speechless, thinking the gift was for him, but it turns out it's for the teacher. Why are you so eager to thank me? Han Vu hasn't added any sacred items since ascending his divine realm. The Gluttony Law and Poison Mist Pearl seem different than before. Vian Chung only watched for Han Yu to enter his divine domain, to ask if he was refining holy materials today. Han Yu suddenly remembered that last time he said any sacred object below rank 4 could be found. Turns out in Yuan Zhong's divine territory, sacred objects below rank 4 are as common as grass. Han Yu grins, requesting level 2 sacred relics with poison, earth and fire attributes from Yuan Zhong, and as soon as he finishes speaking, an even larger package falls before him. Han Yu exclaimed, "Wow, it really is different when you have money." In this shipment are 2 level 2 sacred objects, the blazing lava orb with earth and fire attributes to enhance the defense and resistance of the bloodkin and improve their recovery. The second is Shadow Nail, with the dark attribute allowing the clan to learn the second level skill, Shadow Nail, which shoots shadows and opponents through nails, restricting their movement. Han Yu was extremely satisfied. These 2 sacred objects were perfect for the Fallen Worm and the Dark Curse Worm. Without waiting, he fused the 2 sacred objects, creating an earth-shattering explosion, and Han Yu's insects evolved again, looking even more ferocious than before. Having just evolved, the arena is now prepared, and Han Yu is more experienced with this teleportation. The arena roars with anticipation as the crowd chants, "Crush him, Statue Master, show us the power of a demigod." The burly bearded Avatar Lord crosses his arms, flaunting his power, declaring today his lucky day. "So I've run into a greenhorn who doesn't know his place. Have you prepared a funeral for the clan? So much talking," Hanvu coldly retorted. Even so, the Statue Master couldn't resist muttering a few more lines. "Go, my mammoth legion." The Idol Master summons his massive mammoth army, and the crowd goes wild. The Elephant Lord is truly magnificent. So cool. The Elephant Master rides atop his colossal thunder mammoth, leading the charge with imposing might. "A rookie are we? It's your turn, Hanvu, as you unleash your locusts once again." The poisonous blast fiend beetle, nurtured by the insect nest, devours law-breaking power and poisonous mist. The shadow curse beetle, also from the nest, consumes law-breaking power and shadow spikes. There are also the earthly submergence devourer bugs nurtured by the bug nest, gluttony law, and earthly magma orbs. Zizhu is eager to see Hanyu's power as his locusts have evolved since last time. The battle begins as Hanyu sends in his shadow curse swarm first. They launch shadow spikes into the mammoth shadows, immobilizing them, and once they're fixed in place, the poisonous berserker demonic insects are unleashed. There's no escape this time. Faced with this threat, the Elephant Master remains confident, believing that even if he could raise locusts into transcendent beings, he still couldn't harm his mammoth even if it stood still. "Are you sure about that?" Hanyu asked with a smirk. The next second, an explosion rang out, forcing the mammoths to recoil, and the Elephant Master knew Hanyu was trying to overwhelm him with numbers, a tactic he couldn't allow. He ordered the giant mammoth legion to protect the giant thunder mammoth being ganged up on, while Hanvu sent out a squadron of violent elephant beetles to fight the mammoth herd. The elephants were blasted and burned by magma hotter than your ex. The Elephant Master gritted his teeth, casting 3 savage divine magics on the mammoths, buffing both their armor and healing. The buffed mammoths now have the strength to withstand the explosive beetles, and the Elephant Master crosses his arms, smiling smugly. "Forcing me to use magic proves your strength. I'll let you surrender once 50% of your clan is dead." Hanvu knows no fear, Vi. Those locusts were only a billionth of his people. The word surrender isn't in my vocabulary. Minotaur clan. Hanwu summons a horde of minotaurs to attack the mammoths. In this battle, Hanwu finally uses a different clan than the locusts overwhelming the Statue Master. The bull demons smash mammoths with their axes until they're nothing but paste, and Hanyu summons his skeletal forces, led by the Skeletal Lord, the Empty One, and the Bone Reviver. Hanyu leaps up beside the Skeletal Lord, ordering the Reanimator to enter the fray, chanting the Alibaba incantation, turning the mammoth corpses into new skeletal soldiers. The Elephant Lord curses in frustration, hating how the skeletons can replenish their ranks, but he didn't become a demigod for nothing. The giant mammoth war machine activates its war stomp, and the Elephant Lord orders the mighty war elephant to crush the skeletons before him. When there are piles of bone fragments like this, Hanyu will have the bull demon retreat and let the bone controller take the field. The bone controller gathers all the bone fragments on the ground, creating a colossal bone knight several times larger than a mammoth, and also the strongest hero-class life form. The Elephant Lord was stunned by this level of kin, so he amplified his giant thunder mammoth to fight on equal footing with the skeletal knight, who grabbed the mammoth's long tusks, stopping it in its tracks. Then, with a roar, using his right leg as a pivot, he spun 180 degrees, slamming the giant thunder mammoth to the ground, leaving it flattened. The Bone Knight leaps up using a first-level skill. Son Goku's punch turns the giant thunder mammoth into boiled elephant meat. The mammoth retaliates using its 300 centimeters trunk to ensnare the skeleton knight's arm, preventing the punch and slamming him to the ground. The mammoth raised its legs, trying to crush the skeleton below, but the skeleton knight swiftly leaped away, narrowly avoiding the mammoth's earth-shattering stomp. In return, the skeletal knight grants the mammoth a level 1 heavy strike, specifically a powerful blow that sends the mammoth's face careening to the side. Han Yu anxiously shouts, "Finish it now." The skeletal knight leaps onto the mammoth's head, delivering a sharp blow to its forehead. Then the skeleton knight helps the mammoth remove a troublesome tusk, a true display of camaraderie. The statue master, at a loss, orders the mammoth to rise up and revolt, while the skeleton knight snaps off the remaining tusk, securing wealth for generations. However, this skeleton warrior's actions are truly brutal, and Han Yu must go home and teach him a lesson. Having lost his 2 most prized possessions, the mammoth no longer wished to fight, and the skeletal knight kicked him back to his master. Lacking strong generals, he resorts to overwhelming numbers, sending a horde of mammoths to surround the skeletal knight. The giant mammoths were like ants beneath the skeleton warrior, each one kicked back to where it started if it got within 10 feet. This brutal battle shifts as several behemoths manage to reach the skeletal warrior, swarming him like ants on a sugar cube. Hanvu then sent the Bull Demon King to assist with a swarm of bulls, descending upon the giants, loosening the siege on the giant skeleton. But the giants that had fallen were resurrected by the restorationists into skeletal warriors fighting at their command, a tactic that ultimately backfired on Tuang Chu. In the end, only a few of Elephant Lord's giants remained, and they dared not advance. He conceded his defeat to Hanvu and Ka Nai. From the Titan Lord's giants, beams of light converged into a crystal, a fragment of the demigod's core, indeed heavier than the common variety. Because of his unbelievable performance, Han Yu is teleported to meet with the management. They had their eyes on him during the match. Even though Han Yu used some tricks, he has the ability and even the qualifications to become the heir to this bloody arena. This place was originally a testing ground to select a successor for the arena's master, and any player who wins an over-leveled challenge is qualified. So Hanvu is in shock, suddenly having this massive asset dropped into his lap, a blood arena with a huge flow of people, many races coming here every day, and the amount of divine power earned from them alone is enough to make Hanvu a newly rich tycoon. But now he's qualified to inherit and run this place, suggesting something shady is going on. Hanvu takes a deep breath. Before deciding, he wants to know how many others are qualified to be the next master, what perks he'll receive, and what responsibilities he'll bear. Hanvu carefully considered everything, not blinded by immediate gains, which further impressed the management. Currently, there are a total of 349 heirs in this bloody arena, including 221 divine beings, 118 demigods, 9 true gods, and only 1 chief god. Upon becoming the master of bloodlust, Hanyu will gain the permanent coordinates of this place, allowing teleportation to fixed points without needing equipment to enter the arena. Each teleportation costs 1 million divinity points, but Hanyu will be allowed to build special arenas within his divine territory to train and nurture his dependents. As for the responsibility, once the number of heirs reaches 500, the arena will begin the inheritance ritual, specifically choosing the best among those 500 by having them eliminate each other. Based on what he's seen in the blood arena, Hanyu suspects that inheritance ritual won't be easy. 500 people will face off for a single seat of power, and he's only the 350th far from the 500 mark. By then, Hanyu might even be a god king. With plenty of time to train, Hanyu agrees to the challenge, ready to win big or die trying. Suddenly, a ray of light pierced Hanyu's body, and out of nowhere Tianwen jumped out, overjoyed. "Hanvu, you're my lucky charm. We're rich this time." Hanvu was still bewildered when teacher Dianvan shoved a phone into his hand, showing an account balance with dozens of zeros. Now he has to figure out how to spend 1 billion god coins, so Tianwen suggests he buy a nice divine artifact. Dianvan puffs out his chest, saying, "You're not an FL. I just happen to know a wholesale and retail store that sells divine artifacts. There's bound to be something suitable for you." Hanyu felt his teacher was perfect for multi-level marketing as Xiang Zhu thought, "Grasshopper, I finally found you." Like a ravenous wolf, Tuang Chu lunges forward, and Hanvu immediately hides behind his teacher, sending an SOS. Tianwenjiang spread his arms wide, flaunting his chest to protect the student who just earned 1 billion God Force points, daring anyone to touch him. Xiang Meng immediately surrendered. He wasn't there to get revenge on Hanyu, but rather he wanted to befriend him, after seeing his incredible strength. "I'm Xiang Meng, a freshman at Xijing University." Hanyu shakes Xiang Meng's hand. He's a student at West Capital University. No wonder he's so strong. Xiang Meng thought he looked like a young man and guessed he hadn't gone to college yet, probably just a preparatory student. Hangman couldn't believe that Han Yu was still a high school student, insisting that he was exaggerating. Han Yu then introduced teacher Tian Wen to testify, who cleared his throat and confirmed that this grasshopper student was indeed not a college student. Despite offers from many universities, his sights were set higher on joining the Imperial Capital Academy, but they showed no interest in him. Xiang Meng understood the situation, and seeing Han Yu's insightful gaze, and because he was quite fond of Han Yu, he promised to report his case to Shijing University for consideration. Upon your return, improve your core bloodline as much as possible. This is Han Yu's chance to catch the eye of the capital. Han Yu couldn't believe that someone he had just defeated was now offering him a hand. Xiang Meng laughed. Haha, you have great potential. The road to becoming a god is long, and it's easier to have comrades to rely on than to fight alone. Furthermore, if Xiang Meng recommends Han Yu to the school, and he passes the test, the school will give him an incentive reward. No wonder Xiang Meng is so enthusiastic. Han Yu was very grateful for his help. Xiang Meng advises him to invest more in resources, preferably cultivating heroic life forms to best prepare for the disciple test, and soon after, teacher Tian Wen leads Han Yu to the treasure pavilion, a place specializing in second-hand artifacts. I don't know about the quality, but the staff is top-notch. No wonder wives don't want their husbands shopping here. Mr. Dianvan and Han Vu followed her inside, wanting to meet the master Tony. All the pro barbers are named Tony. I wonder if this one can deliver. Please come in. They arrive at the teleportation gate, and upon entering, Han Vu encounters a burly pot-bellied man forging weapons. Old Dian, is this lamb you've brought me fat enough? Han Yu felt stiff and just wanted to run home to his mother. Mr. Dian reminds Tony to be serious, as Han Vu is a student, not his boy toy. Tony slicked back his hair and began to explain the shop's mission statement. First, of course, is the promise to never sell fakes, only genuine, high-quality goods at ridiculously high prices. Han Yu cursed inwardly. What student could afford this place? You had to struggle to earn that billion. Fearing a bad impression, Mr. Dianvan explains that Tony's bark is worse than his bite, and his craftsmanship is top-notch. Little did Mr. Dian know Tony's good intentions were as venomous as a snake. If not for the referrals, Tony would have cut ties with him long ago. Tony takes Han Vu to see his works. Behind the red curtain lies a spacious, extravagant room filled with divine artifacts. Each piece was personally stamped and crafted by Tony himself, as Master Dian followed behind, asking Han Vu which of these artifacts he liked. Buy it if you like it. I don't have enough money to gift it to you, Han Vu pondered. Considering he might be looked down upon by the Imperial Academy for being poor, a 600 million point god power goo insect pod is worth buying. So Han Vu settles on a second-grade artifact from the lake that can be used to cultivate goo insects. Inside, it holds a space to gather up to 1,000,000 insects for a goo ritual, where they'll engage in a bloody battle. The sole survivor earns the chance to ascend, potentially becoming a heroic life form. Furthermore, the gourd possesses the accompanying divine skill of insect attraction. However, the range depends on the amount of divine power poured into it. Although the level 2 ancient lake doesn't have great power, it's the most suitable divine artifact for Han Vu. Teacher Dian Van is extremely proud to have found someone with such discerning eyes. 4 divine properties, or 580 million divine power cash or transfer. Tony rushed the sale, startling Han Wu. Dian had to pull him back to haggle. Surely a friend could offer a discount for his sake. Tony reluctantly agreed, not wanting to upset such a valuable customer. Tony charged Han Vu 600 million, and threw in a relic, a seeker eye. Han Vu, his shopping done, immediately left, not wanting to be pressured into buying more. Tony then chased after him to promote a special artifact he had crafted from the remnants of a lost civilization, prompting Dian Van to squint in suspicion. After examining it, teacher Dian Van flew into a rage. So Tony, I considered you a friend, but you see me as an enemy. Tony waved his hands, trying to buy time to explain that the artifact was called a gluttonous wolf. It hails from a long-lost civilization, thriving solely by devouring divine artifacts, a civilization that reveled in theft, especially of sacred objects. And once a divine artifact has chosen its master, no one else can possess it until its gods have passed on. This golden orb may seem useless, but the ruler of that civilization summoned the most skilled artisans in the entire nation. After many eras, this Thamlang was created, growing stronger, by devouring other divine weapons, inheriting their skills in the process. This blatant theft led to Thamlang being ostracized, and the civilization was destroyed. Of course, Tony offered such a tempting item for the low price of just 1 billion divine power, and Han Vu hesitated because of Thamlang's power. It even destroyed a civilization, but its surprisingly low price makes him doubt its authenticity, as Tony only obtained partial rights, meaning recreating it could lead to errors. However, it can still devour other divine weapons to grow only at a tenth of the original speed, inheriting some passive effects, but none of the accompanying divine arts. So it's just a piece of junk. Mr. Dian Van's words felt like an insult to Tony. Han Yu, on the other hand, wanted it, but only wanted to pay 400 million points. Because he was broke, he really wanted to try a powerful artifact that others couldn't easily destroy. If he gave the artifact to Thamlang to devour, it would further weaken his enemies. Seeing teacher Dian's attempts to stop him, Han Vu unleashed a torrent of eloquent words. First, he praises Tony as a master craftsman for restoring a portion of the Tham Lang from a tiny remnant, then laments that all he has left is 400 million divinity points. Tony really loves being flattered. Hearing Hanvu praise his divine artifact, he was overjoyed and immediately offered it for 400 million divine power points, saying money can't buy a true friend, and the Tham Lang artifact was his. Hanyu returns home to test the 3 divine artifacts he just received, starting by dripping his blood on the first to claim ownership. The ancient pot stirred first, and Hanvu sent a grasshopper inside to be reforged. A green frog leaped out, snatching the grasshopper and dragging it inside. But the Sirius hadn't moved at all, making Hanvu a little impatient. Could that old Tony really be selling snake oil? No sooner had he badmouthed Tony than greed shone brightly, and a small adorable husky leaped out. Hanyu found its appearance to be worlds apart from the gluttonous, war-hungry description he'd heard. Unexpectedly, the husky barked, demanding to be fed divine artifacts. It was already affected by the law of gluttony upon being summoned, but he was so poor he was eating dirt. Where would he get divine artifacts? Hanyu then gave it a piece of the divine realm shard to devour, and the derpy husky sat obediently with something to eat. He wondered what his familiars were up to now. The locusts were sensing the weather, and the red dwarves were off mining gold. Meanwhile, the beetlemen are pulling half-ton weights, each creature striving to improve themselves. Thanks to the holy relic swindled from the grudge-born Hanyu finally restores the gluttony law to level 3. The effects of level 3 are even stronger. Simply filling their stomachs can evolve them into elite life forms. If he restores and levels up step by step, ordinary life can evolve into transcendent beings. But Hanyu's locusts have excess food, meaning all of his creatures can be upgraded to transcendent. Hearing that Hanyu's eyes lit up, billions of transcendent beings are about to be born. A week later, it was finally time for the next round of sacrifices, and Hanyu offered 13 billion locusts to the heavens and earth. The reward for 13 billion locusts is a list, as long as a scroll, and the first choice is 10000 transcendent night demon hunter lifeforms. The second reward is the 3-star divine weapon, the Tyrant Ridge Blade, which is both a divine weapon and a sacred artifact, increasing damage and possessing divine magic. Finally, there's the second-level sacred artifact, the Transformation Stone, which only applies to non-humanoid and non-demi-humanoid races, allowing core dependents to be transformed into a semi-human form. Hanyu crushed the petrification stone in his hand, and the locusts merged with the light emanating from it. Moments later, a swarm of human-like locusts appeared, and Hanyu's eyes lit up, realizing this was truly a step towards evolution. His locusts have evolved into locust men, all extraordinary life forms, with low-level intelligence and a lifespan of 10 years. Now let's see who dares to look down on the locusts. Just then, teacher Tianwen called to inform him about the West Capital Academy's test. The next day, a recruitment teacher will visit him at school, and the day after, a young man in his class offers to sponsor Hanyu with resources. But Flex has raised many demigods and possesses rare resources not even found online. Hanyu can't let this opportunity slip away. He needs level 7 to 10 divine domain core fragments, and the young man eagerly agrees. However, the price is a bit steep. Even with their connections, it'll cost 400 million god power points. Hanyu nods, realizing poverty is hindering his progress once again. Knowing how to haggle, the young man offered to deduct 4 million god power points if Hanvu sold him 1000 transcendent life skeleton knights, to which Hanvu agreed, as he had a whole farm of them. Seeing how quickly he agreed, the young man regretted not asking for a hero-level skeleton mage sooner. Just then, teacher Tianwen arrived to take Hanyu to meet the proctor. The balding teacher from before was surprised to see Hanyu again, and clearly still didn't think much of him, considering he hadn't even passed the preliminary student test, while the West Capital exam was far more difficult than the high school exam. To prevent cheating, only core familiars can participate, and Hanyu's core familiar is the lowest-ranked scarab. This time, Hanyu must infiltrate the border of a giant settlement called Dalong City, a civilization with a rigid class system and professions that could affect him and his dependents. Once identified as a harmful demonic entity, the professionals in Dalong City will actively hunt Hanyu, pursuing him to the ends of the earth. His mission is singular, even requiring him to hunt down a hero protecting Dalong City. Hanyu inquires about Dalong City's total military strength and the number of heroes. According to the teacher, despite being a small border town, Dalong City has tens of thousands of inhabitants, with over 10% being job holders and a total of 5 heroes. He'll have to find out the rest himself with only an hour left to prepare before the exam, so Hanyu exchanges his points for 3 level 1 sacred objects from teacher Tianwen. Within his divine domain, Hanyu uses fragments from his battle with Xiangmeng to upgrade it, reaching level 3 and expanding the space. Next, he just needs to load the 3 sacred objects that Master Dianvan gave him. The first is the poison gland, which allows the core dependents to develop poison attributes. Next is the earth core, which will give the core dependents earth attributes and increase their defense, and finally the elven bow, both a sacred object and a divine weapon. It allows the core dependents to summon the elven bow as an energy weapon, and Hanvu can summon the true form of the elven bow. After a successful upload, most of the heavenly demon insects will have venom glands, half of the fallen insects will have upgraded defense, and most of the royal insect humans will be able to use the bow in combat. Hanyu is confident he can handle this test, and with preparations complete, the recruitment instructor prepares to teleport him to the outskirts of Duolong City. It was Hanyu's first time using a teleportation service, and he was a bit disoriented. He fell from the sky out of the portal, but thankfully he landed gracefully. No sooner had he landed than an urgent warning appeared stating that if Hanyu didn't leave the area, he would be classified as a hunted demon. Hanyu, alias Demon King of Kings level 80, had all his personal information exposed, which he used to check the level information of his two new hero level Beetlekin. A notification reveals they're level 60, but Hanyu doesn't know how strong that is, having never used them in battle. The beetle humans warn Hanyu of an impending attack, so he rides them to investigate. Suddenly the sky fills with monsters, worrying even the level 2 adventurer Thon, but the level 1 pugilist is excited because more monsters mean more money. A first-class water mystic is happily collecting core fragments from the locusts, while a fire mage is busy grilling them into a delicious snack. A team of 4 works together to fight Hanyu's locusts while he flies above them using bioluminescent bugs to scout ahead. Thrawn, even level 3, is a second-class dragonblood warrior. They all wear the same type of metal, but Thrawn's is silver, the real deal just for him. It seems Thrawn is the leader of this group. He orders a retreat as locusts darken the sky. But it was too late. Hanyu sent a locust man to descend and toy with them. Danger was closing in. What seemed like ordinary insect soldiers were actually third-stage demons, and Thrawn ordered everyone to scatter while he held the monster back. Thrawn unleashes a mighty cleaving strike, but it's useless, barely a scratch. This monster is too strong, there's no chance. While Thrawn was distracted, the vermin suddenly attacked, kicking him hundreds of meters away, and then it turned its attention to the others. The others scramble to escape, but the monster is already upon them, the yellow insectoid reveling in the chase. With nowhere to run, the F4 were quickly captured and carelessly tossed aside by the mutant centipede. Hanvu appears before them looking displeased as the Fury Fist Master's words reach him filled with curses. "Don't come any closer, you ugly demon." Hanvu was touched on a sore spot. He's always been beautiful, yet this explorer calls him ugly. He told them that if they wanted to survive and leave this forsaken place, they just needed to answer his questions. Hanvu asks what kind of person they think he is, but the Wrath Fist Master flatly refuses to answer a demon's questions. Before anyone could react, the yellow insectoid who had been standing next to Hanvu suddenly attacked the Fury Fist Master, piercing him with its claw, shocking even Hanvu, who yelled at the insectoid, reminding him that he was only supposed to scare them, not actually hurt them. The grasshopper scolded, gaped with sweat pouring down its face, while the sight caused the novice swordsman and fire mage to scream in terror. Annoyed by their fear, Hanvu orders the cursed grasshoppers to poison the rest, and Thon impatiently asks what Hanvu wants. He repeated the question, a question so absurd that Thon found it difficult to answer. He honestly described it, but not Hanyu rather, that giant enormous grasshopper with its big eyes and long antennae. Hanyu begins to overthink, believing Thon's description of the ugly grasshopper is an attempt to create a negative image to imprint on the invaders' minds, which is exactly what he wants. Satisfied with Thrawn's answers, he demands more, and for 3 hours all Hanvu does is ask questions. Having gotten what he needed, Hanyu freed Thrawn as promised, and the man fled as if possessed. He must quickly report the news of the demon army to the Adventurers Guild. Though Hanvu let Thrawn go, he secretly observed and followed him from above. Seeing that he'd arrived at his destination, he ordered Chow Chow to knock Thon unconscious, as his information couldn't be exposed just yet. Hanwu continues his work, learning that there are hundreds of thousands of adventurers here. Directly attacking with just the 3 of them wouldn't be enough. But as he pondered how to increase their fighting power, the ostracized goblin horde appeared before him, eagerly awaiting his command. Hanyu is slightly disappointed, but something is better than nothing. Most of the goblins are low level, but the goblin leader is level 62, and has reached the 3rd class advancement. But how could they possibly have professions? It turns out their leader had been eating adventurers who possessed profession fragments, thus collecting them. An idea strikes Hanyu, and he decides to grant his locust class changes, wasting no time in putting his plan into action. Hanvu then ordered all the locusts to find the adventurers and collect the job fragments. 3 days later, the job fragments were gathered in one place, and it was time to start merging the jobs for the locusts. Hanyu throws all the fragments into the air, and the system offers job options: lawyer, martial artist, warrior, and marksman. Hanyu chose the marksman class, a perfect ranged attack method for his locust hero lifeforms, dreaming of future upgrades that would make capturing any hero a breeze. Another grasshopper arrives, reporting that the cave ahead is impossible to approach. Hanyu orders them to lead the way. Arriving, he sensed a powerful energy mixed with divine power, and saw an orange dragon sleeping in chains below. Hanyu recalls his teacher's words about civilizations from beyond their world often sealing away enemies they couldn't easily kill. Perhaps the black dragon sleeping before him is one such unfortunate soul sealed away by a powerful being. This black dragon is named Elphus, currently level 103, down from its original 149 due to being sealed. Elphus is a rebel, a special race class, so its equipment, divinity, and talents are unknown. Suddenly, the black dragon opened its eyes, and the panicked insectoids tried to flee only to be stopped by Hanyu, leaving them paralyzed with fear. The rebel black dragon Elphus rises intent on destroying Hanyu, who now flees for his life, ordering the ant-men to scatter. Elphus relentlessly attacks black smoke billowing everywhere. 5 minutes later, Hanvu peeks out, asking if the black dragon is out of moves, infuriating it further and prompting another attack. Elphus opens his maw, unleashing an ever-growing orb of power as Hanyu flees once more. The black dragon, for all its bluster, can't seem to land a single blow. After 10 minutes of fruitless effort, the black dragon began to tire, and Hanyu reappeared, saying he wasn't there to fight but only to help. But of course it doesn't believe him, thinking it sees through Hanyu's tricks. "Leave now before I lose my temper, or I'll wipe out your entire family." Seeing that he couldn't reason with the black dragon, Hanvu drew his bow and launched the first attack. "Take this," but the arrows are immediately deflected upon touching the elfish's body. The black dragon scoffs, calling Hanyu an insect, boasting that its defense is impenetrable, and that Hanyu can't possibly harm it. Seeing that arrows were useless, he switched to a sword. Hanyu lunged forward and slashed at the black dragon, but it was unharmed. Not even a scratch. So he changed his approach, focusing 10,000 points of divine power near the black dragon's head. Unable to wound it, he couldn't negotiate. Hanyu used decapitation prevention and successfully injured the black dragon. Enraged that Hanvu dared to harm a great rebel like himself, the black dragon tried to intimidate him, but Hanvu cut him off, threatening, "I still have plenty of weapons, you might just get logged out." Only then did the black dragon relent and speak with Hanyu, asking him what he wanted from it. Hanwu gets straight to the point. He wants to eliminate a hero in Dragon City, but he's not strong enough yet, so he needs the black dragon's help. But Ellie has been sealed here for hundreds of years and cannot leave. The chain that binds it is a special artifact created just for it. Even its dark power couldn't corrode half of it, let alone Hanvu's weapon. Hanvu stared at the chain around the black dragon's neck. This lock is a divine artifact, indeed. The great rebellious black dragon doesn't lie. Hanyu conjures a fireball in his hand. He had a way to break the lock on the black dragon's neck, but he didn't know if it would work. Hanyu's method was to cut the chain in the middle. He thrust the fireball into the chain, severing it before the black dragon's astonished eyes. Seeing the chain break, the black dragon loudly demanded Hanyu cut the rest, even audaciously declaring, "The great rebellious black dragon commands you." Unhappy with black dragon's words, Hanyu asks him to repeat himself, and the ignorant black dragon repeats his command. Hanyu helped the black dragon with one chain link to show his sincerity in needing its help, but the dragon dared to order him around. The black dragon agrees to Hanvu's request, seeing it as a simple task to physically impact a hero, and then get him killed. Child's play. It insists, repeatedly asking Hanvu to remove its chains, but Hanyu has changed his mind. He wants the black dragon to serve him for 100 years, as repayment for saving it. The black dragon roared, cursing Hanvu as contemptible trash, saying he was delusional. How could a great rebellious black dragon serve a mere boy like him? With a stern face, Hanvu said, "I can save you, but I can also make you disappear forever. If you don't agree to my request, you'll just become a stepping stone for me to increase my strength." He even says that a dragon's corpse is a treasure trove, and its bones would make excellent weapons. Hearing this, Black Dragon is chilled to the bone, and quickly agrees to serve Hanyu for 100 years, just to be freed as soon as possible. Having been chained for so long, it couldn't bear it any longer. Getting his wish, Hanyu cheerfully handed the Black Dragon a contract, and asked him to sign it. After reading the contract, the Black Dragon lost its composure, for it was nothing short of enslavement. "Don't even think about it. The dragon race will never be slaves." As it protested, Hanyu presented a fragment of a profession before it. Black Dragon held back. He knew the dragon was weak and needed to be fed, so he used the fragment as bait. As expected, the Black Dragon was completely enticed. One moment it was boasting, vowing never to do such a thing, and the next it was signing the contract. Hanyu kept his promise as well. Once the Black Dragon signed, he released the little wolf to devour the chains, freeing it. And after years of imprisonment, the rebel Black Dragon Elfi was finally free, no longer bound by chains. Elsewhere within the Adventurers Guild of Dalong City, the 5 heroes gather, having just learned of the Black Dragon's escape from its seal and its weakened state. The Saint Hero believes this is the perfect time to join forces and eliminate the Black Dragon, while the Saintess Hero predicts it will seek a secret refuge to recover its strength in the vast area outside the city. Finding him would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. They'll need help from the explorers of Dalong City. Another, the Icefire Sword Hero, clad in pristine white, insists on striking first to gain the upper hand, before the dark energy emanating from the Black Dragon causes a monster uprising, amplifying their power. The Windwalker Hero calmly dismisses their concerns, stating it's just a newly freed Black Dragon not worth the worry, and passes the buck to the seemingly reliable Dragon Slayer. "Are you sure about that, Brother Dragon Slayer?" The Dragon Slayer hero faced stern eyes like daggers. It's just a giant dragon. Why all the fuss? I once single-handedly killed a wind dragon and it didn't disrupt the adventurers in Dragon City. The Infinite Hero quickly warned that this black dragon is unlike any other, and according to the ancient texts it's a traitor to its kind, so do not underestimate it. The Dragon Slayer hero spoke with displeasure. Are you doubting my strength? After all, he is a 4th-level Dragon Slayer blessed by the heavens themselves. His sole purpose is to kill dragons. With just those words, the Infinite Saint hero was silenced. The Dragon Slayer hero decided to deal with the Black Dragon, asking only that the others protect Dragon City. It's clear they respect him, his words carrying great weight, and the Windwalker happily offers to assist the Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer silently walks away with Windwalker trailing behind him as Han Yu and the Black Dragon gather all the monsters of Dragon City. They all kneel before Han Yu and Black Dragon as Han Yu calls for them to rise up, unite, and form a monster alliance to fight the explorers with the goal of hunting them down. The monsters below were stunned, hardly believing what they were hearing. They had never considered hunting adventurers, knowing their own limitations. Han Yu pondered the monsters' words. Their tribe wasn't strong enough, and victory depended on controlling these lesser creatures. He promised to enhance their power. Joining the Monster Alliance would reward them with energy stones to boost their strength. Days later, they began the first steps of their plan, with the Black Dragon drawing its own blood for Han Vu to bathe, in hoping its dragon blood would help him break through to the 3rd stage. He also subtly reminded Han Yu to give him 500 black crystals because he would be dizzy from blood loss. Han Yu knew the Black Dragon was pretending to be weak, but since it had to shed so much blood for him, he promised to pay him in full, even though 500 black crystals was very expensive. After bathing in dragon blood, the system notifies Han Vu that he has been promoted to a 3rd-class Black Dragon Warrior, increasing his physique and resistance to various elements by 50%. His powers surged, especially his mastery of Black Dragon transformation, and without hesitation, Han Vu commanded the skill to activate within him. A thick purple smoke began to swirl around him, and in an instant horns and wings sprouted from Han Yu's body. This is his new skill. His codename is now the Demon King. Having reached level 125, and with talents like Chosen of Heaven, Dark Element Detection, Ancient Fox's Black Dragon Mark and many others, Han Vu now stands in a different position. Han Yu was confident he could duel the heroes of Dragon City, but suddenly, the Black Dragon roared. What's going on? 2 streams of blue and red light have appeared in the sky. 2 men land. It's the Dragon Slayer hero and the Windwalker hero. They've found the Black Dragon's lair, and the Dragon Slayer hero sets his sights on the beast. Once the Black Dragon is dealt with, his Dragon Slayer class will surely reach new heights, and so he orders the Windwalker to shield the area, preventing other monsters from interfering with his grand endeavor. The Windwalker hero raises his hand, creating a green orb of power called the Storm Barrier, a brilliant blue sky in Dragon City. Han Yu and the Black Dragon are trapped within the hero's barrier, and they're shocked to see a level 125 monster like the Demon King outside of Dragon City. Han Vu originally wanted to master his skills before seeking out a hero in Dalong City, but fate had other plans. The Windwalker hero, whose real name is Smit, is level 131 and possesses the talents of Mace Mastery, Wind God, Fire, Lightness of Body, and Storm Incarnation. In terms of levels, Han Vu and Black Dragon may be at a significant disadvantage in today's battle. Let the fight begin. Han Vu attacks first, soaring into the air, but his blows are easily dodged. The hero leaps high, suddenly appearing behind Han Vu to strike. Turns out CA can create clones. Han Vu is attacked from both sides, leaving him stunned. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks as the Locust clan shattered the barrier. It seems to be trying to break the barrier CA created earlier, as the Dragon Slayer battles the Black Dragon. Seemingly at a disadvantage, he had somehow appeared behind the Black Dragon, raising his sword high to strike. The Black Dragon hit hard, let out a piercing shriek, and fell to the ground. The Black Dragon was completely defeated and subdued by the Dragon Slayer, who ordered the Dragon Souls to take it back to Dragon City before turning to ask CA if he needed help. Confident he could handle Han Yu-Kei, told the Dragon Slayer to return first and he would follow. The heroic Dragon Slayer said nothing more, escorting Black Dragon back to Dragon City with his sword and 2 Dragon Souls. Han Yu continues his relentless assault on the storm barrier, determined to break through no matter the cost. The swarm of locusts charged like a storm, shattering the storm barrier piece by piece. In mere moments, the wall crumbled, leaving Kei utterly astonished. But C arrogantly dismissed Han Vu's recklessness, launching attack after attack only to be swarmed by the locusts before he could even react, finally realizing the imminent danger. If he continues like this, his energy will be depleted. Flight is the best of the 36 tactics, but it's too late. In an instant, the level 131 hero was devoured by the swarm, consumed, until only bones remained. Ka logged out, meaning Han Vu's mission was complete, and a message from his master appeared on the screen. Now that the portal back is open, he could return. But the situation is ironic, as Han Vu doesn't want to go back just yet. The teacher knows why he wants to stay. Han Vu wants to rescue the Black Dragon bound to him by a century-long contract, and he can't abandon it. The teacher's face was grim, as he warned Han Yu of the danger. Rescuing Black Dragon isn't just facing one hero but four stronger ones plus millions of adventurers and tens of millions of armed civilians. Even a demigod could fail. Especially since Han Yu is just a minor divine being right now, something he's well aware of. He proposes releasing all the tribes within the Holy Domain to fight alongside him, willingly raising the stakes by changing the mission to conquering all of Dragon City. The teacher was stunned by his proposal, challenging all of Dalong City. Sounded like a joke, but he agreed to the dangerous and dramatic request, sincerely reminding him not to die here before disappearing. Because his true form has descended, he must win, and complete the mission at all costs. As the teacher vanishes, a group appears, the highest level among them being a Sword Peak Tribe Decapitator, Sword Peak Heroic Lifeform at level 140. There was also a level 113 Dwarven Smith Hero, a level 135 Minotaur, a level 132 Skeleton, a level 86 Bone Reviver, and finally, a level 75 Bone Controller, a lineup that pleased Han Yu, but the number of adventurers in Dalong City was vast. Though the affiliated tribe is strong, they're no match for the sheer number of humans, forcing them to seek help in controlling the low-level adventurers. Now is the time for the Monster Alliance to shine, and Han Yu orders the Locust Kin to spread the word immediately. The longer this goes on, the more danger the Black Dragon will be, and so Han Yu summons Slash Swordwind and Fish Demon Satman to accompany him to the secret forest. Deep in the forest, the monsters conspire, believing the Monster Alliance is obsolete with the Black Dragon gone. One wolf proposes a plan to take down Han Yu, steal his energy stones and divide them, but before he can finish, he's attacked from behind and collapses. The monsters nearby were terrified. It was Han Vu's warning. A pack of spineless insects dared to plot against him. If he didn't put them in their place, they'd turn on him. Han Yu's eyes narrowed a clear threat. Did they truly have a death wish? But the green-skinned goblin still didn't seem to learn his lesson, pointing at Han Yu and saying he only wanted to serve other rebels, that he didn't acknowledge Han Yu and that he was nothing. Han Wu immediately taught them a lesson. These ignorant sprites dared to act so presumptuously. The one who was just mouthing off is now writhing on the ground. This isn't an invitation to attack the city, it's an order. The remaining goblins, witnessing this, immediately knelt and prostrated themselves, begging to serve him. Now filled with fiery determination, Han Vu is ready for a life or death battle, and he's determined to save Black Dragon. Han Vu and his monsters head to Dalong City to rescue Black Dragon from the heroes. Inside Dragon City, the Black Dragon lies chained and motionless, surrounded by onlookers, as the Dragon Slayer languidly enjoys wine, admiring his victory. Someone arrives to announce that the Black Dragon execution ceremony is set up in the square, and Saintess Tuong Vi sends word asking why hero Fong Han Jia hasn't returned with the Dragon Slayer. It's been 12 hours, and even the Dragon Slayer doesn't know if the Windwalker has returned. He tells the commoner that perhaps the Windwalker is late, and he will personally search for him after the dragon-slaying ceremony is complete. Suddenly, the ground shakes, spilling the Dragon Slayer's wine and staggering him. The monsters and Han Yu's forces have arrived. The horn has sounded, alerting all in Dragon City to prepare for the massive monster onslaught. Chaos descends upon the city. Women and children retreat to the bunkers while every adventurer and man takes up arms against Han Vu. Chobin buried all the monsters mentioned since ancient times, yet they've all appeared together. And there's a large number of flying monsters too, Han Yu's beetle swarm. They swarm into the city, and the soldiers can only beg the mages to cast spells, but before they can, they're cut down by a hail of arrows. Those arrows came from the mutant hornets, while below mages desperately fire spells, but the hornets effortlessly evade every attack. With the monsters attacking more fiercely, the power of unity proves to be a force to be reckoned with, as Han Vu commands from behind. Little Skeleton Bone Reclaimer, prepare to move out. The two monsters charged forward with incredible force, quickly wiping out the soldiers, leaving them with no escape. The burial monster fought with increasing ferocity, swinging his massive hammer, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hit the Rosethorn's forest, leaving him bewildered. The Rosethorn's hero launched an attack with vine-like branches enveloping the burial, completely obscuring his vision. Meanwhile, the imitation hero's windblades held back the monsters, leaving them unable to attack. Taking advantage of this, the Limitless Saint hero commanded the troops to form a battle formation, seizing the opportunity to eliminate the monsters. The other mages were also encouraged to launch magical attacks, creating a combined magic assault. The goblins were no match, blasted away for 2 billion meters, as the magic of the Dragon City mages grew stronger. The monsters were defenseless, as the false Dragon Slayer rallied the adventurers to repel the invaders while he would slay the Black Dragon. Seeing the tide turn against them, Han Yu finally unleashes the Bone Controller, who summons hundreds of bones that assemble into a colossal skeleton. The skeletal giant, crackling with high-voltage electricity, advances toward the fire, easily shattering the magic barrier by grabbing the vine. The monster's strength and will are restored, and they charge inward like mad beasts. Han Wu's power has reached its peak. Elphys, I'm here to save you. Running and shouting, Han Vu's voice awakens Elphys. In a flash, Han Vu appears before him. After being immobilized for days, the Black Dragon is invigorated, asking why he's come. Above, the heroes look down on them with disdain, unaware of their own limitations in a place like this. Then the infinite holy hero descends, intent on striking Han Yu. but just as he prepared to strike the Minotaur clan, immediately knocked him out cold. To insult my god is punishable by death. Seeing this, the pink-haired hero lunged forward, unleashing thorny vines, but before they could reach Hanyu, the divine hammer blocked them with 1,000,000,000 volts of electricity. The vines writhed in a sea of fire, shocking the girl, and the dragon-slaying hero could no longer bear it. Only a few minutes remain, but his plan has completely fallen apart. His chance to level up can't just vanish like this. He began to attack, unleashing dragon souls, but to no avail. The dragon souls were dealt with as soon as they appeared, and the advantage was gradually tilting towards Hanvu and the monsters. The Dragon Souls and the Bone Clan fought fiercely, neither side giving an inch, when suddenly the Bone Summoner cried out that he was starving. Then he jumped onto the back of a Dragon Soul and took a huge bite, causing the dragon to lose control and scream in pain. I doubt the dragon ever imagined a skeleton would take a bite out of its neck. Seeing his dragon being devoured, the dragon-slaying hero flies into the air, demanding justice for his beloved offspring. "How dare you devour my dragon spirit? You must have a death wish." The undead were already dead, so how could they tire of living? Meanwhile, the Dragon Slayer's sword strike sends the skeleton plummeting. Cracking sounds echoed from the ground, but in an instant the Bone Clan's limbs healed and he leaped back up. The Dragon Slayer's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought he'd defeated it, but the creature was incredibly resilient. The poor dragon soul was mercilessly devoured by the Bone Reviver, its cries for help echoing. The Dragon Slayer is stunned by the sight before him. "What kind of monster are you?" The Dragon Slayer, having lived this long, has never seen a monster so quick to recover for a meal. His attacks seemed to have no effect on the Bone Clan. But the main mission upon entering Dragon City was to rescue Elphys, so Hanyu ordered Greed to unlock Elphys's cage. Imprisoned in a cage, Elphys on the verge of death praises Hanvu as a reliable partner, lauding him as a great rebel. Black Dragon vowed to remember Hanyu forever, a sentiment that pleased him greatly. He tells the Black Dragon to serve him for another 100 years to repay his kindness, and throws the dragon 2 dark star stones to heal the injuries it has suffered. It's as if they share a bond. Although the contract dictates that the Black Dragon is Hanyu's servant, he treats the dragon like a true friend. Suddenly, Hanvu sensed something was wrong. The divine pestle was losing ground, and in danger with vines closing in. Hanyu immediately ordered the Locust to assist Divine Hammer, but the situation was truly dire. They must escape this predicament quickly, or defeat is inevitable. If this continues, Hanvu's army will be annihilated, and the Black Dragon, sensing Hanvu's concern, decides to offer him a great gift. It seems Elphys truly believes in Hanyu, and wishes to bestow a title upon him. "From now on, you shall also be known as the Great Rebel." With that, Elphys rose, casting beams of purple light from its eyes onto Hanyu, chanting incantations to transfer energy to him. In an instant, Hanvu's power surged dramatically, now possessing the strength of the Black Dragon Transformation, Dark Possession, and Tyrant Dragon Slash. Hanvu rushed towards the Dragon Slayer hero, landing a critical blow that he couldn't defend against. A force so immense it caused him to vomit blood. Taking advantage of the Dragon Slayer hero's weakened state, the Bone Clan ambushes him, piercing his heart and ending his life, then summoning his soul to create a mutated being, the hero Bloodbone. Hanyu doesn't stand still. On the other side, the heroic Saintess is under attack. Unyielding, she cries, "You dare drop my loot!" Hanvu smirks, promising she's next, and orders the Divine Hammer Saintess to repay her deeds before rushing to help defeat the Icefire Sword hero. He lunges from behind, throwing the hero off balance as the mutated hero unleashes a final fatal blow across slash. Seeing his fellow heroes fall, the Infinite Saint panicked and fled, but monsters now surrounded the entirety of Delong City. The mutated hero Bloodbone suddenly appears before the Infinite Saint, ready for battle, as the Bull Demon tribe descends from above with a decisive blow. With the heroes defeated, Hanvu announces to the monsters that they've purged the entire city. He also keeps his promise to exchange starstones for everyone's spoils, bringing a bag of them to Black Dragon just as he said he would. "My friend, I hope you return to Dinfang soon." Black Dragon, moved to tears, thanked Hanvu profusely, vowing to follow him for life. The teacher's screen congratulates him on completing the mission, his recent achievements, marking an unprecedented feat in the school's history. The teleportation channel is ready, and Hanyu has 3 hours to sort through all the spoils of war. Hanyu agreed with the teacher's request to establish a stable teleportation gate connected to his divine realm. He's willing to hand over all the spoils he's won. The teacher pondered, understanding Hanyu's desire to take root in a new civilization, but it would also bring many potential risks. Establishing a stable portal is simple, but what if an outside civilization retaliates against his divine realm through it? If he's not careful, Hanyu's divine realm could be compromised. But his mind was made up. Hanvu expressed his resolve to his teacher. "Master, I've made up my mind." The teacher agreed to help make Hanyu's wish a reality. Within 10 days, he would help Hanyu stabilize the portal, and provide him with an early warning device alerting him to any powerful beings from outside civilizations using the gate to travel. 10 days pass, and the teleportation gate stabilizes. Hanyu leaves Multi-Dragon City under the management of the Dry Bones, also leaving the Bull Demon to guard against a counterattack from the adventurer teams. Hanvu confided in the skeleton clan like a friend, saying that Dalong City was beyond saving, urging them to return to the divine realm as soon as possible, and not to lose too much over this. The Bone Clan silently acknowledged his understanding, and with everything settled, Hanvu ordered the portal opened, ready to return to his everyday school life. Back at school after those battles, Hanvu's body has undergone significant changes, especially his eyes, which are no longer normal but now black. Walking through the school, Hanyu's eyes caught the attention of his teacher. "Hanyu, what happened to your eyes?" Hearing this, he finally noticed the changes in his body, assuming it was due to his unique rebellious profession. He opened his information panel to check, finding his current level had reached Divine Being with Rebellion, listed among his talents. Hanyu wanted to see more details about his rebellious nature, but the system informed him that his level was too low. He needed to reach demigod status to qualify for a talent assessment. The teacher announces that Hanvu has excellently completed and passed the Jingzi Academy's exam, earning him a spot as a prospective student, but to officially enroll, he must meet certain conditions. The requirements to become a full-fledged reserve student are special skills and meeting at least 2 of the following 4 conditions. First, the core dependents must become innate elite lifeforms. The second is that Hanvu must nurture a heroic lifeform. The third, his divinity must reach over 4 points. And finally, he must possess a sacred artifact. In his current situation, Hanyu has already met the second condition. He needs to fulfill just 1 more to pass. But this news comes too late, likely complicating things for Hanyu. The teacher left, encouraging him to try his best as the academy's doors were opening before him. Hanwu turns to his teacher, hoping for help to quickly gain another divinity point, but the teacher sadly shakes his head, saying it's too late. If Hanwu had asked a day earlier, he might have been able to spare a point, but now, he's all out. The teacher suggests Hanyu participate in the school's assessment in 28 days, the reward being 1 point. Hearing this, he turns away, his face full of doubt. It's hard to believe such a coincidence could happen. "Hanyu, please put away that suspicious look." He swears on his honor that what he said is true, leaving Hanvu to rise up on his own. Hanvu returns to his own divine realm, ready to risk it all. Hanyu attempts to gain divinity points through life sacrifice, but the system yields nothing, forcing him to postpone until tomorrow. However, the next day proves equally fruitless. For 7 days straight, Hanyu diligently sought divinity points, but his efforts were consistently fruitless, leaving him between laughter and tears, especially since he traded his divinity card for 150 million divinity points. It's too late for regrets now. If I had another chance, I'd hold on to that divinity card and never sell it. The system alerts him to a new message from Yuanzhong boss. Where does the origin of today's sacred object lie? Hanyu didn't reply immediately, but instead sent a message to Yuanzhong asking to borrow a point of divinity, even though he doubted Yuanzhong as a true god would have one. On the other end, the celestial bead received the message with mixed feelings, wondering if Hanyu was at least a high-ranking demigod. He immediately asked to borrow a divine point, but since he was a great god in his eyes, he couldn't afford to offend him. So Vientiane immediately sent the divine point to Hanvu. He was overjoyed to receive the gift, but upon opening it, he found a ruined galaxy, not at all what he had hoped for. What the hell is this? Immediately, Hanvu searches online, and a wealth of information appears before him. The Godly River remnants are an abandoned Godly River civilization, a structure left behind in the development process. However, excessive research on this item has altered the mineral structure of this plane, and it carries a certain amount of radiation teeming with various life forms. Living in this area, they've been affected by the radiation, and over 90% have mutated into chaotic gene monsters. To survive here, these monsters can only consume more radioactive ore to enhance their mutations, fighting monsters poison with poison. However, excessive consumption of radioactive ore causes mutated monsters to synthesize crystals that can absorb altered genes. These gene stones have a special and miraculous effect on nurturing dependence. Even though it's the lowest grade, it's comparable to a 3rd-level divine artifact, and worth hundreds of thousands of divine power, quite popular with demigods and even true gods. This gift is truly valuable. I wonder how many divinity points this ticket can be sold for. There's breaking news: a certain god king bought inferior radioactive ore, bankrupting 100 billion divinity investment artificial mutant farm. Hearing this, Hanyu remembers he has a decomposition machine that can refine even low-grade radioactive ore into radioactive crystals. After feeding it to mutated beasts, it can transform and condense stronger gene stones. I should check it out in person. Hanyu gets right to work, heading to a small town outside the Godfall ruins, cloaked and masked. Arriving in unfamiliar territory, his safety had to come first. A man appeared behind Hanyu, offering to guide him around, immediately putting Hanyu on guard. "Give me one reason why I should hire you." The man then boasted about his knowledge of the divine galaxy, even knowing who was good and who wasn't. He rattled off information that Hanyu didn't need, so he stopped him and asked if he knew anyone selling radioactive ore. The man looked at Hanyu, utterly perplexed, and asked if the great god was here for radioactive ore. The blonde man told Hanyu about the recent low-quality radioactive materials, boasting that it was because the man didn't buy them through him, which made Hanyu pay more attention. Then a bald man appeared behind him, walking towards Hanyu and raising his hand in greeting. Seeing this, the blond man rushed to keep the customer, introducing the bald man to Han Yu, calling him Mr. Hack, the biggest mine owner in the Shenhe ruins. The bald man proudly introduced himself, further stating that Hazy was the largest radioactive ore dealer in all of Divine Ruins. Over 70% of the radioactive ore in all of Divine Stream comes from him, and he assures that he never deals with low-quality goods. Han Yu then specifies his requirements for the radioactive ore. He needs a pure sample worth 10,000 points of divine power to take back to the Divine Realm for testing, and Hazy happily agrees. The trade is complete. These 4,000 god power points worth of ore for 21 radiation crystals is quite cost-effective, and Han Yu wastes no time in testing them. His first test subject is a common wild wolf, a level 1 mutated beast with genetic disorders. He throws the crystal to the wolf. The wolf devoured it, and the ordinary creature sprouted horns and a powerful mane. Han Wu is surprised by the ore's effect. The wolf merely licked it and reached the second level of mutation. The wolf continues to eat, and another transformation occurs now at the third level. Han Yu was imagining how great this would be for the Divine Realm's canine race. But suddenly the wolf in front of him exploded, turning into a red crystal. Indeed, the radiation is dangerous. Without control, one will explode from its power. The red stone, called a gene stone, induces gene mutation in canine familiars, but its side effect reduces their lifespan by 3 years. Suddenly, a voice from behind threatens Han Yu to hand over the stone. It's the demigod Zhang Gang. Han Yu retorts, asking what will happen if he doesn't. Zhang Gang declares that death awaits Han Yu, summoning a pack of wolves to attack, but they prove to be no match. In an instant, Han Vu transforms with the dark dragon art sprouting wings and unleashing a terrifying power that leaves the wolves in awe before he strikes. Zhang Gang ordered the others to attack, and a pack of wolves lunged at Han Yu, but he fearlessly soared into the sky. These fools, I can fly. The demigod Zhang Gang is annoyed by Han Yu's childish antics. Using his anti-flight spell, Zhang Gang drags Han Yu from the sky, leaving him to fall helplessly into the pack of wolves, ordering them to attack. Now forced to flee due to Zhang Gang's anti-flight spell, Han Yu spots a forbidden sea ahead and dives in, hoping the wolves won't follow. But unexpectedly, they pursued him relentlessly, with Zhang Gang pushing his wolf cavalry to chase Han Yu, leaving him with no choice but to flee. Zhang Gang followed, furious at his failure to capture Han Yu, but sensing a strange aura, he ordered his beasts to retreat. Han Yu remained hidden underwater, waiting for them to leave before daring to emerge. As he reached the shore, he was horrified to see mutated fish. The river he'd just swum through must have been contaminated with nuclear waste. The safest course of action is to turn back, but upon closer inspection, Han Yu realizes the river isn't on the map, so he's lost. Just then, a horde of mutated beasts appears, intent on attacking Han Vu. He calmly faced them, throwing gene stones towards the beasts. In an instant, the massive beasts exploded. He narrowly escaped, but night fell, and Han Yu was still wandering in the dangerous wilderness. So he sought shelter, spotting a building in the distance. The abandoned residence of the Godly River civilization is called Godly River Lost Ruins, so that building is likely a relic of this civilization. In any case, resting in that building is safer than staying in this wilderness. Han Yu transformed into his black dragon form and flew toward the building, which looked like a long abandoned castle. Although no one seemed to be around, Han Yu remained vigilant. He couldn't be sure if wild beasts gathered here or not, but venturing deeper, he discovered scraps of paper scattered on the ground. A light emanates, drawing his attention, and he senses a surge of energy. Before him, a group of figures cloaked in black robes chanted before a strange light, and Han Vu wondered what they were doing. Han Wu eavesdrops from behind a wall, observing the mysterious figures in black robes, who discuss their failed investment and the millions granted by the God King to hold this ceremony. The black-robed figures place blue stones in a circle, unleashing a powerful beam of light into the sky, their ritual's purpose to break the seal on the civilization left by the Divine River. The men in black have successfully touched the seal, and Han Yu recalls reading about a research project concerning the ruins left behind by the Divine Galaxy. The Celestial River was sealed due to its high risk factor, and it seems the God King mentioned earlier has been secretly researching a ritual to unlock the seal. Fortunately, the Godly River ruins have restrictions allowing only life forms with less than 10 life points to enter, and the Godly River civilization's mutation source is unsealing. The real danger begins now as the system's alerts turn red. Warning: the sealer is not a super warrior of the Divine River civilization. Intruder detected. Seal removal suspended. The system activates anti-theft mode, releasing the mutated beast, hindering the activation matrix. The source of mutation is forced out of its seal and suppressed, while the cloaked figures writhe in agony, clutching their heads. Hanvu stands by, still trying to grasp what's happening, as a voice stirs the crowd into a frenzy. The voice introduced itself as the source of mutation, seeking a conduit among the black-robed figures who weakened its seal. The source of mutation invites them to play a game. The winner gets to be its conduit. One of the men in black, displeased, refused to participate in the Origin of Mutation's ridiculous game, even threatening it. He threatened that the Divine Realm's kin would level this place if they didn't release him, but he underestimated the source of mutation. From the start, they couldn't contact their divine domain. Then a level 6 mutant beast appeared. Upon arrival, it sent those nearby flying, filling everyone with dread, and Hanvu raised his hand to speak. He explained that he couldn't contact the divine realm, and therefore couldn't summon his familiars, leaving the men in black, puzzled as to where Hanyu came from. The source mutant assured him he wouldn't be disappointed, then opened a gateway for him to contact the divine realm. 3 hours later, the black-robed figures sat in despair as their familiars were either torn or shattered. But Hanyu just smirks, knowing he has a treasure in his hands, the decomposition machine capable of breaking down about 6000 Dark Knight crystals. Currently, the Locust is a level 3 mutated beast, and Hanyu is constantly encouraging it to eat more blue stones. After 3 months of feasting on blue crystals, the Locust's mutation from level 3 to level 6 shocked everyone, and Qi Yuan ordered his beast Gamura to test it. The monster began its hunt, devouring everything in its path as the mutant Qin Wen laughed triumphantly, declaring losers don't deserve to live. The Gamura monster continues to target the men in black, swallowing them whole. They cried out in desperation, begging for their lives. Finally, it's Hanyu's turn, the Qi origin mutant who's quite the challenge. You're next. The Locust's evolution is complete. Hanyu names him a Kwang. To gain this power, it devoured every gene stone, and now it's a bit overloaded, though Hanvu regrets that a Kwang's lifespan has been reduced to just 1 day. But now is the time for it to show its most important value, as Hanyu has successfully piqued the interest of the Qi origin mutant. He orders Gamora to attack, and the dragon darts toward a Kwang, like an arrow, only to be struck down, sending it into a frenzy. Refusing to yield to a Kwang's attacks, Gamora advances again, breaking a Kwang's claw and grins with delight. But a Kwang's claw regenerates instantly, leaving Gamora dumbfounded. A Kwang enraged the dinosaur so much that the mutant origin praised its evolution. They fought for hours without a clear victor. After 18 hours, there was still no progress. Gamora relentlessly attacks a Kwang, but all her blows are futile, only pushing her into danger, while the source of mutation is thoroughly impressed by the battle. What a magnificent battle. Wouldn't you agree, my dear representative? Hanyu plays along, feigning innocence with the green slime creature making his skin crawl. What do you want to do with my pure body? The primordial variant declared, from now on, Hanyu's body will belong to both of us. With that, he cast a spell, merging himself into Hanyu. With everything settled, his personal information panel appeared, but this time the identity section listed not only Hanyu but also the mutant origin. Hanyu's body doesn't know if it's Hanyu or the origin of mutation. Suddenly, blue flames appear before him, calling out to Hanyu. That's the source of mutation, the origin of his body's super mutant genes. Though it leeches off Hanyu, it also grants him the power to surpass the civilizations of the divine realms. They're symbiotic now, so they have to help each other. The blue guy is saying a lot, but Hanyu just wants to know how to get out of here. Escaping is easy now that the seal is suppressed by the source of mutation, and the only mutated beast guarding them, Gamora, is dead, granting them freedom. But removing the seal will attract many demigods and true gods to the ruins. They're just waiting for the seal to vanish completely so they can rush in news that startles Hanvu. If those people rush in, you won't survive this lifetime alone, and without any treasures to protect you. The only way is to run. Hanyu casts a spell and teleports to the blood-soaked arena. A moment later, the seal vanishes. As predicted, the true and demigods rushed in search of the treasure, but the arena was long empty. All that remained was a Kwang's corpse, leading Zhang Gang to suspect that Hanyu had been there. One of the crown-wearing figures is furious that his treasure has been stolen, ordering his entire retinue to unleash a day and night signal, retrieving the signal seed at all costs. Now in the bloody arena, Hanvu's last teleport cost him a staggering 100 million divinity points, making a return to school seem unlikely. The screen displays a challenge from a divine creature successor, an evil dragon, which Hanyu can accept or decline, but 3 rejections will disqualify him as a bloody arena successor. Barely arrived and someone's already looking for a fight. Hanvu immediately accepts the challenge. The battle's about to begin, and Hanvu and his opponent exchange taunts. In this battle, Hanyu's use of the Dry Bones clan surprises the inheritor of the evil dragon's divine creature, who is also extremely enraged. But this time he's met his match. Hanyu unleashes his swarm, telling his foe to save his breath and just fight. The opposing half-dragons are ordered to attack now, clashing with his swarm of yellow beetles, not the bone race. Hanyu has angered the red-haired man who believes he's being looked down upon, but Hanyu simply sits back, telling him to win against the locusts first. The half-dragons breathe fire upon the locust army, and Hanyu can no longer sit idly by issuing commands to his troops, but the half-dragons unleash even more fire, decimating the locusts. The inheritor of the evil dragon's divine creature issued a challenge warning that if Hanvu didn't play his trump card soon, his locust army would be wiped out, causing him great anxiety. If things continued this way, locusts would be sacrificed in vain. He considered summoning the divine mace bull demon, but as he prepared to contact the divine realm, the source of mutation stopped him. The source of mutation urged him to use the locust swarm to teach the dragonkin a lesson, but Hanyu thought they were no match. A notion the source of mutation immediately dismissed, insisting the locusts were not so weak. The locusts themselves devoured and crushed the level 6 Gamura. The source of mutation affirms that no race is weak, only those who accept defeat. The source of mutation urges Hanyu to use his directed mutation ability to destroy the arrogant dragonkin. Hanyu complies not because he listens to the source of mutation, but simply because he wants to test this directed mutation skill. Hanyu then began to cast the directed mutation spell on the locusts. Would it succeed? What would the result be? The source of mutation asks Hanyu how he wants to evolve his swarm. After a moment's thought, Hanyu decides to make the fallen locusts more resistant to damage so they can withstand more attacks than the others. The system presents 3 options each, stronger than the last, but with an increasingly steep price from a 50-day lifespan reduction at level 1 to 90 days at level 2, and a mere 24 hours at level 3. Hanyu was left with no choice. The half-dragon's attacks were brutal, and the locusts were dying by the second, so resistance required a gamble. Hanyu chooses level 3, and the fallen transform into colossal locusts charging towards the half-dragon. He recovered quickly from the Tramluan transformation, and they didn't disappoint, unleashing attacks that the half-dragon couldn't defend against. The red-haired guy, who was just confident and mocking Hanvu, is now gaping at Hanvu's sudden turnaround. Did they use stimulants from Fu Luang Kwok? He was stunned and demanded the referee intervene, but Hanyu continued to command his mutated locusts to attack. Your little dragons better watch out. He drew his bow and fired at the demi-dragons, sending them scattering across the arena. With victory in his grasp, Hanvu commands his mutated locusts to continue their assault on the dragons. The red-haired man, terrified, begs Hanvu to stop the relentless attack. He begs to concede the match, but a spectator, having bet 5,000,000 divine power on the dragonkin, is outraged and begins to complain. Hanwu realizes this is the perfect opportunity to film an anti-gambling ad, as the rewards for the challenge are a divine realm fragment and a blood arena seal. The Bloody Arena's special building now belongs to Hanyu's Divine Realm, a place where dependents can hone their skills. The winner has a chance to level up, and a very small chance to bypass the hero simulation, allowing extraordinary life forms to directly ascend into hero life forms, a true surprise. Defeating the heir seemed like an impossible feat, yet he succeeded. A truly unexpected turn of events. The mutated Chi Origin suddenly appeared from behind, scolding him for being bought off by such petty gains, a mere tip of the iceberg compared to their true value. Since Hanyu's current power comes from the mutant origin, he doesn't dare defy him. Yes, the boss is always right. Hanyu asks if he can upgrade now that they're done, but the entity orders him to kneel. Filling Hanyu with resentment, he vows to get revenge on the blue weirdo once he's strong enough. They began a life sacrifice, and a blue vortex appeared, revealing the items within: a 4th-level artifact, the Storm Battle Suit, which grants the clan the ability to summon a Storm Battle Suit, a 3rd-level building that allows clear observation of situations 1,000,000 kilometers away, and a flesh and blood puppet crafting book used to create flesh and blood zombies with strong biological properties. The book caught Hanvu's eye. He chose it, and perhaps his time to rise up had come. Over half a year later, in the Divine Realm, Hanvu successfully created a flesh and blood puppet. Though not pretty, its power is equivalent to that of a heroic entity. He named this one Xiao Chang, in memory of the little A Chang who sacrificed himself in the battle against Gamora. Everything is set. It's time to face the next challenges. Remembering his grandfather's words, Hanyu steps into the Kintei Academy, keeping his promise to find his parents in the Star Sea. 3 days later, he arrived at the prestigious Imperial Academy, awestruck by the sight before him. Here were the best of the best, and even more than half the passers-by radiated the power of demigods. A man calls out to Hanyu, asking if he's a prospective student from the Jingxi Academy. This courteous man was specially sent by Jingxi Academy to welcome him. Please follow me to the aircraft, and I will assist you with the check-in procedures. The plane takes Hanvu to a new place where the man leads him to his dorm, his home for the foreseeable future. Upon entering and finding it deserted, Hanyu inquired about the teachers and other students, only to be told that this place was exclusively for him. Hanwu is stunned by the sheer grandeur of it all. Is all this extravagance really necessary just for a place to stay? The man left after finishing his task, reminding him to attend class the next day, and Hanwu wandered around, knowing there were many talented individuals here, so he seized the opportunity to absorb divinity in this area. The next day in class, whispers followed Hanvu's every move, and the words were far from kind. They called him trash, saying he'd use connections to get ahead, but Hanyu paid them no mind. Perhaps those inside were plotting to bring him down a peg. Lost in thought, he was startled when the teacher appeared behind him, calling his name. Oh no, it's Colina. The beautiful teacher of the preparatory class Hanvu will attend, leads him into the classroom to begin the day's lesson. As he entered the classroom, he unexpectedly ran into a familiar face, Qin Shuang, who excitedly stood up upon seeing Hanyu. Hanyu Qin Shuang's actions have attracted the attention of everyone around them, who are whispering about how a goddess like her could know you and how close you seem to be. As Lina introduced Hanvu to the class, mentioning his past with Tan Sang, a student rudely interrupted, demanding to know why he was placed in the reserve class. This student is Shu Thiat, and his actions have displeased Miss Lina. With a cold expression, Lena reminded him, Shu Thiet, I don't know what they taught you at your previous school, but in my class you raise your hand before asking a question. The teacher's sharp gaze made Shu Thiet tremble as he sat down. Miss Lena, I apologize. I shouldn't have asked so hastily. Please forgive me. It's clear these students fear and respect Miss Lena. After Shu Thiet apologizes, Lena cheerfully suggests they ask Hanvu directly why he's here. The teacher's sudden change of heart left Hanvu sweating bullets. With that, she left the students to their own devices. But Shu Tai wouldn't let it go, challenging Han Yu, who flatly refused. Stung by the rejection, Shu Ti lashes out, but Qin Shuang is fed up with the class's antics. The girl slams her desk and stands up, demanding they cease their pointless actions, while Hanvu observes that wherever she goes, simps follow. But soon after they came looking for Hanvu again, and before he could ask what they wanted, Tan Sang stepped in front of him, questioning their intentions. What do you think you're doing? If you want to bully him, you'll have to get through me first. The guy refused to back down, yelling at Qin Shuang to get out of the way, even calling Han Yu the type to hide behind women, causing him to frown in displeasure. Han Yu slams his hands on the desk, ready to teach these arrogant fools a lesson, and confronts them. He just wanted to study peacefully in this school, so he didn't want to argue with them, but they wouldn't let it go. What do you want? Thiet believes Hanvu used connections to transfer and doesn't deserve to be in the same class, so he wants him to transfer out. Just say it. This guy even more delusional points at Han Yu, laughing and threatening him, confident they'll harass him until he leaves the class. Han Yu is utterly dismissive of these simpletons, threatening him of all people. Hanvu turns to Qin Shuang, mocking the others, asking if it isn't shameful to be in the same class as these fools. Qin Shuang is caught in the middle, unsure of what to do. She says they usually don't do anything too extreme, but she doesn't know why they're treating Han Yu differently. So Tu Thiet and Qin Shuang have no connection. Han Yu is confirming the situation, and if there's nothing between them, he's free to deal with those guys. Hearing that Hanvu was going to fight them, Tan Song grew worried, advising him not to underestimate Tu Thiet, whose core family was the Iron Skin, a naturally strong elite life form. Qin Shuang's lightning might not even be enough to be his opponent. Hearing this, Han Yu teased Qin Shuang, saying if he was afraid of him hurting them, he could just say he wouldn't touch those good-for-nothings. Qin Shuang immediately denied it, telling him to do whatever he wants. Shu Ti's group overheard Han Yu saying he would hurt them, and retorted that his proud family would make him doubt his life. And so they head to the arena to prove their mettle, as Han Yu smirks confident in his victory over the young punk. Qin Shuang watches Han Yu leave, wondering when he became so stubborn. She vows to help him no matter what so he doesn't lose his pride. The system presents several battle modes, prompting Hanvu to choose one. Among the 6 options, the 1-0-on-1-0 battle immediately catches his eye. He immediately chose this method to test out his 10 newly upgraded VIP Pro Max roaches, while Tu Thiet scorned Hanvu for foolishly choosing a 1-0-on-1-0 fight instead of fighting in the Legion. He was going to say that Han Yu must think his dependents are strong, but the scene before him cut his laughter short. Surrounding Han Yu were 10 VIP Pro Max roaches with ripped muscular bodies. Now it's Tu Thiet who's doubting his life, never expecting such a bizarre aura from a hero life form. It seems he can't underestimate his opponent, and must fight seriously, or he'll lose face in front of Tan Sung. True to form, Tu Thiet summons his Iron Muscleman. He's confident that even a Lord-level powerhouse would be forced to surrender before his lineup, and their match is being watched by everyone on screen. Qin Shuang was shocked by Han Yu's lineup. Since when did he have such impressive familiars? The friend next to Qin Shuang then shared his insights on the two teams, explaining that Han Yu's summons were actually puppets, but equivalent to heroic lifeform puppets. But fighting Shu Tai's Ironskin warriors is risky. It'd be a shame if they got damaged. This classmate is certain that Shu Tai will easily win. I can't wait to see that transfer student cry later. The surrounding crowd also discusses the lifeform puppets. It cost a fortune to acquire just one, yet Hanvu brought out 10 without a second thought. Qin Shuang wonders how Hanvu, with no one to rely on, has such financial resources. But that doesn't matter now. Let's see how this plays out, and we can ask Han Yu after the match. In the arena, the battle begins. Shu Zi unleashes his Ironskin warriors, who charge forward to suppress their opponents, landing blow after blow on the little roaches with earth-shattering force. From Thea wore a delighted expression, as if enjoying the fruits of his labor, but he was soon awakened from his reverie. The Xiaogang brothers were hit but unfazed. They stood their ground, showing no signs of falling or injury. From Thea shouted, "What is going on? What have you done to their bodies?" Now it's Hanvu's turn, and he orders his Little Strong brothers to retaliate and teach them a lesson. The Little Strong's attacks are so powerful the Ironskin lackeys can't even fight back, shocking the onlookers. Even Qin Shuang was surprised at how strong Hanvu had become. It wasn't long ago that he was just an ordinary person, but now everything is different. Han Yu taunts the Ironhide, provoking him. "Don't get cocky, I still have a trump card up my sleeve." The Ironskin warriors combine. Hearing this, Hanvu scoffs, saying he's been watching too much TikTok, but his smile fades as he sees them merge. After merging, the Ironskin grew tenfold, and the battle intensified. That Tu Thiet brags about the power of his clan again, certain he'll show Hanvu the true strength of a reserve student. Hanyu feigns fear, raising his hands to his chin. Wow, so powerful. Thinking Hanvu was truly afraid, Tuthiet gloated that if Hanvu surrendered and begged for mercy, he might spare the weaklings. It's effective for 10 seconds. He starts counting down from 10, but Hanvu interrupts at 8, telling him to save his breath. Hearing Hanyu's words, Tuthiet froze in place, then threatened him again, saying not to blame him. But as he spoke, he saw the little roaches who had been on their last breaths, now standing before him, smiling brightly. They healed themselves. Hanyu commanded the cockroaches to crush the iron shell, and 10 of them charged in. Some yanked out the wires while others gifted Tai Bai Ren with their viscous saliva, turning him into a stingray before reducing him to scrap. Witnessing the battle, Shu Tai's comrades exclaimed at the Little Strong's brutal fighting style as they watched their beloved Ironhide fall. Now nothing remains of Ironhide, leaving him stunned as Shu Tai collapses, having lost everything. Back at the academy, Hanvu strides confidently, drawing the attention of his fellow students, when suddenly a voice calls out to him using his old nickname, Grasshopper. The owner of that voice rushed forward, embracing him tightly upon their reunion. It was Manga, whom Hanyu had once defeated in the bloody arena. He looks a little different now. He used to have a face full of scruff, but now he looks decades younger. His appearance was just an act to avoid being bullied in the arena. This is a school, and there are many female students, so he can't keep up that persona. The other students surrounded him, apologizing for their past misunderstandings, and he happily integrated himself with everyone. Manga put his arm around Hanyu's shoulders, introducing himself as Xiangmeng, a freshman at the Imperial Academy. From now on, he'll protect Hanvu. Whoever bullies Hanvu is against him. Afterward, Xiangmeng introduced Hanyu to his friends Xia Tian and Ye Ling, who warmly welcomed him. After Xiangmeng's two friends introduced themselves, Hanyu introduced himself as well, modestly saying that his previous victory over Xiangmeng was just a stroke of luck. Yi Ling politely replies that luck is also a kind of ability, and gets straight to the point in the school's upcoming exam. The reserve students will enter a low-level secret realm, True Treasure Town, collected by the Imperial Academy to simulate survival in the outside world. They want Hanyu to retrieve something for them from within, but Hanyu is skeptical, questioning why 3 demigods would need help from a newbie like him. Yi Ling tells him not to be so modest. If he's a newbie, what does that make Manga, causing the big guy to blush and cough, hoping she'll drop the subject. Ye Ling explained to Hanyu that the Corpse Town was a low-level secret realm collected by the school, and according to regulations, it could only be used for prospective students to conduct large-scale topic simulations. Demigods like the 3 of them couldn't enter. Manga agreed with Ye Ling, showing off his muscles with narcissistic pride. If he went in there, he'd wreck the place in 2 or 3 hits, making Ye Ling and Hanyu laugh. Ye Ling wants Hanyu to take the Wisdom Fruit, which can help non-human types enhance their intelligence. They agreed to buy them for 1 divinity point each. Hearing this, Hanvu felt like he'd struck gold, his heart bursting with fireworks at the bargain, though he outwardly remained composed. All right, I agree. Yi Ling takes out a seed and hands it to Hanyu, saying it will be useful for his next subject. So everything evens out. As night falls, Hanyu stays awake, pondering the divine power. He originally planned to prepare for the demigod ritual once he accumulated 6 divinity points, but today Sina enlightened him with new knowledge. It's true that gathering 6 divinity points allows one to prepare for the demigod ritual, but a 6-point demigod can only fuse with the lowest first-level divine authority in the future. Students of the Imperial Academy wouldn't waste their potential like that. They would continue to accumulate divinity and gradually level up. The highest you can go is 10 points, which allows you to integrate with a level 5 godhood in the future. Hanyu is excited about everything. Kalina is indeed placing her hopes on him, so he'll fulfill the Sword Saint's request. A few days later in class, a classmate tells Hanyu about the Academy's upcoming exam. It seems Tuthiet hasn't given up trying to compete with Hanvu, just like Manhwa Association said he wouldn't. He wants to bet their grades. If his are better, Hanyu can never approach Qin Shuang again. Conversely, if your grades are better, he'll give up on Qin Shuang. Hanyu mocks his low IQ, wondering how he even got into the academy. No matter what, Qin Shuang never gave this Shu Tai a second glance, making his gamble utterly pointless. But this guy was persistent. He ignored Hanyu's words, willing to pay anything to keep him away from Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang appears behind him, wanting to confirm what Shu Tai just said. Shu Tai, you said if Hanyu's grades are better than yours, you'll stop pursuing me, right? Shu Tai, frustrated and frowning, asks Qin Shuang why she won't accept his sincere feelings. Who could ever date someone like that? Dismissing his concerns, Qin Shuang demands he answer her question, promising to uphold his end of the bargain, and asks Hanyu for his help, considering it a favor. Hanyu agrees to help Qin Shuang, but reminds her that the students here are all geniuses, and if he can't win, she shouldn't blame him. Qin Shuang remains steadfast, truly believing that Hanyu will crush that clueless Tuthiet. Kalina announces that class is about to begin. The students have arrived in the zombie town, a peculiar place where hospitable zombies express their welcome by eating guests' heads. As night falls, they'll go wild, and as soon as they arrive, 2 classmates complain of hunger. But upon entering, items like spatial rings and divine artifacts become unusable as everything is blocked. Hanyu pondered. As gods, they wouldn't feel hunger even after 10 days or half a month without food, but now that they're here, the divine artifacts are useless. Could this be a survival test? He opened his system to check its functions, finding that the key skills were intact, meaning the problem wasn't too difficult to solve. Han Yu invited Qin Shuang to take a walk around the town, and she readily agreed to join him. Qin Shuang summons her little peacock, hoping it will carry her across town, and offers to help Han Yu, but he refuses. No need, I can manage. Han Vu transforms into a black dragon, spreads his wings and soars into the sky. Qin Shuang followed close behind, and together they ventured into the zombie town, seeking to uncover its hidden secrets. After flying for a while, Han Vu and Tan Sang penetrated deeper into the zombie town. Han Vu was marveling at how well-stocked the town was when Tan Sang's stomach suddenly began to rumble. Her stomach rumbled and Han Yu couldn't help but laugh, inviting her to try some nearby restaurants, which made Qin Shuang blush with embarrassment. He wasn't allowed to laugh. They entered a rather old-fashioned shop, where the owner greeted them with open arms. Han Yu awkwardly explained their situation to the owner, that they were travelers from another town who had lost all their money. The owner's face changed, and he menacingly pulled a gun from under the counter, aiming it at them, while hurling insults and threats. Get your poor asses out of my store. Qin Shuang, enraged, was about to teach the old man a lesson, but Han Yu stopped her, urging her to stay calm. Right now their physical abilities are just like normal people, and if that's exposed, they'll be sent back to the present. Han Yu suddenly remembered the seed that senior sister Ye Ling had given him, saying it would be very useful here. He took the seed out of his pocket, presented it to the restaurant owner, and asked if he was interested. The restaurant owner's eyes lit up like headlights at the sight of the golden seed, his face shifting as if he'd found a priceless gem. He flipped from calling Han Yu a poor devil to addressing him as a respected guest in an instant. The innkeeper was eager to buy the seed, offering 10 gold coins for it. It seems these seeds are quite valuable here, so Han Yu asks him to prepare a meal for himself and Qin Shuang. The shopkeeper happily agreed to his request, and soon a spread of delicious and eye-catching dishes was laid out before an excited Han Vu and Tan Sang. Taking the opportunity, Han Vu asks the innkeeper about the current situation, and thanks to the seed, the innkeeper is happy to answer his questions. This is a truly wondrous place where humans and zombies coexist and struggle to survive. Humans hunt zombies for money and resources, while zombies consume human brains for power. Every night, zombies parade through the streets, hunting any living thing they see, even invading human homes. Besides swords and guns, humans also rely on magical plants to survive. The innkeeper confirms that the seed in Han Vu's hand is definitely a rare level 3 plant seed, and he wants to buy it at any cost. Han Vu thinks for a moment. This scenario is a bit familiar. He played this game when he was a master in his previous life. It seems that the level 1 plants here are equivalent to ordinary lifeform dependence. So level 3 plants must have the strength of transcendent lifeform dependence at least. These precious seeds can be bought at the town store, but they're expensive, or they can be obtained by taking down zombies out there. The night is far too dangerous here. They must find a place to settle down. The innkeeper also suggested they see the town's mayor to buy a house and become official residents, or find a hotel, but definitely not go out at night. With that vital information, Han Vu and Tan Sang departed. They decide to buy a house first, but as they leave the restaurant, they witness a student begging for food, only to be met with a barrage of insults and gunfire from the owner. Seeing that Qin Shuang couldn't help but get goosebumps, the restaurant owner really meant what he said. Luckily, Han Yu stopped her, or they'd be no better off than that student. Together they went to the mayor's house to look at properties. The cheapest property in this town costs 1,200 gold coins, a price that leaves Qin Shuang reeling. She doesn't have enough money to buy even the cheapest house here, but Han Yu happily offers to help her pay. Let me pay for it. The mayor suggests they could buy a house together, which would save them a lot of money. He currently has a house with an excellent environment priced at 2,350 gold coins. Han Yu and Qin Shuang were immediately captivated by the house the mayor presented, exclaiming how beautiful it was, and that it even had a large pool. Their eyes lit up, and Dongqing told the mayor they wanted to buy the house. We want this. The mayor happily agreed, but there's a town regulation about jointly purchasing property. The mayor stated that to co-own the house they must be married, a question that surprised both Han Yu and Qin Shuang. So are you two going to get married while you're at it? The mayor gestured for Jenniger to look at them, asking pointedly, what is it? Don't you want to be husband and wife? Then you can't buy a house together. He explains that they're a small town with traditions and they don't allow promiscuous relationships. Qin Shuang, hearing this, puts 2 fingers together, acting pitiful and coquettish. We're not. Who's going to do that? Seeing her expression, Han Yu understood and whispered in her ear. How about we? Before he could finish, Qin Shuang quietly agreed. Okay. With the plan settled, she leaned into him, and he wrapped his arm around her waist. Qin Yu said, we agree. Seeing their quick agreement, Jenniger excitedly gave a thumbs up and pulled out a form. That's right, that's how it should be. You two are a perfect match. Once you fill out this form, you'll be legally married. He then presented a tray. Here are your keys along with a bag of seeds. The gifts are 130 archer pea seeds and 50 coin flower seeds. May your marriage be blessed. After filling out the forms and receiving their items, the two leave, and Qin Shuang speaks with a forced expression. I had no choice but to accept that we have such a relationship, but you can't take it seriously. He nonchalantly rests his head on his hand, saying, understood, I absolutely won't take it seriously. Seeing his provoking expression, Qin Shuang's cheeks flush with anger as she thinks to herself, I told you not to take it seriously and you just didn't. When did you become so obedient? Along the way, a notice appears, announcing they've acquired property and become official residents of Tikfan Town, earning 1,000 points, ranking first Hanvu and Tan Sang, plus 1,000. Upon arrival, Han Yu's eyes lit up at the sight of the enormous luxurious house, exclaiming how spacious it was. Qin Shuang crossed her arms, turning her head to look at him with disdain. He really is someone who's never seen the world. Inside, Qin Shuang headed upstairs, grumbling, I'm exhausted. I'm going to take a bath and get some sleep. Meanwhile, Hanvu, holding the seed bag, said expectantly, it's time to get down to business. Let's see what special skills these 130 pea shooters and 50 coin flowers can create. As evening approached, the house was shrouded in darkness. Han Yu, hands in his pockets, paced the hallway, muttering to himself over an hour had passed. With that in mind, he rushed to Qin Shuang's room to give her the news, but before he could finish talking about the pea shooter, the scene before him widened his eyes and made his face flush. It turns out Qin Shuang was changing clothes, and she finally collected herself enough to scream. Get out now, he hurriedly explained. I didn't mean to. With the awkward moment past, Hanvu looks up at the system board which displays plant name, coin flower, plant level 1, plant ability. Coin creation. 1 coin is produced for each unit of chi energy absorbed. 10 copper coins equal 1 silver coin, 10 silver coins equal 1 gold coin, and 1,000 gold coins equal 1 diamond. The plant's lifespan is 1 year. Watching the pea shooters grow rapidly, he wondered just how powerful they would become. Beside them are the details. Plant name, pea shooter, plant level 1. Its plant ability is to fire peas 1 per second, damaging undead creatures. Plant lifespan, a year. Qin Shuang came up from behind and asked, what are you muttering to yourself? Hanvu shook his head. It's nothing, he answered unconsciously, then startled, blushing as he realized Qin Shuang was beside him. She tilted her head confused and asked why he was blushing. Could you possibly be thinking about that? Your face says you're recalling the scene of running into Qin Shuang changing, and you're desperately trying to deny it, saying, no, it's nothing. Enraged, Qin Shuang points at Han Yu, yelling, I'm warning you, don't think about it. You didn't see anything. As they bicker, they hear a noise and turn around. Qin Shuang asked suspiciously, what's that sound? Then she raised her hand and a golden light appeared. She then unleashed her light magic, summoning over 20 zombies, their faces twisted with murderous intent, sharp teeth bared as they roared. Let's see what you can do. The pea shooter plants opened fire, launching a barrage of peas at the zombies. The peas hit the zombies, but they're completely unfazed. Han Yu raises an eyebrow. Is that all? How touching, he says, creating a blue energy orb in his hand. Pea shooters add darkness. He imbued them with his power, allowing them to evolve. A red light flashed repeatedly, and the pea shooters evolved into dark pea shooters. Their peas now eliminate zombies, and the system announces, defeating a level 1 common zombie earns 1 point. He defeats a flag zombie, and obtains a small flag plus 1 point. Defeating a level 1 social zombie earns 1 point. He rubbed his chin, observing the scene, realizing that using his dark skill consumed too much energy. If we keep fighting like this, we'll be surrounded soon. What do we do? Suddenly Qin Shuang, as if remembering something, shouted, this is bad. Shu Ti must have bought real estate. He's already reached 1,300 points. We'll lose if we keep going like this. Hearing her words, Han Yu looked at the pea shooters and muttered, no, I have to find a way to speed up the killing of the zombies. He thought to himself, special plants are also considered life forms. They should have genes that can mutate. With that in mind, Han Yu immediately gathered energy in his hand, unleashing a red light towards them, shouting, directed mutation activate. The system displays a notification mutation options. 1 range mutation, extend the firing range. The cost is 1 month of lifespan for each doubling of range, up to 13 times the original. The pea shooter has 12 hours left to live. 2 mutate firing speed. Increasing the pea shooter's firing rate costs 2 months of its lifespan, doubling its speed up to 7 times. The pea shooter has 12 hours left. 3 multi-head mutations increase the number of projectiles fired, but at a cost. Its lifespan decreases by 3 months, up to a maximum of 5 heads, leaving it with only 12 hours to live. 4 mutated roots increase the size of the pea shooter's roots. The cost is that each root of the pea shooter doubles its lifespan, decreases by 6 months, and it triples in size, leaving the pea with only 12 hours to live. Han Yu smirked, watching them. Not bad at all. So let's do this. After the mutation, the pea shooters grew 2 more pairs of eyes filled with murderous intent. A golden aura surrounds them, as they combine their power, unleashing giant peas 10 times their original size, firing like missiles at the zombies. The zombies were knocked back one after another. The system announced the elimination of a level 1 intellectual zombie, adding 1 point, and the elimination of a level 1 juvenile zombie. A bottle of hair dye drops 1 point added. Eliminated a level 2 common zombie, 2 points added. Suddenly, a gray-black zombie foot as large as a pillar stomps heavily on the ground, sinking the earth and kicking up dust wherever it goes. Another group of evolved, muscle-bound zombies approaches. The leader is carrying a flag, and Hanyu assesses that these zombies appear to be of a higher level. The lead zombie charged forward, readying to hurl its flag at them, bracing one foot forward, leaning in, and putting all its might into the throw. As the flag hurtled towards the pea shooters, it created a shockwave, kicking up dust and debris. The zombie leader was baffled. Why was no one hurt? Before it could react, the pea shooters unleashed a barrage of red peas, while its flag sailed harmlessly overhead. Hanyu caught the flag, noticing tiny lightning bolts on its shaft. He smirked, realizing it was made from hundreds of refined steels, a wasteful treasure to confiscate. Turning to the coinflower plants, he ordered, "Almost forgot about you, coinflowers. You guys should mutate too." The system panel appears, offering coinflower mutations. First, a versatile mutation to increase coinflower production. The cost of doubling the coinflower output is a 1-month reduction in lifespan, up to a maximum increase of 13 times, leaving the coinflower with 12 hours of life. 2. Mutate absorption to increase the coinflower's range of death energy absorption. The cost for doubling the death energy absorption range is 2 months of lifespan. It can be increased up to 7 times, leaving the coin with 12 hours of life. Without hesitation, he shouts, "I want it all," and a rain of coins begins to fall. Qin Shuang, seeing the rankings, clenches her fists in excitement. He surpassed him. His points surpassed Shutie's, who looked up at the leaderboard in shock. What Hanyu is in first place with 1,436 points, and Shuti is in second with 1313. In his hand, he held a level 4 plant, the fire dragon grass seed, muttering, "Hanyu, don't think you can surpass me, never think you can." 2 hours later, the fire dragon grass seed transformed into a blue dragon, surrounded by a layer of golden aura, and it roared. The fire dragon grass opens its maw, unleashing flames upon the approaching zombies, incinerating them before they can react. Looking at the system leaderboard, Tu Thiet watched his points climb first place, 1,610 points. Hanvu was second with 1,586. He smirks. "Hanyu, I've investigated you thoroughly. You're just an orphan with no parents. What right do you have to compete with a descendant of a true god like me? I will make you fail miserably." Beyond the mountains, a massive, bizarre fireball erupts, bathing the landscape in blinding light, incinerating the zombies despite their futile attempts to shield themselves. Back with Hanyu, countless gold coins litter the ground, and Qin Shuang asks, "The first night's over, and thankfully the plant's attack power exploded, but how did you do it?" Beside him, piles of gold coins shimmer. Hanyu crosses his arms and replies, "Actually, I possess a directional mutation ability that can affect living organisms." Qin Shuang rises to look at the system board, excited. What a twisted ability, but our score is still far behind. He checks the system board, where Tu Thiet ranks first with 2011000, Hanvu second with 128000, and Tan Sang fifth with 23000. Hanvu reassures her, "Don't worry, this is just the beginning. We'll take care of these and trade them for better seeds." As time passes, the sun sets and the moon rises high. Beside Han Yu stood 2 massive, ferocious-looking plants with pea shooters lined up in front. He was confident that level 2 and 3 plants would be enough this time. On the rooftop, Qin Shuang uses binoculars to observe and report they might be in trouble. These zombies seem different. From afar, a horde of zombies on horseback slowly approaches, and she realizes with dread that they are indeed level 3 zombie knights and level 4 violent dancing zombies. A zombie in a red suit with an umbrella hairstyle shocks Han Yu. A level 4 zombie king. How are we supposed to deal with that? Qin Shuang, unsure of what to do, asks, "What now?" After a moment's thought, he says, "Turn off the lights. The zombies are drawn to the electricity. Let's hope the level 4 zombies can't see us." Qin Shuang acknowledged the plan, nodding. "Okay." And as the lights went out, darkness descended. The two hid to the side and observed. Qin Shuang said, "What's happening? It seems quiet." Hanyu watched the zombies move toward the faint golden light, sighing in relief. Thank goodness they're heading to Madame's salon next door. The two kept their eyes glued to the slowly moving zombie king. He smirks, using the light spell to illuminate and kill the zombies, then seize their points. Qin Shuang agrees. "Yes." With that, she raised her hands, activating the light spell, and a golden orb appeared, shooting towards the zombies unexpectedly. Seeing their path cleared, the zombie knights turned and charged toward her, roaring. The pea shooter, seeing this, unleashed a barrage of peas upon them. The peas pelt the zombies, sending them reeling, but one zombie knight breaks through, charging towards Qin Shuang. Just as the attack was about to hit her, a level 3 plant suddenly punched it in the face, while Hanvu stood by, arms crossed, looking at the leaderboard. Shutai remains in first place with 232000, followed by Han Yu in second with 140200. Third place belongs to Sun Qingyan with 99000. He mutters upon seeing the name Sun Qingyan, "How is his growth so fast?" As he marveled, Sun Qingyan's voice came from behind him. "Haha, transfer student, are you scared by my speed?" Turning around, he saw Sun Qingyan cheerfully grabbing Hana Sal's shoulders, making him wonder, damn, is Sun Qingyan leeching off her? Meanwhile, the conscious zombies used a long wooden pole to vault high into the air like high jumpers, and Seon Kyung-yeon seized the opportunity to order the oak tree archers to attack. The wooden marksmen unleashed a barrage of acorns from their front nozzles, striking the leaping zombie like grenades as Kan Nien grinned widely. Ha ha ha, more, give me more, the top spot is mine. Seeing his smug face, Hanyu frowned uncomfortably, never expecting a freeloader to jump out with Tan Shuang adding fuel to the fire. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Are you jealous? Seeing her smirk, he retorted with a fatal blow, silencing her. If he loses, she'll be stuck with that idiot. Meanwhile, the Vampire King clenches his fist, raising his hand to the sky to unleash a powerful summoning spell. With that, 2 zombies, one old and one young with golden hair, appeared level 2 backup zombies. The 3 zombies join forces and slowly enter the house. Hanyu watches from afar with a faint smile. Ha, the level 4 zombie has broken through the leech's defenses. The Zombie King stepped forward, only to trigger something green. Huh. Suddenly the green thing sprung up, sending it flying a spring bean trap. Hanyu stares in disbelief, as the Zombie King is knocked off his feet by the spring bean. What? He gaped, cursing under his breath. Damn. Then Hanvu pointed forward, commanding pea-shooters, concentrate your fire and take down that Zombie King. Obeying his command, they unleashed a barrage of pea projectiles at the zombie warlord, but to no effect. Mockingly, it even smiles. Qin Shuang, seeing the situation, suggests, let's retreat inside. The plants here can't stop a level 4 zombie. But Hanvu disagreed, shaking his head. No, retreating means defeat. Then he transformed. Wings sprout from his back. He refuses to lose so easily. Let me handle this, he declares. And with that, Hanvu immediately rushes towards the zombie Rain King, fists flying, catching him off guard with a blow to the face. After the thunderous blow, a smoking wound appears on its face. But unsatisfied, he grits his teeth. It's not phased at all. Looks like I'll have to get serious. And with that, Hanvu began his serious battle, his arms crossed over his chest as he spoke through gritted teeth. He unleashed a flurry of punches into the Zombie King's gut, yelling, machine gun fist. Unable to withstand the attack, the Zombie Dance King fell backward, its bony neck snapping with a crack. His punch sent it crashing to the ground, dead on the spot. The system announces the slaying of a level 4 Zombie Dance King, yielding a level 4 seed, a pair of crocodile leather shoes, a collection of Black Kit dance reference images, and 500 points. He rubs his aching hand, lamenting, a level 4 Zombie Dance King is so hard to kill, my hand is about to dislocate, and all I get is 500 points. In the distance, someone observes his fight through binoculars, a slight smile forming as they remark, this kid is quite interesting. The one watching you is Ye Ling, she says, regretfully. It's a shame I can't see the rankings. Beside her, Fierce Rank exclaims excitedly, let me see, let me see. He watches the match through binoculars, commenting, not bad, and he's teamed up with the reserve class goddess. This kid's got skills, he's got my style. Shatian quickly retorted, don't flatter yourself. Do you think our junior can find the wisdom fruit for us? Ye Ling asks. That depends on their progress in exploring the zombie town. If he thinks the zombie town is just a place to grow plants, kill zombies and score points, he likely won't get high-level resources like the wisdom fruit. Then she turned, put her hands on her hips, and smiled brightly. But now I'm curious if he can take first place, or if we should let Lena beat him up for the right to watch. Haha. No sooner were the words out, than Lena appeared behind her, whispering into Ye Ling's ear. Why do you see Lena as so violent? That familiar voice sends shivers down her spine. Lena crossed her arms, her figure alluring, and said, I'm curious who you're betting on. It's Han Yu. Lena turned away, satisfied. Very well, I'll grant you the right to watch. Come with me. Everyone follows Lena into the office, and the door slams shut. Lena gestures forward, and a screen appears, showing Hanvu's battle. Folding her arms, she tells everyone, this time you can watch to your heart's content. On the screen, Hanvu attacks the armored zombie while issuing commands. Pea-shooter, focus fire and eliminate them. They followed his command, unleashing a barrage of shots at the zombies. Seeing this, he jumped high, and the peas rained down on the armored zombie. As Ye Ling remarked, Hanyu's pea-shooter's firepower is on par with level 2 plants. Hao Xiang, you were right to lose to him. She paused, a hint of confusion in her voice. What's going on? Why are level 3 zombies attacking his territory? Logically, this place shouldn't attract level 3 zombies or higher. Inside the screen, Qingnian stands behind Han Salant in front of a spring trap, knocking back every zombie that approaches. Seeing this, the crowd was a little speechless. This was a bit shameless, clearly bullying others, but who was sponsoring this reserve student? They didn't expect him to be this strong. Lena, arms crossed, replied, that reserve student is Sun Qingnian, and he's not sponsored by anyone. Xiang Meng found that hard to believe. Impossible. Then why is he so strong? Looking at the screen, Ye Ling sneered as she watched Qingnian and Madame Sa Lin being intimate leech. There really are all sorts in this batch of reserve students, people who'd throw away their dignity for results. The system rankings appear with Xu Thiet in first place, with 3,14000 points, followed by Tun Kan Nian with 2,13000 and Han Vu with 1,98000. Everyone is shocked. Who is this Xu Thiet in first place? He's far ahead of second place Sun Qingnian and third place Han Yu. Let's see what he's up to. Inside the match, the fire dragon grass unleashes flames upon the horde of zombies while Shu Thiet watches with his arms crossed, a smug grin on his face. Ha ha ha, Han Vu, let's see how you plan to beat me. Diep Lin recognizes Hoa Long Thao, so it seems Tu Thiet is being sponsored by our rival Huang Thang Quan. Huang Shenjun once wreaked havoc in the zombie town, seizing many valuables. He probably wants to take advantage of this opportunity to fleece the reserve students, Xiang Meng said, angrily clenching his fist. Lina nodded with a cold expression. That's right. It seems that Shu Thiet and Huang Thongquan have a secret agreement. Huang Thongquan sponsors Shu Thiet, who in turn gives him 70% of the profits from the town. Upon hearing this, Ye Ling's group cursed, calling him despicable, shameless, and low class. No sooner had they finished speaking than the target of their insults appeared, tilting his head up to the sky as he asked, "Who are you talking about?" Xiang Meng frowned, looking back and calling out the man's name, Huang Shenjun. He had barely arrived and already wanted to bet with them as if victory was assured. "So, the three of you are here to see the reserve students you're sponsoring. Care to make a bet? To see whose sponsored trainee gets the higher rank?" But Xiang Meng isn't so easily fooled. He frowned, refusing. "Do you think we're stupid? We already know that the #1 ranked student is your sponsored target, so you don't even have the courage to compete. Pathetic failures attending the prestigious Imperial Academy, one of the best universities in the divine civilization, and still supporting and collaborating with each other. Forming a club just to stroke your own egos. You're an embarrassment to the student body." Unable to contain his anger, Xiang Meng lunged forward, only to be stopped by Ye Ling. He roared, "Today we settle this once and for all." Ye Ling calmed him. "Stay calm. He's trying to provoke you in front of Colina." After holding him back, she turned to the others, saying, "We formed the club to help underprivileged students gather enough resources. What gives you the right to act so high and mighty? You wanted a bet, didn't you? Then let's bet on it whose sponsored student will perform better." Sung Gon shrugged in agreement. "Fine, the bet is 10 divinity points. Do you accept?" Ye Ling's face darkened, but she bit her lip. How could she refuse? With that, Thang Quan turned away, saying, "Then Lina will be our witness. Don't try to weasel out of it when you lose." Only then did Hangman calm down and turn to ask Diep Lin, "Little Ling, are you sure about this? The disciple he's backing looks pretty strong." Yi Ling replied without the slightest fear, "The more people say I can't do it, the more determined I am to prove them wrong. But our protege Han Yu is no slouch either." Lina says confidently, "If Han Yu is the first to see the truth behind the zombie town, he can win." Daily check-in day 2 of survival points accumulated, plus 2,000. Han Yu groaned as he lay sprawled on the ground. "Ugh, I can't move anymore. I'm so tired, I think I'm going to wet myself." Beside him lay a pile of food and gold coins. Seeing this, Qin Shuang spoke up. "All right, you've worked hard, just lie there. I'll clean up the battlefield." Han Yu grins, winking suggestively. "Okay, my dear wife." Hearing him call her wife, Qin Shuang angrily kicked him, scolding, "What nonsense are you spouting?" She rained down kicks, causing him to cry out in pain. "Ouch, isn't that the legally defined relationship here? At least put on a show for yourself." She kicks him and turns to leave, ignoring him on the ground, and says loudly, "I don't care about you, you rogue." Kan Nian's mocking voice comes from behind, unexpectedly relaxed and flirtatious. He stood behind her with his arms crossed, laughing triumphantly. "Even if you break your arm, you'll only get 3rd place, unlike me. Haha." Hearing this, Qin Shuang checked the system rankings, and was shocked to see that Sun Qingnian was already in 2nd place, with 3,560,000 points. Especially since Shu Tai led with 5,350,000 points, and Han Yu was 3rd with 3,020,000. She worried, "What do we do? He's over 2,000,000 points behind Zai Tai." Han Yu calmly rose, cupping his hands around his mouth to shout, "It's all right, I still have a secret weapon I haven't used yet. That nobody I'm better than him, even with a broken arm. That supporting leg looks like it's about to break, huh?" Qin Shuang, standing behind him, covered her mouth and giggled, reminding him, "You're disgusting." Hearing Han Yu's mockery, Qing Nian angrily retorted, "Han Yu, just you wait tonight, you'll get a surprise." He paid no attention to his words, replying casually, whatever, makes you happy." Suddenly his eyes caught a glimpse of a red seed on the ground, and he asked suspiciously. Han Yu wondered, a level 4 seed. The system informed him it was a level 4 hypnotic mushroom, capable of firing sleep-inducing energy projectiles. Any zombie hit has a chance of being controlled by the mushroom turning against its own kind. It also brainwashes any zombie that eats it. The level 4 corn cannon uses exploding corn bullets to instantly kill level 3 zombies and inflict area damage. Upon hearing mind control mushroom, he happily sits down and picks it up. Hypnotic mushrooms are amazing. Isn't this a way to find combat puppets? And the corn cannon is a homing bomb, a point-scoring weapon. Qin Shuang, not wanting to hear his nonsense, gathered the items on the ground into a cart and urged, "Let's go, we'll go to the spoil shop and see if we can buy some high-grade seeds so you don't have to work so hard." He gave a thumbs up, about to call her wife, but remembering her kick, quickly corrected himself. "All right, old Qin." Qin Shuang, knowing what he wanted to call her, blushed and coldly snorted. Keep up," she thought to herself. Was it so hard to say the endearment that was already on his lips? An hour later, Qin Shuang and Han Yu had sold everything on the cart. As they descended the stairs, he sighed, thinking the 4th-level Zombie Dance King's Black Kit dance reference book was a treasure, but the store wouldn't take it. Her eyes sparkling as she held the bag of gold, she tallied their earnings, 243 gold coins for the night. Not bad. The boss said the town leader is a collector of cold weapons. Maybe you can trade your flagpole for a good weapon there. Hearing her words, he replied that the mistress of the Han estate makes all the decisions. Qin Shuang frowned a few red streaks on her cheeks and asked, why not the Qin estate? Annoyed, Qin Shuang chases after him, ready to strike, as Han Yu jokes that if it were Qin Manor, he'd be marrying into the family. Very well, Han Yu, you're teasing me again. Han Yu quickly fled, shouting as he ran, domestic violence, domestic violence. At the town elder's house, a voice suddenly rings out, what? You want my collection of weapons, he frowned, displeased. Your sword is indeed a rare find. I'm very interested. If you want to trade weapons, come and choose. Hearing him, he fell silent, the atmosphere growing tense. Suddenly he broke the silence, sensing the sword's aura. Oh, I think that sword is calling to me. Han Wu picked up the sword and a reddish gold aura emanated from it as he declared, it's definitely resonating with the black dragon blood in my body. Then turning around, he said, Chief, I want this. He generously nods, adding a condition, but our hero's resources aren't enough. Does he have anything else to trade? Han Yu immediately pulls out an item saying, a Grekit dance collection, and a level 3 seed. These are all my valuables. The town leader shook his head, refusing, and made a request. The Grekit dance collection is useless to me. I want 2 level 3 seeds. Feeling it wasn't a bad deal, he agreed. With the deal sealed, he chuckled, offering a friendly reminder. Though the Grekit dance collection is useless to me, the town's former dance queen, your neighbor, the salon lady, might find it interesting. He stowed his sword and turned to leave eagerly, saying, let's go visit Sun Qing's sugar daddy. He ran into Shu Ti just outside, who was approaching with his fire dragon grass. Han Yu exclaimed, wow, impressive, magnificent. Shu Thiet approached arrogantly, declaring, Han Yu, the gap between us grows ever wider. You've fallen to 3rd place. Surrender now, and perhaps I'll be magnanimous and allow you and Qin Shuang to share a classroom. Ignoring him, Han Yu kept walking, hands in his pockets, and turned back to feign ignorance, asking Qin Shuang, honey, is this idiot a friend of yours? She glanced over, then shook her head, I don't know him. Hearing him call Qin Shuang, his wife Shu Ti angrily gritted his teeth and shouted, what did you call her? How dare you, I'll show you what it means to be crushed. Ignoring his rage, Han Yu calmly took Qin Shuang's hand and left, saying, let him be, let's go have some fun. Watching them leave hand in hand, Shu Ti seethed with hatred, vowing, I'll not only beat you, I'll cut off your hands. Han Yu and Qin Shuang arrive at a small house, knocking and calling out, is Mrs. Salon home? Hannah Salon's daughter answers the door. He asked with a smile, oh, isn't this friend Han Yu? Salon assumed he was there for compensation and immediately refused. You're the new neighbor next door. I've already heard about what happened last night from my little darling. If you're here to demand compensation for last night, you can leave now. I absolutely will not compensate you for your incompetence. Taking the opportunity, Khan smugly chimes in, Han Vu, don't come looking for trouble. He shakes his head, saying she's mistaken. I've come to admire your grace. The town elder said you were once the town's dance queen, and your presence is indeed extraordinary. I happen to have an item that I believe only you are worthy to possess. Don't think your flattery will change my mind about the garden's layout. Not a chance. Hearing San's words, he pulls out a book and asks if this item will change her mind. Hannah San seemed curious about the book, but Khan Dien frowned and scoffed, humph, offering a tattered book as a peace offering. Han Vu, aren't you being a little too lenient? As if remembering something, her eyes lit up as if she had struck gold, exclaiming, this is the lost dance of the Vu King. Name your price. I'll pay it all, even if it costs me everything. Seeing her excitement, Qing Nian stared in disbelief, considering her expression. If Han Yu asked Salon to kick me out, I'd be done for. Thinking this, his attitude did a 180, and he cheerfully said, Han Yu, we're classmates, what do you say? Ignoring his bootlicking, Han Yu handed Hannah Salon the book, saying, please keep this dance close to your heart, Madam Salon. If I find any related scores in the future, I'll be sure to send them your way. She happily accepts, expressing her regret. Han, I'm truly grateful. Please forgive my rudeness just now. You can call me Hannah Salient from now on. I'm happy to be your neighbor. With that, Han Yu and Qin Shuang waved goodbye and left. Hannah Salon cheerfully bid farewell, adding, come visit any time. The system then notified Han of a friendly relationship established with the town's dancing queen, Han Salient, with a 99 favorability rating, opening a personal store for Han Salient and awarding 3,000 points. Stunned by the number, he stammered, 30,000 points. How many zombies would that take to kill? Could this be the key to leveling up after killing zombies? Qin Shuang asked, noticing his expression. What's going on? What did you just do? I just received a notification that I've established a new close relationship with the dancing queen Han Salient, and opening a personal store related to her has added 1,000 points. It seems that because we are husband and wife in this town, Qin Shuang has also received points, which is too beneficial. With that in mind, he shamelessly teases Qin Shuang again. Is this not what a husband should do? No need to be shy. This time he didn't get slapped. Qin Shuang blushed and left first. He's shameless. I'm done with him. As she leaves, he opens the system panel to see what Silent Granny's shop has to offer. The system announces Silent's shop has a level 3 clover seed for 10 friendship points, a dance course for 20, a mystical dance outfit for 35, and a fruit of wisdom for 90. He happily says, the fruit of wisdom seems like it could complete Senior's request, but it needs 90 friendship points. I'll buy it after the exam. The scene shifts back to their house, where Han Vu, rubbing his hands to warm them, thinks contentedly. Both level 4 seeds have undergone directional mutation. Tonight I can rake in points. Just then, a horde of zombies attacked, but he fearlessly commanded the Wu cannon to fire a missile, creating a golden sphere. The golden sphere shot straight into the ground, creating a massive explosion that sent the zombies flying. Han Yu wondered aloud, hey, why aren't there any higher-level corpses today? These little guys aren't good for scoring points. Suddenly something catches his eye, and he frowns. In the distance, Han Salon stands at the gate waving. I see. Madame Salin calls out cheerfully. I'll remove the yellow bean bullets as a small repayment to you, he sighed, closing his eyes. Looks like there's no chance to show off my skills tonight. Might as well head into town and see what's up. He then transformed his wings, unfurling, and soared into the sky, observing the situation from above. As Han Vu approached the zombies, he realized he was about to hit the jackpot. They weren't zombies, but points. With that, he drew his sword and charged into the fray, unleashing a devastating blow upon the zombies, the Dragon Strike. His slash struck the zombie's face, revealing golden coins, and then Han Vu turned and flew away. The zombies below give chase, as he thinks to himself that he needs to find more level 4 beasts. These small fries aren't worth the effort. 4 hours later, Han Yu stood atop a tower, checking the rankings. Sun Qingyan led with 8310000 points, followed by Shu Tai with 757000, and Han Yu in third with 723000. He smiled inwardly. The score gap had narrowed, but he still needed to push harder. Daily check-in day 3 of survival score, plus 3000. Han Yu turns to see a man standing in front of his house, and asks suspiciously, who are you? The young man turns and introduces himself. Hello, I'm Eric Green, a resident and captain of the town guard. Last night I saw you bravely fighting zombies, so I've come to invite you to join our ranks. I've only heard of the Galaxy Guard, he said, hands on his hips. What does the town guard even do? Eric Green replied. Why, protect the town, of course. We guard the town's gates, preventing level 5 or higher zombies from entering. Without us, the town would have been overrun long ago. Hearing that, he was overjoyed. Level 5 zombies and above meant high-level combat, and killing them would bring in points like crazy. Thinking this, he said, Captain Eric, let me join your team. He happily patted him on the shoulder, saying, the town guard needs smart young men like you. Welcome to the town guard. As he finished speaking, the system announced the establishment of a friendly relationship with town guard captain Eric Green, unlocking Eric Green's personal store, receiving 60000 points, joining the town guard, unlocking the town guard's achievement store and receiving an additional 50000 points. Then the system ranking board opened, revealing a change in position. In first place, with 836000 points, was him. Second place went to Tonkan Nian, with 834000 points. Third place goes to Shu Tai, with 761000 points, leaving our hero in stunned disbelief. I'm number 1. After recruiting more members, Eric Green turned and left, waving goodbye. You have to come tonight. As he walked in, Qin Shuang excitedly ran over, wanting to hug him tightly and shout, wow, you're number 1, you're so good. Tell me how you did it. What big thing did you experience last night? Seeing her hug him, he replied, I just heard a sudden noise at the door. He glanced at the door, then uncomfortably opened it and asked, who are you meeting so early in the morning? A seductive blonde raises a hand to her lips, saying, Han, you were so strong last night. Han Yu searches his memory, but he doesn't recognize her, so he asks, you are. She leans forward, teasing him cryptically. Seeing you last night really excited me. From behind, Qin Shuang stared at him with a searching gaze. Han Yu, what exactly did you do last night? Someone's come knocking, Qin Shuang said, and a cold sweat ran down Han Yu's back. Seeing Qin Shuang, she interrupted, oh, this must be Qin Shuang, who introduced herself with a bit of embarrassment. I am Han Yu's wife, and who are you? Ignoring Qin Shuang, she pressed close to him, asking, Han, you're so young to be married. Feeling stifled, I'm Jessica, and if Han agrees, I could be your mistress. With that, Jessica quickly departs, reminding him, Han, see you tonight at the town guard. Seeing Han Yu still waving goodbye, Qin Shuang's face darkened with jealousy, noticing his lingering gaze. Seeing he wasn't listening, Qin Shuang angrily pinched his ear and questioned him. You scumbag, did you go around causing trouble for other girls in the middle of the night? Is that why your points increase so quickly? Are you trying to leech off someone like Sun Qingyan? Han Yu cries out in protest. No, I'm innocent. This girl, this older sister, she doesn't say things properly. Last night, I went out to hunt monsters for points, and the captain of the town guard saw my potential and invited me to join. The point increase is from the joining bonus. After hearing his explanation, Qin Shuang realized her mistake and let go, feeling guilty. He hadn't said anything, and after someone came all the way to praise him and say how excited they were, she finally released him, rubbing her ear and yelling, "So you were jealous? I was just trying to catch up to Shutai's points so you could win." Qin Shuang quickly denies it, asking who's jealous. "What happens to you is none of my concern." Han Yu took out a bag of seeds and handed it to her. "Tonight I'm off to the guard to slay high-level zombies. I'm leaving the home front to you, and these are all high-grade seeds." Qin Shuang takes them and says, "Then you must be careful tonight. Protect yourself. Don't let yourself be." Before she can finish, he turns around, smiles reassuringly, and interrupts. "Don't worry, I tested the black sword last night. It can instantly kill level 4 zombies, so nothing will happen." With that he left, and Qin Shuang, realizing he misunderstood, shouted, "I meant don't get seduced by any vixens out there." As night fell on the town, silence descended. Han Yu strolled forward where Jessica and her group awaited. She spoke. "Han, you've arrived." As he approached, Jessica snuggled up and took his arm. "Han, it's only been a few hours. Do you miss me?" The muscular young man with 2 large hammers behind him crossed his arms and said, "Hey Jessica, not again." Han is already married. He then introduced himself. "Han, I'm John's son, the giant beak." David stood beside him, sword in hand, and asked Han, "What's your combat specialty?" Hearing this, Han Yu transforms without a word, unleashing his power. Then he turns and flies up, saying, "I can transform twice." Seeing his transformation, Jessica's eyes turned into hearts. He was perfect, just her type. "Captain, how about you let me guide him? I love working with handsome guys." Eric Grimm agreed. "All right, Jessica, we'll guide Han tonight." Then he looked up at him and said, "The fight with the zombies is dangerous. You must listen to Jessica's arrangements." Jessica put away her playful look, took out 2 guns, 1 fire and 1 ice, and with a level 5 plant shouted to prepare for battle. Han Yu marveled at the sight. 2 level 5 plants, one a flame shooter, the other an icebone shooter. Ruoshan transformed, his muscles bulging as his level 5 walnut giant teammate merged beside him. As soon as he finished speaking, his arms began to bulge with muscle, and the muscles on his back rippled. Then he transformed into a massive dark-skinned giant. Meanwhile, David wields a golden sword and a blue spear flanked by 2 high-level plants. Sword Orchid, Swordsman, and Pine Tower Guard fuse together as Eric Grimm transforms, his legs radiating a blue aura, his entire body emitting a jade green energy. He announced the arrival of the zombies, and with that he shot up from the ground, frowning as he ascended. Jessica taunts them, firing relentlessly with both guns. "Come on, eat this." Jessica holds back 3 ferocious zombies, bullets tearing into their bodies, as Joseon rushes in from behind, weapon in hand, declaring, "Leave this to me." His hammer struck the zombie's head, but his eyes widened at the sight before him. The head was unharmed, and tentacles sprouted from its skull. The tentacles lash out and he freezes, unable to react. Eric Grimm shouts, "Johnson, get out of the way," before unleashing a blast of blue energy at the zombie, yelling, "Die." David, spear in hand, lunges at a zombie, yelling, "Leave this one to me." Han Yu, still floating in the air, observes the battle, whispering, "So this is the pinnacle level. This is too good to miss. I can't stay behind." He dove from above, punching the zombie, thinking, "I am Hanvu, the god killer." Hanvu drew his sword, slashing and shouting, "This is how you escape death." Suddenly, Jessica's warning came from behind. "Watch out," he said, glancing back to see Jessica rushing towards him. She shoved him to the ground and raised her gun to fire. Meanwhile, he was pinned, gasping for air. "Ugh, I can't breathe." "What's going on?" She fires at the zombie behind them. Her shot hits the zombie's arm as Jessica assesses the situation and explains. A level 5 zombie's endurance is many times greater than a level 4's. Even though you injured it, it won't lose its attack power. Coming to his senses, Han Yu chuckled, "Thank you for saving me." She turned and replied, "Don't push yourself too hard, just assist for now and stick close to me." With that, Jessica charged into the horde of zombies, guns blazing in both hands. He rises to fight his points, soaring 3,000 points, 3,000 points, and a level 4 radiant sunflower seed. 3 hours later, Hanvu's body is weary. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he sighs, "This is going to be the death of me." Meanwhile, the town guard continues their fight. Seeing this, he couldn't help but wonder if they were using stimulants. As Jessica teased him with a smile, "Handsome, how can you be tired when the battle has just begun? Physically, you're just not cut out to be my lover." He thought to himself, if he still had his divine physique, he wouldn't be so exhausted. Even if they fought until dawn, it wouldn't matter. Suddenly a voice appeared in Han Yu's ear. "Manager, guess who I am?" He's brought to a white space, a blue speck beside him. He says, "Primal aberration, you finally have time to visit." It replied, "I seem to smell the stench of that deep gulch widow. I just heard someone say your health isn't so good. As my representative, how could you ever let a woman say no?" It mocked. "I've decided to grant you one authority, so you can stand before that creature with the large breasts and fat ass." With that, iron chains and a lock appeared from nowhere, and the variation origin explained. This authority is called Gene Lock. "Alright, sit down, let's roll out." As it finished speaking, the chains broke, the lock opened, and Hanvu felt a surge of power coursing through his body. Golden light enveloped him, and golden rays shot from his eyes. He exclaimed excitedly, "This is so comfortable, it feels like endless vitality." It further explains, when the gene lock is opened, you can cause your body to undergo temporary mutations by taking any powerful biological cell. You're holding a sunflower seed in your hand. The combination of them in plants is powerful and resilient. I should try it sometime. Without hesitation, Hanwoo swallows the sunflower seed, and a golden light spreads as his body absorbs it. He leaps upward, channeling the power of the sunflower, then cups his hands, creating a golden sphere around himself. The sunflower's light burned into the zombies, causing them to scream in agony as Jessica shielded her eyes from below. Light erupts from the man above, blinding those who can't make out his form. Is that an angel appearing? The town guards seize the opportunity and attack. Eric Green leaps into action, urging a fierce attack, and decimates the zombies with a flurry of blows. Suddenly, a zombie lunges at Hanyu, trying to crush him with its bare hands. Seeing the danger, Eric Green shouts for Han to be protected. No sooner said than done, Joseon charged forward only to be brutally swatted away by the zombie, sending him flying with a groan. Seeing the danger, Eric Green shouts out, "This is bad, a level 6 zombie's defense is too strong. Hurry, run away, Han," but Hanyu stood tall watching the zombie's fist hurtle towards him. His eyes blazing like the sun, he smirked. "Come on," the zombie's fist struck him, and a burst of light erupted. This light burns a large area of the zombie's body, causing it to scream in agony. After burning it, the golden light from his body slowly dissipated, and Joseon exclaimed in disbelief, "He won. Han is too awesome." As Hanyu is celebrated, the system announces new friendly relationships with townspeople, Jessica Smith and Dark Joseon of the town guard, opening their personal stores and granting 5,000 points each, plus another 5,000 for town resident and guard member David Ham also opening his store, and 2,3,000 merit points for defeating a level 6 zombie. Seeing his joy, the source of mutation asked Agent, "How does it feel to unlock your genes?" But before his excitement could last, it appeared before him solemnly announcing, "Then it's time I give you some bad news." Hearing this bad news, Hanyu asks, "Bad news? What more do you want from me? I have nothing more to offer you. My divinity wasn't easily obtained." It scoffs, cutting him off. "Who wants your junk? How petty." The bad news is the genetic lock has side effects. Hearing her rejection, he breathed a sigh of relief. So it wasn't Lion's Roar Kung Fu after all, just a side effect. But suddenly realizing something, Hanyu stares wide-eyed and shouts at him, "Are you kidding me? There are side effects? Why didn't you say so earlier? What's going to happen to me?" "What do you mean?" The source of mutation chuckled calmly, stating, "You are the bearer of my supreme and absolute source of mutation. Why are you so timid? The side effects won't threaten your body." He shrugs, replying that he simply can't use their genolock anymore, that it's called a Seedeki, and needs time to recharge. He frowns, saying, "You know quite a bit, don't you? The side effect is just waiting for the cooldown, which is fine, but how long is my cooldown? What are the consequences of ignoring the cooldown?" It explained that with his current weak physical condition, he could hardly use his gene lock ability within 10 days. Frequent use would cause genetic disorders and mutations temporarily becoming permanent mutations. "What's wrong? Aren't you supposed to be a brave representative? Want to try it out?" Hanyu waved his hands, frantically shaking his head. No, I don't want to be a big round light bulb for the rest of my life." Eric Grimm asked, concerned as he approached from behind. "Han, are you feeling all right?" He turned and smiled brightly. "I'm fine." Jessica continues to flirt, lifting his chin with her fingers, and softly says, "Handsome, your performance has completely captivated me. Now, you're worthy to be my lover. How about we spend a wonderful night together?" He blushed. Joseon spoke up as he saw Han about to be pinned. "Jessica, please leave Han alone. Are you trying to squeeze him dry? Han, if you're tired, go get some rest. I can easily handle the remaining level 5 zombies on my own." He didn't refuse their kindness, saying, "I am a little tired, so I'll leave the rest of the battle to you all. I'll go rest in the back." Hanyu left observing his surroundings as he thought, "I can't use gene lock for the next 10 days, so I must increase my basic combat power. That's right, aren't there rewards for the security team members here? Let's see if I can buy something." He opens the system shop and happily proclaims, "Call me the top-up tyrant." After browsing for half an hour, he selects the plant fusion technique. He smiled. "Hey, plant fusion just so happens to replace the cooldown of the jealousy lock skill." The mutant origin next to him squinted and smiled. "Haha, this trash is enough to satisfy you. This so-called plant fusion technique is just a superficial trick to combine life forms." Hanyu frowned, glaring at it. "This cost David and me 70 friendship points. You call it useless, but isn't that just because your gene lock takes so long to recharge? You're just too weak. Do you believe that with a few tweaks, I can take this plant fusion technique to a whole new level? I'll only charge you 2 divinity points, how about it?" He raised an eyebrow in refusal. "No money, forget it. If you don't give it, then let's not meet again." Seeing his refusal to pay it, began to pout. "Look how stingy you are. How about just 1 point of divinity? It couldn't be easier." Inwardly, he scoffed. "What, trying to haggle with me, king of bargainers from the Huanbei small goods market, are we? You're just a foreigner from a barbaric land, far inferior to me," but outwardly he agreed to its demands, feigning a loss. "Fine deal." Hearing his agreement, it snapped its fingers and Hanyu's head suddenly split in two with confetti erupting from within, leaving him bewildered. Looking at the system panel, he wanted to curse. Damn it, the improved plant fusion technique could fuse plants from 1 to 3, and even had a quota for level 6 seeds. That's amazing. He gently reminded him, don't forget you owe me a point of divinity. He nodded slightly, replying, you'll get your share. Han Yu happily took the attribute card and inserted it. His attribute is darkness, so the first card slot is for a level 5 plant-based elixir. Daily check-in day 4 of survival plus 4,000 points. He crossed his arms, looked at the leaderboard and grinned. Ha, my score's up, and Qin Shuang's here too. Looks like I can beat Shu Tai in less than 2 days. On the leaderboard, Han Yu leads with 1.4 million points, followed by Sun Qingyan with 1.2 million, Shu Ti with 986,000 and Qin Shuang with 736,000, back at their house. Han Vu enters the house and sees Qin Shuang looking busy, asking Ro, are you busy? She sits on the floor with 2 huge bags looking up at him mockingly. In good spirits, I see. Having fun with that hot girl, huh? He starts to defend himself with a chuckle. What are you talking about? Qin Shuang, sorting items to sell, finds his things and throws them to him, saying, hey, this is yours, sell it yourself. Han Vu approaches with a sword, grinning. I don't need these anymore. You can have them. Besides, why are we acting like strangers when we're husband and wife? Hearing this, she flew into a rage, her face turning red, and she punched him in the head, yelling, I'm going to tear your mouth apart one of these days. I said we're splitting it evenly, and I meant it. Qin Shuang isn't one to take advantage of others, and I don't need your pity. Han Yu, reeling from the blow, cries out in surrender. Okay, I get it. Hearing his agreement, she let it go, and turned to leave. Okay, I'm off to dance class with Mrs. Sa. Go rest by yourself. He clutched his aching head, telling her to come home early. Inwardly, he muses that Qin Shuang is truly clever, knowing how to score points by befriending the townspeople. She really does have the arrogance of capital. 9 days later, the town basked in the warm sun, a picture of tranquility, as Han Yu cheerfully announced, everyone, I'm here. Jessica watched him casually wave hello. Hey there, handsome. As he approached, he noticed the grim expressions on everyone's faces and asked, what's wrong? Why does everyone look so worried? Jessica explained, handsome, didn't you know tonight is the monthly lunar eclipse? The zombie invasion will be even fiercer. Last month's lunar eclipse claimed Jasmine, a member of our guard. With arms crossed and a look of self-reproach, Eric Grimm said softly, Jasmine's death is my responsibility. I, Eric Grimm, promise that as long as I live tonight, I will never let any of you die before me. Johnson and David said in unison, Captain Eric. Jessica stepped forward, taking his hand with concern. I might not be able to protect you tonight, so promise me that if you're in danger, you'll run away immediately. Hearing her words, he fell into contemplation. He was currently the weakest member of the town guard. If things get dangerous, I'll probably be the first to die. Is she worried about me? He then flashed her a radiant smile, thinking that he was a man, and should be the one protecting her. Jessica, captivated by his smile, reminds him to take care of himself. Han Yu opens his system panel, thinking that in this dangerous moment he must quickly go to the merit shop and equip himself. The screen displays the shop with countless items, and Yanga currently has 95000. After a shopping spree was his yang energy depleted, he raised his hand and tapped on the golden dragon grass. After activating it, black marks spread across his face. Han Yu realized the golden dragon grass with its giant dragon genes had begun to attract the black dragon blood, and just like that his body mutated, doubling his power. Eric watches the changing weather with a grave expression. The time has come, he says, looking up at the sky as it's consumed by darkness. As the sun was blotted out, the zombies below began to stir their emaciated bodies, transforming into hulking muscular figures as Eric Grimm watched from above. The zombies are mutating, their levels are rising, everyone prepare for a fierce battle. Dusan also mutated, becoming muscular, and nodded. Understood, Captain. David, clad in armor and wielding a spear, prepares to strike, as Han Vu replies from above, yes, Captain. The mutated zombies shrieked and charged like a storm, but Eric Grimm unleashed a blue energy sphere, shouting as he stopped them in their tracks. Meanwhile, Jessica riddled the zombie's body with bullets, but it barely flinched. She continued her relentless barrage, gritting her teeth. Take this. The giant zombie remained unscathed, as Johansson, holding onto its arm, told his teammates, Captain Jessica, focus on ranged attacks. We'll hold it back. From afar, Han Vu speeds forward, determined not to be left behind. He draws his sword, unleashing the dragon slash technique across the giant zombie. The smaller zombies below swarmed him, and without hesitation, Han Yu used his signature blink kick, striking the lead zombie square in the face. Behind him, Eric Grimm praised Han, well done. A moment later, the zombies he'd slain lay scattered all around. Seeing the zombies continue their assault, the captain orders Jessica to find the town leader and ask Jenniger to send reinforcements. Obeying, she runs off, shouting back, Hold on, everyone, I'll be back. Meanwhile, a zombie attacks David, leaving him bleeding from a shoulder wound, and he cries out in pain. Seeing this, Joseon rushed forward to fight the Jiangshi head-on, anxiously saying, Jason, leave me. Seeing their dire situation, Eric Grimm rushes in, firing at the zombie to help. I'm here. Hang in there. Seeing who it was, Joseon said, Captain. Eric Green throws a powerful punch, striking the zombie square in the face, but in this desperate moment, the system announces his cooldown has ended. With a smile, Hanyu says, "Perfect timing." He rushes forward, declaring, "Captain Eric, I'll buy you some time." Seeing this, he worriedly reminded him, "Han, don't overdo it. Run if things get bad." Hanyu turned his head and smiled reassuringly. "I'm also a member of this town's guard, so of course, I'll do my best to protect the people." With that, he accessed the system, selecting the gene, and his body glowed with a faint blue energy as he unlocked it. Hanwu's body unleashes a tremendous power, transforming into spears that pierce through the zombies. Seeing this power, Eric Green was stunned, exclaiming, "So strong." After a moment, seeing the zombies fall to the ground, he breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could celebrate, another zombie appeared out of nowhere, attacking him and causing him to cry out in surprise. "How is there still one here?" Jessica called out from afar, "Hang in there, Han." A group of people followed behind. She raised her voice. "We're here." The mayor ordered Jenniger to charge forward, shouting. Seizing the momentum, they charged forward, Jessica right behind, when suddenly Eric Green warned them from above to stop. Something was wrong ahead. The mayor has Jenniger use his binoculars to survey the situation, and he notes with concern how thick the fog is. "This fog feels wrong." Eric Green rushed over to warn him. "Mayor Schwarzenegger, the fog has rolled in. We can see through darkness but not through this fog. Do you have a suitable plant? Get it out here quickly." Hearing this, he immediately retrieved a strange seed from his pocket, a level 4 wind-blowing clover seed. Then he planted it in a pot and began to cultivate it. A second later, the seed sprouts and a clover plant appears before everyone's eyes. Hanyu is surprised, thinking to himself how fast it grew. Instantly, the wind-blown clover transformed into a giant fan, blasting the zombies as Hanyu retrieved his eye of appraisal. The flower pot then glows with an eerie light, as the system announces ceramic flower pot for sowing seeds can increase the growth rate of seeds planted in it by 100 times. Seeing this, he exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, this is a divine artifact." The mayor turned to look at him, explaining with a gentle smile, "Han, if you like the flower pot, I can give you a few later. I heard from Eric that you did a great job tonight. I'll reward you on behalf of the town when the lunar eclipse ends." Hearing this, Hanyu happily replied, "Thank you, Mayor." Immediately after, a system notification popped up, surprising him. Establish a friendly relationship with Anch Weisenegger, the mayor of Anchtown, and unlock Anch Weisenegger's personal store, plus 1,000,000 points. Hanyu opened the system happily, gazing at the system list. The mayor's shop was sure to have many treasures, and this plant was too good. It was practically a viral attack. Seizing the opportunity, the mayor's shop appears, revealing a black spore mushroom capable of releasing tens of millions of spores at once. These spores will feed on the magnetic energy of the zombies and rapidly grow into new Black Death mushrooms. Immediately, Hanyu throws the mushroom towards the withered clover. Tens of millions of spores are unleashed upon the zombies, driving them to a frenzy, as he exclaims, "Just a little more and I can try a new tactic. Come on." Immediately after, Hanvu assesses their situation. The black fungus has spread far enough. Success or failure hinges on this. He stood high above wings, spread wide, his body radiating a strange golden light. Hanyu declared, "Black Death fungus belongs to my life form. Begin the life sacrifice." Immediately, the swarm of zombies below was enveloped in golden light. This golden light immediately obliterates the damned zombies, and a new notification appears. Option 1, a level 9 wisdom tree seed planted in the divine realm can maintain its stability. It extends the Spring Clan's lifespan, and once mature, it produces fruits of wisdom. The tree of wisdom has a maturity of 1,000,000 years, and a growth cycle of 1,000,000 years. Option 2, golden flower pots. Special plant seeds planted within will achieve immortality. Option 3, construct level 4. A botanical garden built on divine territory will randomly produce items every 24 hours. Create a special plant seed, 50% chance of a tier 1 seed, 40% chance of tier 2, 9% chance of tier 3, 0.9% chance of tier 4, and a 0.009% chance of tier 9. Seeing this, he cursed the system, wondering how he could possibly choose. He sighed, selecting the golden flower pot, saying, "I'll choose you. With directed mutation and my golden flower pot, the tree will become immortal, and the future will hold infinite possibilities. Eventually, a level 9 seed will come." Seeing the zombies return to normal, Eric Green anxiously warned everyone, "This is bad, the zombies are rising again." The mayor immediately ordered Jenniger, Jessica, and David into defensive positions. Seeing this, Hanyu was confused, realizing the black fungus's power was too weak, and he had to seize the time to develop it. He looked at the golden pot and said, "Activate directional mutation." He then immediately planted the dark fungus into the golden flower pot. The system announced a successful and feasible mutation, significantly increasing spore volume, spore activity, and spore growth rate. Hanyu approached the mushroom chuckling and raised his hand commandingly, "Perform 3 qualitative mutations simultaneously for me." At that moment, the clover grew enormous, and he hugged its trunk tightly, exclaiming, "Hi" unleashes tens of millions of fungal spores upon the zombies as Eric Green happily announces the development. The crowd's speed is decreasing. Hearing this, the people below erupt in cheers. That's great, the mayor warns Jenniger, pointing to the sky. The lunar eclipse is in its final phase. The zombies' counterattack will be especially fierce, so be careful. Suddenly, Hanyu realizes something is wrong. As the lunar eclipse arrives, the zombies sprout horns, becoming even more powerful. Seeing this, the mayor signals Jenniger to pull back and focus on the entrance, as the terrified citizens scatter, whispering, "Are we going to die? I'm so scared." Hanvu thought to himself, seeing the people's morale plummeting, they couldn't fight like this. He had to rally them. Immediately he soared into the air, lifting everyone's spirits. Zombies are nothing we can't handle. We can definitely win. Meanwhile, Hanvu dodged a group of zombie kids, defeating them all, much to the delight of the townspeople. They cheered, "Yes, great hit, that's great." Hanvu turned back happily to look at the people below and called out to everyone. Suddenly a strange blue tentacle shot out, ensnaring Hanyu, leaving him confused and bewildered. Chi Ching cries out. Seeing Hanyu in danger, Jessica rushes toward him, shouting. "Han, Eric Grimm said, grabbing her arm, you'll be running to your death. We must combine our strength to move forward." He stepped forward, his voice resolute. "Han, hang in there, we will save you." At that moment, Hanyu furiously tore apart the tongue ensnaring him and shouted, "Get this disgusting tongue off me." He flapped his wings, soaring high before the zombies below could react. Hanvu turned in another direction, calculating the situation. If he flew in the direction he was being pulled, he would soon return to the town. Half an hour later he flew and observed. What is going on? Why is every direction wrong? Where is it? Suddenly a familiar voice breaks the silence. "Hey, still haven't figured it out, have you? You're trapped, the primordial variant," said, startling him. "Then do you have a way to escape this place?" It pondered for a moment, then responded as the first supergene of the divine galaxy civilization. "How could such a small scene trap me? One divinity point, and you'll be safely out of here." Hearing this, Hanyu asked in a deep voice, "Your divinity or your life?" "Choose wisely," the mutated source taunts with a sly chuckle. "Then pray for your own good fortune. As your superior, I can give you one free, sincere piece of advice. Don't wait for the dawn to escape, because the moment you entered the fog, your time stopped." He looked around, thinking that if what it said was true, he was in real danger. But the cardinal directions were all wrong. Did it want him to charge into the heavens and the earth? Suddenly a thought struck him, and he cried out in his mind, "That's right." Hanyu then changed direction, and flew straight into the sky, telling himself that he didn't believe this fog was without origin. A minute later, he noticed something strange ahead, a sense of unease. Was that a shield? Hanyu stared blankly at the massive shield before him, then swung his sword and roared, "You really think I'm a pushover?" But his attack only cracked the shield slightly. Seeing this, Hanvu was surprised, and immediately swung his sword at the shield, shouting, "Is this thing really that tough? Let's see how long you can hold out." The shield immediately cracked, and soon it shattered into countless pieces. Hanyu gazed at the scene, wondering, what is this? Before him stood an enormous tree. The mutated origin tree greeted him, saying, "Welcome, outsider, to my domain." Hanyu gripped his sword, wondering if the ancient tree was behind everything, and how it knew he was an outsider. "Didn't revealing my identity in the Outworld Survival Simulation Review fulfill the requirement?" Seeing his caution, it quickly interjected to reassure him. "Outlander, do not worry. I won't kill you." Hearing this, he asked, "Then why did you bring me here?" It sighed and replied, "Because I need your help to save this world." Hanyu, surprised, lowered his sword and asked gently, "You want me to take care of all the zombies, right?" Hearing this, the great tree boomed, not to kill all the zombies, but to drive the townspeople away. He sat down before it, thinking, sensing something amiss, and calmly asked, "Can you explain?" The great tree then slowly began to recount its story. "I am the tree of wisdom, a guardian of this secret realm, and I have existed here for tens of thousands of years. This place was once peaceful, until an outsider discovered this secret realm and claimed it for himself. He sent hordes of minions to gather the special tree seeds I cultivated, turning them into a unique trade resource. How could I bear to see my descendants become mere commodities?" It hesitated, then continued, "We had lived in peace for millennia, lacking any combat ability to resist the invaders, so I sought the god of death, praying for the power of revenge at the cost of serving death." It sighed. "From then on, I gained the ability to turn corpses into zombies. A horde of zombies appears, and the great tree continues sadly. Thus began the millennia-long war between humans and zombies. The number of zombies grew, and humanity could no longer resist, so 30 years ago I led a full-scale assault. I thought we had a chance and humanity retreated to the last town. But at that crucial moment, a comet-like powerhouse arrived. It recounted the scene of hundreds of zombies being driven away, not knowing what method he used to cultivate a level 4 plant, especially the incredibly powerful fire dragon grass, relying on the immense damage of the fire dragon grass to prevent us from attacking for a long time. Seeing him listening intently, it seemed to gain strength, and continued to tell the story of its life. Years later, I realized that mysterious man was likely an outsider, because he possessed abilities unlike anyone in town. And today, as I launched another all-out attack, I noticed you possess abilities remarkably similar to his. Hearing this, Han Yu asked in surprise, "So you want me to betray the town and help you?" It then proposed its idea. "If you are willing to help me, I will give you 10 wisdom fruits." Han Wu was now in a dilemma. 10 wisdom fruits, that's equal to 10 divinity points. Seeing his hesitation, the great tree added, "I'll also give you 3 divine corpses. Though they died thousands of years ago, their bodies are preserved as if they were still alive." Hearing this, his resolve seemed to waver. He swallowed hard, thinking this is too generous. He hesitated, weighing his options. Could he even repel the humans? And these zombie pups were treasures of the Imperial Academy, backed by a god who was likely a high-ranking leader. Helping the Tree of Wisdom could be seen as betraying a god, the ultimate offense. Han Yu immediately turned and coldly said, "I'm sorry, I can't." Seeing him leave, the great tree offered an even more tempting reward. "If you're willing to help me, I can introduce you to the great death god temple." Hearing this, Han Yu turned back to the great tree in surprise. The Hall of the God of Death, he thought to himself, wasn't that an opportunity to obtain the powerful 5th-level death godhood? If he could obtain it, he would become a god revered by all. The great tree, hearing his question, spoke with a hint of joy in its voice. "So do you agree now?" he asked, hesitantly turning away. "I'll try my best, but I have one condition. I need to contact the God Realm and bring my clan here, otherwise I can't do it alone." Hearing this, the great tree was a little speechless and continued, "That's not impossible, but I need you to swear before the death god. If you dare break your oath, your dependents will be cursed and tormented until they are wiped out. Coming to the Bacchium secret realm, and yet you underestimate the allure of a level 5 death godhood to me." He held out his hand to make the oath, then chuckled, "I willingly swear to His Highness, the God of Death." Then a mark instantly appeared on the back of his hand. Han Vu looked at his hand in confusion and exclaimed, "Hey, does this mean I'm stamped?" At that moment, the great tree linked its branches together into a small circle, and hundreds of scout eyes were released. He closed his eyes, basking in the warm sunlight, thinking, "Oh, the coveted aura of the divine realm. I should be a life-form domain lord by now." The great tree softly spoke to him, "Very well, outsider. I hope you fulfill our agreement soon." Immediately, it shoved him back to the lower realm. "Go," he cried, shocked and disoriented. "Damn you." Han Yu lands amidst the zombies, glaring upward as he unleashes his fury. "That old tree is so rude. It didn't even offer me coffee. How am I supposed to get the townspeople out of here?" First, he flies back to regroup with everyone and figure things out. Seeing him, Eric Green exclaimed, "It's Han, he's back." Jessica immediately turned to look. Immediately, Han Yu landed safely before them, and Jessica rushed to embrace him, overjoyed. "Han, it's so good you're okay." While he was still blushing, Johnson and Eric Green happily ran over. "Han, you're amazing." The Mayor Jenniger placed his hand on Han's shoulder and chuckled. "Han, to recognize your contribution, I'll award you the town's Citizen Award." Han Yu shyly smiles and says, "It's nothing, you flatter me." As the zombies faded in the light, the townspeople cheered. The lunar eclipse is ending. We've won. Meanwhile, a system notification appeared. 1 Hanvu 1270000 points. 2 Chin Shuang 87200000. 3. Sunkingnian septingi devingi simti divdesmitnulla points. Shutia septingi astoni simti devingdesmitnulla points. Seeing this, Shuke gritted his teeth in anger. What exactly did he do? Why can't I win? A wicked plan forms in his mind. If he can't win head-on, he'll resort to a sneak attack. Moments later, Shu Thiet carried a large sack of items out of the house, slamming it onto the table 20 minutes later. Shu Thiet glared at the man before him. "You're the most formidable assassin in this town, right? Here are 8000 gold coins. I want you to kill Han Vu." The assassin nodded slightly, replying with certainty, "Very well, await good news." As Shu Tai exited the shop, he was immediately watched by a reconnaissance eye, shifting the scene back to the two men's large villa. Han Yu, observing everything, crossed his arms and laughed. "You can't play fair, so you want to play dirty, huh? If that's how it is, don't blame me for killing you." Immediately after, he commanded the swarm of beetles outside. "Insect swarm, devour the sword." Immediately the swarm began destroying the flowers. They didn't just destroy the flowers, but moved on to the trees, their sharp teeth tearing through the vegetation. Qin Shuang finds Han Yu and asks in confusion, "These locusts are all your kin, so why did you let them in here? What are you trying to do?" Han Yu looked at her and replied, "It's a secret. If I told you, I'd have to kill you." Qin Shuang immediately pinched his ear, scolding angrily, "Oh my, you dare to kill me. Are you going to talk?" Han Vu cries out in pain. Suddenly, a commotion outside startles them both. "Han Yu, come out here." Enraged, Shu Tai bursts into the house, pointing and yelling, "Don't tell me you had nothing to do with this." Han Yu laughs, asking, "Oh Shu Da Xiao, what good deed have I done?" "Han Yu, you are absolutely shameless." Immediately the locust swarm rushed towards Shu Tai, who ducked down, covered himself with his coat, and cursed in fear. "You don't have special plants like I do, so you let locusts destroy my trees. You think you can beat me that way?" Han Yu smiled, explaining, "Stop talking nonsense. How could the royal insects even get in here? If you're going to sling mud, at least make it logical. Besides, I'm not great at math, but 12 million seems a lot higher than 7 million, doesn't it? Can you even keep up?" Then he struck a pose pretending to ride a motorcycle, taunting, "Relying on your precious motorcycle." Seeing this, the man gritted his teeth, glaring and spewing harsh words. Shu-Ti trembled, glaring at him with rage, vowing to himself, "Hanyu, I'll make sure you don't see the light of day tomorrow." At that moment the townspeople flocked to the store, angrily telling the owner, "I want pesticide, I want some too, I want to buy some." The store owner smiled and explained, "Everyone, the pesticide in the store is really gone. We will definitely make more as soon as possible. Please come back tomorrow." Hearing this, an old man looked dejected. What to do? The pesticide is gone. There's no hope for my crops. At this moment, the young man beside him spoke up. "Someone say something. My level 4 carnivorous flower has been sucked dry. How am I going to survive tonight?" The mayor had Jenniger appear to announce to everyone. "To the residents of the town has urgently launched an evacuation plan. Tonight, the town's chapel will open its doors to shelter residents. Please take refuge there for the night." As Hanyu watched him rejoice, he secretly calculated his next move. He had to take advantage of the townspeople fleeing their homes and let the locusts quickly devour any remaining special plants. This way all the special plants will be devoured, and the townspeople will be defenseless against the zombies, forcing them to relocate whether they like it or not. Cut to another part of town where Eric Greaves is surprised to see him. "Han, you're here. Today's mission is relatively easy. The zombie army suffered heavy casualties last night, so you can take it easy today." Jessica happily rushed over and took his arm, saying, "We'd always welcome you if you wanted to come and hang out." Hanyu pointed behind him and said, "Well, I'll go wander around and pick up any leftovers." Just then, a scout's eye flew in to report that Tu Thiet and Sat Thu were preparing to attack. Hearing this, he immediately heads off, thinking he'll find a secluded spot to wait for them. Han Vu calmly watches the two rushing towards him and speaks. "You two have finally arrived." He looked up at them. "You two took your sweet time." Enraged, Tu Thiet turned to the assassin and asked, "Did you say that?" The assassin replied with a cold expression, "You can insult my character, but you cannot insult my professionalism." Seeing this, Tu Thiet immediately turned to him and cursed. "Forget it, that's not important. What matters now is that you, Han Vu, will die here today." Han Vu looks at him with a calm gaze. "Are you sure you're willing to kill me? The university will have a record of this. How will you explain this to the school if you kill me?" He grits his teeth, staring at him. "The one who kills you will be an assassin from Littletown, having nothing to do with me. Why waste words on a dead man? I'll finish the job myself." He immediately went into a fighting stance, preparing to use the Phantom Tendril Thorns technique. A thorny whip extended and shot toward his opponent. He lunges forward, dagger aimed at his face, yelling "Phantom Spawn." A light flashes and he recoils in shock. What? Using his golden dragon transformation, he shattered the dagger's tip, then mocked 8,000 gold coins for this. Hearing this, the assassin turned around in a rage, yelling, "Shu-Ti, you son of a bitch, did you sell me out?" Even Shu-Ti was confused, angrily yelling, "Hanyu, how did you know?" Seeing the two fools before him, Hanyu smugly summoned his kin. "Now it's my turn to make a move." He then turned and commanded, "Welcome our guests." Seeing this, Shu-Tai panicked and shouted, "Impossible. How can you summon familiars? Don't waste time. Point him out to the assassin, and order him to kill him for me." Hearing this, the familiars charged at him, leaving him in despair, as Hanyu approached Shu Thiet with his sword saying, "And you, I'll deal with personally." Seeing him approach, he screamed, trying to intimidate him. You can't kill me. The academy will know about this. How will you explain yourself if you kill me?" Hanyu was stunned, but then a smug smile crept across his face. "Ah, that's right. Then I'll just toss your barely alive body to the zombies. After the zombies kill you, it'll have nothing to do with me." Shu-Ti, realizing the situation, immediately turned and ran, shouting, "Don't come here, help!" A second later, Hanvu floated over, grabbed his collar, and with one move slammed him effortlessly to the ground. Shu-Ti's face was swollen as he begged for mercy. Please don't hit me anymore. My family won't let you get away with this. Just you wait for the retribution of the true God." Hanyu effortlessly lifted him, a smile playing on his lips. "All right, whoever doesn't come is the grandson." He immediately flung him towards the horde of zombies outside, while elsewhere Hanvu strategized, issuing orders to his subordinate. "Brutal check if there's anything left. Not bad, leave me some broth to drink." Immediately, he unfurled his wings and flew forward, telling them to rest as he was here to take over. As time passes and the red sun sets, we transition to a high-level meeting in town, filled with the clamor of voices. "My trees are all gone, there's nothing left. How am I supposed to live now?" At the meeting, the mayor listened to the citizens' complaints, as Jenniger sat there bored. "Mayor, I can't live like this anymore. Indeed, the church doesn't have enough room for all the residents." The mayor replied, slightly flustered, "I know things are tough, but..." Before he could finish, Hanyu interjected, "I have another way." Hearing this, he asked in surprise, "Han, what do you have in mind?" Hanwu smiled and suggested, "We'll go to another world." Hearing Hanvu's words, the surprised citizens looked at the mayor and asked, "Can we really go to another world? I can't stand living here any longer." Indeed, with the constant zombie attacks, I haven't had a good night's sleep in ages. Mayor Cho Zeniger was taken aback by his words. He asked worriedly, "Han, it's not that we don't want to go, but the teleportation gate was destroyed in the fight against the zombies, and we don't know where we can go." Hanyu placed his hand on his chest, smiling confidently. He swore an oath afraid that people wouldn't agree to move. If that's the case, then how about this? Dalong City is perfect for everyone, and I know how to rebuild a warp gate to another world. Give me some time, everyone. Hearing this, he immediately rejoiced and exclaimed, Great Han, just tell me what you need and I'll do everything I can to help. The scene shifts to a vast area where Han Yu stands before a giant tree saying, That's the situation. The townspeople have agreed to move. If you can restore the teleportation gate, I can find them a place to live. Hearing that, it laughed, looking at him and exclaiming, Excellent, I've finally waited for this day. Thank you, outsider. I will fulfill my promise to you. Tonight, under the full moon, just bring them to the entrance of the secret forest. As night fell, the scene shifted to the entrance of the secret forest where the mayor's party brought Jenniger. They asked him with surprise, Will the gate to another world really appear when the moon is full? Jessica stared blankly at the giant tree and asked, Everyone, look, is that the tree of wisdom? It really is the tree of wisdom. And just then the portal opened and the people cheered. The portal's here. As everyone stepped through, he waved goodbye. Until we meet again. Hearing this, the people were moved and waved goodbye as the mayor cried out in gratitude. Thank you, Han. You're truly our savior. Jessica seized the moment, planting a kiss on his cheek, surprising him. She quickly covered her mouth, turned away and blushing, said, Han, see you again. Please remember me. And with that, the portal slowly closed before him. Han Wu sighs, it's finally over. That evaluation was long. In an instant, Miss Lena looked at everyone seriously and said, Dear students, the zombie dungeon assessment is now over. Then she and everyone else immediately reappeared in the classroom. She surveyed them all, then said sternly, First of all, congratulations to all the students who successfully returned from this survival assessment. 2 students died in the secret realm. I hope they'll have the strength to face the next assessment. Hearing this, Han Yu thought to himself, so those who die in the secret realm also perish in the real world. This assessment is far too cruel. Shuti, don't blame me. He was immediately startled to see Shuti glaring at him with resentment in his eyes. He was shocked. How was this guy still alive? How could he be alive? Miss Lena smiled as she announced the battle results. Please be seated. We will now announce the results for this class. In first place, Han Vu with 16 million points. Second place, Tan Sang with 12.03 million points. Third place goes to Sun Qingyan with 10 million points. At that moment, Shu Tai stood up and announced to everyone, Teacher, I accuse Han Yu of cheating. Han Yu turns to the others, noticing their smug grins, as Miss Lena asks in surprise, Shu Ti, do you have any proof? Shu Thiet glared at him, then slowly recounted. We saw Han Vu's locust familiar in the zombie town, and I also saw him summon a puppet. The 2 beside him immediately chimed in. That's right, I saw it too. She smiled gently. The theme of this lecture is simulating survival in the outer realms, and it doesn't say anything about not being able to summon familiars. Han Vu relied on his own efforts to summon his dependents into the secret realm. There was some luck involved, but it was mostly skill. At that moment, Lena's aura intensified as she glared at him. Who are you going to report this to? That's your right. However, as your guide, I have the right to punish you for disrespecting your teacher. Seeing this, he was confused. Why was she suddenly so imposing? Then she pushed him into the time gate, saying, I'm punishing you with a year of hard labor in the Black Dungeon. Hearing this, Shu Tai cried out in despair what was happening. She immediately looked at Tu Thiet's 2 disciples, her smile unsettling them. Anyone else want to join Iron 2? One of them asked, terrified. Lena is right, and the man beside her nods with a gentle smile. How could he disrespect his teacher like that? He deserved it. She happily continued her announcement. Next, the awards ceremony. Han Vu will receive a jade vase, and Qin Shuang. The award ceremony concludes, and as he walks down the hall after class, a voice calls out, Junior brother Han Yu over here. Seeing the 3 people approaching with smiles, he said in surprise, Senior brothers, senior sisters, I didn't disgrace my mission and brought back the fruit of wisdom. Hearing this, Xiang Meng smiled. So you got them. Did you get 1 or 2? Han Yu thought to himself. Before the assessment ended, he exchanged all his friendship points for wisdom fruits, including those given by the wisdom tree for a total of 12. He used 9 fruits to exchange for divinity points, and then looking apologetic, he said, Sorry, this is all I could do, but 9 divinity points isn't a small number. Before Xiatian gave him a thumbs up. 9 fruits. Our junior brother is truly something. Yiling happily chimes in, Thanks to you taking first place, we got 10 divinity points from Huang Shenjun. So you just hold on to these 9 divinity points, and now let's go grab some spicy, fragrant dishes. Suddenly a voice echoed from behind him, eating and drinking, how delightful. Huang Shenjun steps forward saying, You're Han Yu, the one who cost me 10 divinity points, aren't you? Xiang Meng immediately rushes forward to shield Han Yu, angrily asking Huang Shenjun, What do you want? You don't understand what's happening. Ask Brother Man what's going on. Ye Ling smiled, explaining, Someone lost and is furious. Xia Tian explains that his name is Huang Shenjun, and he's always been at odds with them, provoking them before the exam, so they bet on who would get first place. Junior, you helped us win 10 divinity points. Han Yu looked at the man before him and asked in surprise, Senior, who are you supporting? Xia Tian smiled and answered for him, It's the kid who used the fire, dragon herb. Hearing this, he chuckled derisively. Shu Tai. Then Senior Hong must be blind. An enraged Hong Thang Quan glared at him, shouting, "Say that again if you dare." At that, Xiang Meng and the others charged toward him laughing. "What can you do even if I say it 10 times? Seeing the situation, Huang Shenjun knew retreat was the best option, threatening as he fled. "Be careful, your next intensive course is combat training with him. Cross me, and I'll show you hell." Xiang Meng said, "Junior, we're sorry. We made a bet and got you into trouble with Huang Shenjun. We can't protect you during the concentrated training session." Han Yu placed his hand on his senior's shoulder and replied, "It's okay, I've been threatened plenty these past few months. Haven't I grown up just fine? This class is over and I've learned a lot, so I'm going back to improve myself." Yi Ling then added, "Junior Han, you come find us if you need anything." Xia Tian nodded slightly. "We'll definitely support you." The scene shifts to another vast location, and a voice rings out. "Your Highness, the God King, a demigod, seeks an audience." Then the God King ordered him to be brought forth. The God King, seated on his throne, asked Demigod, "Why do you seek an audience with me?" The man immediately reported his presence to the God King. "I am Zhang Gang, and I've come to report a lead concerning the ruins of the God River. I have a suspect." Hearing this, he immediately stood up and urged, "Quickly, if this is true, there will be a generous reward." Zhang Gang immediately stood up and opened the box. Inside was Han Yu's locust. He reported, "Your Majesty, I found this locust corpse in the ruins of the Divine River. I happen to know a Divine Realm locust player named Han Yu, and I believe he's involved." Hearing this, the God King asked in surprise, "Han Yu, what else do you know about him?" Zhang Gang immediately recounted everything. He's a high school student, orphaned, and now a reserve student at the Imperial Academy, currently at the level of Divine Biology. Hearing this, the God King flew into a rage. "You think a mere divinity student could enter the river ruins and defeat the 6 demigods I sent?" Seeing the God King's fierce attitude, he immediately knelt and kowtowed fearfully, saying, "Please calm your anger, God King. At first I didn't believe Han Yu could reach the river ruins, but I took Han Yu's photo to investigate, and indeed found clues that Han Yu had been there." He recounted everything. "I found that Han Yu bought a batch of radiation ore at the radiation ore shop with a record of divine power payment, and the IN's Divine Realm registration machine also has a record." The God King glared at him, furious. "Demigod, you better not deceive me with false information, or I will never forgive you." He then tossed a yang coin at the man, telling him to take his reward and leave. Zhang Gang was overjoyed at the sight of the coin and thanked the God King profusely. The God King then ordered his subordinate to take a signal device and investigate this Han Yu for him, wanting to confirm if he had stolen his treasure. His eyes flashed with a cold light. "If it's him, I'll turn him to dust." Meanwhile, Han Vu suddenly sneezed, violently wiping his nose and sighing. "Looks like it's getting cold. I need to level up in my next subject." Han Yu smiled at the pot and said, "Kalina's gift is truly amazing. It binds special plant seeds to the jade pot, yielding special plant seeds with each growth cycle. The growth cycle is linked to the plant's level. The higher the level, the longer the growth cycle." After using it for the first time, he smiled with satisfaction. This 6th-level Devil Shadow Vine, combined with plant fusion techniques, can unleash a powerful Devil Shadow Flatter ability, so I'll bind the jade pot with the 6th-level Devil Shadow Vine seed, and then I'll have a continuous supply of Devil Shadow Vine seeds. Then, looking at the 3 dried corpses in front of him, he affirmed that he could refine the divine flesh and blood energy, which could promote the creation of a Locust Lord, and when the time comes, he would give the Locust Lord the fruit of wisdom, and his combat power would definitely skyrocket. Suddenly, Lena called, surprising him. Han Yu immediately answered, calling out Lena with a hint of doubt. She said to him, "Han Yu, I have some bad news." He was surprised and asked, "Does it have something to do with the zombie town in the secret realm?" She quickly replied, "The zombie town was a gift to the Academy from one of the 3 master gods of the Imperial Capital Academy, the master god Shu Haiquan. Now the town has been lost due to the destruction of its coordinates. Master Shu has discovered your involvement and is furious." Hearing this, Han Yu pointed to himself, anxiously stammering, "So will I be expelled?" Lena smiled and shook her head. "Of course not. This isn't against school rules. Master Shu is just upset and wants to duel you tomorrow. I'll be the referee." Hearing this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "With Miss Lena, here I'm not worried about getting killed." She cleared her throat against the cold. "Just do your best. He won't make it too hard on you, don't worry." After the call ended, Han Yu lay in bed and sighed. "Well, what's coming is coming. There's no avoiding it. I'll get a good night's sleep and give it my all tomorrow." The scene shifts to the martial arts arena the next morning. As Han Yu steps into the ring, his 3 senior disciples cheer him on, urging him to do his best and surrender quickly if he can't win. Kolina points to a strange man and introduces him. "Han Yu, greet Master Shu. He is the god Shu Hai." He said, "Hello, Master Shu." Shu Hai solemnly instructed him, "Han Yu, because I'm fighting you, I won't use any abilities. Using only 1 million familiars to fight me, win or lose your destruction of my secret realm, will be forgiven. Any objections?" Han Yu smiled confidently, replying, "I wouldn't dare. I will fight with all my strength and not disappoint you." Just then Kolina looked at the system and announced, "Very well, let the duel begin. The duel will take place in Qiling, and both of you can summon your familiars." The atmosphere crackled with anticipation as a fierce battle was about to unfold. Shu Hai extends his hand, and a blue vortex begins to spin wildly as he commands come forth. Identical figures emerged, and soon Hangman faced an army of Homo sapiens, their power overwhelming. He gaped at the shocking scene, exclaiming, "What kind of monsters are these? How can their aura be so powerful?" Sha Tian, arms crossed, gleefully watches his bewildered expression and laughs. These are Homo sapiens, a subspecies of humans, an extremely rare species. The Homo sapiens are extraordinary beings, naturally gifted with high intelligence and potential, and with a little effort they can ascend to become heroic life forms. Yi Ling crossed her legs, watching the fierce roars with a sigh. Though there are no heroic life forms here, their momentum is no less than that of heroic life forms. Hangman, hearing this, anxiously shouted to Han Vu with all his might. "Han Vu is pretty good. Hey kid, just give up. You'll only lose half as much. A gentleman takes 10 years to exact revenge. The mountains are still here, so what's the worry?" Before he could finish, Shu Hai shouted silence. He stood at the head of the Homo sapiens, facing Han Yu's solitary figure. Seeing him still unmoving, Xiang Meng couldn't help but feel bitter, thinking to himself, as expected, Han Yu is still frightened. He looked at him intently, asking, "Friend Han Yu, are you unwilling to join your clan?" Han Yu finally reacted, waving his hand behind him, and a squadron of self-detonating locusts appeared. "Let's play what's there to fear," he exclaims as Homo sapien stands stoically before the blue gate surrounded by countless self-detonating locusts. Shu Hai was initially disappointed, but now he witnesses a terrifying scene. Is that a transcendent life form? And the numbers are truly terrifying. But it doesn't end there. His eyes widen once more at the horrifying sight. What a powerful being appears before his very eyes. It emerged, standing out amidst the self-detonating locusts, causing Shu Hai to recognize the spirit creature and shock his gaze, then shifting behind the swarm. These red figures, unable to hide their ferocity, deliver another shock. Behind the locusts, red dwarves. The leader is a spirit life form. Han Yu is summoning terrifying beings, even a powerful, imposing bull from the Taurus demon clan, leaving him in shock. Not only the bull demon clan, but also a spirit lord life form. Following closely behind the heroic legions are the Sword Peak clan. He appears at Han Yu's summons, shocking Shu Hai, who exclaims, "A Sword Peak tribe lifeform spirit master. What other tribes do you have? I'm speechless." From the gate with the barrier, a line of skeletal soldiers marched in unison behind a skeletal commander. Their presence was not to be trifled with. Shu Hai is reeling, questioning, now the Bone clan too. He stares at Han Yu's powerful forces, his mouth agape, brows furrowed at the sight. There are 5 types of spirit life forms, and he's even a bone controller, the strongest combatant among the hero life forms. Not even demigods could assemble an army like this. Is this kid really just a divine being? Even Xiang Meng, who was watching from the sidelines, was shocked by his powerful summoning abilities. He keeps talking about it with Sha Tian. Damn it. He thought he'd be crushed in the bloody arena, but now realizes he didn't even have a chance. Xia Tian chimes in to comfort him, saying to be confident perhaps not many freshmen could create a scene like Han Yu. Unlike those two nuisances, Ye Ling watched him fight intently with an admiring look, thinking that if he could officially enter the Imperial Academy, he would definitely rise to prominence. Though each had their own thoughts, all 3 were happy to support and encourage him. Go get him, Han Vu. Show them your true power. Fueled by his friend's support, Han Yu finds renewed resolve to fight. His every command obeyed without question. With their master's command, the Locust army swiftly flies toward the unmoving Homo sapiens. Sword dance attack. But the Homo sapiens remain unfazed, simply raising their hands, clasping them together, and chanting in unison. From their murmurs, a shield materialized, rendering their attacks useless. Seeing his counterattack fail, Han Yu cried out in alarm. What? After creating a shield against the Locust army's attacks, the Homo sapiens begin their counterattack. Fireballs are launched, targeting the hovering creatures and decimating Han Vu's forces, causing him great alarm. He quickly issues a command, unwilling to sustain further losses. Oh no, exploding locusts fall back. Rock locusts provide cover. Immediately a swarm of larger, stronger locusts appeared. Obeying their master's command, they saw that no matter how much he attacked, it wasn't enough to damage their army, so Shu Hai began to sneer, shouting, "This level of defense is not enough to stop the Homo sapiens." Against the orange sky and desolate wasteland, Shu Hai's army stood tall, and at his command, the Homo sapiens attacked in unison. From afar, Han Yu and his myriad of rock locusts were utterly shaken by the sight of a barrier's connections. He couldn't help but exclaim in panic, "What the hell, is that a spirit bomb?" Did this god watch Dragon Ball? Shu Hai immediately raised his hand, unleashing a surge of power with his command. Upon receiving the order to attack, his army unleashed a devastating, annihilating strike. Recognizing the weakness in his forces, Han Yu quickly summoned the powerful divine hammer. "We can't keep this up. We have to find a way to break through the Homo sapiens' shell." The god hammer takes the field, receiving orders to raise his great hammer high and strike a mighty blow against the Homo sapiens' Huai, his form suspended in midair with the hammer's force. A crimson figure stands out against the sky. The war god's fierce visage and hammer unleash a blinding surge of power. Before the Homo sapiens barrier, his hammer created a perfect crack, and as the shield shattered, Han Yu roared an order to his army. Success, release the rock locusts. Obeying the order, the locusts swarm the towering humanoids. The three onlookers couldn't help but rejoice at the sight, encouraging him. Little brother Han Yu might actually succeed. Even as his defenses crumble, Shu Hai remains unconcerned. He watched Han Yu and his mighty army, and quietly spoke. The game has only just begun. Against the vast sky, swarms of locusts engulf the Homo sapiens army. Han Vu surveys the scene, his heart wavering. Though the locusts are numerous, their combat power is low. But if they can take down even a few Homo sapiens for every 10,000, there's still hope. His eyes darted back, noticing the mighty Bone Lord behind him, stirring something within. My escape route is here, he signals. Go undead Lord. Han Wu's attention now shifts to the sight of Homo sapiens struggling against his locust army, a scene that fills him with constant admiration. The Homo sapiens are too strong. Their combat skills are all top tier. Realizing the advantage is shifting toward them, he's stunned, his face blank with contemplation. This isn't good. Too few humans are falling. I need to increase the locust's attack power, source of evolution. Your opponent this time is too strong. To avoid detection, I'm initiating directed mutation and a temporary lock. We'll meet again. Hearing these words from the source of mutation, Han Yu flew into a rage. Hey, are you kidding me, bullying the weak and fearing the strong? The little spirit is born. He curses, but there's no response, and feeling like he's about to ascend, he can only despondently hope. Looks like directed mutation is a bust. Hang in there, little skeleton. The skeleton lord defeats the homunculus one by one, as he watches with anticipation, hoping he can rely on him. As he spoke, the skeletons were immediately bathed in a brilliant mystical light. Seeing Han Yu gradually gain the upper hand, Xiang Meng was overjoyed, his admiration wavering. It's coming, the finishing move is coming. Everything is going according to plan, but the Bone Lord is mysteriously acting behind the Bone Soldiers. Unexpectedly, a massive explosion erupts before their eyes, and a horrified Han Yu cries out in confusion. What's going on? Shu Hai, standing triumphantly above, speaks words that strike at the core of his being. Han Yu, the Wind Spirit race, truly has a great advantage. Their method of seizing war to fuel war is a nightmare that terrified all civilizations tens of thousands of years ago. He looked down on the small figure on the ground with the smugness of a fisherman, but after all, that was just history. Through the research of countless Divine Realm players, there are countless ways to restrain the undead, even for true gods. Almost everyone has a trump card unaffected by necromancy. If you see this as your ace in the hole, your path ahead will be quite bumpy. Hearing this, Han Yu paused to consider the situation, as everything seemed to indicate his side was about to fall. The locust swarm is ineffective, dealing little damage. The skeletons can't be summoned. The lesser skeletons and puppet masters are completely restrained. And there aren't enough ogres and dwarves to satisfy the Homo sapiens' hunger. Is defeat inevitable? At this moment, the sword fiend and bull demon Tatman are fighting tooth and nail to defeat the Homo sapiens. The sounds of slaughter echo as bodies are torn apart by the sword fiend's blade. The massive Taurus demon Tat Satman furiously strikes down the Homo sapiens. It may seem like they're about to win, but in reality they're fighting thousands of Homo sapiens alone. Han Yu worriedly says, this isn't good. Though Tram Thiet Kiamfong and Nuguma Tatman have the upper hand, they're surrounded, and at this rate they'll die of exhaustion. Seeing the situation unstable, Han Yu releases his strongest fighter. The yellow insect warrior soars into the skybow, drawn at its master's command, and with a dark yellow flash, unleashes an arrow of immense power. The arrow soared into the sky, drawing the attention of the Homo sapiens as it pierced the sun's rays, then multiplied into a rain of arrows turning back towards them. Shadow arrow, rain-black arrows carrying the properties of dark corrosion and immobilization. The Homo sapiens army struck by the arrows suffers corrosion and immobilization, leaving Han Yu in awe of their power. As expected of the wisdom fruit, even a small bite has evolved the Dark Emperor this much. While they struggle with the myriad arrows, the iron-severing sword and bull demon assault combine forces to crush the Homo sapiens. The two of them sent the small Homo flying, but even after such a beating, they quickly recovered and regrouped. He watched them multiply, a growing unease in his heart. These Homo sapiens recover too quickly. Something caught his eye, causing him to exclaim in surprise, as the black dragon Amphius performed an amazing somersault right above him. It greets him with delight. Your trusty companion, the great black dragon, has come to help. Arriving in its massive form, Amphius simply swished its tail, and a horde of powerful entities appeared. The 10 little powerhouses were present. This summoning piqued the interest of the other three, and Ye Ling quickly pointed it out to Xia Tian. Xia Tian looked quickly. It's a black dragon, pure dragon blood. I didn't expect Han Yu to be hiding such a treasure. Xiang Meng exclaimed, heavens, a purebred giant dragon, it could ascend to the level of a monarch in the future. Hearing this, Xia Tian couldn't resist teasing Xiang Meng. Mengzi, you lost fair and square. This sent him spiraling, squatting on the ground, drawing circles of resentment. Seeing Amphius's black dragon Shu Hai, couldn't help but admire him, a rare talent whose strength at the preparatory student stage was astonishing. Immortal City is truly brilliant. Thinking this, he opened his mouth. Listen up, Han Vu. However, Shu Hai then turned his attention to the 10 little powerhouses that Amphitheus had summoned, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. What kind of monsters are these? New and strange species appeared before Shuhai, broadening his horizons, but they couldn't fight forever. After all, they were students, so he hesitated. Their combat power was strong, and their recovery ability was even more terrifying. At this rate, it's hard to say who will win, so he proposes a truce. Hanyu, why don't we call a truce? Hanyu asked, looking suspiciously at the black dragon Amphius, who was flying towards Shuhai, ready to attack. Stop the fighting. Black dragon Amphius roared in fury upon hearing this. No, Amphius won't agree to that. Xiang Meng couldn't contain himself and shouted. Am I hearing things? Lord God Shuhai is proactively requesting a ceasefire. Xiatian chimed in. Brother, does even God, Hua Hai, fear? Hanvu Yeling's eyes lit up with excitement. Good heavens, if word gets out, won't Junior Hanvu? A familiar voice chimes in. Won't Hanvu what? You kids know nothing. If Master Su were to go all out, Hanyu wouldn't stand a chance. Mr. Shu values talent, Yeling stammered in surprise. Aunt Lena. Lena continued with a confident expression. The strength Hanvu showed in this match has been acknowledged by Master Hua. He would never let a talent like that slip away. It seems your junior Hanyu is about to skyrocket. At that moment, Shuhai approached and said, Hanvu, I've calmed down. Continuing to fight will only lead to meaningless sacrifice. Besides, I intend to give you the remaining AI army as a gift. Unfazed Black Dragon Ampus roared, Don't stop, keep fighting. Seeing this, Hanyu turned to him in a fluster and said, Shh, don't cause trouble. He then put on a bright smile and asked Mr. Shuhai, Are you serious? With his hands clasped behind his back, Teacher Shuhai sternly says, I'll give you the intrinsic noble heart, but on one condition: once you officially enter the Imperial Academy, you must join my school. Hearing this, Hanyu points at himself in surprise, saying, Ah, join your school. Before he could react, Kalina urged him on hurry and thank Master Shu. Shuhai is one of the 3 most famous instructors at the Imperial Academy, renowned for both his strength and teaching ability. She illustrates that every year, students lining up to become Shuhai's disciples can stretch for 500 meters. Hanyu glared at Lena, muttering, Only 500 meters. Even with 2 people per meter, that's just 1,000,000 people. But hearing his words, she proudly raised her head. That's right, the Imperial Academy only accepts 2,500 students each year. Convinced, Hanyu bowed respectfully. Teacher, I agree to become your student, and I can formally accept you now if needed. Master Shuhan then said sternly and solemnly, Good disciple, I'll take that as your agreement to my condition. Absorb the remaining 82,000 noble souls into your divine realm as a small aid from me, but the formal apprenticeship will have to wait until you officially join the Imperial Academy. He raised his head proudly, saying, I don't care about the others, but if you want to be my student, you must hold yourself to a high standard. Before officially joining the Imperial Academy, you must advance to a perfect demigod. Understood. Still bowing, Hanyu carefully replied, Understood. That means your divinity must reach a perfect 10. Then Master Shuhai's voice turned serious. Furthermore, you must obtain clues related to the death, God's divinity of death. This is another challenge. Complete these 2 tasks, and you can officially become my student. Immediately after, the group of top students rushed over, saying loudly, Congratulations, Junior Hanvu. Before they could celebrate, Shuhai turned serious and said, Had enough eavesdropping. What you saw today is not to be revealed to anyone, especially not to your teacher. Understood. Xiatian grinned. Mr. Shu, you know how our teacher is. Understanding his meaning, Shuhai threw 3 gold cards into their hands, scoffing. Seeing this, the 3 chuckled to themselves, and Xiatian flattered, He, got it, we wouldn't breathe a word. Unable to contain herself, Lena interjected, The 3 of you have some nerve, daring to take advantage of even a chief god. The scene shifts to a building the next morning where Qin Shuang nervously fidgets with her skirt and hesitantly asks Hanyu, Could you help me with something? She hesitantly continued, My family wants to arrange a marriage with Shu Ti's family, and I'm the unfortunate sacrifice. Did your parents agree to this? My parents only just obtained demigod status, they can't change great-grandfather's mind. My great-grandfather is the only true god in the family. His decision is the will of the gods for the entire family. He asked curiously, Who is the marriage partner? Shu Tai, Qin Shuang said, not daring to look up. Originally, the marriage partner was Shu Tai, but because Shu Tai failed in class, the marriage partner was changed to Shu Tai's brother. Hearing this, Hanyu understood. It seems the Shu family is determined to marry you. How can I help? If it's within my power, I'll do everything I can. Hearing him say that, Qin Shuang must have felt a little relieved, and she said emotionally, Hanyu, thank you. With a provocative smirk, he turned to Qin Shuang and said, No need to thank me. After all, we were once husband and wife. Hearing this, Qin Shuang lost her composure and slapped Hanyu, yelling, Shut up. Caught off guard, Hanyu cried out in pain, tears welling up. Ouch. Surprisingly, he turned to Qin Shuang, his cheek flushed, and said, That's more like you. So don't be upset. If you don't want to, I'll go back with you to cancel the arranged marriage. Perhaps his words struck a chord with her as Qin Shuang spoke with her, eyes closed. Okay, I agree. 3 days later, at the Qin family estate in Sijia, amidst the towering buildings under the setting sun, 2 voices clash. You're not some princess, are you? The other person calmly replied. Though not comparable to the capital, the Qin estate is still a major city of 10 million. Just then, a servant entered, saying respectfully, "Miss, the master and madam have ordered me to escort you. They await at the main house." Seeing Uncle Zhang arrive, Xin Shuang politely replied, "Thank you for your trouble, Uncle Zhang. Oh, and this is my friend." Han Yu looked surprised at the introduction. "Oh, so you're the young lady's classmate. You must be one of the genius students from the Imperial Academy's preparatory class." "My apologies," Han Yu replied politely, matching the man's demeanor. "You're too kind, Uncle Zhang." Without delay, they quickly reminded each other to get in the car and leave. In the car, Qin Shuang sat silently, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Seeing her mood, Han Yu, sitting next to her, patted her back and comforted her. "It's okay, I'll protect you if anything happens." Hearing that seemed to ease Qin Shuang's tension, and though she couldn't manage a smile, she forced out a single word. After a while, the two looked out the window, Xin Shuang anxiously saying, "We're here." The car stops before towering iron gates, revealing a brightly lit mansion from which a loud voice booms. "Last year the family divided profits, leaving my wife and I out, and now they want to marry off my daughter. That's absurd. If anyone wants to go through with this marriage, they can, but my daughter won't." "Sixth brother, you can't say that. Schwanger has enjoyed the family's resources since she was little, so she should share for the family." Behind the large door, the two overheard the argument inside. "Third brother, haven't all of your children benefited from the family's resources since they were young? Why don't you share something for once? Your daughter wasted resources to get into a second-rate university's prep class. I think she's perfect for marriage, and marrying her off would save the family resources." Another voice interjected, "Sixth brother, watch your tongue when speaking to third brother." Unable to contain himself, Han Yu judges this family to be utterly chaotic, treating their children like merchandise, and unable to remain calm, Qin Shuang bursts in declaring, "I don't want to marry into that wretched Shu family." Inside, a line of guards stood at attention as the red-clad Third Master Qin, seething with anger, spoke outrageous. "How dare you interrupt your elders, guards? Miss Shuang is tired. Take her back to her room to rest." Seeing the severity of the situation, a man in glasses tried to mediate. "Shuang, as a member of the family, you should contribute to the family. They're also descendants of true gods with vast wealth. You won't lack for resources after you marry into their family." Her father rushed to shield her, shouting, "I'm here to see who dares lay a finger on my daughter." At that moment, the third master rose, cigarette in hand, and said, "Sixth, you're spoiling her to her detriment." Qin Shuang's father not only refused to listen but also expressed his dissatisfaction, shouting, "My daughter, I'll spoil her if I want to. My daughter is a student at the Imperial Academy, and she has hope of becoming a true god in the future. I absolutely will not allow you to ruin her future." The head of the Qin family pointed directly at him, saying, "You've gone too far, sixth brother. Do you want the ancestor to beg you personally before you agree?" His face flushed with anger as he spoke. "Your daughter is exceptional, but she's not even a demigod yet. Becoming a true god is a matter of decades, even centuries. The Qin family only has one true god right now, and we must protect him at all costs." Imagining his family being trampled by others, he exclaimed, "If the Qin family loses its true god, what will those families waiting like hungry tigers do? You know better than I do. You can't bear that burden." Outside, having overheard everything, Han Vu wondered, "Uncle Trung, what does Qin Shuang's marriage have to do with the only true god?" Uncle Trung sighed. "The Qin family's only true god is being held for execution after causing trouble on a trip to an alien civilization, and only a true god can intervene. The Qin family searched far and wide, but only the Shu family's true god agreed to help." Hearing this, Han Yu stroked his chin, thinking that Qin Shuang likely had the potential to become a true god in the future. The Shu family wants to use this opportunity to bring Qin Shuang to their side. How cunning. Wait, a true god? Isn't that idiot Yuan Zhong a true god? With that in mind, he took out his phone and contacted Yuan Zhong, who was enjoying bubble tea while answering the call. "Are you short on divinity again?" He shook his head, saying, No, I'm calling because I need your help with something. To an alien civilization to rescue a player god imprisoned by their true god." Before he could finish, Yuan Zhong interrupted. "I've heard of that outer realm civilization. I also know that true god is powerful, just a little weaker than me." Hearing that, his face lit up as he replied, "So you're agreeing to this then?" Instead of answering, he asked, "What's your fee? If it's too low, I'm not going." Han Vu then went outside, thinking that the price to hire a true god couldn't be cheap. If the Qin family were to pay this fee, such a huge sum would make them question Qin Shuang. Might as well see this through. He replied, "Payment will be made in sacred object essence." "How many sacred relic cores will it take to get you to show your face?" Hearing this, the man smirked and said, "Simple. I need 3,000,000 sacred relic cores to repair my divine gun. So the fee for this is settled at 3,000,000 sacred source crystals." "Agreed, let's settle on that. 3,000,000 sacred stone essences to rescue a true god. I'll send you the coordinates to sign the contract." Inside the living room, the third master continues to berate Qin Shuang, saying, "Shuang, you can't be so selfish." Suddenly, a voice caught the attention of everyone in the room. "Wait." Han Vuhian strides in, seeing the third master scolding. "Who are you, boy? Why are you here at the Qin family's main residence? Guards, get him out of here." Sensing danger, Xin Shuang steps in front of him declaring, "He's my classmate here to help me." Hearing this, the bespectacled man immediately retorts, "A classmate helping you? More like a school fling if you ask me." "No wonder you refused to marry into the Zai family," she retorted. "Uncle, you're lying." The leader chimed in advising Xiao Shuang, "You're a descendant of a true god. You should seek a man of equal standing." "Kid, I'm asking you, does your family have a true god?" With a quick wit, Han Yu replied that he was an only child without even a demigod in his family, though he did have a few bottles of 6-god flower water due. Hearing this, Qin Shuang couldn't help but exclaim Uncle Hoa, and the gang leader also chimed in with criticism. "What can a family without even a true god offer you? Marrying him would mean a life of poverty. This power storage card contains 500 million, enough for you to live comfortably for half your life. Take this power and leave Xiao Shuang." Seeing the gold card in the old man's hand, Han Yu, as if manipulated, smiled politely and said, "Okay, if that's the case, then consider this 500 million power as capital for me to invite a true god to save the Qin family's elder." Seeing him like this, the elder turns to Qin Shuang and says, "Shuang, 500 million units of divine power is enough to see a man's true colors. Did you hear that?" He even said he'd use this 500 million to hire a true god. To hire a true god with 500 million divine power to summon a true god, the man with glasses said mockingly, unable to contain himself. "Is he joking? As if true gods are just cabbages on the roadside ready to be summoned at will. I think this kid is just stalling our rescue of the true god." Qin Shuang's father, still wary of Han Yu, offered a reminder despite his disapproval. Although he's willing to help Shuang, he shouldn't speak so absurdly. "Shuang, before you interrupt, Han Yu said he could summon a true god with 500 million divine power, and I believe he can." "I believe him." Seeing his granddaughter's stubbornness, the leader angrily challenged, "Kid, if you say you can use 500 million units of divine power to summon a true god, then do it. Let me see how you'll summon one with that power." Sensing their disdain, Han Yu retorted confidently, "Who said I wanted to summon the Shu family's true god? Are there no other true gods besides them?" The leader, losing his composure, yelled, "I think you're just here to cause trouble. Take your divine power and get out." "If I didn't respect you as Xiao Shuang's classmate, I would have noticed something strange," the third elder began before being cut off. "Big brother, wait." The leader was shocked to realize this was the pressure of a true god. Not wanting to keep them waiting, Han Vu announced, "The one I invited is a powerful true god, and it seems he has arrived." Unable to believe his eyes, the third brother said, "That's right, it must be. The Qin family has stood strong for so many years. How could the family head's misfortune not bring a few true gods to help?" Not to be outdone, the bespectacled man chimed in, "Boy, once that true god arrives, your lies will be exposed." Impatient Han Yu retorted with a bored tone, Yes, you're all right, okay. Go ask him yourselves when he gets here." Meanwhile, Yuan Zhong silently observed everything from afar. The true god Yuan Zhong hovered above, silently observing everything, and as he landed, the crowd rushed forward. As he ran, the Qin family elder anxiously said, "Welcome, true god. You must have heard of my ancestors' plight, and came to help, right?" Yuan Zhong looked at him without respect and said, "A demigod. Not worth mentioning." Hearing this, the old man guiltily turned away, stammering. Meanwhile, Han Yu snickers mockingly. Without wasting time, Yuan Zhong asks who Han Yu is. From afar, Bu Qin Shuang wonders if this venerable god is the friend Shuang invited. Meanwhile, Lao San and Lao Wu asked Dongqing, "This kid actually has the ability to invite a true god." Hearing his name, he looked worried. "It's me." Yuan Zhong looked surprised. "Oh really?" He points a finger, convinced this is the guy. "How can I call a mere demigod my brother, when he hasn't even reached the level of a divine being?" he thought, before asking aloud, "Are you really the Han Yu I've been talking to?" Surprised, Han Vu pulls out an object to prove his identity, saying, "It's me, isn't it, old Vian? You recognize this holy relic, right?" After confirming it was him, Yuan Zhong put his hand on his shoulder and said, "I didn't expect you to be so young." Han Yu happily responded, "Hey, you look pretty young yourself." Entering the living room, he looked at the people before him and asked, "Are these all your family members?" Han Wu turned to the head of the Qin family and said, "No, I have nothing to do with them." Seeing his gaze, the old man quickly realized, thinking to himself, "Damn it, this kid is playing it safe." Quickly losing face, he turned to Qin Shuang's father, sixth brother. "That kid that Han Yu is your daughter's classmate. You must convince him to help the Qin family." The third master added, "That's right, sixth brother. We are all members of the Qin family. We share the glory and the hardship. You shouldn't let petty matters cause trouble for the Qin family at this time." The fifth master Qin also chimed in, urging, "Think about it, sixth brother. If this true god takes action, your daughter won't have to marry into the Tu family. Isn't that what you wanted?" Seemingly at a loss for words, he looked at his daughter, who stared back equally confused, before Qin Shuang's father approached her and said, "My daughter, I never imagined you had such good judgment, and the man you found is even more incapable than anyone in the family. You must seize this opportunity. If your grandfather is saved, you'll be the family's greatest hero. Then we'll see who dares use your marriage as a bargaining chip." Qin Shuang lowered her head, blushing shyly. "Dad, what are you saying? We're not like that." Seeing his daughter blush with embarrassment, he laughed and continued, "It's only a matter of time. I know your personality. If you didn't like this kid, why would you bring him home? Besides, this young man seems pretty good. Why don't you go talk to him?" Looking at Hanvu, Tansang hesitated, and said Hanvu before she could speak. Hanvu turned and called out, "Tansang, you're just in time. He's already agreed to help you save the Tan family's true god. Tell your family to bring any news or tokens related to the Tan family's true god, and he'll set off immediately." Seeing this, Qin Shuang asked, "So soon, what about the ceremony? Is it really just 500 million divinity points?" Before she could say another word, Han Yu silenced Qin Shuang, saying, "Don't worry about the formalities, just do as I say." She wondered how 500 million divinity points could possibly be enough. It seems Han Yu added the missing funds. He's so good to me. Meanwhile, the staff member turned to Qin and said, "Don't forget what you promised me." The old man quickly replied, "Oh, how could I forget?" Soon after, the henchman departed and Han Yu called out, "Rest assured, old Yuan." Meanwhile, the Qin family beamed with joy. The eldest said, "Han Yu, you've worked hard, are you hungry?" The third brother chimed in, "Hanvu, now that you're visiting the Qin family, let me give you a tour." Hearing this, he pulled Qin Shuang in and said, "If it weren't for Qin Shuang asking me, I wouldn't be here. So she's the one who deserves the thanks. Everyone should be grateful to her." In the distance, Qin Shuang's father proudly says to Han Yu, "Good. Very good, that kid's got potential." Ahaha, cut to 2 days later at the Imperial Academy. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Shu Ti blocked the other students and asked, "Have you seen Han Yu and Qin Shuang?" The person on the left said, "They're not at the sports field," and the person on the right added with a panicked expression, "They're not in the cafeteria either." Hearing this, he angrily cursed, "Damn it, they haven't shown up in 2 days. They must have gone to the Qin family together. I won't let them get away with this." Meanwhile, back at the Shu family estate, an angry voice erupts. "I'm certain Qin Shuang has taken that brat Han Yu back to the Qin family. They're disrespecting us." The Shu patriarch and his 2 sons are consumed by rage. His son's bride-to-be has run off with another man's son. "How will we face the world if this gets out? Zai Tai Zai gang, come with me to the Qin family." They grit their teeth, demanding father. Si Tai thinks to himself that Han Yu is done for this time. Meanwhile, Han Yu and Qin Shuang are meditating. He glanced at Qin Shuang, thinking 500 million divine power for 1030000 holy object essences, 30000 for Yuan Zhang, and the remaining 73000 to upgrade the gluttony law to level 4. It seems. I'll soon have a locust army of heroes. Qin Shuang noticed something was off and looked at him. Han Yu looked excited and was even laughing. "Haha," Qin Shuang asked, puzzled. "What are you thinking about that's making you drool like that?" Suddenly, Uncle Zhang rushed over to them, shouting, "We're in danger, big danger." Seeing his panicked expression, Qin Shuang anxiously asked Uncle Zhang what happened. Uncle Zhang immediately replied, "The Shu family's true god has arrived with Shu Gang and Shu Tai. The Lu family asked me to deliver the message telling you two to run away quickly." From within the house, a man's voice warns that according to the formation's warnings, they'll arrive in less than 15 minutes. The Shu family's true gods don't just announce visits to Qin family village for no reason. It's likely about the marriage. Qin Shuang's father angrily retorted, "Now that the ancestor has a true god to rescue him, this marriage doesn't need to be kept." Hearing this, the Qin family elder sighed slowly, explaining, "Sixth brother, you're thinking too simply, aren't you? The Shu family's true god is not to be trifled with. If they knew the truth, wouldn't they use it as an excuse to turn the Qin family upside down? Then let's just not tell them the truth and keep stalling. Delay until the ancestor returns. It's not that simple, and you think the Shu family's true god is a fool. He's come in person this time. He's surely planned everything out." Fifth elder sighed slowly, saying, "With no true god in the family right now, if the Shu family's true god really wants a marriage alliance, we should agree. Otherwise, the wrath of a true god would bring disaster to the Qin family's tens of millions of people. Don't forget, it was my son-in-law's true god friend who rescued the ancestor. He's the true benefactor of our Qin family." Old Three immediately retorted, "That was just a last resort." "Sixth brother, do you want our entire Qin family village to suffer because of your daughter?" He immediately pointed at him and shouted, "Third brother, I've had enough of you. What do you mean my daughter is a liability? Explain yourself." Hearing this, the eldest brother immediately scolded the two. "You both have children, can't you be more mature?" He slowly told everyone his idea. "We can't offend either of them, so let's organize a martial arts competition to choose a husband. Whoever wins gets Qin Shuang." The three were immediately confused, and her father angrily said, "Do you see Xiao Shuang as merchandise?" Fifth brother gave a thumbs up in agreement. "I think big brother's idea is great. This way the Qin family won't offend anyone." The third master chimed in, "Sixth, don't hesitate. This is the only way to protect the Qin family." Just then a stern voice echoed, startling everyone. "Why isn't anyone from the Qin family here to greet me, this true god?" The eldest son led the group to welcome him. "Venerable ancestor, your presence illuminates this humble abode." The venerable ancestor loudly commands everyone to cease their prattle. "I'm here to arrange my grandson's wedding before heading out to save your true god. Bring Qin Shuang here at once." The leader stepped forward, pleading with him, "Elder ancestor, her friend has already invited a true god to rescue my true god. Please show mercy and give her a way out." Hearing this, the elder ancestor flew into a rage, shouting, "A demigod dares to defy me. Do you think I won't get angry?" A blinding light erupts, radiating immense power, and the clan leader and others immediately kneel, begging, "Please, Elder Shu, withdraw your power." Suddenly Qin Shuang rushed in, shouting, "Stop, don't destroy my house." Then Tizi pointed at Han Yu, who was running towards them, and spoke, "That's him, brother, that's Han Vu." Shu Gang nodded in response. "Excellent, he won't live to see another day." Then the old master Shu slowly approached Qin Shuang, challenging her, "Girl, if you want me to spare the Qin family, obediently marry my grandson. I won't mistreat your family." Hearing this, she immediately retorted, "Who would want to marry your grandson? Keep dreaming." Lao San rushed to intervene, turning to say, "Lao Lu, advise your daughter, don't anger Shu Laozu further." Lao Da also spoke up obsequiously, "Please, Elder Shu, don't be angry. This girl doesn't know her place. When my family's elder returns, we will certainly discipline her." Enraged, Master Shu says to Han Yu, "This is the Qin family's benefactor you speak of. You're just a kid trying to ruin the relationship between our families. If I don't get an explanation today, none of you will leave here alive." "Does the Divine Realm's civilization forbid helping the Qin family?" Immediately after, Shu Ti rebuked him. "Han Vu, you have some nerve disrespecting my grandfather like that." Han Vu chuckled, "Am I disrespecting your grandfather by speaking fairly? Is the Shu family's true god so petty?" Shu Gang glared at him, angrily cursing him. "Han Vu, if you know what's good for you, you'll leave and the Shu family will forget this ever happened. But if you stay, I'll take it as a challenge to the Shu family." He smiled, looking him in the eye, seemingly unafraid as he calmly spoke. "What if I provoke the Shu family? I'm not going anywhere." He immediately prepared to unleash his power, rushing towards him with 2 fingers. "How bold. Then today you'll meet your end here." Immediately, Qin Shuang's father jumped in to mediate. "Hold on, everyone." The old ancestor interjects, stating this is a battle for his grandson to protect the Shu family's honor. The Qin family better think long and hard before deciding to act. He lunges toward Han Yu with incredible speed, activating his divine power and catching him off guard, then opens a portal right in front of him, laughing triumphantly. "Your divine territory still has untouched wilderness. How backward." Hundreds of soulless suits of armor materialize before him. Witnessing this, he contemplates his own plans. The ironclad soldiers capable of reshaping themselves are far superior to Shu Tai's iron-skin warriors. Standing there, Shu Gang spread his arms and commanded steel-clad soldiers, "Crush every alien you see." At that moment, Han Yu summoned the beetle warriors and issued his challenge. "Come on." The 2 sides clashed in a fierce battle. At that moment, a yellow insect warrior dashed forward, attacking a Kwang armored soldier, drawing its sword and charging straight ahead. The armored soldier quickly dodges the blow, narrowly avoiding the blade, while another insectoid warrior seizes the opportunity to leap onto another armored soldier. Shu Gang glared at him, gritting his teeth. "I underestimated you, but no matter how strong you are, you'll be limited by this move." He raised his hand and shouted, "Armored divine soldier, enter the fray." A colossal arm materializes. Immediately, Shu Guang smirked at Han Yu, having summoned the steel armor divine soldier, whose fierce eyes locked onto the locusts as it charged with its sword. Seeing this, it was shocked and bewildered, as the golem's blade cleaved off the locust's arm in a single strike. Seeing this, Han Yu was stunned. This was a high-level locust lord who had eaten the fruit of wisdom with unlimited potential. Shu Gang, seeing his reaction, immediately burst out laughing. Clearly, a lifeform lord couldn't withstand a single blow. "Are the locust kin truly trash?" He then smirked, saying, "Locusts are weak, you say? Fine then, I'll show you the terror of the locusts. Initiate directional mutation." At that moment, the dwarf yellow insects instantly transformed into a different form, leaving Tu Kwang bewildered. What Han Vu points forward and orders the giant locust to attack. Immediately he pointed forward and shouted, "Mutated locusts charge," and with that command they surged forward. Realizing the situation, he immediately ordered a retreat, forming a defensive barrier. The armored warrior recalled his sword, transforming it into a massive shield, the great sword dissolving and reforming. Seeing this, Han Yu smirked, knowing this was only the beginning of his counterattack. The real show was yet to come. He spoke softly, and the locusts activated by the source of mutation began to transform into locust warriors. Then the locust warrior struck the golem armor with a powerful blow, causing him to exclaim in confusion, "How can it break through the golem armor's defense?" Now he chuckled, "It's my turn to gloat. Tell me loudly, are locusts still weak?" Seeing Shu Gang's silence, Han Yu continued, "No answer, then let me show you their power." He tossed the core toward the one-armed Huang Chong Ren, and commanded, "Here are 1000 poison cores. Avenge yourself." Immediately, a green aura enveloped it, a gaseous cocoon, and the mutant insect's arm was restored. Stunned, it gained a powerful corrosive poison ability, and with its arm restored, the mutant insect warrior lunged toward the armored soldiers for revenge. It used its newfound power to attack the armored soldiers, but they were protected by a barrier, which began to crumble. Seeing this, Tu Kwang panicked and screamed, "What the hell is this? Retreat, fall back to the divine realm." Han Yu looks at him and smiles. You think you can come and go as you please in my territory. His attitude immediately fills the man with dread. What do you want? Seeing the people behind Han Yu made him panic the four great overlords. Shu Gang collapsed to the ground, scrambling backward as he stammered, "Why are there monsters like this?" Just then a strange disturbance occurred at the gates of the divine realm. The black dragon Amphitheus appeared before Shu Gang, causing him to tremble and repeat his earlier question. Why are there monsters like this? Meanwhile, the demon lord Taurus Tatman was attacking with fervor, and another lord was just as relentless, the skeletal lord commanding soulless skeletons and summoning skull knights. Shu Gang, seized by fear, clutched his head and cried out, I yield, I'll withdraw from your divine territory. Just stop." Han Yu glared at him, retorting angrily, "So your invasion ends here. Now it's my turn to have all my dependents invade Shu Gang's divine realm." Shu Gang looked back, worried, thinking this is bad. I can't wait any longer. If I can't stop his dependents, my divine realm will be counterattacked. He gritted his teeth, made a decision, and with a wave of his hand, commanded the portal to close. Amidst the chaos, some of Han Yu's locusts had infiltrated Shu Gang's divine realm unnoticed, causing the divine armored soldiers to flee, much to Shu Gang's relief. Suddenly he saw the gate open right in front of him, and he shouted in confusion, "What?" Han Yu steps forward, explaining, "I have some low-level locusts. They're not strong, but they can build a bridge connecting the divine realms. As long as they're here, you can't sever the connection. Take your time, waiting for me to devour your entire divine realm." He immediately knelt down in despair. "End this war. I've lost. Just take your kin and leave my divine realm." He stood there, unfazed, and said, "You invaded my territory first, so it's only fair I take yours. The intelligent swarm has already infiltrated Z-Gang's territory." Hearing this, he immediately turned around, angrily glaring at him. "Han Yu, I'm already giving you a huge concession by asking you to withdraw all your kin from my divine territory. Don't forget, my grandfather is standing outside. He's a true god. Do you, a mere genius, think you can stand against him?" He replied with a hint of disdain. "You think I'm a fool. Once I cut off the divine territory, you'll just have your grandfather obliterate me with divine power. You're my bargaining chip. As long as I have you, your grandfather won't dare kill me." Tu Kwang immediately changed his tone, begging, "Spare me, and I promise I'll keep my grandfather from annihilating you." He put his finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet. "Shh, my little locust is finding your divine realm's core." Then Hanvu smiled triumphantly. "Ah, found it." An hour had passed, and the old ancestor Shu paced, wondering why they hadn't emerged yet. Could something have happened? His anxiety growing, he decided to check the virtual screen, prompting the third master to suggest to the first big, "Brother, let's go take a look too." Immediately, everyone's eyes widened in shock as the scene shifted to the large screen where Shu Gang floated in the air, looking extremely uncomfortable as the insect soldiers dragged away his divine armor. The third elder exclaimed with glee, "What is going on here?" The first elder explained, "Little Han has seized Shu Gang's divine realm core." The insectoids stood guard 1 foot on Shu Gang's divine realm core, as the furious, illusory form of Old Man Shu cursed, "You brat Han Yu, release my grandson's divine realm core." "Are you threatening me? I'm not amused," Han Yu said, turning to face him in surprise. Then he summoned his kin, and immediately ordered them to increase the speed at which they were destroying the Jiangxi divine soldiers. He glared at Han Yu, demanding, "What do you want to release, Z-Gang?" Han Yu simply smiled. "The true god's arrival. I think you're mistaken. What we should be discussing is what I can do to earn your forgiveness." Old Shu grit his teeth, vowing to make him suffer for 3 days and nights before killing him once Z-Gang was free. Suddenly, Han Vu sensed the aura of a true god descending, and with elation he announced, "Vian Chung has returned, and another true god has arrived. It seems Qin's ancestor has also returned." The Qin family saw this on the screen and exclaimed with joy, "The ancestor has returned." The Qin family head saluted and asked with a smile, "Elder Shu, today is a joyous day for my ancestor's return. The Qin family will hold a grand banquet. Why doesn't Elder Shu stay and have a few cups?" The old ancestor Shu was a bit unwilling, but still said no need. The scene shifts to inside the divine realm, where he angrily urges, "Trash, Han Yu, the true god you've been waiting for has arrived, so why haven't you quickly released my grandson's divine realm core?" Hearing this, he chuckled and replied, "I'll wait until my friends are by my side before letting go. After all, who knows if someone will play dirty tricks. Wouldn't want you to take advantage of my carelessness and use your divine power to kill me." Yuan Zhong immediately appeared before him, assuring him, "I'm back. No one can touch you in my presence." Seeing him, he wondered if he was back, which meant the Qin family's true god must have returned as well. He smiled at the old ancestor Shu, and said, "Poison Emperor, have your clan leave the core divine realm and retreat with me." Immediately after, he dispelled the divine realm. Enraged, Shu Gang steps forward. "Han Yu, I'll remember this. Next time we meet, only one of us will walk away." Han Yu chuckles, "You'd better focus on rebuilding your ironclad warriors, or you won't even be worthy to fight me." Seeing Shu Gang's continued bluster, the old ancestor slapped him hard across the face, roaring, "Shut your mouth! Haven't you embarrassed us enough? Let's go home." Seeing them flee, the Qin patriarch angrily cursed, "You old fool, you dared bully the Qin family's descendants when I was in trouble. My Qin family will sever all ties with your Su family." The The marriage between Schwanger and the Shu family is never to be mentioned again. The Qin family watched the Shu family's pathetic retreat. The Qin family patriarch handed him an item, saying with a smile, "Young friend Han Yu, thanks to you and the great god's intervention, consider this a token of our gratitude." He looked at the item in his hand with surprise, a primal stone that can help any life form restore their bloodline to that of their primal ancestor. He frowned, worried about his grasshopper. Could he revert grasshopper to its most ferocious form in history? That would be terrifying. 3 days later, a voice broke the silence. "Junior Hanyu, we've come to bring you intel." Ha Thien and the others happily called out to Hanyu. Over here, over here." He smiled as he approached the three, inquiring. "Brother Ma, Brother Xiatian, Sister Yeling, what goodies do you have?" Shengmeng happily asked him. "The next class is about to start, and Huang Shenjun will surely target you. This is a detailed intelligence file on Huang Sungun that we prepared for you," Ha Thien said. "Though I hate to admit it, he's the top dog of our freshman class, so watch out. His key familiars are just ordinary goblins, yet he's led them to such achievements. He truly is a super genius." Yiling smiled, praising him. "Junior Hanyu, you've achieved so much with your humble locusts. Aren't you far better? Why fear him?" Hearing this, Xiatian nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right, he only has a few hundred lord life forms, 3 king life forms, and 3 high-level divine authorities. There's nothing to fear." He was surprised, asking them, "Isn't this something to worry about?" The three could only turn a blind eye as the scene shifts to another large, cozy place, Han Yu's house. He sat cross-legged meditating, knowing Huang Shenjun would target his 3 grasshopper lords for slaughter. No, he couldn't afford to lose any of them. He could use the super regeneration ability he'd created for Xiao Chang with a large amount of radiation spar. But that would only protect the grasshopper lords. It still wouldn't be enough to withstand Huang Shenjun's attack. He then looked at the mushroom pod he had planted, remembering how the Black Death mushrooms had been so effective against the zombie army. If it could inflict more widespread damage, they'd be much safer. So he opened the system search. After searching for a while, he was immediately overjoyed. He found it. As soon as it was in his hands, the system confirmed the order. He vaporized and merged his purchase with the dark spores as we cut to a corridor in the Imperial Academy. Lena points to the board and with a smile announces, "This lesson will test your ability to resist invasion. The first-year seniors will be the examiners, and they can only use the power they had a year ago to face you. Those who can protect their divine domain from the upperclassmen's invasion will be rewarded, while those who fail will face a grueling journey through the Black Prison. So be prepared, the upperclassmen's invasion is about to begin." At that moment, a great light appeared before Han Vu, and he slowly stepped into its strange glow. Inside, someone was already waiting, Huang Shenjun smirking triumphantly. "I told you, Han Vu, in this lesson, I'll show you what hell really is." Before he could react, he immediately shouted, "Kill." Impressive. What a grand formation. He recognized the goblin elites before him, a close combat unit, then looked in another direction. Goblins lined up, smiling wickedly at him. These are ranged physical attack units. Then Hanyu looked at the red goblin units, transcendent life forms, and the flame goblin square formation. Next, a group of ferocious blue goblin looked at the transcendent life forms, the icebone goblin square formation, as 2 goblin leaders leisurely rode forward on large wolves. He immediately assessed the life form of the overlord, then charged toward the goblins, shouting, "If that's how it is, then my locust army must also deploy." He stood there, arms outstretched, commanding his locust army to form ranks: normal locusts, sky demons, corrupted, cursed primal, and finally the locust lord. Seeing this, Huang Shenjun was bewildered, thinking, to reach this level with trash familiars, he must have some ability. I must take this seriously. I can't afford to fail miserably. He immediately turned back and ordered the ice goblin and flame goblin formations forward. Immediately as he launched his attack, thousands of projectiles hurtled towards Han Vu, striking the locusts. Seeing this, he worried, thinking, you want to suppress me with momentum right from the start. It won't be that easy. Then he issued his battle commands: Abyss Worms defensive formation. Heavenly Devil Worms and Dark Curse Worms flank the goblin front line. Tribe, killing locusts, long-range attack on the rear. Just then, the Bloodkin returned to formation as he instructed, while the goblin elites in front fired crossbows at the locusts. Seeing the situation worsen, Huang Shenjun shouted an order: First formation melee units fall back and defend. Han Vu immediately smiled smugly, dream on primitive locust battle formation. At that moment, the locusts targeted the goblin elves and attacked. Hanyu rushes forward, shouting orders. Demonic and dark curse beetles attack and devour the goblin nests from afar. His face darkens as he glares menacingly at him. You think I'm some pushover like Xiang Meng and Xia Tian? I'll show you my power. Huang Shenjun points forward, yelling for an attack. 3 or 4 battle formations alter their fire patterns, focusing their barrage. With that, countless bullets flew towards Han Vu, and seeing cracks appear in his defense, he thought in alarm that his barrier was about to break. Not stopping there, Thengquan orders another attack. A massive explosion erupts from the ground as he calls out the 3 to 4 square formation, continuing the barrage. The locusts outside Sunggun's bulletproof barrier are hit, and he spreads his arms, laughing triumphantly. Now I'll show Hanyu the price of insulting me before. The Elven Lord goes into battle. As he commanded, 2 elven lords appeared hacking at his locust army, tasked with eliminating the enemy locust lord. Han Yu observed the situation, analyzing the battle plan. With 2 lords in the elven formation, his locust hero units would be unable to inflict damage. Thinking that it would be inconvenient for him, he ordered Grasshopper Lord, lure the elf lords away. Hearing Han Yu's command, the locust lord turns and flies away with the 2 elf lords in hot pursuit. Seeing the pixie lord fall for the trap, Han Yu seized the opportunity and commanded locust army spread the Black Death mushroom spores and infect the pixie formation. The Black Death fungus silently descends from the sky, releasing countless spores that infect the elf lords, and a black mushroom sprouts from one of their heads. The victorious army stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "What is this?" Han Yu smirks as he watches the goblin lords tear the black mushrooms from their heads, thinking, the time is almost ripe. Now the real show begins. In less than a second, a massive explosion erupts within the elven lord's formation, and he cries out in alarm, "What kind of attack is this?" The elves gape in shock as the mist clears. As the mist cleared, and the elf was unharmed, Shengjun burst into laughter. "Haha, is this the kind of magic you use? Is that all the attack power you've got? Are you trying to tickle my elf?" Hanvu calmly explained his technique to Thong Quan. "This is called a continuous regenerating cannon, and it will keep exploding. And each blast will only get stronger. How many of these can your elites withstand?" As he spoke, another massive explosion echoed. One by one, the elves fell to the ground, some clutching their arms and screaming in agony. Feeling betrayed, he cursed at him, calling him a deadbeat, then raised his hand, creating a green aura that he unleashed upon the goblins, chanting divine wood. The energy he unleashed enveloped the goblins, healing them with an area of effect blessing. Seeing his grasshoppers benefit, Han Yu wasn't afraid. Instead, he laughed with glee. "Aha, so Senior Huang Shengjun, you're an ally after all." Shengjun frowned. "Are you stunned? You blow one up, and I'll heal one. Let's see who gets scared." Before he could finish, another explosion ripped through the demon formation, leaving him in stunned disbelief at the devastating losses. Songgun stared in disbelief. This couldn't be happening. "Didn't you say the power would only increase slightly each time?" Han Yu scratched his head and chuckled. "That's how it started, but with the senior's superb divine magic, it seems my little ball has grown a bit more." Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger, asking what he saw a goblin with a huge black mushroom growing on its head, staring at him, and Seung-gun cried out in shock. "Oh, oh, oh." Hanvu sat cross-legged on the ground, propped his chin on his hand and winked, pretending to dissuade him. "This isn't good. At the rate things are going, the next explosion could wipe out the senior's army." He frowned, sweating, thinking this great hall was originally meant for the reserve students to show their strength. "If I fail here, will I ever be able to hold my head high again? I can't afford to lose, even if I have to use all my cards." With that, Thangquan confidently declares, "Little brother Hanvu, I can't deny your strength, but you're still not a match for me." Hanvu raises an eyebrow. "Oh, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve?" Suddenly, an army of divine magic warriors emerges from the ground, enhancing combat with physical abilities and pain tolerance. Thang Kyun raised 2 fingers, unleashing a purple light as he chanted a war incantation. The elite troops' eyes flashed, baring their fangs ready to destroy the enemy and absorb 25% of the damage inflicted to heal themselves. The excess will shift into an amplified state, proportionally increasing body movement as he raises 2 fingers and shouts, "Grand Earth Divine Art." As he finished speaking, each goblin was surrounded by a layer of light, providing a shield that absorbed damage to protect itself, absorbing the power of the earth and continuously healing its wounds. Seeing this, Thangquan sighed, wiped his sweat, and said, "All right, now it's my turn." The poison mushrooms on the elves' heads simply fall off. Han Yu stares in disbelief as his ultimate move is so easily countered. A sword appears in each goblin's hand, and they raise them high, shouting, "The goblin god bestows his grace. Follow me, brethren, and exterminate these locusts." Then they charge forward in unison, yelling, "Kill for the glory of the god." Meanwhile, Han Yu raised his hand, ordering the locusts to attack, and the locust army fought desperately. Elsewhere, Lena, along with the other teachers, intently watches the battle on screen and asks any suggestions on how to grade the reserve students. The bald teacher spoke up in support of Qin Shuang, stating that the life-form Lord Golden-Crowned Thunderfinch raised by Qin Shuang was very valuable to nurture. She's qualified to enter the Imperial Capital Academy. Unlike him, the bespectacled teacher shrugged, supporting Shu Ti. Zhuzhe's Iron Man is also excellent. I hear he has an older brother with an even rarer armored soldier familiar. Perhaps we can convince her and even bring her brother into the Imperial Academy. I heard he's also planning to go into logistics, truly a promising prospect. Lena suddenly brings up Hanvu. "What do you all think of him?" The teachers focused on the screen, watching the battle between Huang Shenjun and Han Yu. The bespectacled teacher said, "This is a classic defeat. I don't think Han Yu is good enough." The bald teacher shook his head, disagreeing. "I'm not so sure." Huang Thangquan, the top freshman, was forced to go all out within the rules, proving Hanvu's ability. Lena reminds everyone that Hanvu has 5 powerful familiars yet to fight, and even with just the locust familiar he fought, brilliantly deserving a good grade. As soon as she finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement, their voices echoing through the room. "Agreed, I concur, I agree as well." On the battlefield, a furious Thang Quan pointed at Hanvu, yelling, "Goblin army, kill their lord," as thunder suddenly boomed, signaling the end of the match. Both sides wondered. It's over. Lena's announcement left them stunned. This mock battle is over. Thang Quan grits his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it, just one step away. I brought 100 million goblins and now only 50 million are left alive. The goblin hero suffered heavy losses. Even a lord was lost, while that kid's lords are still alive, a huge loss. She smiles as she announces that students who failed the assessment will be expelled, and those who excelled will receive the opportunity to participate in the war beyond the realm. She tapped the board, announcing the top students, Qin Shuang CJ Sun Qingyan Qian Lili, and Niu Feng. Han Yu sat despondently, certain his results would be poor. Will I really be expelled? After all, I lost so terribly. Beside him, Tu Thiet, hands in his pockets, sneered. Han Vu, is that all you've got? Qin Shuang offers a comforting smile, saying, it's all right, everyone saw your ability. After all, your opponent was senior Huang Shengjun. With his arms crossed, Shu Ti smirked triumphantly. What's there to say? He lost, so he lost. Lena's words left him speechless, and Han Yu congratulated the 6 students who received excellent grades. Hearing this, Tu Thiet looked as if he'd been punched. He grumbled unwillingly, and raised his hand, saying, excuse me, I have a question. Lena raised an eyebrow, and asked, yes, Tu Thiet, what is it? Shu Zhe leans toward Han Yu, asking, what are the standards for evaluating performance in this course? How can someone who was defeated by a senior still receive an excellent grade? Lena smiled, explaining, your grades are the result of a joint evaluation by me and several official instructors from the Imperial Academy. Although Han Vu lost his match against Hong Thang Quan, his performance was praised by all the teachers. Therefore, the teachers agreed to give Han Vu a good grade. Then she glared at him menacingly. Is Shu Thiet satisfied with this answer? Shu Thiet shakes his head, his hair standing on end. I have no further objections, ma'am. Satisfied, Lena slams her hand on the desk, sealing their fates. The 6 students who received a good evaluation have 1 day to prepare, after which the Daido Academy will take them to the Outer Realm for the most realistic Outer Realm battle. With that, she decisively left, slamming the door shut the previous strike, having shattered the table into pieces. Tu was sweating bullets. Kalina is terrifying. This is a table made from a 10,000-year-old tree. The guy next to him cowers, truly a war goddess made for invasions. He abruptly stands and leaves, scoffing. Don't celebrate too soon, Hanyu. We'll see what happens. Sun Qingyan rushed over, grinning. Bro, let me give you the inside scoop. It seems Shu Tai and Senior Huang Shenjun are colluding to figure out how to deal with you. Good luck with that. Then he turned and waved goodbye. I'm off to find my sugar mama. Good luck to you. Qin Shuang, standing next to him, said, so envious, huh? Then you should go too. Hanvu pouted, turning his head at the words, I despise freeloaders who don't rely on themselves the most. Qin Shuang leaned against the door, rolling her eyes. Hey, the top student is waving. Time for a break, Junior Hanyu. A voice echoed in a temple. Among the extraterrestrial civilizations that the Imperial Academy is invading, there are 3 suitable for prospective students. Xia Tian says, they are the Rune Civilization, the Totem Civilization, and the Biochemical Civilization. There are some things we can't reveal, but we have this for you. Ye Ling handed Hanyu a brocade pouch, saying, these 3 pouches contain information about the 3 civilizations, along with some support items, but you can only open them after you enter the civilization. Han Yu took the 3 pouches, thinking, if I want to officially join Master God Shu Hai's sect, then advancing to a perfect demigod is a prerequisite. In this trial by fire, I must prove myself and grow stronger. Yi Ling and the others cheer on Han Yu with golden thread balls. A day later, Lena handed Han Yu and Ye Ling 2 rings, explaining that they were God Realm login devices, allowing prospective students who were still divine beings to connect to the God Realm. The others are waiting on the roof. Let's go. Then the group quickly boarded the space vessel, and it soared into the cosmos through a wormhole. The space vessel soared through the cosmos, and as Han Yu gazed out from within the system, announced the official start of the Outer Realm War. The spaceship landed in a desolate place, and Han Yu stood on a rock, gazing into the distance, as he retrieved the pouch, wondering what his seniors had given him. Suddenly, the 2 pouches in his hands dissolve into dust, leaving him wide-eyed and speechless. No way, they're gone. Only one left. Hanvu opens the remaining red pouch, curious, and mutters, let's see what's inside. Upon opening it, he found a scroll and some runes. He took out the scroll and read, this dimension falls under the dominion of the Rune Civilization. Runes are the source of power in this dimension, and the Civilization of Runes has recorded a total of 26 basic runes. These runes are arranged in combinations with billions of possibilities. Among these billions, combinations that produce a stable effect are called runic words. Powerful rune words can even change the world. Reading this explanation, Hanyu takes out the runes from his pocket. According to this explanation, the characters on these 10 cards represent a type of energy called dimensional essence, a source of power that can enhance the will of a dimension. The more planar essence you possess, the higher the level of lifeforms born in the Outer Realm War. Planar essence is a consumable item used to communicate with the divine realm. The most common way to obtain dimensional essence is to hunt life forms on this plane and extract it. After a moment's thought, he unleashes his talisman. Then the 5 little powerhouses enter the arena, and Hanyu's eyes turn cold with murderous intent. An hour later, he sat on the ground, grinning. After an hour, he'd gathered 0.5 units of dimension essence. Why even bother fighting? Looks like I need to increase their numbers. Checking his inventory for rune cards, Hanyu releases them, summoning locusts to attack. He still has 5 cards to summon 50 primal locusts each. He observed from below the cliff, aimed and commanded, "My children, go forth." Obeying his order, the locust army flew straight down, seizing the encampment. Meanwhile, Shu Tai held a box with satisfaction, saying Senior Huang Shenjun indeed has many treasures. This iron-toed devil's energy surpasses a lifeform lord. It will surely eliminate Hanyu. From his pocket, he retrieves a plastic bag containing a black thread, a thread that, according to Senior Hong Thong Quan, can identify and eliminate Hanvu simply by weaving in Hanvu's hair. Shuthiet then places the strand of hair directly into the box, which is immediately enveloped in a purple glow, shocking him. Shutai handed the box to his subordinate and ordered smash that porcelain jar. The man did as he was told, shattering the jar and releasing a thick cloud of smoke. From the purple smoke, a massive djinn emerges. The demon has been unleashed. Seeing Shutai's subordinate before him, the demon tears him apart, eliciting an excited reaction from Shutai. How brutal. Hanvu, your end has come. Ignoring Shuti's nonsense, the demon turns and quickly leaves, roaring that the enemy who imprisoned Ao for thousands of years needs blood to atone. Meanwhile, Hanvu has successfully fought off the wolves, holding 10 of their cores. He closes his eyes, thinking it's time to level up, unlock the Black Dragon transformation, then takes out the runes on his hand, using 5 more cores to summon the 5 lesser champions. With their numbers complete, the 10 little powerhouses enter the fray, and a pair of massive wolf paws slam into the earth, followed by a red-eyed wolf with a mark on its forehead. Hanyu commands, and the 10 little powerhouses charge forward as a terrifying roar echoes through the forest. The Wolf King's cave was a vast cavern within the rocky mountain, and inside lay a scroll, a fang, and 4 stones with symbols. He picked them up curiously, then gasped, "These are runes." Hanyu sat down and began arranging the stones he had collected, laying out each rune he had gathered. The system announced Rune of Savagery. Low level affects the body, increases strength by 10%, defense by 20%, and wound recovery by 20%. Effective on bladed weapons with a 20% chance to cause bleeding, a 15% increase in attack speed, and a 10% lifesteal effect. After arranging everything, Hanvu immediately took off his shirt. Feeling the changes in his body, he realizes the runes are taking effect, and his power is growing. Suddenly, a noise outside makes Hanyu frown and wonder what's going on. He immediately transforms into a dragon and rushes outside. Landing, Hanvu summoned his subordinates, but a cat appeared, leaping onto the little roaches and attacking, tearing them apart with sharp claws using the 8-piece dismemberment technique. Hanyu frowned. A demon cat, a life-form overlord, and those cockroaches. I order you all to attack and kill. Unafraid, the demon cat leaped in, tearing the cockroaches apart with its severed limbs. Even Hanyu was struck, but to the cat's surprise, Hanyu's leg quickly regenerated. The cat gritted its teeth, glaring at him, and lunged claws, extended, screeching in fury. Meow. Suddenly, Hanyu's aura explodes as he snarls, perfect timing. The cat demon lashes out with its claws at lightning speed, screeching. Cat. Hanyu clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming as red energy swirled around him after using the skill Black Dragon Transformation. Before it could land a blow, he delivered a devastating punch to its face, instantly killing it. The system announced the successful killing of a life-form overlord, rewarding him with 2 units of dimensional essence. Hearing this, he smirked. Excellent, this should be enough power to summon the skeletons here, maybe even ascend to a demigod in the outer realm. 3 days later, as Jojo buzzed around Hanyu's ear with a reminder, he commanded his army. Army, move out, target the cave. With that, he quickly departed, arriving at the cave entrance where a stream of purple gas emanated. Hanyu paused, thinking something's not right. There's a human presence in the cave. Could someone have discovered this place before me? He carefully observed, then cautiously entered. Suddenly, a heat wave strikes, catching him off guard, and he cries out in pain. As the heat subsides, the fire scale lion appears. Hanyu is shocked, realizing things have gone south. He instantly transforms into a dragon, his body radiating a red aura as he roars. As the fire scale lion charged towards him, it suddenly screeched to a halt, leaving Hanyu bewildered. Turns out a girl was pulling its tail, causing it to break out in a cold sweat. She yanked hard, making the fire lion roar in pain, then shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" Terrified, it tries to flee, screaming for her to stay away as Hanvu asks if she's Niu Fang. Ignoring him, Wu Fuang held onto the fire, Kirin Lion's tail refusing to let go even as it wept. "This is my territory. Get out of my way." He wasn't afraid, even taunting her, saying nothing of whether this was her territory or not. "Even if I have to steal it, I will. Who are you to say otherwise?" Stunned, Niu Fang abandons the fire Qilin and charges toward Hanyu, yelling, "Am I being too nice? Leave or die." Hanvu stood still, his body emitting a green aura, the Great Death Ritual plant fusion. Demon Shadow Vine Plant Fusion. Vines began to sprout from Han Yu's body, and Niu Fang frowned in surprise, exclaiming, "What is this technique?" He draws his sword to retaliate with a deadly strike, but Niu Fang grits her teeth and delivers a powerful punch to where he stood. But Han Vu vanished in a flash using his phantom shift technique, causing her punch to miss and slam into the ground. Niu Fang was shocked, never expecting him to evade her attack. In an instant, Han Vu stood behind her. He says, "Next time I'll aim for your neck." She looks up speechless, her face slick with cold sweat. After a long silence, Niu Fang turned and conceded, "You win. I can't beat you. The flame lion in this cave is yours." Han Yu sheathed his black sword, thinking, "What use do I have for that fire main lion? It's just a life-form lord. Killing it won't yield much dimensional essence. I want the entire fire crystal mine." She pondered, then rose and nodded. "All right then, the flame lion is mine, and we can cooperate in the future." Han Yu turned to leave, waving his hand to command Bonekin enter and mine the firestone. Suddenly, from the dark cloudy sky, demonic energy invaded, and a stream of dark energy shot out from the cave. Niu Fang frowned and turned to ask, "Is this also one of your familiars?" He still has time to joke around. "I'm about to pee my pants." A pair of red feet with claws appeared. It was the Iron Claw demon. In its hand it clutches a skull. Without a word it sees Han Yu and unleashes a claw attack, roaring, "I will wash away my shame with your blood, slave." Seeing the situation escalate, he uses the Golden Dragon Grass technique, a plant fusion. Two dragons behind him open their mouths and charge the Golden Dragon Breath, blasting away the Iron Claw. The Iron Claw demon sneered, enraged that his attack was thwarted. His clothes torn as the Golden Dragons shattered his iron claws. Not to be outdone, Han Vu uses his Phantom Deception technique, while beside him, Niu Fang clasps his hands together, creating a giant fireball to melt the Iron Fiend. Han Yu pondered, realizing fire could restrain the demon, and summoned the Forged Dwarf using a burning talisman to manifest him. Han Yu points forward, commanding God Shui, "Grind that demon into dust." God Shui frowns, replying coldly, "As you command, great divine lord." With that, the fiend brandished his weapon, unleashing a purple aura as he prepared to strike. The iron-embroidered demon scoffed, firing diamond-shaped arrows at the divine pestle, roaring insignificant pawn die. From behind, snakes erupted from the divine hammer, fangs bared as they intercepted the Iron Claw demon's attack. Caught off guard, the demon was torn asunder, half its body devoured as it desperately begged for mercy. "No, no, please stop." But the godly hammer ignored its pleas, raising its hammer and the snakes to strike. The hammer strikes, creating a massive cloud of smoke, obscuring what's happening within, as Han Yu cheers from outside. "Leave it no chance. Keep smashing it." Obeying his encouragement, the divine hammer excitedly slams another blow forward, prompting Han Yu to shield his eyes and exclaim, "Oh my god, that's brutal." The flattened, iron-skinned devil lay beneath the ground, watching the hammer swing down again. He signaled it to stop, then walked forward shivering as he looked at the iron-skinned devil's soul trembling on the ground. A nearby grasshopper said, "The devil's soul remains." He nodded, thinking this guy is impossible to kill. Keeping him around might mean he'll seek revenge someday. Han Yu looked at him with cold eyes, then let the bone controller devour its soul. It desperately begged for mercy. He hastily begged, "I surrender, willing to be your slave, just begging the great god to spare my soul." He squatted down, pointing at its body. His words caused the iron-toothed demon to break out in a cold sweat. "I don't trust you unless you sign a contract with me." He stammered, "No. This can be arranged." Seeing his agreement, Han Yu quickly opened the system panel to draft the contract. A slave contract drawn up by Han Vu. Tai Shu the demon. Niu Fang looked on with admiration. "How sinister. You're even more cunning than the most ruthless merchant." He points towards the rust demon and a blue light flows into it, completing the contract. Han Yu stared at it, asking, "Right, what abilities do you have?" It answered fearfully, not daring to delay. "My lord, I am a demon with rust blood. I can transform into rust and corrode metal objects and living beings. Fire completely suppresses the rust demon, making its weakness obvious." Seeing him about to leave, it quickly said, "If Master doesn't mind, Ano can become Master's weapon. Ano has rust blood capable of corroding any weapon it touches." Han Yu paused, seemingly satisfied. "That's good, do as you said." Hearing his master's satisfaction, it breathed a sigh of relief. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. With that, he plunged his sword into its soul, which then entered the blade. Han Yu happily slung the sword over his shoulder, thinking his combat power had increased several times over, making his chances of ascending to a perfect demigod even greater. Next, he would slaughter even more to increase his dimensional origin and expand his forces. Cut to a vast forest days later, where a cloaked figure spies from the shadows, astonished. Is this an undead legion? Overwhelmed by the sheer number of undead, the cloaked figure realizes the legion numbers 5,000,000 strong and must be reported to the city lord at once. Upon hearing the report, the lord of Langdong City slammed his throne in fury, demanding, "What did you say? A legion of 5,000,000 undead." The subordinate, trembling and sweating, dared not lie and kowtowed. "Yes, my lord, the undead legion has appeared dozens of miles from us." The lord of Langdong City, hearing his subordinate's certainty, fell into thought. His city guard numbered less than 5,000, and even with mercenaries they could only muster 1,000,000 troops. If that 500,000 strong undead legion attacks were doomed, he paled and frowned as he gave the order. Send word to the surrounding cities at once, we need reinforcements. The subordinate acknowledged the order and hurried away. My lord, a day later I come to report that reinforcements from the surrounding cities have arrived. There are 3,000 guards and mercenaries, and the church has sent 5,000 priests. Standing on the city walls, the city lord cried out, "Excellent, the priests can restrain the undead. How can they possibly survive this time? Guards, mercenaries, and priests of the clergy, we now face a life or death battle to stop the undead legion." Beneath the ranks, soldiers cry out in unison, vowing to protect their homeland and repel the enemy, as an armored commander on horseback raises his hand leading the charge. The army sets out to destroy the undead legion, as Han Yu and Niu Fang sit beneath a tree where a grasshopper messenger reports. We have a report that a human army of 35,000 is approaching. Hearing this, Han Yu excitedly exclaimed, "Oh, they want to clash with me." Startled Niu Fang turned to ask what's wrong. He stood up, cracked his knuckles, and said with a grin, "My scouts, tell me a large human army is coming to surround and kill us. How could I miss the chance to gain more dimensional essence?" Niu Fang frowned. "You want to use me? Do you think I'm stupid enough for that?" Han Yu ignored her and went to face the human army alone. He lay prone on the ground, observing and hearing rustling sounds. He looked to his side in surprise to see Niu Fang mimicking him. Didn't she say she didn't want to get involved? She raises an eyebrow, going simply because she wants to no other reason. She's just itching for a fight, not trying to help him. Han Yu smirks, patting Niu Fang's head like a master would a loyal dog. "I like your feisty attitude." Annoyed, she swats his hand away, snapping, "Don't touch me. They're coming." From afar, a legion of mounted soldiers approaches, kicking up dust. Sensing the moment, Hanvu rises and shouts, "Skeletal Legion ambush." Seeing the ambush, a soldier frantically ordered defense. The remaining soldiers, pale with fear, cried out for their parents, realizing they'd been ambushed. "Oh God, I want to go home." From afar, skulls and sharp-clawed hands charge forward as the Skeleton Legion clashes with the soldiers. The Skeleton Legion, controlled by the Necromancer, slaughters everything in sight. Seeing the situation worsen, the general of Lingdong City frowns and shouts, "Holy priests, purify them." The priests unleash blue energy, engulfing the Skeleton Legion and devouring them. Sensing danger, Han Yu shouts, "This is bad. The priests are suppressing the skeletons. We have to take them out first." Niu Fang sped past Han Yu, who transformed excitedly, declaring, "Oh, I won't lose to you." She charged towards the Holy Order, emitting the blue energy, knocking them down, and Han Yu followed with a slash, cutting them in half. Back to back, he roared the order, "All troops charge." The Skeletal Legion obeyed, launching a full-scale assault on the human forces. A soldier rushed to the city lord, breathlessly stammering, "My lord, we're being routed. The Undead Legion." Hearing the news, the city lord rushed to the city's railing to assess the situation, and upon seeing his soldiers being slaughtered, he cried out, "It's over. We're doomed. Retreat, everyone." A few hours later, a weary Han Yu said, 350,000 skeleton soldiers for a few thousand planar origins. What a loss, unlike you. Niu Fang, beaming, replies, "We're rich. We're really rich this time." Han Yu immediately dampens her enthusiasm. "That's all you're getting. Let's split the spoils. There are runes among the loot." Opening the system panel, he checks the low-level giant strength, which enhances muscle power by 40%, and when used with a mace, adds a shattering effect, low-level fire, and grants the ability to learn fire magic. Fire resistance increased by 20%. Fire affinity increased by 15%, effective on staves, with the added skill of Fiery Orb. Fire magic power increased by 20%, effective on armor, with the added skill of Fiery Shield. Fire magic damage is reduced by 30% with the medium-grade Aegis, which is effective on armor-type equipment, and includes the Aegis Light skill, increasing armor durability by 50%. He stroked his chin, noting he still had 4 rune slots available, but these ranks were too low for the nobility. She stood beside it, picking and choosing, and then selected Blazing Fire, saying, "I want this one." After selecting Blazing Fire, Niu Fang's body is enveloped in red light, and she happily declares, "I'm one step closer to the life-form monarch." "Han Yu, thank you." Hearing this, Han Yu happily replied, "It's nothing." Niu Fang, hands on her hips, smirked, "Himp, that kid Henry and Qin Shuang like him." In a castle, a disbelieving voice asked, "Are you sure?" The king, gripping his throne, sweat beading on his brow, asked, "The Undead Legion has attacked Lingdong City. The Undead Legion numbers nearly 10 million. The king shot to his feet, roaring, "Summon the high priest and the rulers of the elves, minotaurs, and werewolves." In the conference room, the king summoned his ministers to discuss strategy, and they exclaimed in shock, "The Undead Legion is so arrogant." The wolfman beside him suggested, "We must unite against the enemy. My wolfman army is ready to deploy." The elf queen nodded, "So will my elven army." The king frowned. "Let the combined forces of our 4 nations and the holy army of the clergy join forces to destroy these undead." In the princess's chambers, she and Sun Qingyan were intimately entwined as she revealed, My father will primarily ally with the clergy minotaurs, elves, and werewolves to jointly suppress the Skull Army. Qingyan opens his eyes, his lips close to her chest, and asks, "Really? He's already plotting to defeat Han Yu. Who else could control the skeletal invaders?" Han Yu, in just a few days of invasion you've become such a force that it takes a four-kingdom alliance to stand against you. He truly lives up to my expectations. Qingyan stared ahead, his eyes lowered in contemplation. Having been by the princess's side for so long, I've finally found a clue to ascend to demigod. In the civilization of the divine realm, one only needs to meet the requirements of divinity to become a demigod, but in the outer realms, one must also satisfy the requirements of the current civilization. He's always wanted to ascend to demigodhood to defeat Han Vu. In this rune civilization, one must possess a special grade rune incantation to ascend. But there was one thing he always found difficult. Even the royal family had never truly obtained this rune incantation, which showed how difficult it was. Qingyan muttered to himself, "Han Yu, I'm planning to cooperate with you. I'll provide the clues and you'll send troops to cooperate. That way we're very likely to win the special grade rune incantation so nothing can happen to you. I have to find a way to keep you safe in the hands of the allied forces." Seeing his distraction, the princess said with displeasure, "I'm talking to you, what are you spacing out about? The Elven Queen is coming to see my father tomorrow." The princess's words snapped him back to reality, and he flashed a charming smile. "No queen could ever be as beautiful as you." Kan Lian's hand roamed restlessly over the princess's waist, thinking to himself, "Perfect, it's the queen. We're saved. There isn't a woman I can't handle." He immediately turned and pinned the princess down. "Am I being too affectionate? You're so naughty." Meanwhile, back with Han Yu, a messenger dragonfly leaves him speechless. The Four Nations Spirit Army and the One Residence are closing in, but Niu Fang puts a hand on his shoulder saying, "What's there to fear? You have so many skull soldiers." He didn't think so, shaking his head, saying that numbers wouldn't matter. Their power is too weak. Against a well-trained coalition, they'll likely be crushed. Han Yu rubbed his chin and sighed. "This is going to be troublesome." The source of aberration chuckled. "See, buddy, when the chips are down, I'm the one who solves your problems." Now Han Yu doesn't have time to chat. "What's your plan?" Seizing the chance, it demanded a reward up front, 1 point of divinity for its brilliant idea. "Besides demanding divinity from me, what else do you know thinking this?" he said. "You have to tell me your method first, otherwise how would I know if it's worth a point of divinity?" He chuckled and said, "Actually, I've heard of rune civilizations." Knowing a rune incantation could greatly promote mutation, he quickly asked, "What kind of rune incantation?" He said, "Tell me quickly." Hearing that the source of mutation's method was reasonable, Han Yu reluctantly gave it a point of divinity. Happily accepting it, despite Han Yu's anger, it thanked him for the divine point, then whispered into his ear. After hearing this, he crossed his arms and smirked. "Interesting. Let's see." He thought to himself that this point of divinity wasn't a waste after all. Ruo Fang, seeing Han Yu's expression constantly changing, was curious. "Why does your expression keep changing?" "Got a solution yet?" He sneered, a dark smile creeping across his face. "Just you wait." The human army beholds a legion of skeletons and a swarm of locusts in the sky as their leader orders an attack. The locusts and skeletons were allies, all under Han Vu's command. With that, the human legionnaires thrust their swords into the locusts. Thinking it was too easy, they cheered, "It's over, we did it." But when the locusts were cut down, their blood splattered black death fungus spores onto the soldiers. The soldiers, seeing the blood splash on them and create a dark aura, were shocked as black mushrooms sprouted on their bodies, crying out, "What is happening?" A curious soldier plucked a mushroom, only for his body to erupt in a dark red aura, filling him with dread, as the skeletal legion fixed their blood-red eyes upon them. The soldiers, terrified, turned pale, and moments later, they lay dead on the ground. Han Yu and Niu Fang approached, and he marveled at how effortless it was. The black death mushroom spores were truly effective. Killing these people was effortless. Han Yu laughed, pleased that his tens of thousands of divine power weren't spent in vain. The mutated origin stood by, smugly explaining that the black fungus spores could transform into a virus, combining with rune incantations to accelerate and prolong the plague. After using the rune language and a mid-level plague, he held a fungus to his mouth, muttering something, applying it to his body, effectively becoming a plague host. Every cell in his body's metabolism carries the plague virus, and after settling one matter, Han Yu coldly orders the attack. Under his command, the skeletal legion immediately attacked the soldiers, arrows raining down, and the soldiers died defenseless at Han Yu's hands. With the aid of the plague runes, Han Yu defeated the allied forces in just 3 days, successfully occupying 10 surrounding cities, and 5 special undead heroes emerged within the skeleton army. The king gritted his teeth in anger. "Does anyone have a plan? At this rate, my kingdom will be destroyed." He suggested that the only option now was to negotiate a truce. The king was doubtful, but who would they negotiate with? They'd been fighting the skeleton army, but they hadn't met its leader. Suddenly, a commotion erupts outside, and in walks Qing Nian, the princess, and the elven queen. As Qing Nian entered, he said, "Your Majesty, what if you leave these negotiations to me?" The Wolf King looked at Qing Nian with suspicion. He's never seen battle yet. He wants to negotiate with the mastermind behind the Flower Petal Legion. The king scoffs at his pale complexion. "A pretty boy like you has no place here." Kan Win remained calm, a confident smile playing on his lips, as the princess stepped forward saying, "Father, I believe he's more than capable." Seeing the princess on his side, he confidently speaks up. "Your Majesty, do you not trust your own daughter?" The elf queen, confident in Qing Nian, declared, "I can attest that he's more intelligent than anyone here. Both the human princess and I agree to let him try." The king relented. "We have no other choice. Let him try." In the skeleton army's territory, the king entrusted him with the task of negotiation. Alone, Qing Nian ventured into the skeleton army's territory, spotting Han Yu in the distance, who, sensing a gaze, turned and exclaimed, "It really is you." He jumped down beside him, slinging an arm around his shoulder, and asked, "So what brings you to the outer realm?" Qing Nian chuckled, "That's a long story for another time. Representing the 4 kingdoms and 1 sect alliance, I'm here to negotiate a truce." Han Vu raised his eyebrows. "You're mixed up with them now. If they want a ceasefire, let's see how much they're willing to pay." He nodded. "Of course, name your price." He winks. "Gold and jewels are a given, but he also demands runic scriptures, not just any kind, but the most precious kind, plus a 5-figure sum of runestones." Kan Nian rubbed his fingers together, negotiating. He demanded the human king compensate them with 2 runic languages, one of which had to be high grade, and 2,000,000 runestones. He thought to himself that the princess had been with him for so long and given him important information, so he had to respect her. At this, Qing Nian's eyes turned cold. Double the compensation for the elves, werewolves, fishheads, and the church. So he's playing both sides, betting not only the princess but the elven queen as well. He figures he can't let the queen get the short end of the stick either, so he'll divide things up later. Han Yu happily puts his arm around him. "All right, thanks for making the trip. I won't let you suffer any losses," Qing Nian said with a smile. "Don't be so polite. The reason I integrated with humanity was to find clues about becoming a demigod in this ruined civilization, and now there's finally a trace." He whispered in Han Yu's ear, "As long as we find the ancient god ruins." Hearing this plan, Han Yu nodded. "All right, let's work together." Seeing the negotiations complete, Qing Nian gestured to leave. "Then I'll return and inform them of the conditions. Once their problem is solved, we'll meet again." Han Yu nodded. "Very well. And tell them if they refuse, I won't hesitate to lead the monster legion to crush their city and turn all their comrades into immortal souls." Back at the king's castle, the Minotaur, upon hearing about the negotiations, said, "We simply don't have that many high-level rune words. How can we compensate?" Qing Yuan smiled and raised his eyebrows. "If you don't have high-level rune words, use information about the ancient gods' ruins to replace them, or if that doesn't work, you can exchange them for divinity." The elf queen sitting beside him with her arm around his shoulder said, "The elves' compensation exceeded my expectations, so why is humanity so low?" Qing Nian replied, "Because too many humans have been turned into spirit monsters, and you wouldn't want the same to happen to the elves." To his left, the princess leaned close, saying, "My father has no objections. He'll defer to you." With a charming look, she asked, "Did the negotiations go well?" "Not embarrassing myself, won't the princess reward me?" She blushed and shyly replied, "Of course." Before he could finish, the door suddenly burst open and the God King appeared. He angrily roared, "This is robbery, and you're agreeing so easily. The righteous church will never bow to the wind spirits." Qing Nian shrugged, nonchalantly replying, "Whatever. The Minotaur and the werewolf both think alike. Let the church fight another battle. If they win, we won't have to pay compensation. Let's destroy the army together. If they lose, it's not too late to compensate." Below the city, the Skeleton Legion, led by Kan Kwang Min, is poised to attack. The God King frowned, recalling that even when the allied forces fought together, they hadn't touched the core strength of the clergy, despite sending a large number of holy officers. Now he's summoned all the elite holy officers to participate in the holy war, along with his 3 elite legions. These legion captains with near demigod strength have never known defeat. Until now, the 2 sides clash. The outcome of this battle, the church's key operation, remains to be seen. Meanwhile, light crystals sprout within Han Yu's residence. He looked around. All the structures here were built with light crystals, brimming with light energy, highly effective in suppressing the undead. Observing the human soldiers in his black cloak, he thought, "The Pope really did provide me with information about the elite legion ahead of time." Han Yu clicked his tongue, impressed by their combat prowess. He stroked his chin, thinking, "Right now Everlight is like a solid block of steel. Luckily, I only ordered a siege, not a reckless attack. To take the city, he needs a weakness. But how will he find one in Kwang Min?" He then retrieves a purple crystal from within himself. Without hesitation, Han Vu swallows the crystal, unlocking his genes as green trees sprout from the ground. Han Yu closes his eyes, and a mass of ghostly vines appears before him, surrounded by roots. He grips it tightly, pondering his next move. As he grips it, Han Yu swings his arm back, unleashing the shadow vine, and opens his palm, satisfied with its power. Excellent. The phantom vine is exceeding expectations. Han Yu leaps forward, brandishing the thorn-covered vine, ready to play with those priests. The holy knights turned to see what was happening, shouting, "Who's there? Stop!" He raises his sword to the sky, the demon shadow vine behind him, and without a word unleashes both on the holy knights. One of them is impaled through the wrist by the demon shadow vine. A dark aura emanates from the wound. The other, seeing his comrade wounded, cried out, "Purify him quickly." The injured man clutched his arm, shaking his head. "No, it's no use." The soldiers, alerted by the commotion, rushed over to find the cleric injured and demanding Han Yu's capture, while another soldier fearlessly leaped into the air, spear raised, ready to strike with devastating force. The axe hurtles toward him, but as it strikes, Han Yu vanishes the blow, shattering the ground. Confused, the soldier barely has time to react before Han Yu reappears at his side, a sword slashing across his abdomen. The soldier, struck in the gut, clutched his wound and leaped back, swinging his halberd and cursing, "Damn you." Once more, the axe blade of the halberd hurtled toward Han Yu. He stood still, only glancing at the soldier from the corner of his eye. Somehow he had vanished from in front of the soldier and reappeared behind him. Without hesitation, Han Vu raised his sword and delivered a fatal blow to the soldier's back. The soldier collapsed, still clutching his stomach wound, as Han Vu turned away. Han Yu turns to the remaining soldier with a smile. "Now it's just you." The soldier stands firm, unafraid, even after his comrade's death, his body radiating a golden aura. He recognized the golden light as holy energy, and a warning bell went off in his head. No, he's using holy energy to suppress undead energy. Seeing Han Yu distracted, the two clerics behind him raised their hands, creating a barrier of energy. "Now's our chance, capture him." Han Yu turned and charged straight at the two clerics, mercilessly slicing their necks. "If I can't deal with him, does that mean I can't deal with the likes of you?" But before he could leave, he was attacked by a soldier wielding holy light with two more holy officials behind him. Sometime later, a purple aura rose from a nearby building, and beneath it lay countless corpses of the holy officials. Han Yu stood contentedly on the ghost shadow vine, thinking the time was right, and ordered the Skeleton Legion to attack the city. The skeleton army advanced. The Skeleton Legion advances, a purple aura spreads, and a green light incinerates the skeletons, while others are consumed by the purple energy. In the Battle of Light Harbor, over 2 million holy warriors perish, 3 elite legions are decimated, and the skeleton army suffers heavy losses. 15 million skeletal soldiers are gone forever. Witnessing such a devastating loss, the god king is distraught. How could this happen? The damage is too severe. He pondered, blaming himself. Was I wrong? If I had agreed to compensate them in the beginning, would the clergy not have suffered such heavy losses? What am I going to do? The god king opened his eyes, his brow furrowed and sweat dripping down his face. Continue to resist or surrender? A voice echoed from beyond the door. Your Holiness, I can help you repel the skeleton army. The god king turned in shock, asking who's there. It was Shu Ti Han Yu's mortal enemy. Meanwhile, the battlefield was a desolate wasteland, with priests scrambling to heal the wounded, when suddenly, a horde of skeletal giants ambushed them, causing soldiers to cry out in alarm. The skeleton soldiers are back. Han Yu's face darkened as he growled, "Attack." The skeletal giants obeyed, surging forward in a massive wave. The two armies clashed, and the royal army was immediately overwhelmed, sent to their graves by the skeletons. Just then the Pope's spirit appeared, condemning the lowly undead. He shouts, bolstering morale and calming hearts, warning Han Yu and his skeletal giants to halt their defilement. Withdraw from Bright Port, and there may yet be salvation. Otherwise, divine judgment will descend. From within the spheres, the iron soldiers emerged, marching forth with earth-shaking steps, a holy army poised to crush these wretched undead with the iron fist of justice. Han Wu was stunned, his mouth agape in shock. Iron men. He gritted his teeth, looking around in confusion, since when did Shu Tai collude with the Pope? In a hidden corner, the Pope silently observed as the iron soldiers rushed forward with brutal force, crushing everything in their path. Breaking the skeleton's neck, the cleric quickly regained his momentum, ferociously summoning power, shouting to kill and crush these hateful undead, avenging his fallen brothers. The justice of the gods descends. Long live our god. Han Yu's face darkens as he raises the stone mold in his hand, coldly ordering the skeletal giant to attack, and fragments of purple aura immediately rain down from the sky. Those purple fragments gathered, forming a colossal giant, radiating intense, killing intent. At the same moment, something suddenly shot through from the other side, a hazy aura, gradually becoming clear. Wherever it went, the iron soldiers shattered. The giant iron soldier moved with lightning speed, launching a preemptive strike to gain the upper hand. It landed a direct punch on the giant's body, as the Pope watched intently, continuing to order Shu Tai release more iron warriors. No matter how much dimensional essence he needs, the clergy will provide it, as he carefully watches the battle through the communication orb. Shu Tai is ecstatic, grinning from ear to ear, and immediately nods in agreement. Jiao Fortress. As he spoke, another legion of iron soldiers appeared from the sky. Rewind a few minutes to the Pope's office, where Shu Tai confidently greets him and proposes a partnership. My iron golems can hold back the army, but I need your dimensional essence in exchange. The Pope frowned, suspicious. Why should I trust you? Shu Tai smirked, persuasive. I can let you inspect the goods, first you decide. Tomorrow, Han Yu will surely lead the Keelan army to attack again, then you can decide for yourself. Ending the flashback and returning to the present, the Pope's forces, aided by the Iron Men, have gained the upper hand, with the clergy hunting down the undead. Han Vu, seeing the dire situation, knows that retreat is the only option. The assault on the clergy will have to wait. With that he commanded a retreat, and the skeleton army successfully withdrew. Inside the forest, Niu Fang approached from behind, curiously, asking his intentions now that Brightport was heavily guarded by the ironclads. What was he going to do? Han Vu gnashed his teeth in regret and anger. Tiza, I should have eliminated him long ago. She frowned seriously, reminding him of the current critical situation, telling him not to mention him for now. The merfolk and werewolves, seeing the church gaining the upper hand, have begun to curry favor with the Pope and have declared that they will stand with the church to punish the army again. He shook his head slightly, his voice cold as if he had foreseen everything. These fair-weather friends are no cause for concern. We'll deal with them all at once when the time comes. Suddenly, a skeleton arrived with a message. The human king has sent an envoy requesting to meet you. Han Yu's face darkened. He nodded, signaling for him to enter inwardly, wary and probing. Were the humans trying to take advantage of the situation? Kan Yen entered, casually speaking. Frankly, the king asked me to tell you he accepts all previous compensations, only begging you not to wage war on human territory. Han Yu chuckled in satisfaction. He's smart just as he wishes. Without asking too many questions, he inquired, how do you plan to deal with the clergy? Han Yu glanced at him, a calculating smile spreading across his face. Let the Pope enjoy his triumph for a few days. I'll deal with his lackeys first. With a smirk, Qingyan volunteers, eager to settle some personal matters as well. I found a relic with you. After we're done here, let's go together. In the days that followed, the skeleton army stood ever ready, as Han Yu led supply troops and remnants in relentless attacks across the werewolf kingdom. Those dim-witted wolves were no match for him, and soon fell after a battle that lasted 5 days and nights. Unable to counter the resurrection and infection of the deathcap mushroom, the werewolves suffered a crushing defeat, and ultimately 12 million elite werewolves became part of the Legion. Under Han Yu's command, a small country was immediately wiped off the map. The werewolf kingdom was destroyed. Witnessing the dire fate of the werewolf kingdom, the Minotaur kingdom was terrified and dared not rely on the church any longer, immediately surrendering to the Legion. Han Yu stood proudly with his hands in his pockets, smirking with a cool and imposing demeanor. Scared now. Too late, unless you agree to double the compensation promised. I'll just wipe out your Minotaur kingdom. I agree to everything, just spare my life. In his heart, he bitterly regretted helping the clergy with the werewolves in the first place. The werewolves were silenced, and the clergy stood idly by, infuriating. With those trivial matters settled, Han Vu returned to the main task. He stood silently within the formation, arms crossed in contemplation, surrounded by a dazzling array of light. Though these 10 high-level rune incantations were precious, his body had limits, and he had to choose the most useful. After careful consideration, he excitedly pointed to a rune. These were the ones. Han Yu opened his hand, feeling the warm power slowly flowing into his body. The Emperor Glyph enhances the body, granting Emperor skills and aura, boosting all skill power by 100%. And the Berserker Glyph enhances the body, granting the Berserker skill. The more creatures slain, the greater the strength, up to 1000%. Then there's the Rune of Language, the high-grade essence and blood, that affects the eyes, increasing all physical attributes when seeing the color red, with a maximum limit of 500%. Finally, there's the Rune of Language, high-grade nature, which affects the body, comprehends dynamic skills, and allows one to communicate with any living thing. His body was lifted into the air, surrounded by an endless source of power as Han Vu reveled in the exhilarating sensation. High-end items truly are different. I feel power coursing through my entire body. He smirked, took a leap, and shot forward, sternly ordering reclaim Kwangmin, and wash away this humiliation. The skeletal legion assembled, awaiting orders, and at his command they stood ready. He frowned, his eyes cold as he made a silent vow. Taiza, I definitely won't let you get away this time. Meanwhile, at Brightness, Port Han Yu leads his troops, sensing something amiss, and shouts Lung. Qingyan was stunned, horrified that no one was left alive who could be so cruel. Han Yu stepped forward to examine the wounds of a deceased holy knight nearby. He saw the fist marks on the corpses, as if they had been beaten to death with bare hands. The two immediately understood, exchanging glances and arriving at the same answer. Ironclad. Just then, a weak, intermittent voice suddenly spoke. He's gone to Binduang Ho. Han Vu was startled, looking around to find the source of the voice. He frantically discovered the Pope lying in a pool of blood, barely alive. Han Yu rushed over urgently, asking, Where's Tuthiet? Remembering his betrayal and the massacre at the Port of Light, the Pope trembled and rasped, He's gone. He drained the church's very essence and had the Iron Golem slaughter all the clergy. I want revenge. Didn't you invite the wolf into your home? He was in no condition to argue. In the next instant, the Pope's eyes rolled back, and he coughed up blood, drawing his last breath. Han Vu watched him sighing as he realized the answer himself. No wonder the church didn't react when I fought the werewolves. Shu Ti must have wiped them out long ago. Qingyan didn't care. He nonchalantly crossed his arms, clicking his tongue and urging, All right, forget them, let's hurry and find the divine relic. This place is a ruin now. He chuckled, stalling, saying he'd leave right away. But he had to take these light crystals. It would be a waste to leave them behind. Having gathered their spoils, they quickly ventured deeper into the forest, surrounded by lush, towering vegetation. Han Yu cautioned that ancient relics like this were full of traps and needed to be scouted first. Soon they successfully found their way. A faint mystical purple aura appears in the air, and Qingyan nods, saying, "I had the foxmen mark the problem areas. Just avoid the signs." The arrows all pointed deeper into the forest, growing darker with each step, and as they followed the last arrow, a cold gust sent shivers down their spines. Suddenly, a massive monster appeared, catching them completely off guard. Be careful, the tension is high, as Han Yu and Qing Nian face a gruesome monster. Without a word, it swung its heavy iron arm in attack, but luckily he reacted quickly and dodged. Quickly, Han Yu retaliates with a spell, royal-grade runes effective on the human body, granting the skill King's Aura, increasing the power of all skills by 100%. The surge of energy took effect, instantly draining the monster of its life force as it knelt respectfully at his feet. Seizing the moment, Han Yu drags him away, but an ecstatic Qing Nian can't help but look back, praising him loudly. "Your domineering aura is too strong. The runes and you are a great match." Han Yu said, speechless. "Stop talking nonsense. We need to hurry." Soon they reached a path with stairs leading underground, where they encountered more giant monsters immediately on guard and ready to attack. Seeing their hostility, Han Yu sighed, "Not again," and prepared a rune, an advanced, natural language of runes that affects the body, grants passive skills, and allows communication with all living things. He closed his eyes, focused, and began to connect with their minds. "We're just here for a trial. We won't destroy anything. Move aside." The monsters roared in defiance. Left with no choice, he leaps into action, shouting, "You don't want the easy way, huh? You want the hard way. Then don't go anywhere." Han Yu aims for the core in its chest and strikes. Caught off guard, the monster was instantly knocked off its feet, as Han Vu coldly warned them, adjusting to enlarge his body. Anyone else? No sooner were the words out than Han Yu sped off, delivering a knockout punch to the second monster's chest, catching it completely off guard. Seeing an intruder daring to defeat two of their own, the remaining monsters roared and advanced to eliminate him. Hearing their deafening roars and seeing Han Vu's excited face, Kan Nian was speechless, sighing and reminding him, "That's enough." Han Vu hadn't had his fill, but considering the big picture, he waved his hand and recalled them. The skeletal soldiers rise to heed the call, as Qing Nian joins in summoning his own horde of fox spirits. Wasting no time, the skeletal soldiers and fox spirits joined forces, holding back the monsters as Han Yu and Qing Nian hurried downward, the latter glancing back at the fierce battle with a sigh of relief. "Damn, good thing I dragged him along or I'd be dead." Below the secret realm in a vast stone cave, countless swirls of light float above jutting stalactites. Kan Nian excitedly shouts that this is the place, a trial area, where upon passing the challenge one can not only ascend to a demigod, but also receive a corresponding secret rune, just as the sounds of battle draw nearer. The monsters are probably close. Lost in thought, Han Vu looked around, realizing there was no turning back. It was time to take a chance. Kan Nian had already rushed off. He excitedly leaps towards a blue rune, declaring it a good fit for him, and kindly reminds Han Yu before entering. "Be careful too," he says, watching him teleport away like the wind, leaving Han Vu frustrated. How quickly he shrinks back. He looks around for a moment, then approaches a vortex, choosing a rune for himself. "Choose this one." As he stepped inside, he was struck by the desolate scene of a barren land with only wind and towering mountains. The benevolent system then reminded Han Yu that in this famine-stricken area, he must constantly eat to survive. As soon as it finished speaking, his stomach rumbled. With a blank face, Han Yu muses that this famine zone is living up to its name, but thankfully his connection to the God realm means he has an endless supply of food. Seeing that the system isn't giving him a mission and the signal is getting weaker, he furrows his brow, wondering why nothing's happening. Could his connection to the God realm be severed? Just as he was wondering, Han Yu sensed something approaching uninvited guests. He was startled and wary. What was it? Turning around, he realizes the skeletal monsters are starving corpses, undead beings, once humans who died of hunger. The trial requires him to fight off the starving corpses while ensuring he doesn't starve himself. Han Yu grits his teeth, his face tense. Damn it, so these things are both enemies and food here to survive. Do I have to eat people? The starving corpses growl, circling, preparing to attack Han Yu, and one lunges forward only to find Han Yu is ready. He summons skeleton soldiers to hold them back, taking down one in an instant. As the two sides clash, Han Yu plants a seed in the ground. In short order, a sapling sprouts, and in seconds it bursts from the earth, growing into a massive tree. Death Great Lily Flower, All Dragon Grass, and Ghost Shadow Vine. Han Yu sits at its center, protected by its branches. He frowned, calculating that he could kill people, but absolutely not eat them, and would first use 3 kinds of plants to absorb nutrients from the ground to sustain himself. He then used his skeleton soldiers to fend off the ravenous corpses, protecting himself from harm. As the ever-growing horde of undead staggered closer, their bodies swaying, growling, and eager to devour him. He sighed slowly, closing his eyes, resigning himself to the last resort hibernation. He would minimize energy consumption, and if he could just make it 30 days, he would win. Meanwhile, the royal capital has fallen into ruin with smoke billowing from every corner as the Iron Legion brutally occupies the city. Inside the palace, things were no better, with everything destroyed and corpses scattered about as Shu Tai stood on the throne, arrogantly declaring, "The human kingdom will belong to me. from the religious order to the human kingdom, and then the land of the Minotaurs will be leveled by my iron soldiers. Meanwhile, the Elven Queen's kingdom struggles to maintain a protective barrier with their magic formation. He smirks quietly, mocking their efforts. The Elven Kingdom could only hold out for so long with their magic circle, until one of Shu Tai's iron men dragged Niu Fang before him. With a mocking smile, Tu Thiet descended, touching her face as he threatened her. He never expected such a prize. She'd actually come to the Minotaur Kingdom, and wanted to be queen. Well, looks like you've fallen right into my hands. Enraged, Niu Fang cuts him off, shouting, I'd like to see how long you can stay arrogant. Wait for Han Vu to return. He caresses her soft cheeks and replies with a cold laugh confidently, he's not coming back. Don't think I don't know. Qing Nian will lead you to ancient relics where survival is a brutal test. You couldn't even defeat my iron puppet demons, how could you possibly hope to survive? Dream on. With that, Shu Tai turned and left, ordering the iron puppet demon to attack. Throw her in prison. Niu Fang struggled, cursing his opponent, saying he wouldn't end well. Later, another henchman reported to him that Qian Lili had surrounded Qin Shuang in a valley as he'd instructed. Remembering Qian Lili's arrogant demeanor, Sitai laughed in satisfaction, praising her good work. Qian Lili may be greedy, but she does deliver once paid. He pictures Qin Shuang's delicate figure, muttering to himself with satisfaction. Qin Shuang, you won't escape my grasp this time. Cut to a peaceful forest, suddenly rocked by a massive explosion. As she approached, she discovered the iron tusk demons were fighting Qian Lili's forces, leaving Qin Shuang stunned and confused. She asked Shu Ti's iron golem, why is he here, and why is he fighting Qian Lili? After some thought, she nodded, hopeful. It would be best if both he and Qian Lili were hurt so she could escape. A moment later, a massive explosion rocked the battlefield. The sounds of fighting echoed but soon faded into an eerie silence, devoid of even a single breath. Confused by the silence, Qin Shuang wondered what to do when she heard someone call her name. Qin Shuang, so you were here. It was Shu Tai, feigning kindness, as he approached Han with a smile, saying, I heard that Qian Lili wanted to hire someone to kill you, so I rushed here. I'm glad you're okay. I chased her off. She replied with a few polite words. Thank you, she said, as Shu Tai closed in, oozing with false sincerity. Qin Shuang, you're being too polite. It was nothing. Sensing his ill intentions, Qin Shuang quickly dodged him, approached the giant bird and gave an order. Let's go. Shu Tai frowned immediately, asking with curiosity. Classmate Qin Shuang, you want to leave? He approached her smiling and gently made an offer. Why not stay and work with me, and together we can fight the local forces of the Rune civilization. We can split the profits. Before approaching Qin Shuang, Shu Ti met with Qian Lili to negotiate a deal, and she loudly demanded her due. I forced Qin Shuang into the valley, as you asked. Now pay me the rest of the money. Shu Ti praised her efforts but then demanded Qian Lili's help with one more task. Well done, but you must help me complete one more act before receiving the rest of your payment. She frowned in suspicion. What kind of play? He simply replies, defeated by my iron golem army. Diane Lily points an accusing finger, agitated. Are you kidding me? I summoned a legion of 2 million giant stone men consuming countless dimensional essences. There's no way you could have defeated them. With a cold indifference, Tu Thiet threatened her with his forces. Perhaps I should bring my 30 million iron legion here to negotiate with you. Qian Lili reluctantly conceded. At least leave me 5,000,000 stone giants and double the remaining payment. She weighed her options, knowing she couldn't afford to turn against him. Her stone giants were strong, but his iron warriors had the advantage in numbers. If she broke off relations, she wouldn't get the money, and her giant rockmen would be wiped out. Achieving his goal, he smiled with satisfaction. All right, no problem. Back in the present, Qin Shuang firmly refuses his help. Classmate Shu, I appreciate the thought, but I have my own matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave here. As she turned to leave, Shu Tai announced, You're looking for Han Yu, aren't you? Let me tell you, Han Yu is dead, and my Iron Beast demon is the one who killed him. Qin Shuang, not easily fooled, retorted. Han Wu was powerful. The Iron Beast fiend may not have been a match, especially with his skeleton legion. But before she could finish, Shu Ti impatiently cut her off. Your pathetic skeleton army couldn't withstand a single blow from my iron troop. Goodbye. Before she could react, a deafening crash echoed. Qin Shuang turned back to see the Iron Beast demon holding onto her giant bird, and she angrily questioned him. Tai Shi, what do you mean? He drops the pretense and cruelly smirks, coercing her. What do I mean? I want you to stay with me, of course. Let me tell you, I'm the strongest one here now. You'll do as I say, or you'll never leave this ravine. As Tai seized Qin Shuang's neck, lifting her off the ground, he gloated, daring her to run. She cried out for Han Yu, begging for help. Hearing this, he frantically called out her name, Qin Shuang. Startled, Han Yu wakes up, relieved to find it was just a dream after so long in seclusion. He wonders how Qin Shuang is doing. Then seeing his own skeletal hand, he was stunned with surprise. Han Yu couldn't believe his eyes, looking back and forth at himself, wondering how he'd become so emaciated. Distracted by the sounds of fighting between the starving corpses and the skeleton soldiers, Han Yu slowly stood up, causing them to freeze in surprise. Seeing that both sides had suffered losses, Han Yu smirked. 30 days have passed so quickly. After 30 days of hardship, he obtained the special Emperor-grade rune of language, which effectively helps the host control the digestive abilities of living beings. Within Hanyu's mind, the special royal gut rune was completely integrating, forming a small vortex in his consciousness, and after a few seconds, seeing the abundant energy helping him return to normal, Hanyu wondered with delight, have I reached the demigod realm? What's more, the path to the outside has opened up. Hanyu turns around and discovers the way out. Worried about Qin Shuang, he immediately decided to leave first and figure things out later. Hanyu went ahead with the skeleton soldiers quickly following. He stepped out of the rune's secret realm, which immediately sealed shut, and Hanyu took a deep breath, eager to test his newfound power and see what breakthroughs he'd achieved. At Hanyu's command, the system quickly responds, Name Hanyu. Mutant Origin, Outer Territory Demigod. Supergene Warrior Level 3. Divine Talent, Chosen of Heaven, Unique Rebel. His divine abilities include Directed Mutation, the Unique Life, Sacrifice, Jealousy, Lock, and the Yellow Flag. Skills include Extreme Severance Possession, Violent Dragon, Severance Black Dragon, Transformation, Blink Plant, Fusion Technique, Emperor's Aura, and 9 points of Divinity, with 5 points of Divinity, in the process of being absorbed. Once he reaches 10 points, he can ascend to Perfect Demigod in the Divine Realm, with 39.7 million Divine Power over 3.22740000 innate Divine Power, 49.08 million Faith Power, a Level 10 Core. A Level 4 Sealed Gluttony Law Sacred Object, a Level 2 Petrification Sacred Object, a Level 2 Shadow Nail Sacred Object, a Level 1 Venom Gland Sacred Object, and a Fairy Bow Sacred Object. Dejected Hanyu rubs his head. All this demigod ascension got him was one divine ability. How stingy. Luckily, the source of mutation has risen to Level 2, granting him gene-locking abilities. He quickly regained his senses, sighing in resignation. At least he'd become a demigod in the outer realm. After absorbing all the divinity and reaching perfect demigod status, he finally felt satisfied. But as soon as he spoke, a door suddenly appeared above his head. Before Hanyu could react, Qingnian emerged, falling squarely on top of him. Speechless, Hanvu watched as he rambled in a semi-conscious daze, constantly boasting, I finally became a demigod. He kindly tossed Qingnian back through the gate, saying, Is it really that bad, this weekend? Alright, get some sleep. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted near the exit. Startled, Hanvu leaped to his feet, peering towards the sound. Another battle was raging outside. The noise was from Qian Li's soldiers fighting the gatekeeper monster, and following the sound he was shocked to see her. Hanyu wondered why she was there, and sensing their connection, Qian Li smiled, ready to make a deal. You and Qin Shuang are close. I have some news about her concerning her very survival. Wanna know? It'll cost you 1,000,000 units of planar origin. Without hesitation, Hanyu transferred 10,000 dimensional origins, urging her to speak quickly. Qin Shuang is trapped in the valley by Shu Ti, likely unable to escape. He cries out in alarm, What? Burning with anxiety, Hanyu summoned his wings, transforming into his beast form in a desperate attempt to save Qin Shuang. Hanyu flew to the mountain valley, calling out Qin Shuang, Qin Shuang, Qin Shuang. He soon arrived, landing on a mountaintop, deciding to use his divine power to sense her presence, thinking I'll sense her aura first. But after a long search, he found nothing. Enraged, Hanyu gritted his teeth, cursing his inability to find her. In the heat of the moment, something suddenly whizzed past from behind, startling him. Turning around, Hanyu immediately recognized the golden-crowned Thunder Falcon. He was shocked to find its feathers scattered in the air below the rocky mountain where the Thunder Falcon was being suppressed and captured by Shu Tai's iron golems. Immediately, Hanyu used his wings to descend and cast a spell. Runes appear on his abdomen, a sign of advanced runic language, the influence of a king. The iron golems are nearly blown off their feet by the fierce winds from Hanvu's wings. Gritting his teeth, he prepares to strike again as Hanvu tests his newfound power, unleashing a surge of dominance. With his newfound divine power, the iron golems were completely suppressed, kneeling to the ground. Lei Ju seized the opportunity to escape, while Hanyu was dealing with the others. But Lei Su's joy was short-lived as it sensed a tremendous power closing in from below. It turned its head in alarm to confirm. Unbeknownst to the beast, it was Hanvu all along. He latched onto its tail, urgently issuing commands. Stop looking, hurry, and take me to find Qin Shuang. We're running out of time. Thunderfinch understood, lowered itself for him to climb on, and with him on its back, immediately spread its wings and flew swiftly through the air. Meanwhile, deep within the vast forest, a small cave hid from view, where Shu Tai could no longer restrain himself. He forcefully tore open her outer garment, and Qin Shuang struggled, crying out, Let me go. Shu Tai smirked his hand, reaching lower tauntingly, asking who could save her now. Qin Shuang was powerless to resist. But just in the nick of time, Hanyu arrived. He gritted his teeth and kicked a rock at him. The rock hit Toothiet squarely in the head. He didn't have time to react, his good time ruined. Enraged, Toothiet clutched his head and turned around yelling, What was that? You dare ambush me? He stared in disbelief at Hanvu, who was very much alive. Why you? You're not dead. Ignoring his words, Hanvu's blood boiled at the sight before him. A surge of rage erupted as he lunged forward, landing a punch on Tu Thiet's face, coldly reminding him, "Even if you die, I won't." Shu Ti leans into the blow, blood trickling from his mouth as he wipes it away, his hateful glare piercing through Han Vu. "Han Vu, today I will kill you." He raised an eyebrow, a confident and contemptuous smile on his face. "Is that so?" No sooner had he spoken than Han Yu secretly unleashed his new divine ability, Starvation, a seal appearing above his head. The next moment, Shu Tiling felt a change. He clutched his stomach, trembling. So hungry, why am I so hungry? He gritted his teeth, glaring at Han Yu as he questioned him. "Did you leave the game?" Han Yu didn't have time for his nonsense, and delivered another blow to his stomach, causing Shu Tai to collapse and vomit uncontrollably. Regaining his senses, he fearfully asks, "Have you become a demigod?" Han Vu coldly summons a red sword, deliberately revealing the current situation. "Your Iron Beast demon couldn't kill me. Instead, it became my slave." As he spoke, he unleashed a deadly move, the sharp blade flashing before Shu Ti's terrified eyes. "Now feel the pain of being devoured by iron." Then a scene of scattered stardust. Having dealt with Shu Ti, Han Yu rushed to Qin Shuang's side, gently helping her up. "Qin Shuang, I'm here." She forced a smile, reassuring him sheepishly. I'm okay." Han Yu and Cheng Zhuang then pulled Qin Shuang out and carried her out in their arms. Outside, Thunderhawk waited at the cave entrance, while Shu Ti's iron puppets were in disarray. He frowned coldly, observing the iron figures with disdain. With Shu Tai dead, his clan loses his presence and control. Their task complete, Han Yu leaps onto Lei Kuei's back and gives the order. Aboard Thunderhawk, Han Yu held Qin Shuang, asking if she felt better. She nodded weakly. "Much better." "Are you really a demigod now?" Hearing this, she gave a thumbs up and chuckled. "Changing corpses at will, huh?" Qin Shuang happily chimed in. "That's great." Then Han Yu stroked her hair, saying affectionately, "I know the location of an ancient relic. Let's gather some more dimensional origins. Once you accumulate enough family members, you can also level up." Qin Shuang agreed, but worriedly wondered, with the 4 nations and 1 sect ruined by Shu Ti, leaving only the Elven Kingdom on the verge of collapse, where can they find dimensional origins? It was a simple matter for him. Han Yu smirked, confidently reassuring her, "We can wander around the desolate area and try our luck." Moments later, the Thunder Falcon soared through the air, carrying them over a mountain of purple rocks. Spotting it, he exclaimed, "An iron mine. We can use the analyzer to break down the gold star stones." Suddenly, a loud noise grabs their attention, and Qin Shuang warns him with concern. Listen, at the foot of the rocky mountain, a massive bear roars and attacks with sound waves, and upon seeing it, Han Yu snaps his fingers, delighted. "Isn't that a dimensional origin right there?" In the next moment, he was about to fly down, telling her to wait there, but she quickly stopped him. "Don't go risking yourself alone." As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Shuang smiled and snapped her fingers. Instantly, the other birds in the area flocked to their location, led by the Thunder Falcon Oi Fong, who bravely dove down, followed by the rest. It nimbly dodges, slashing the bear's face as it struggles to defend itself, while countless eyes emerge from the misty forest nearby. Immediately, countless skeletal soldiers appeared and swarmed the bear. The bear, infected with the poisonous mushroom's bacteria, roared as its eyes turned white. The bear suddenly swayed its wounded body, lurching toward another bear. Without a word, it bit down hard on the other's shoulder, triggering a chaotic frenzy as it attacked the others one by one. "It bit you too, ancestor." System reports 0.003 units of planar origin have been absorbed. With promising results, Han Yu and Qin Shuang celebrate with a high five, their teamwork paying off. Then Thunderfinch lands, and they step onto the ground, followed by their legion of skeletons. He gently bumped his head against hers, instructing rest here for a while to gather enough planar essence. Qin Shuang blushed and nodded at Han Yu. And so it passed. 10 days later, the dwarven army worked tirelessly to gather iron ore. Qin Shuang shyly pushes away the porridge Han Yu is feeding her. "It's been 10 days and we've collected a good amount of dimensional essence. I want to go to the ancient city." But he just smiled, intent on feeding her, to reassure her there was no rush. Her wounds had only just healed, she needed to rest. Just then, Qing Nian suddenly jumped out of space, startling them both, and stretched with a shout. "That was a great nap." Qin Shuang awkwardly greets him. "Long time no see, Sunday." However, Qing Nian didn't respond, instead scrutinizing the blonde head as it frantically looked back and forth between the two. "What the heck is this? How did you two meet?" With a cold look, Han Vu thought bitterly to himself, of all times to wake up, why now and get in the way? Han Yu frowned sarcastically, dropping a bombshell. "You have time to worry about us. Shu Ti killed your Princess Fei Kui, and the Elf Queen is on her deathbed." He was shocked, asking, "What did you say?" Helpless Han Vu briefly recounted recent events, igniting Kan Nian's fury as he cursed in rage. "That bastard Shu Tai, I only slept for a few days and he's already ruined the 4 nations and 1 sect. What a pity for my princess." The two watched his inner monologue and rich expressions, speechless. With that said, he turned and hurried away. "My princess is beyond saving. I must go rescue the Elf Queen. After all, we did sleep together once. I'm off." With that, he leaped away, vanishing in an instant. Having witnessed this, Qin Shuang sighed, surprised that Qing Nian was so sentimental, but he casually cut her off. More like he's throwing a tantrum everywhere. Forget about him, you rest up for a few more days. Qin Shuang suddenly remembered something and looked at him worriedly. You killed Shu Tai. Once you return to school, the Shu family will surely cause trouble for you. Han Yu anticipated this, but he doesn't care. If I hadn't killed Shu Ti, would the Shu family have let me off? I'm not worried about their pressure, but I am concerned about the academy's discipline. Speak of the devil. Lena suddenly appears barking orders. Hanvu Qin Shuang, return to the academy at once. It's urgent. Qin Shuang quickly glanced over, reassuring him, don't worry, I'm here. Meanwhile, back at the academy, trouble was brewing. Tiza's father slammed his fist on the table, then angrily pointed at Lena, shouting, I want that Han Yu to pay for my son's life. His mother sat weeping in her chair, heartbroken. Meanwhile, Han Yu comforts Qin Shuang, telling him that now is not the time for trials and not to force himself to help him. He doesn't fear Zijia. Qin Shuang smiled resolutely, saying that becoming a demigod before officially becoming a student of the Imperial Academy had always been her dream. Seeing her radiant face, Han Yu choked back the words of refusal. But seeing this, the playful Qin Shuang placed her hand on Han Yu's lips, silencing him. Don't worry, you've already told me all the maps and intel within the divine relic. I'll definitely make it through. Helpless Han, Yu relented. Okay, I'll wait for you. Qin Shuang hurries to the space portal, promising they'll return to school together. After she leaves, Han Yu, with a mix of helplessness and determination, orders his skeletal soldiers to protect her. They obeyed, rushing toward the space-time portal, and as time slipped away a month later, he stood patiently before the portal, but his heart was on fire, restless with worry. It's been a month, why hasn't she returned? Hanvu quickly assessed the situation. Even the skeletal soldiers sent in haven't reported back. She must be in danger, and the deadline has long passed. Without a second thought, Han Yu stepped through the gate beyond caring. He was immediately met with countless massive monsters, but he wasn't intimidated in the slightest. Han Yu immediately transforms into a demon, coldly commanding, "Get out of my way." Instantly, a colossal dragon appears, its immense pressure, forcing the monsters to tremble and kneel. Then he quickly flew up high to find Qin Shuang, just as Han Yu spotted a sphere in the sky. He touched it, realizing with frustration that the trial's gate was now closed, unopenable from the outside. But if it won't open, he'll just break it. Left with no other choice, Hanvu resorts to brute force, slamming into the orb, only to be instantly repelled. Annoyed, Hanvu wondered if those who had broken through could not enter again, and reluctantly unleashed his ultimate technique, combining all three seals to attack. All three attacks are unleashed at once: Advanced Emperor, Advanced War, Madman, and Advanced Star Crimson. Han Yu unleashed all three attacks on the sphere, and it cracked under the force, allowing him to finally enter. But before Han Yu now are countless gates of different colors, leaving him disoriented and confused. Which one did Qin Shuang choose? Han Yu realized he was getting worked up. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he tells himself to find the strongest trace of Qin Shuang's aura within the trial mirrors. Just as he was about to use his divine sense to search a gate high above suddenly flashed. Qin Shuang Shui also slid out of the gate, and Han Yu couldn't contain his joy, calling out happily when he saw she was safe. Qin Shuang, he quickly reached out to break her fall. Qin Shuang wakes up with a start in his arms, and Han Yu happily asks, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Unfortunately, Han Yu tripped on a rock, lost his balance, and they both tumbled to the ground. Once they regained their composure, the scene was explosive. Han Yu was still protectively holding Qin Shuang, their lips pressed together. Flustered, she quickly pushes him away, saying, "Let me go." Hanvu's face was also red as he scratched his head. "Yeah." She excitedly summoned her seal and showed it off. "Look, I finally leveled up. Special grade lightning is effective on the human body. All lightning skills are increased by 500%. Having mastered the lightning domain, Han Yu complimented her, noting that his energy was on the verge of breaking through to the life form of a lord, reaching the life form of a king. Suddenly, Lena calls, sternly demanding, "Han Yu, the school requires you to return immediately." That's all she can get out before the signal cuts off. Qin Shuang rises, worriedly takes Han Yu's hand, and firmly suggests, "I'll go back with you." Elsewhere in the academy, three unapproachable figures stand before a teleportation gate. Sensing movement, the headmaster gritted his teeth and ordered Han Yu's immediate capture as Qin Shuang and Han Yu emerged from the space brimming with power. Qin Shuang quickly steps in front of Han Yu, explaining, "Headmaster Shu Tai tried to take advantage of me, so Han Yu intervened." Shu Tai's father, of course, doesn't believe it. He roared back, calling it nonsense, and his mother angrily questioned, "Why are you protecting this kid?" Qin Shuang approached the headmaster, firmly suggesting, "You can read my memories. I assure you I'm not fabricating this." The headmaster nodded in agreement, immediately using his ability to delve into her memories. The truth unfolds in vivid flashes, Sithiet controlling Qin Shuang and Hanvu's decisive intervention. Sithiet's parents remain in disbelief. "Impossible. This can't be." The headmaster waves his hand, signaling the guards to remove them, and dismisses them. He turned to him sternly, reminding him, "Han Yu, although you are eager to save people, you acted too harshly, and you must be severely punished with suspension from school from now on. Until the college entrance exam." He wondered, is that all? Qin Shuang was anxious. Expulsion was a heavy punishment. Han Yu laughed, heartily reassuring her. It's okay, I was preparing to take some time off to focus on absorbing divinity so I can advance to a demigod in the divine civilization. 15 days later, before leaving school, he stood before the ancient statue, bowed his head, and reported student Hanvu divinity absorption complete. My divinity has reached a full 10 points. I pray for a perfect demigod ascension in the divine civilization. No sooner had he spoken than the statue suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light. A golden spindle-shaped ray emerged from the statue's third eye, surrounded by pure and powerful energy. The essence flew into him, enveloping him in power, and Han Yu rejoiced. Divine light, his request had been granted. Within the divine light lies the power to change the world, and if he can temper his body, he can nurture all things in the divine realm, unlocking even greater potential. He rises puzzled, wondering if this means he's leveled up. Han Vu happily tests his new power. This aura, it seems I won't need Black Dragon transformation anymore. My abilities can reach the level of a lifeform monarch. Suddenly another ominous light flashes, startling him into alertness. What is this? A new information panel appears. Name Han Yu, source of aberration. Rank Demigod Warrior Supergene Level 2. Talent God Chosen 1. Unique Rebel God Power Orientation Mutation Unique. Life Sacrifice. Famine Gene Lock Life Tetra Blessing Unique Fusion. Skills, Giant Strength, Dark, Underworld Explosion, Dragon Black Dragon, Transformation Pure, Adaptation Plant, Fusion, Technique, Emperor's Aura, Rebel, Divine Sense, Level 5, Divine Art Awakening, Soul Devouring, Eye Life, Tetra. Blessing can bestow life blessings upon dependents using divine power to extend their lifespans. Unique Fusion can consume divine power to fuse all things with a degree of adaptation. Directionality is up to the user. Explanation. After upgrading to demigod status, he gained the new Rebel Divine Sense and awakened the Soul-Devouring Eye. What he's seeing is free soul energy in this space. He rests his chin in thought, wondering if this fusion is his divine power. Then he tested all of his powers: Dark Aura, Black Dragon, Transformation Plant Fusion Art, and Emperor's Aura Fusion. The streams of energy, each with its own power, surrounded Han Wu, gradually drawing closer and merging into a new force. Han Wu attains a new form, sprouting horns, wings, and a tail. He tests his power, unleashing a terrifying blast of energy that tears through the air. In the next instant, a large chunk of the wall is sliced away, and Han Vu realizes with satisfaction that his power is indeed extraordinary after fusion. He calls this move Black Dragon Transformation. Returning to his original form, he summons a locust beetle for experimentation. My techniques can be fused. But what about my kin? Let's see. A dark aura envelops the monster and a flash of light triggers a transformation. Looking at the giant monster before him, Han Yu praised it, impressed. It had reached the hero-class lifeform level and could surely kill the Bull Demon tribe's hero-class lifeform in an instant. He was satisfied, judging that it had indeed become better, but fusion still cost divine power. He had lost millions of divine power just now. He gazed at the energy with delight, several firestones materializing in his hand. Sure enough, the firestones gradually condensed and solidified, forming a blazing red crystal. Han Yu calculated that one firestar could be sold for 1.6 million units of divine power. Fusing one a day would earn him hundreds of millions in a year, enough to exchange for a point of divinity. He laughed with excitement, thrilled to have another way to make money in the future, and continued to fuse them again and again. A few days later, a guard stood firm at the school gates, denying entry to anyone who wasn't a student or teacher, including Hu Hai. He muttered unhappily, "I'm a true god, but never mind, this is the Imperial Capital Academy. True gods, chief gods, even god kings are here. It's no use acting tough." He thought to himself. Qin responded so quickly, proving he's getting closer to the thief who stole the God King's treasure. Ho Hai wondered if this Han Wu in the academy was the thief the God King was looking for. He had to find a way in. Just as he was in a bind, Zi Tichui's father came out of the school cursing in anger. Damn academy, protecting the culprit. His mother wept. Han Vu, you won't get away with this. Suddenly Hu Hai had an idea, approaching them with a mysterious smile. Could you two do me a favor? I'm willing to pay a generous reward. My target is Han Yu as well. Later, back in the reception room, somehow they managed to get back inside, and Zitai's parents were causing a ruckus, even killing that Han's classmate. Doesn't he fear retribution? Lena bluntly reminds him. The cause of Zitai's death has been thoroughly investigated. Your relentless pursuit will accomplish nothing. From the shadows, Ho Hai activates a device aimed at Han Vu, triggering a powerful reaction. He smiles with satisfaction, as if he knew all along. He is indeed the thief who stole the Divine King's treasure. If I bring him back, the Divine King will surely reward me handsomely. But how do I get him out of here? The father cursed menacingly. Han Yu, you won't die a peaceful death. His mother chimed in with her own bitter words. Damn it. Lena frowned, warning. The school isn't a place for you to cause trouble. Leave now. Suddenly compliant, Hu Hai pulled the couple back, saying, All right, let's go home. As the door closed, Shutai's father anxiously asked Lord Envoy, We brought you here as you requested. Are you just going to let Hanyu off the hook? Hu Hai confidently promised. Leave Hanyu to me. I'll make sure you're both satisfied, but don't interfere. Knowing they couldn't push any further, the couple reluctantly left in anger, while Hu Hai stayed behind, secretly listening. Inside, Lena encourages Hanvu, telling him not to worry about what they said, smiling as she reassures him Shu Thiet's death was his own fault for not knowing his limits. You did nothing wrong in killing him. Of course Hanyu wasn't affected. He nodded to reassure her. Don't worry, Lena, they don't affect me. On the contrary, they encourage me to become even stronger. Lena smiled with satisfaction. That's my student. Now that you're a perfect demigod, focus on obtaining divine sense and the Imperial Academy trials. Failure to pass means expulsion. She conjures a golden mark and hands it to him with a warning. I have a ticket to the ancient battlefield of the Outer Realm. You can go there and try your luck, adapt to the competitive atmosphere of demigods, and it will benefit your future. Hanyu gratefully accepts, vowing to live up to her expectations, unaware that Hu Hai has overheard everything, and murmurs with a knowing smile. The ancient battlefield of the Outer Realms. How interesting. As Hanyu left the room, he muttered to himself, then we'll meet in there. On his way back, Hanyu realized, wait, each ticket allows 2 people, it'd be a waste to go alone. Who is he calling? After a few rings, the call is answered, and Tianwen's face appears. He smiled and asked Hanvu how's life at the Imperial Academy, to which he excitedly replied, Mr. Dian, I've advanced to perfect demigod. Hanyu then invited him. I'd like to invite you to team up and explore the ancient battlefield in the Outer Realm. I wonder if you're familiar with it. Tianwen accepted, surprised, and delighted. A demigod ancient battlefield, you've grown so strong, I'll definitely go. He nodded, confirming the time and place. Then let's meet at the Imperial Map teleportation station at 8:00 a.m. tomorrow. Later at Hanyu's house, he considers what to pack for his departure, deciding to choose some useful divine artifacts. Finally, he selected a few key items, a 4th-grade law sealing treasure, a 2nd-grade petrification treasure, a 4th-grade clone scripture, and a 4th-grade thunderfire burst pill. With a determined look, Hanyu vowed to succeed this time, but then he remembered Qin Shuang and a dilemma arose in his heart. This trip might take a few months, and it's time for her to absorb divinity. The scene changes, and as night falls, someone knocks on Qin Shuang's door. She rushed to open the door, and upon seeing who it was, Qin Shuang blankly and hastily said, Why are you here? Come in quickly. Hanyu refused. You're making a formal announcement. No need, I'm heading to the extraterritorial ancient battlefield for training tomorrow. I came to say goodbye, but I was afraid you were in seclusion and wouldn't have time to see me. She was surprised and regretful. So soon, huh? He scratched his head, avoiding her gaze. By the time I get back, you'll probably have leveled up. I'll see you then. I should get going. Suddenly Qin Shuang takes his hand, making a surprising request. Take a walk with me. And so below Qin Shuang's building, the two strolled slowly side by side under the streetlights. Qin Shuang smiled. Good thing I'm not going into seclusion until tomorrow, or I would have missed your farewell. Hanyu chuckled. Is this what you call telepathy? She didn't answer, only anxiously asked Han about his situation. The ancient battlefield is very dangerous. She asked Han, are you fully prepared? Qin Shuang, still concerned, summoned a sacred artifact and gave it to him. Though limited, this netherworld seal will be useful to you. Take it with you. It's actually a 4th-level holy artifact. Once loaded into the core of the divine territory, it allows core kin to transform into a soul form before death, but only works on core kin below the heroic life form stage. An idea sparks in Hanyu's mind. The underworld seal. My rebellious consciousness needs to devour souls and upgrade through the backlash of the divine eye. The more soul energy absorbed, the faster the upgrade. This is indeed useful. Hanyu smiles gratefully as he accepts it, thanking him. With that, Qin Shuang suddenly embraced him tightly, regretfully urging him once more. I can't go with you this time, so please be careful. Hanyu then took her shoulders, leaned down, and gently gave her a deep, unexpected kiss. Remembering the kiss, Hanyu was elated that Qin Shuang didn't resist but deepened it. Instead, she hadn't rejected him. After that kiss, they tacitly acknowledged their relationship, and his heart soared with joy as he embraced her one last time. Blushing, Hanvu gazed at Qin Shuang and promised, wait for me to return. Her face flushed, but she still reminded him, be careful. The next morning, Hanyu met old Tian at the rendezvous point. Master Tian, you're early. He chuckled, politely greeting him before eagerly urging, I couldn't sleep, so I came to wait for you. Let's get going. Then they both bit their fingers and dripped blood onto the golden insignia to summon the gateway. As the blood falls, the insignia glows a crimson aura, swirling around it, amplifying into a vortex the gateway. They take a deep breath, nod, let's go. Stepping through the gate, Hanyu and Tianwen teleported to the ancient battlefield, where a guard was already waiting to greet them. This is your temporary residence, he explained vaguely before departing. If you need anything, come find us. We'll do our best to help you both. Hanvu was already fuming at the sight of the dilapidated camp. These living conditions are way too harsh. A tattered tent for yours truly. While he angrily protested, the guard smiled, knowingly turning his back as if he heard nothing. Hanyu quickly tried to call out, hey, switch us. In contrast, the mad teacher remained calm, patting Hanvu's shoulder and advising, don't be rash, let's see what the tent holds. So the two nervously peek inside, only to find a spacious, fully equipped room, leaving them utterly stunned. He reluctantly agreed, realizing this was a completely different world, and they might as well make use of it. Suddenly, he notices a guidebook in the middle of the room, and they both approach to read it. Not reading it was one thing, but after reading it, Hanvu was completely shocked. Unbelievable. Turns out this tent can conceal them from the battlefield's scanning abilities. The arena here can withstand the summoning of familiars, but the tournament limits the number of summons. He angrily threw the book back where it belonged, a look of disgust on his face. Who wrote this garbage? Hanyu worried to himself. I've always relied on numbers to win, but if they're limited, how am I supposed to fight? Suddenly, Teacher Dian had an idea, smiling as he reminded him. Hold on, doesn't the manual say we can link to the tent's operating system? Let's see what's what first. Hearing that, he opened the system to take a look as well. Indeed, several options appeared: 500000 Elite Lifeform Locusts, 50 or 5000 Heroic Lifeform Locusts or 5 Locust Lords, 3 million Bone Soldiers, 300 Elite Soldiers, 3000 Knights, or 3 Bone Lords, a Sword, Wind Clan Lord, or an Intelligent Robot Clan Lord. After careful consideration, he chose the largest number. Mr. Dian had already chosen, snapping his fingers to summon a group of spirit rabbits. The system then warned that only core clan members could be summoned inside the tent, and that the core clan could not replenish troops in time. It also noted that the ancient battlefield produced various fragments of divine sense, with the rarest being the most valuable. Similar divine fragments can be combined into a complete divine sense, which can be exchanged for other fragments or materials to upgrade the tent. Having understood the basics, Hanyu was eager to complete the mission, collecting divine fragments to upgrade the tent. Let's go find more divine fragments on the battlefield. The two quickly left the tent and headed out the mad teacher, explaining the basics of divine fragments. Before arriving, he researched the divine fragments in the ancient battlefield, fragments born from wandering gods that can only be obtained by defeating them. Gods also come in different forms distinguished by the aura beneath their feet. The lowest level white aura can only produce level 1 divine fragments, while blue produces level 2. The information he brought was very helpful. The strongest are the gods with red auras, who can produce level 5 divine fragments. No sooner had he spoken than Hanyu suddenly heard a noise, and he cautiously signaled for silence, then quietly hid behind a rock, smiling happily in one direction. Look, he looked up to see a flash of light. Unexpectedly, a god stood before them, bathed in white light with an aura, unlike the red aura Master Dian had described. Dian Van was overjoyed to encounter an ancient spirit so soon after entering the battlefield. He carefully assessed the situation, noting that despite the white halo, its brightness suggested it was likely a high-ranking member of the lower gods. Eager, Hanvu released the spirit beast he'd been entrusted with back in the tent. Show him what you've got, he said as a giant beetle appeared. At his command, it spread its wings and charged forward, attacking the approaching envoy of spirits, with such speed that it appeared as a mere streak of dark energy. The armored warrior seemed to sense the sneak attack. As the dark energy closed in, he seized the moment swiftly, and precisely parrying the attack, and in the aftermath the Dark Emperor lost a claw. Enraged, it thrashed wildly, unleashing a barrage of attacks, dark energy tendrils that autonomously sought out and assaulted the knight. A shard of dark power was knocked to the ground, but it immediately took root, silently rising as binding tendrils. But by the time the warrior noticed, it was too late. The dark vines like tentacles tightened their grip, and the Dark Overlord seized the moment to strike. Its sharp attack immediately pierced the knight's chest, completely destroying his spirit. The mad teacher couldn't contain his joy, leaping up from his spot, marveling with excitement. Amazing, quickly collect the divine fragments. Even though they're only first-level fragments, there are 8 of them, which is a decent haul. Hanyu approached gently, picking up the first-level divine relic to examine it closely, wondering if this was where the divine power resided. Even though they're only first-level divine fragments, there are 8 of them, not a bad haul. He lectured on, explaining that, while the courageous divine fragment was only level 1, its accompanying divine magic was very useful, making it more valuable than other divine fragments, likely exchangeable for twice the resources of a normal fragment. Impressed by his profound knowledge, Hanyu grinned, feeling like he'd struck gold. Mr. Tianwen, I really chose the right person to team up with. With you here, I can get even more. Suddenly, a swarm of dark emperors flew in, quickly relaying information, and he smiled, setting his sights on the next unfortunate prey. Grasshoppers spot a new target, a herd of divine beasts, cornered by the Dark Army. But Hanyu had no interest in the minerals they carried, all of which were low grade. The output certainly wouldn't be as high as the divine beasts from before. Before he could finish, Tianwen abruptly stopped him. No, we can't let them go to waste. Hanvu agreed with him, smiling, as he summoned Dark Emperor again, deciding to wipe them all out. Tianwen also summoned the rabbit spirit to battle. The Dark Emperor, full of vigor, served its master, roaring and firing sound waves. After a fierce battle, loud explosions and clashes echoed incessantly. Hanyu and Tianwen finally managed to wipe out the spirit beast army, but the floating divine fragments offered little reward. Tianwen assesses the new gods, finding only 30 fragments, and even the 2-star fragments are few. Hanyu is discouraged. At this rate, how long will it take to gather high-level divine fragments? Suddenly, a dark raven landed on his shoulder and reported something. Tianwen asked curiously. Another discovery, he asked, shaking his head, his face serious, as he warily scanned their surroundings briefly, informing him. Master, there are 2 people staring at us from 30 degrees to the right behind you, most likely after the divine fragment. What should we do? If anyone dares to steal it, I'll teach them a lesson they won't forget. Unaware of the danger closing in, the stalkers smugly continued their pursuit. Boss, those 2 have so few familiars. They're obviously newbies, easy pickings. The fat accomplice interjected. They've only killed a dozen low-level gods. Their harvest is meager. Let's fatten them up before we strike. The skinny one beside him praised the idea. You're the best, boss. That's a great idea. But Teacher Dian seems worried. Unwilling to linger with these desperate bandits, he suggested, Hanyu, how about we return to the garrison first and deal with the divine fragments we have? With a calm smile, he casually put his arm around the teacher's shoulder, reassuring him, Don't worry, Mr. Dian, everything is under control. Trust me, the Dark Emperor will keep me informed of their movements. Tianwen, somewhat reassured by his confidence, nodded in agreement. All right. He could only clutch his head, thinking how a teacher was being comforted by his student. Before he could recover, Hanyu had already sent the Dark Emperor to investigate and gather more information. After a period of silence, they continued through the desert, and the Dark Emperor returned with intriguing news. Upon hearing the news, Hanyu was immediately invigorated, happily informing Tianwen that they had discovered a god standing upon a purple halo. Hearing this, Dianvan couldn't hide his excitement. Purple meant they could at least obtain a high-level divine fragment. The 2 quickly set out, believing their combined strength would ensure victory. Arriving on the scene, they were met with a cloud of dust and a heavily wounded figure lying on the ground, life or death unknown. Meanwhile, the Violet Halo God stood tall and proud as Hanvu and Dianvan lay in wait, assessing the situation and planning their next move. It seems it has just been through a fierce battle, and they can't help but marvel at its power. The familiars it killed were all life-form lord level. It seems it's a wind element manipulator, in which case Master's rabbit people can hold it back. He and Hanyu seriously strategized to eliminate the armored warrior, opting for a war of attrition, while Hanyu utilizes his clone ability and the explosive lightning fire power of his kin. His master manipulates his familiars, launching carrot missiles to exhaust him to death, but in contrast, Hanyu is very confident. He sneers inwardly, knowing that won't be enough to waste his time. His grandfather asks again, worried, So what's your plan? Before he could finish, Hanyu transformed into his demon form and soared into the sky, fearlessly charging towards the armored warrior, declaring direct strike. The armored warrior senses the enemy raising his fan defensively, ready for battle, as powerful spiritual energy gathers within it. Unaffected, Hanvu calmly flew before the armored warrior, unleashing a move to cripple its combat ability. Burn for me. The armored warrior froze bewildered, before he was marked a vortex appearing before him. Without hesitation, Hanvu summoned his divine sword and unleashed a powerful strike. Immediately, he felt an immense pressure crushing his body, and he couldn't withstand it. Fragments of divine consciousness scattered as a result. The 2 stalkers in the distance inadvertently picked up a few small pieces. Overjoyed, they realize it's a 3rd-level divine fragment, a major windfall. Back to Hanyu, who has collected all the remaining fragments of divine sense. The skinny one watches Hanyu and Tianwen exchange words, still greedy despite achieving their goal. They had 8 shadows, but the remaining one was wiser, directly dissuading him. Forget it, we're no match for him. The fat one, knowing when to quit, immediately turned to advise. It's good enough that Anhui got a 3rd-grade divine shard, let's go. But before they could leave, a dark shadow loomed over them. When did Hanyu appear so ominously? He blocked their path, his eyes filled with a cold, murderous intent. How dare you take what's mine? The arrogant subordinate roared. Who took your stuff? This is an ancient battlefield. The fragments of divinity belong to whoever finds them. What proof do you have that this 3rd-grade fragment is yours? Hanyu scoffed, calling them reckless, and without a word unleashed the dragon strike, where they stood, their defenses crumbling before his overwhelming power. The overwhelming power arrived with lightning speed, leaving the 2 men frozen in terror. In an instant, they were defeated with a single blow, cut to pieces. From their bodies, fragments of divinity fell, all drawn to him. Hanvu caught them with disdain, thinking, With this little power, you dare steal my spoils. From afar, Tianwen approached him and began the process of merging the divine fragments. With the task complete, Tianwen happily turned and said, Selling these to the garrison will let us upgrade our tents. A scene change reveals the garrison camp, where a spatial vortex begins to form in the sky. Luo Tian steps out, his voice dripping with flattery. Brother Zhang, you're amazing. You even managed to get your hands on something as rare as tickets to the ancient battlefield. Zhang Gang chuckled modestly, saying the tickets to the ancient battlefield were nothing to brag about. But inwardly he was immensely pleased, even ecstatic, having received numerous rewards for informing the God King. Suddenly they both stopped, sensing something. It was Hanyu chatting happily with Tianwen not far away. These divine fragments can upgrade the tent to a 2 kilometers radius. Let's go find more fragments and upgrade to something bigger. As they turned, they ran into Luo Tian and Zhang Gang, both sides momentarily stunned. Tianwen quickly recovered, offering a polite greeting. Mr. Zhang, Professor Liu, what a surprise to see you here. Luo Tian seemed displeased, coldly scoffing. Zhang Gang, however, offered a warm smile, returning the greeting. It's my good fortune to meet you and your student here, Mr. Tian. As he spoke, he glanced at Han Yu, a subtle warning in his eyes. Han Yu, I've been looking for you ever since we parted ways at the Divine Ruins. He feigned ignorance with a disingenuous smile. I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Zhang. Han Yu frowned, wondering how he knew he'd been to the God River Ruins. He was wearing the Tianwen mask and was very careful, but he probably doesn't have any real proof. Seeing his hesitation, Zhang Gang chuckled and continued, Is that so? Then perhaps I mistook you for someone else, but Han Yu's progress is truly remarkable. I recall you being the same age as my son, yet you've already reached the demigod level. But inwardly, he seethed, lamenting his foolish son's fate, doomed to mediocrity, in a shattered divine realm. After a brief greeting, Tianwen politely explained, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Liu, Han Yu and I have some business to attend to, so we must take our leave. Farewell. He glanced at them worriedly, thinking, let's go before a fight breaks out. Seeing no objections, Dianvan quickly pulled Han Vu away, and once they were a good distance off, Lac Thian spoke, his voice full of irritation. Zhang, are you just going to let him go like that? He's the one who crippled your son. Zhang Gang coldly scoffed. What's the rush? As long as he doesn't leave the ancient battlefield, we'll meet again. With that, he lazily turned, and left, leaving Luo Tiangu to glance back at Han Yu's retreating figure with a smug smile. True, once our camp is upgraded, we'll crush them with our dependents. I don't believe a newly ascended demigod is that capable. Back in his tent, Tianwen offered a concerned reminder. Zhang Gang and Luo Tian had also arrived at the ancient battlefield. They're sure to make trouble for us, and I've only just become a demigod. Without divine magic, you can't fight Zhang Gang, so we should avoid conflict and leave early. Han Vu frowned, clearly displeased. Master Dian, why are you building up their confidence and diminishing our own? We arrived before them, so we should have the advantage. I don't see him as that strong. He sighed, explaining in a deep voice. Then you know too little about Zhang Gang. Before I arrived, I heard he's been sponsored by a big shot recently training a monarch-level life form. He patted the boy's shoulder, sincerely advising, You're about to face the Imperial Academy's assessment. Preserving your strength is your most important task right now. But the boy stubbornly refused to give up this rare opportunity. Mr. Dian, you know better than anyone how rare this opportunity to enter the ancient battlefield is. I won't give it up for some Zhang Gang. Please understand. Tian Wengxi wanted to flip the table angrily, shouting, Why is that kid so rebellious? I'm doing this for his own good. With a defiant retort, Han Vu playfully turned and fled, knowing that growing stronger was the only way forward. It seems he has a plan to deal with Zhang Gang, as in just a few days, Han Yu used his soul-devouring eye to enhance his rebellious divine office. He now takes on a new form. After 6 consecutive operations, Han Vu's rebellious divine office has finally accumulated enough experience to level up. His face reveals a satisfied assessment once again, awakening the powerful, rebellious divine ability. He now has 2 options. 1. Rebellious divine ability, the Sword of Rebellion. Through the powerful weapon summoned by the divine art, physical damage can be converted into magical damage, and vice versa. It can also be fused with other rare weapons with a fixed effect. Option 2. The rebellious divine art, the rebellious dual pistols. The powerful weapon summoned by the divine art can convert ranged physical damage into ranged magical damage, and vice versa. It can also be fused with gun-type weapons with a fixed effect. Han Yu holds the sword, his face a mask of confusion. Wait, why do I have to choose just one? He wondered carefully, considering whether to walk the path of a warrior or a gunslinger. After a moment of contemplation, Han Yu smiled resolutely, having made his choice. He raised the sword in his hand, deciding to test the Sword of Rebellion. He has many sword-related abilities. His favorite weapon is a great sword, so naturally, the Sword of Rebellion is the most suitable. And this sword is no ordinary blade. It's a sword used to enhance close combat skills, and it can change shape. He gently caresses the blade, playfully examining it with delight. So that's how it is. The more noble souls I absorb, the more the sword's form will change. With his task complete, he rises and pulls back the tent flap. Han Vu strides forth, carrying his new weapon with pride. He excitedly poured energy into the sword for a basic strike, and the sharp slash felled the tree before him. Han Yu stared blankly at the result, approaching for a closer look. He hadn't used any attributes with that strike, so how could this be? He decided to test it further, and the sword in Han Yu's hand emitted a dazzling energy, quickly slicing through a nearby tree, leaving a clean cut. Startled and confused, he wonders why his corrosion effect didn't work. This troubles him, and he resolves to find out the reason. Han Yu strikes the ground, shattering it upon impact, leaving a cloud of dust. He's stunned to discover the shattering effect of a heavy weapon on the Sword of Rebellion. Han Wu examines the sword, noting its dark properties don't behave as expected. Rebellious sword lives up to its name. Suddenly, a smile dawns on his face as he realizes its deceptive potential. From behind, Tianwen arrived, cheerfully announcing Han Yu. I sold that divine title, we can upgrade the tent. He approached, startled by the ruined scene, and anxiously asked Han, what are you doing? He smiled, replying, I evolved a very interesting divine skill, one that suits me perfectly. Han Wu then recounted the events in a low voice, defying all expectations. It went like this. Tianwen was stunned. Is that even possible? Han Yu confidently slung his sword over his shoulder. If Zhang Gang gives me trouble, I'll take care of him. Still concerned, Tianwen gently reminded him, be careful. But Han Yu paid little attention. Excitedly, he urged, let's go Mr. Dian, and see how our camp has leveled up. The old man looked on partly helpless and partly like a nagging wife. Later at their newly upgraded camp, a notification appears, congratulating them on the upgrade, increasing the arena's floor space to 4 square kilometers as he steps inside to admire the improved amenities. Han Yu happily says 4 square kilometers, that's great. Now we can summon even more dependents. He nods in agreement, let's make the most of our time. After that, the two entered a state of focused cultivation with Han Yu, concentrating all his power on maximizing the strength of his rebellious sword. After several days of training, Han Vu's experience with the rebellious divine office accumulated rapidly, and he also possessed a lord-level life form with incredible combat power. Little did they know, Hu Hai had secretly appeared silently following them and plotting his next move. This Han Yu is indeed the thief who stole the Divine King's treasure. This time I must bring him before the Divine King. But then another space gate opened, and Shu Tai's parents emerged immediately demanding, Great true God, do you really have a way to kill that brat Han Yu? Hu Hai curtly replies, I can bring you here, so of course I can help you avenge Shu Tai. His firm words finally quell their worries. Very well, another spatial gate opened soon after, and Zhang Gang and Luo Tian emerged. Upon meeting, Luo Tian excitedly greeted him. Great true God, you've finally arrived. He eagerly inquired, we've been monitoring that kid Han Vu for a long time now. When do we strike? Hu Hai replied sternly, no rush, let's get acquainted with our surroundings first. In his heart he cursed, thinking it was a waste to have a true god and 4 demigods deal with a newly ascended kid. But if it's the God King's command, then he has no choice but to obey. The more Hu Hai thought about it, the more confident he felt, and he smirked triumphantly. Han Vu, you're finished this time. In the days that followed, Han Vu and Dian Van's group continued to hunt gods only to find themselves surrounded by the Dark Emperor. Upon receiving the order, the evolved Darkspawn with red wings and Tianwen's rabbit spirits charged the god from both sides, overwhelming them in an instant. The god's divine image shattered dust filled the air, and its body dissipated slowly, forming a wisp of spirit energy in the air, which Han Yu then absorbed into his palm. Han Yu smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the flame in his hand. With the upgraded camp, the number of familiars he can summon has increased. Their combat power is stronger, and it's easier to upgrade his rebellious divine office. Tianwen clenched the spirit energy to absorb it into his body, then smiled and praised him. The energy you upgraded yesterday is working wonders. Tianwen clenches his fist elated. In just a few short days, you've mastered 3 divine skills. Suddenly, a great wind rises, revealing 2 figures behind. Han Yu narrowed his eyes, greeting them with a sneer, so you two have arrived. Without a word, Han Yu seized the moment, sword in hand, knowing they were here for revenge, and that striking first was key. Shu Tai's father steeled himself, drawing a cyan blade from thin air. He tightened his grip on the sword, using the gongmin to block his attack. The two sides clashed fiercely, but his blade gradually weakened, unable to withstand the destructive power of the rebel sword, and began to show signs of cracking. Shu Thiet's father roared in anger. You bastard, you killed my son and destroyed my divine weapon. I'll tear you to pieces. Han Vu smirked, taunting. I'll send both of you to meet your son. In a flash, he leaps and transforms his skin, turning dark purple sharp wings, sprouting forth the power of the monarch of life, coursing through him. The parents of Shu Ti grit their teeth in fear, a single thought flashing through their minds. He's just a kid, barely a demigod, yet he's touched the power of a life-form monarch. He must be eliminated, or the consequences will be dire. He roared his orders, summoning an iron legion to charge and kill him. Han Yu smirked, dodging the attack as he prepared to unleash his power. Tianwen bit his lip, anxiously summoning a horde of spirit rabbits, and ordering, go help him quickly. The two Thiet parents simultaneously summoned their seals, creating a dark blue magic sphere, and hundreds of iron men merged into a single giant. Han Yu smirked and summoned a dark royal locust. The Darkspawn obeyed, immediately attacking the iron golem, but with a single swing of its sword, the golem shattered the beast's armor. The locust familiar's body shattered, riddled with holes, as the Sicheol parents grinned maliciously. What an arrogant brat, Han Vu says, squinting and smirking. It's all going according to his plan, when suddenly countless dark yellow figures appear from the sky. Before Iron Man could understand what was happening, he was defeated. His body froze, trembled, and then gradually dissipated. The parents of Shu Ti, enraged, charged towards him, launching a direct attack, but he smirked, dodging the blow with ease. In a flash, Han Vu circled behind them, striking the back of Tu Thiet's father's neck, felling him with a resounding thud. Enraged, Tu Thiet's mother charges at him, but Dian Van appears from behind, stopping her and landing a blow. Han Yu, watch out. Shu Tai's mother loses consciousness and collapses. Han Yu flies over gratefully, saying thank you, Mr. Tian. Suddenly sensing something, his face pales as he urges him to leave immediately. But it was too late. Zhang Gang and Luo Tian appeared in the distance riding their beasts. Trying to run. Think you can escape? Tianwen frowned on high alert. What do you want now? Surveying the charred bodies strewn about, Luo Tian sneered, his face darkening. It seems your strength has grown rapidly these past few days, Teacher Tian Hanyu, to kill 2 demigods without a scratch. The corpses of Shu Ti's parents still lay warm on the ground as Hanyu pursed his lips, his eyes narrowed in thought. Their spring clan numbers are high, and their energy is abundant, but my clan and Master Dian's have already suffered losses. Attacking now would not be in our favor. Seeing his determination, the master thought anxiously, each of us must escape if we can. Hanvu carefully turned to him, suggesting a plan. They're strong and we're weak. In a moment, you must risk everything, and use your clan's power to create an opening. I just need to break through and fly high. They won't be able to handle me then. Master, you're willing to risk yourself to protect me. He reminds him sternly, don't speak nonsense. I only have one chance and you must seize it. Master Dian, it's not so dire that you need to sacrifice yourself for me. I can handle things now. Trust me, be careful of everything. Lok Qian's lips curled higher as he taunted with excitement. Handle it. Handle what our mighty 40 million Spring Clan soldiers will make short work of your remnants. Zhang Gang, acting like a virtuous gentleman, smugly added Mr. Tian, the purpose of our trip is to capture Hanyu. If you don't want to get involved, I won't make things difficult for you. With unwavering resolve, Dian Van declares, as a teacher, I cannot allow my students to die before my eyes. It is my duty. Luo Tian frowned, his eyes flashing with malice as he warned Tian, when do you think you're so noble? Once your clan is wiped out, let's see if you're still in the mood to talk about principles. Zhang Gang sneered, deliberately emphasizing Mr. Dian, we could have been friends, but if you don't appreciate the opportunity, don't blame me. On command, the wolves bared their fangs and advanced, the wolf cavalry pressing forward as Tianwen desperately summoned his rabbit spirits to counterattack with bombs. The rabbits immediately began spinning at high speed, transforming into whirling tops. The ferocious wolves snarled, raising their claws, and the rabbits were torn apart, large wounds, turning them into nothingness. Tianwen winces, shutting his eyes tight, unable to watch, his heart aching at the thought of such adorable rabbits being slaughtered. Hanyu frowned, pulling out a magic-infused leaf and putting it in his mouth. The sword in his hand gradually changed shape, its sharp tip shrinking and being enveloped in a dark green mist. Behind him, a great tree rises as the rebel sword transforms into the Soul Reaver, and he dares them to come. With a cold, expressionless face, Hanvu swung his sharp, decisive blade at the pack of wolves, leaving countless beasts wounded and vanishing into nothing. Vines sprout from the bodies of the fallen beasts, while thorny branches rise to block the attacking wolves. Zhang Gang gritted his teeth in disgust, forced to admit the kid had a few tricks up his sleeve. He commanded the largest blue-furred wolf to attack its crimson eyes, tearing through the King Lancer's vines. Hanyu soared from behind it, inwardly gloating. They fell for it. A crimson spray erupts as Hanvu descends from the giant vines, axe in hand. He grinned, a smug look on his face, as Hanvu raised his weapon and charged towards Zhang Gang and Lok Thian. Di Zhanggang gritted out, pulling out a fan-shaped yada. His scythes strike simultaneously, creating a massive explosion that shakes the earth, and the stone in Zhang Gang's hand slowly dissolves as he witnesses the aftermath of that ultimate move. He gasped for breath, secretly relieved that the God King had bestowed upon him a protective treasure. But just as he let his guard down, a crimson spray suddenly erupted into the air. Zhang Gang stares in disbelief as Luo Tian's head is severed, his lifeless body falling beside him. How could this be? Hanyu's arm suddenly trembled, startling him. He turned around, a worried feeling washing over him as he realized it was time for the demonic vine's curse to take hold. Tianwen urged him to flee, run quickly. Zhang Gang angrily retorted, after killing so many of my wolf riders you won't escape. The mighty wolf, King Xiangyang, a mountain of a man, approached menacingly, coldly, ordering Fenlier stop them. The giant wolf swipes its claws, sending them flying, and just then the vines on Hanyu's body vanish into thin air. Hanyu collapses, eyes shut tight, overwhelmed by pain. His jealousy skill has reached its limit, and he can't use it for 10 days. Dark circles under his eyes, he trembles, forcing himself to crawl forward, asking, Teacher Tian, how are you? But before him, Tianwen lay motionless on the ground, as the great wolf brought the 2 bodies before Zhang Gang, who glared at Hanyu with hateful calculation. If he doesn't kill him now, he may never get another chance. But just as things reach a boiling point, Hu Hai suddenly appears in the sky. Zhang Gang, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to bring him in alive? Sweating profusely, he quickly explained, Great true God, you misunderstand. I was just bringing him to you. Ho Hai smirked, picked up Hanvu and reminded him, go to the God King later, to receive your reward. Hearing that, Zhang Gang's spirits lifted. Thank you, great true God, for this opportunity. He turned to Tianwen, a sinister plan forming in his mind. Killing this demigod would bring him no small reward. Trembling, Hanyu mustered all his strength, creating a sharp point and pressing it against his own neck as a warning. If you kill him, I'll self-destruct, he threatened, Zhang Gang's voice dripping with contempt. With you in such a pathetic state, you think you can self-destruct? Hanyu gritted his teeth, questioning Hu Hai. If I die, you won't be able to report back. With that, he staggered his body, emitting a strange green aura, the divine muscle incantation. Startled, Hu Hai urgently shouted, "Don't touch him. Come with me immediately." Zhang Gong clenched his fist, turning away with bitter resentment. "I won't kill you, but your fate is now up to you." Hu Hai grabbed Han Yu's wrist and dragged him into the space gate, immediately turning back to meet the God King. Zhang Gang, eyeing Han Yu being dragged on the ground, asked with ill intent, "Great true God, it takes days to teleport back. Are you going to carry this kid the whole way?" With that, he tossed Han Yu into the deep purple portal, which closed and vanished as soon as he entered. Soon after, in a strange space, a purple portal suddenly appeared in the sky, dropping him to the ground before vanishing, as Hu Hai sneered, "Stay put in my divine realm. My kin will take care of you." Racked with pain, Han Yu forced himself up, only to be confronted by a towering beast with the head of a tiger and the body of a man. Startled, Han Yu instinctively tried to cast a spell, but Han Yu suddenly froze, sensing with dismay that something was gone. His face paled, his expression pained, all his skills were sealed. He couldn't use any of his power. No wonder they dared imprison him in this divine realm. He posed no threat at all. Suddenly, a bowl of water appears, startling Han Yu. The vampire offers it to him, but he shakes his head, his mind racing, so his vampire is a tiger. "I should still be careful. What should I do now?" He shook his head, refusing. "I won't drink." The tiger, without a word, grabbed him by the collar and forced the water down his throat. Han Yu struggled, but it was no use. "I told you I wouldn't drink it." Suddenly, Hu Hai's figure appears in the air, giving you a dissatisfied reminder. "The tiger people can't hear or speak, and I won't harm you, so just be a good boy." Han Yu wiped his mouth with his sleeve, annoyed. "So it's both mute and deaf, how cautious." Suddenly, a mutated Qi origin appeared above his head, and it asked smugly, "Host, do you need help?" Han Yu's eyes widened, overjoyed to see it. "Is this for real? Isn't me's brat sealed?" It giggles. "Host, allow me to absorb your stored divinity. Once I've upgraded, I can help you recover your strength and escape this place." "That's right, I still have divinity. I'll just have to go all out this time." It asks excitedly. "Then I'll begin absorbing," he telepathically urged, knowing he couldn't speak aloud without being discovered. "Hurry it up." He recalled Zhang Gang's words, "True God, in 3 days, we will meet the great God King. What kind of reward do you think he'll give us?" Han Yu gritted his teeth in anger. "Please, it's only 3 days away. Can you do it or not?" The source of mutation shifted colors, churning within him, as Han Yu stretched on the divine sands, wondering what changes awaited. The source of mutation excitedly announced, "Master, I've successfully helped you evolve. You are now a 3rd-level gene warrior of the Milky Way civilization." But instead of rejoicing, he wondered, "What's the benefit? Explain it clearly." The new ability from this evolution is gene combination, allowing the combination of different genes to change the target structure without affecting the original gene's information that Han Yu doesn't quite understand how to use. Suddenly, a beastly hand holding a bun appeared before him. Though startled, Han Yu forced a smile at the tiger, reporting that he was well fed. Suddenly, he grabbed its hand as if struck by an idea. "That's right." Han Yu examines the tiger's paw, ignoring its resistance, and a sinister smile creeps across his face. Indeed, his physique has improved. Despite the seal, his strength is now on par with a heroic life form. Suddenly, the tiger roars loudly, alerting its kin. A white-striped tiger and its pack emerge, their eyes filled with menace, warning him to back off. Taking advantage of the moment, Hanvu grabbed his fist, measuring it carefully, delighted that this extraordinary life form would make a good test subject. He shouted, activating the jealousy combination. The orange tiger's head begins to change as 2 protrusions emerge under the influence of spiritual energy. Finally, the orange tiger grew a complete pair of ears, while the striped white tiger's ears were damaged and incomplete, leaving it to wonder where its ears had gone. Meanwhile, the orange tiger discovers it can hear sounds around it. Is it an illusion? It seems he can hear sounds. Hanyu smiles, explaining, "This phenomenon, thank you for giving me water and steamed buns. These ears are my gratitude." Suddenly, the orange fox knelt before him, expressing its sincerity, giving Hanyu an idea. "Other people's nobles can become my followers too. So could I convert some more followers to help me conquer the central divine territory and escape?" Having lost its ears, the striped white tiger immediately flew into a rage. "Give them back." He quickly noticed the action, and Hanvu coldly turned and kicked the striped white tiger in the stomach, eyeing the other servants who were about to rush forward. He commanded Orange Tiger to come over. Confused, it still obediently offered its hand. Hanvu grasped it, converting its power as he fought, and Orange Fox was reborn with extraordinary life. The Green Fox Elder roars in anger, pointing at him and ordering, "He is an evil god, disrespectful to the gods, seize him." Hearing this, Hanvu sneers as the brave Hokam stands before him, roaring, "Who dares harm my god?" Without hesitation, it unleashes its power, attacking the other foxes. The other foxes were no match for it, of course. After the onslaught, the orange fox knelt, begging him, "God, please accept me." Hanvu placed his hand on its shoulder, setting his condition. "Good, but you must help me escape this place. First, I want to know where the Divine Realm's center is." Though willing, Hukam hesitated. "The center is guarded by masters, but I can help you find it." He brushed it off, telling him to find it first, when suddenly, a gust of energy blew in, followed by sharp swords and a boastful voice. These two are interesting. Then a hulking figure appears, ordering his men to seize them. The gang roars, eager to take down Han Yu and Hu Cam, but as they charge, the two split up and move. Every weapon is rendered useless, chipped and broken, as men fall bleeding onto the sand. Terrified one begs for mercy. "Spare us, great one." The underlings bowed respectfully. "We'll follow your orders. You used the light of faith to instruct our followers to obey, or else no one will return." They all shouted their obedience in unison, and Han Yu thought to himself, "Oh well, I'm short on manpower right now, so I'll take them in for now." Han Yu then expanded his recruitment of followers, intensified their transformation, and delved deep into the corners of the Lake Sea Divine Territory, eventually learning the whereabouts of the Divine Territory core. Lake Cam reported the situation. "My lord, we've learned that the core of the Divine Territory is hidden in a forbidden area outside the Lake Human King City, guarded by dozens of Monarch-level lifeforms, and over 100 Lord-level lifeforms, forbidding anyone from approaching and killing anyone who is discovered." He frowned, slightly calculating. "I see. That's going to be tricky. So many powerful beings would surely detect an intrusion unless I immediately capture some birds and mole rats to begin gene splicing." Cut to the Tiger Human Kingdom, where Han Yu and his gene-spliced tigers arrive. Han Yu surveys the area, secretly arranging the gene graphs of earth rats and birds for the tiger humans, so they can learn to burrow and fly, making them harder to detect. Hu Cam takes him to the location, and informs him that the core of the Divine Territory lies below, where 3 tiger men sit around a glowing blue stone atop a tower. Han Yu observes, judging that these 3 are at least at the level of a king-class lifeform, making things difficult. The Forbidden Land's envoy will likely attend the ceremony as well. Since he hasn't regained his strength, he has no choice but to agree. "Good, we'll improvise tomorrow." Soon the next day arrives. At that moment, Han Vu stood amidst the mounds of earth, observing his eyes suddenly glowing as he activated his divine eyes. For a clearer view, 1 guard remained, but having 2 fewer opponents is a good start. Han Vu points and commands his tiger army, leaping down to smash the core of the Divine Territory. He then jumped onto the back of the orange tiger to approach the target, but due to their large numbers and flying in broad daylight, the guarding tiger detected the shadow's reflection. He looked up and shouted a warning. "Intruders of the Forbidden Zone shall die." The guardian tiger's eye beams slice through several wings, preventing further casualties. Han Yu directs him to the left, and Hu Cam carries him to a position above the slingshot. Han Yu instructed, "Keep him busy. I'm going to find the Divine Realm's core." Immediately they split up. Hu Cam confronted the guardian tiger, while Han Vu, sensing the power surging in his hand, was secretly thrilled, knowing it was time for his earth rat graph to shine. The enraged guardian roared for him to stop, but he ignored it, bracing his hand against the ground near the probe stone, where was the core. Meanwhile, Hu Cam was still fiercely holding off the tiger guardian. Han Yu grew anxious, knowing he had to hurry before the tiger guardian fell. The earth rat envy power lines burrowed deeper. Suddenly it hits him a flash of insight. He's found it. Han Yu yanked his hand up, clenching his fist. "Go." The light in Han Yu's hand transformed into a jet-black claw, and he stood tall, raising his hand to strike. That power pierced the earth, striking the core of the divine domain, yet the surface of the blue stone only showed a few cracks. Han Yu's expression tightens. He's used gene modification to fuse with the tiger's smallest sharp claw, but why isn't it working? Suddenly, the entire Tiger King city trembled violently, and Hu Hai sensed it, opening the Divine Realm portal and shouting. What is he planning? His expression is one of shock. How could he find this place? No wonder I felt the core of the Divine Realm shaking. Realizing something, Han Vu is startled, then bursts into laughter as if something is amusing him, leaving Hu Hai confused. Seeing the blue stone cleaved by the black energy, Han Vu continues to laugh. "I didn't expect you to come and help me." By now, Hu Hai had realized the problem, and he was furious. "No, it can't be. It was then that he borrowed my power." As the stone shattered into pieces, he secretly calculated that even though the core of the Divine Realm was destroyed, he could escape, but if he ran outside now, he would be teleported to Hu Hai's location. With a seal upon him, he couldn't face them, so Han Yu sought refuge. Suddenly, he remembered something important wasn't today, the day the Tiger Men were offering up a divine artifact. He decided to steal it first, figuring it would be easier to escape with a divine artifact in hand. Cut to the Tiger King presenting a pair of boots to the God King, the Wind Riding Boots, a 4-star divine artifact. Effect 1, Wind Walk, allowing the wearer to tread on air as if it were solid ground. Effect 2, Swiftness, increasing movement speed and reducing stamina consumption. Effect 3, an attached divine technique, Wind Walk, summons a whirlwind to ride the wind. Another attached divine technique summons a whirlwind eagle. It can summon a gale eagle, which will absolutely obey its master's commands. Its power depends on the amount of divine power the master infuses. Taking advantage of his distraction, he snatched the shoes, infuriating him. "You audacious thief, how dare you steal a treasure meant for the gods? Take them off now, and I might spare your life." Han Yu scoffs, thinking, "You think you can stop me?" A drop of blood falls onto the shoes in his hand, then he puts them on and they emit a golden aura. Suspended in midair, Hanyu turns and flees, prompting Hu-hai to give chase, wondering where he could possibly run. His face tightens, teeth gritted. He can't win, forget it, there's only one thing to do. Suddenly the sky cracks open and bolts of lightning strike down. The Blood Arena. Hanvu smirks with satisfaction. The eternal coordinates of the Bloodwing Arena are indeed powerful. You can teleport back from anywhere. The system displays a report. To the heir, you have received a challenge from another demigod heir. Does Huo Feng wish to accept, refusing 3 times or failing the challenge, will result in the forfeiture of your Bloodwing Arena heir status. He flatly refuses, still sealed, and unable to access his divine domain powers or skills. What is he to do now? The system repeats itself. You have received a challenge from another demigod heir, Bak Bang. Do you accept? He angrily shouts his refusal, but there's still one more chance. Dear heir, you have received a challenge from another demigod heir. Does Dark Knight wish to accept? Hanyu's face pales as he cries out. Is it over yet? How is it already the 3rd time? Damn it, this is a death sentence, he thought, gritting his teeth knowing he had to risk it all. On the field, a red and black aura slowly emerges as the girl introduces herself. I am Dark Knight. What is your title? Seeing her like that, he was a little disdainful, just a kid challenging him, but outwardly he still answered politely, I am. Upon hearing this, she released a swarm of red bats with an innocent face, declaring Huang Ta Dai. This amuses Hanyu. He's never seen anyone quite like him born into the Spring Clan with a heaven-defying number. Am I scaring you? This is my true power. If you don't want your clan drained dry by my swarm, withdraw from the match, and save me some time. Feeling the distance is right, he smirks and uses wind riding roots. Quickly, Hanyu appears behind Dark Knight. The one who should withdraw is her. Hanyu circles behind his opponent, and Dark Knight spins around to kick him. Hanyu crashes into a wall, creating a large crater, as his opponent smugly declares that close combat with her is a death wish. Thinking quickly, he realized that a sneak attack wouldn't work, so he had to target the bats on her body. They swarmed him, biting him relentlessly. This was going to be tricky. Hanvu uses her power to alter it, activating the gene combination, but without hesitation he bites back at the altered bat. Dark Knight pales. Is he crazy? Immediately, Hanyu's strength began to return, and she realized with a start that she was in danger. He was absorbing the bat's power. She chanted an incantation, and a blood-red aura enveloped her, summoning a silver-haired man, an eternal blood relative. The Lord of the Lifeform opened his crimson eyes, revealing sharp fangs as the vampire latched onto Hanvu, draining his blood. Hanyu couldn't escape. The vampire was draining his blood. Baring his fangs, he immediately bit into the vampire's neck. If the vampire could feed on him, why couldn't he do the same? Simultaneously, he unleashed his power, and the vampire collapsed his body, disintegrating into pieces. Hanvu then looks at the smug Dark Knight, wondering what she'll try next. She commanded the bats to attack, to drain him dry, each bat transforming into a blood demon like before, swarming towards him. Amda smiles wickedly, wondering where he thinks he's going. The crimson aura around Hanvu wavers, gradually shrinking and then disappearing altogether. Suddenly a different power emanates from him and he smirks victoriously down at her. Dark Knight's face turned pale with fear. She immediately surrendered, admitting defeat. Without a word, Hanvu deliberately lunged forward, stopping just short of her face, as if to say she knew what was good for her. Amused, Amda asked if he was a high school student. Hanyu plainly replied, a high school student. Oh right, hasn't the National College entrance exam already ended? Dark Knight nodded. Yes, it's been over for 10 days. He's in shock. He was so focused on the ancient battlefield and Lake High that he missed the college entrance exam and the prep class final at the Imperial Academy. He teleports away in a hurry, knowing he's definitely going to be expelled, and the Imperial Academy has probably already removed his name. As Hanyu was stopped at the gates of the Imperial Academy, Enyi called after him, next time I'll definitely win. Who are you? He asks as Hanyu frantically explains. I'm a reserve student at the Imperial Academy here to see Colina. The guard is skeptical. A new semester's reserve student? I don't think so. Don't think knowing Colina's name is enough to get you inside. Suddenly, someone called out to Hanyu from behind. Just then Qingnian rushed out, saying, Hanyu, where have you been these past few days? Do you have any idea how worried we've been? Hanyu didn't have time to answer. I have urgent business with Colina, but I can't get in right now. Qingnian opens a portal, saying it's simple enough to take him directly to Colina's office. Hanyu was grateful, thanking him, not forgetting to mention, I need to tell Qin Shuang. In the office, Hanyu recounts the events to Lina in the ancient battlefield. Hu-hai and Zhang Gang captured her. She barely escaped, but the seal on her body remains unbroken. Lina slams the table in anger. How dare they bully the Imperial Academy? Don't worry, the Academy will get justice for you. She adds that even though she is a true god, she can't undo the seal placed on him by another true god, and they must seek Shuhai's help. Hanvu complies. Yes, thank you, miss. Lina then contacts Shuhai. Master Huahai, your student Hanvu needs your help. A teleportation gate appears in midair. Shuhai steps through the gate, appearing before Hanvu. You've suffered enough, kid. Huahai encouraged Hanyu's safe return, while God Domain players' privileges were completely restricted, a true miracle. I will personally speak with the headmaster about your situation and ensure justice is served. Lena interjects. That's right, he missed the Imperial Academy's final exam because of this. We must find a way for him to return to the Imperial Academy. Shuhai said seriously, the Academy must also abide by certain rules and do its best to maintain fairness and impartiality. With your strength and potential, you're certainly on par with any official student at the Imperial Academy, but you alone didn't take the college entrance exam or the Academy's final assessment. The process is impossible to bypass, but rest assured you're my most valued student and I'll do everything I can to help. Hanyu beams, thank you teacher. He pats him on the back, we're family, no need for formalities. I'll restore your access to the God Realm first. We'll have to wait for further instructions after that. Hanyu is surprised to feel the connection to his divine domain again. Lena explains that this one move cost teacher Shuhai 300 million divine power. He simply smiled, telling him to return to his divine territory, for there was much waiting for him there. Hanyu thanked him and departed. Yes, thank you teachers. Cut to the God Realm where monsters are fighting all over the place. Hanyu is perplexed by the scene before him. Wait, why are these guys fighting? He wondered where his locust kin were. Behind him thousands of locusts flew and each one looking weak. Hanyu can't believe his eyes are there more and more, but weaker and weaker. They hardly look like heroic lifeforms. He immediately gets to work quickly, sacrificing the useless ones, keeping only those of value. After the purge, only a few remained and he still didn't quite trust them. Is this all that's left of the transcendent class? Suddenly the monsters fighting each other sensed his arrival and knelt welcoming the return of their god. The system presents a choice: the power gained from the sacrifice. 1. Ice Emperor, an Emperor-level lifeform, possessing a first-level divinity, freezing, with 250 points of divinity, and 3 level 5 destruction godhoods. Hanyu chose the third option as godhood was what he needed most. He gazes contentedly at his new prize, waiting until his rebellious divine office is perfected, so he can absorb the divine office of destruction, and he still has the death divine office introduction token. Just then, a tremor emanated from the palace housing the divine domain core. Hanyu is shocked. What's going on? How dare he destroy my divine realm core? He immediately rushes to stop him. Don't destroy the divine territory core. The black dragon roars a threat. A fake dry bone stands before the divine territory core, and Hanyu frowns, yelling, I haven't mistreated you, so why do you want to destroy my divine territory core? The skeletal lord's eyes glowed with an eerie light. I want to destroy the god realm's core. The god only needs me, not other races. Seeing that crazed look, he froze. What in the world? Hanwu immediately opened a space portal with his mind, and threw him through it. Whatever the reason, you can't stay in my divine realm any longer. I won't kill you. Go to Dalong City. And with that, the skeleton lord fell into the spatial gate, which then closed. Afterward, he turned back to gaze thoughtfully at his divine core for a long while, closing his eyes to channel the pulsing blue energy in his hand. I was too trusting of my brood's loyalty before leading to this situation. I must increase the protective measures for the divine territory. The kindred, seeing him appear, immediately prostrated themselves, shouting in unison, We pledge our undying loyalty to the great god. But the gentle face of Dianvan flashed in his mind, causing Hanvu to tense. The matters of the god domain are temporarily settled. Teacher Tianwen and my kindred are still on the ancient battlefield. I can't abandon them. As if reading his thoughts, the sword within his sea of consciousness suddenly emitted a surge of power, as if calling out to its master. Back at the school, Hanyu teleported in and urgently spoke. Kalina, I need you. But before he could finish, he stopped short in surprise. Qin Shuang was in the room, and she turned around happily at the sound of his voice, saying he was finally back. Qin Shuang rushed over and hugged Hanyu tightly, saying, Qing Nian said you were back, so I rushed here immediately. Colina told me what happened to you. You have no idea how worried I was. Hanyu chuckled quickly, reassuring her, all right, I'm back, aren't I? The excessive PDA from the two students made Lena cough lightly, and the two, embarrassed and blushing, quickly separated. She suddenly remembered something. Oh, I heard from a friend that Mr. Luo Tian is gone and he was the culprit. Hanyu wasn't surprised and pretended to scratch his head. By the way, do you still have tickets to the ancient battlefield? I want to take Mr. Dian Van. Hearing this, Qin Shuang anxiously grabbed his sleeve, insisting that she must go with him this time. And faced with that determined look, the two finally headed to the ancient battlefield together. Arriving at the tent, Han Vu urgently pulled back the curtain and called out Mr. Dian. Hearing no response, he quickly stepped inside to observe, then spoke. It seems Teacher Dian Van hasn't returned here. Besides the shards of divinity, the ancient battlefield has no supplies and blocks players from using divine power, making survival impossible. Han Vu immediately summoned a swarm of locusts and ordered them to search for news of Teacher Dian Van. At that moment, a pillar of energy suddenly erupted somewhere in the arena. He sensed it immediately and exclaimed, It's the resonance of the Blade Storm Sword, let's go. Qin Shuang, standing nearby, quickly pointed out the direction, as the signal seemed to be coming from underground. Soon the two arrived at the source. Hanyu urgently commands the locusts to investigate, and they swarm into the hole in the ground. Han Yu and Qin Shuang cautiously approached the dark pit, and after confirming it was safe, they slowly descended. After walking for a while, they encountered a dazzling golden door that wouldn't budge, even when he carefully tried to push it open. The spatial power is too strong. Jianxi Jianfeng and my other kin must be trapped behind this door. No sooner were the words out than an extremely powerful golden aura surged from within. Seeing this, Qin Shuang hurriedly warned, "Be careful, let me handle it." She immediately activated her power, causing a strange light to flash in her eyes. The light from Qin Shuang's eyes collided with the aura within the door, shattering it. And with the aura gone, she carefully placed her hand on the door and pushed it open. In moments it swung open before them, and they stepped inside unaware of the door, slowly closing behind them. Quickly, it slammed shut, and from the darkness emerged a massive claw and a razor-sharp tail. In an instant, monsters swarmed them, prompting a startled warning, "Watch out." Powerful attacks are unleashed, sending the monsters back to where they came from, as fragments of divinity suddenly appear. More monsters emerge from the ground, and Qin Shuang tensely whispers, "Something's not right." Han Yu steps in front of Qin Shuang, seriously assessing the situation. "It seems they're deliberately throwing themselves at us." It was then she noticed the gate had closed, and frantically warned, "The gate is gone, we have no way back." His eyes widen, clenching his fist as he angrily analyzes. "They're deliberately trying to exhaust us. We can't connect to the divine realm in here. There are no supplies, we'll starve to death." Qin Shuang immediately summons a thunder falcon, reminding him to observe their surroundings. With that, the two leap onto the bird, leaving the monsters dumbfounded below, and she commands it to fly onward. Surveying the vast wasteland, Han Yu muttered anxiously, "We've flown so long and there's nothing but desert. Are we truly trapped here?" Just as they were stuck, an aura suddenly appeared, and he immediately recognized the familiar sensation, quickly announcing, "It's the resonance of the slashing thorn sword wind. It's nearby." Before long, the Thunder Sparrow carried them to a place where a strange dark figure stood waiting with a group of dependents ready for battle not far away. Without hesitation, Han Yu leapt down, unleashing a palm strike and shouting, "Let me take the hit for you." It instantly shattered, leaving only fragments of divine consciousness in his hand. The Tramthic sword spirit excitedly cried out, "Great true God, you've returned." Han Yu hastily asked, "Have you seen Master Tian Wen?" Kneeling, he recounted, "We were together. Sand killed many gods, but 3 days ago a giant sand god appeared and took Master Tian Wen. We couldn't save him." Images of the sand gods taking Tian Wen flood his mind, but he reassures them, "It's all right. Do you remember the direction they took him? Lead me to him." Zhan Shijianfeng rose, pointing in a direction as he solemnly reported, "They went that way." Following the path, they soon arrived at a Pengji sand city. Upon arrival, the two immediately jumped off the Thunder Falcon. The two quickly hid behind a rock, secretly assessing the situation. There were many sand giants, and perhaps Master Tian Wen was here. As they spoke, a cactus suddenly stirred and sprouted from the sand, instantly growing eyes, and a mouth becoming enormous and closing in on them. Giving them no time to think, it unleashed a barrage of sharp thorns. Seeing this, Han Vu quickly pulled Qin Shuang towards him and used magic to block the attack. "Careful," she warned, startled by their numbers. But he was unfazed, a contemptuous smile spreading across his face. "Trading numbers with me." With a wave, Han Vu summons a swarm of locusts to attack the cacti, resulting in a flurry of thorns and a storm of destruction. With the cacti dealt with, he commanded the locusts to scout ahead, using his ability to share their vision and see everything they did. Seeing the giant wolf ahead, he frowned, thinking there was a werewolf-like figure in the city, and everything else was terrified of it. Soon the familiar figure of Dianvan tied to a stone pillar came into view. Han Yu frowned, his voice strained with alarm. "This is bad." Qin Shuang, noticing his strange behavior, quickly spoke up. "What's wrong?" he tensely explained. "It looks like they're going to use teacher Tian Wen as a sacrifice. It's too late. I'm going to rescue Mr. Dianvan now. You provide backup." Too late to react, she could only watch Han Yu's retreating figure as he gritted his teeth, knowing the city held too many unknowns to risk taking Qin Shuang with him. Han Vu decisively orders the locusts to level the city, and they immediately begin wreaking havoc. But just seconds later, a large number of birds appeared, diving straight for the locusts and devouring them. Seeing his locust's natural enemy, his face fell as he cried out. But just as Jiang was out of options, Lei Kuei suddenly appeared and attacked the birds, buying him time. Qin Shuang appeared before Han Yu's eyes, riding on its back. "I'm not so easily left behind, you know." Qin Shuang suddenly pokes Han Yu's chest, then wags her finger in reproach. "I said I'd help you save teacher Dianvan. Why would you break your promise?" He listened, then placed Qin Shuang's hand on his chest, drawing her close, as he spoke in a warm voice. "Yes, so we'll go together." Meanwhile in the sky, the thunderfinch slashes at a bird with its sharp claws. Below, Han Vu's locusts manage to take one down, but elsewhere, the locusts are being attacked by the sand giant and can't fight back. Fortunately, it was quickly eliminated from behind by the Tramthic sword's blade. The sand giant soon turned into an ordinary pile of sand. After assessing the situation, he realized the attacking wolves were growing in number, and the fewer wolves at the altar, the greater the chance of saving Master Dianvan. Han Yu throws a green seed into his mouth, immediately activating his gene lock, unleashing a radiant light transforming into the ultimate monarch lifeform, the Black Dragon King with a blood-draining domain. After transforming, he hurriedly rushed forward. "Mr. Dianvan, I'm coming to save you." With that, Han Yu leaps into the fray, his thorny vines swelling like a protective sphere against the demonic wolves' attacks. Without pause, he used his demonic shadow slash to control the vines and attack the 7 wolves, quickly tearing them to shreds. With the wolves dealt with, Han Vu landed, retracting his vines, and approached his teacher Tianwen, decisively shattering his chains with a swipe. Breaking free from his chains, he can't help but wonder if he's still dreaming, but Han Vu reassures him, wrapping his tail around him. "Mr. Dianvan, you are having a nightmare, and I'm here to wake you up." He then flew straight towards Qin Shuang, reaching out his hand for her to take. With the rescue complete, it was time to leave, and as Qin Shuang reached for Han Yu, he grabbed them both, using his wings to escape the perilous fortress. Having reached safety, Han Vu immediately sat down to heal him, while she anxiously asked Teacher Dianvan, "How are you?" Tianwen smiles softly, "Rest assured I've recovered quite a bit. You've both ascended to demigods, excellent." Hearing this, Qin Shuang happily shares, "I was only able to ascend to demigod thanks to Han Yu, but we should still figure out how to escape this hellhole." He pauses, then continues. "While captured, I overheard the gods mention that their king possesses a space-piercing mirror, which allows gods to leave the secret realm. That may be the only way out of here. But how powerful is their king who treads upon the highest level of red light? At this rate, the kin we've worked so hard to cultivate will all die here." Dianwen, without answering, pulled out a bag and quietly said, "My kin are all dead, unable to help you. These are the divine authorities and fragments I've acquired here over the years. Perhaps they will be of use." Han Yu took the bag, summoned countless divine fragments, and said with a smile, "We've collected some too. Teacher, let's find a way out of here. So many fragments, yet no complete divine authority. And we can't even sell them since we're in a secret realm. Our mythicality can't absorb much more. How about we try fusing them with my fusion ability?" Han Yu suggested with a smile. And with that, he began the fragments of divinity, converging to create a beautiful scene that astonished even Qin Shuang. Before long, a level 5 divine authority appeared in Han Yu's palm. Witnessing this, Tianwen exclaimed in surprise, "A level 5 divine authority. I can't believe it's actually possible to create one. It's incredible." He chuckled confidently, suggesting, "I'll merge some compatible divinities as quickly as possible, then we'll find the mirror." They both responded in unison, filled with hope. Okay. 2 days later, the three returned to Pengji Castle with their dependents. Before they could react, the giant cat rushed forward, trying to intimidate them, but Qin Shuang, fearless, leaped into the air with a bright expression. "It's time to test the power of my new divine authority." Qin Shuang quickly draws a staff, new divine authority lightning color. 3 fiery phoenixes soared above, while a massive column of black smoke gradually took human form, and Han Yu cautioned, "Don't rush to unleash the lightning spears. The giant god can revert to its original form, so throwing lightning spears at it won't work." Qin Shuang said grimly, "Then what should we do?" Pioneer takes the lead. "I'll add some ingredients to the rebellious divine art." Han Yu commanded his move and then ordered, "Now throw it." They waggle as they fly, piercing the smoke man and leaving a gaping hole. Suddenly, the pool of water comes crashing down, scattering the fine sand. The smoke man dissipates, and his magic fades, followed by a pack of gray wolves with glowing red eyes baring their fangs menacingly. The wolves charge as Tianwen rushes forward to fight, conjuring sharp thorns that impale the pack. Qin Shuang seizes the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, unleashing the Van Lei boom. Thunder erupts, striking the thorns. Flickering red lights appeared and vanished as she turned to speak, delighted. Luckily, his newly created divine ability means they no longer have anything to fear, but then a strange noise catches their attention. A swirling vortex of sand and black smoke coalesces into a humanoid figure, none other than the great demon Lord Ma Hyatt. Qin Shuang was scared, but also quite curious. What in the world is that? Emperor Mahi sees 3 small figures in the sand from above as birds and insects suddenly rain stones upon them. Han Vu transforms to protect his teacher and classmates, retreating behind me quickly. He draws his weapons ready for battle: body energy, rebellious, divine art, the sword of rebellion, and the soul-stealing scythe. Emperor Mahiet says nothing but unleashes his weapons upon Han Vu. He grimaces, enduring the attack. The 2 weapons are equally powerful. Dragonslayer Qin Shuang watches the perilous scene with worry. Han Yu stood tall, facing the storm of sand as his opponent grinned, boasting that no human could withstand his attack. But the demon emperor retaliates with his tail, and Han Vu grits his teeth, fighting back against the swarm of insects and rocks. He scanned his surroundings for an opening, immediately unleashing the phantom deception. The demon was stunned by Han Yu's ability, never expecting him to evade the attack. Instantly, Han Yu and the Great Demon Hai unleashed their attacks, but this time Han Yu's power was greater. The Great Demon Hai panicked, sweating profusely, and before he could react, he was cut in 2. Even headless, its body thrashed wildly, nearly taking out Qin Shuang. They reminded each other it couldn't see, and charged forward. Simultaneously, the three unleashed their attacks: Tianwen's thorns, Han Yu's blade, and Qin Shuang's lightning. The demon devourer emperor, terrified, finally disintegrated. They celebrated their victory, but from afar, Han Yu noticed a few remaining wolves. Careful, there are still some left. Seeing that they've been spotted, the two remaining wolves flee in terror. Tianwen wondered, should we chase them? Han Yu shook his head. Let them go. There are too many, we can't catch them. Suddenly, he collapses in pain, and Qin Shuang asks Han worriedly, what's wrong? Han Yu smiled, reassuring her, it's nothing, I just overused my divine power and got a little tired. Go with the teacher to examine those divine fragments, and see if any are usable. Qin Shuang then materialized the fragments to inspect them. A 5th level divine power golden spear, a 5th level divine power emperor, a 5th level divine power starburst, a 5th level divine power demon lord. She exclaimed in surprise, telling Han Yu that they had found treasure and urging him to look. He asked Qin Shuang if she really likes spears, and she eagerly nodded. Han Yu generously gives them away, saying that the spear will help her lightning abilities, so it's hers. Qin Shuang was surprised and delighted, asking if he really meant it. It's a divine weapon, a sacred object, and a divine office, all in one. If you choose to merge with it, your strength will definitely increase. Han Yu smiles confidently, saying he can still obtain many other types of weapons by absorbing the souls of other tribes with his Sword of Rebellion. He reverently offered the divine office to his teacher, saying it suited him well. He beams as he accepts it, saying, thank you. The three of them head towards the ancient city, before them seeking the mirror at the altar. Upon arrival, the scene is desolate, and Han Vu begins to channel his inner energy. He strikes the center of the altar's courtyard, creating a massive hole, and they prepare to enter. They found an ancient mirror, and Han Vu ordered his insect minions to investigate. Everyone watched as his butterfly passed through the mirror, and Tansang exclaimed in alarm, this mirror is dangerous. Han Yu reassured her, saying the problem wasn't too big. The thread of faith was still there, so they were safe. He stepped onto the mirror, and the three of them jumped down together, finally returning to the main world. As expected, they returned to their school, finally back where they belonged, when a cold voice echoed. Han Yu, I sense your presence. Come to my office immediately. There's something we need to discuss. He scratched his head, sheepishly bowing to bid farewell to Tianwen. Lena's being too impatient. He urged his student to leave, saying he was going home to rest as well. Cut to Han Yu in Lena's office, where she informs him that the school has investigated the kidnapping of his sister by the true god Hu Hai. The true martial god king apologized for what happened and offered this as compensation, which excites him as a gift from a true god king is highly anticipated. Han Yu examines the 2 gold cards closely, realizing this is the god king who went bankrupt, investing hundreds of billions of divine power into a mutant beast farm, losing everything. He was thrilled. Qi went all out, gifting him a divine territory. But upon closer inspection of the remaining card, Han Yu noticed something different, prompting Qin Shuang to ask worriedly, what's wrong? The card depicts a man lying unconscious with a shard of purple divine energy above him. Lena frowned slightly, looking at Han Yu. Ho Hai, the God King, said he imprisoned me without permission, so he must be punished, Han Yu remarked with a frown. Ho Hai's entire life was worthless. He dedicated half his life to the God King, only to receive an apology in the end. How ironic. He examines the talismans in his hand, wondering if this divine realm belongs to Hu Hai. Lena sternly reminds him that a complete true god corpse is incredibly precious. I would never waste such a thing. Yes, ma'am, I was just marveling at it. Qin Shuang nudged him. Can you even refine this complete true god corpse? Han Vu asked. Miss Lena, I still need your guidance on how to use this complete true god corpse without wasting it. Little rascal, resorting to tricks with your teacher. Here's an idea. Turn that complete true god corpse into an avatar of equal rank to you. If you're willing to invest resources, the clone will level up too. Han Yu was overjoyed. I'm willing, very willing. Thank you, Miss Lena. She conjures a magic scroll, and the apology from the true martial god king means the kidnapping case is closed. It's just that the academy's leadership hasn't decided if you can enroll yet. Some teachers are unhappy that I caused so much trouble before even officially enrolling. Han Vu reached out and took the magic scroll. He clenched it in his hand, grinning. Lena, I'll use my strength to prove those who doubt me wrong. Just wait and see what I can do. Lena twirled a lock of hair, her eyes narrowed with a smile. She believes in you. Now hurry up and create that clone. She's waiting for good news. Han Yu and Qin Shuang approach a large, desolate building, and she asks worriedly, you really want to live here? Han Yu optimistically replies, since the academy won't accept me, I can't stay in the dorms. But don't worry, once I create a clone, everything will be resolved. Qin Shuang pats his head, saying, okay, I'll be waiting. Han Yu promises not to keep her waiting long. The magic scroll unfurls, and Han Yu's soul is drawn into the space within. He reaches out to the magic stream before him, where a figure identical to him lies with eyes closed, and begins to refine it. With the process complete, the figure bowed respectfully, acknowledging his master, and Han Yu named him with satisfaction. From now on, you'll be called Han Wen. Combine with me to become a balance of scholarly and martial prowess. First, show me your strength. Some basic information about Han Wen level: True God, Divine Talent, Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain. Physical constitution doubles with each level. His divine abilities include wind movement for increased speed, forest protection to summon wooden armor, fire attacks to unleash flames, mountain break to unleash mountain-shattering power, and 42 divinity points. Martial arts godhood summons Tireman fighting experts. True martial heart lightning kick roundhouse kick tire fist mountain strike, and unlocks it hundla a suvo fears more skills. Godly power deployment fear % maximum, 5 by. Han Yu is ecstatic, a true god indeed, with 42 points of divinity, and so many skills. His hand creates a move that transmits towards Han Wen. Let me help you fuse your skills in divine office a bit. Upon receiving it, his body tensed, and he merged his existing skills into 2 levels of divine martial kick skills. Everything can be shattered with a kick, the shield strike of a martial god, whose only weakness is speed. Summon Godwood merges into Summon Saint Chaos, Envoy Fallen Leaf. 2 saints appear briefly: Chaos, Saint Giant Race, Human Race, Elemental Level, Emperor, Life Form, Talent, Chaos, Power merging. 4 attributes: Wind, Forest, Fire, Earth. Skills: Gale Level 5, Forest Sea Level 5, Blazing Flame Level 5, Earthquake Level 5, Chaos Strike Level 6. Divine Art merges into Tiger Might True God, transforming the target into Tiger Might True God. State significantly improving physical qualities, permanently increasing body control, and granting the comprehension of at least 1 martial arts. Skill. Han Yu grinned quickly, ordering, "Use the True Tiger Warrior trait on me." He remained expressionless as he began to cast the trait. Han Yu smirks the ability successfully cast, granting him 3 skills: Crushing Claw, Piercing Claw. He excitedly commands, "Attack me." Han Van transforms into a massive monster, and the two charge at each other. Han Vu unleashes an attack without hesitation, then stops and gives Han Van an order. "Alright, withdraw." He stops all action and begins to heal. Han Vu smugly thinks that if he had this skill, he could easily deal with Emperor-level beings without transforming into the Black Dragon King. In his hand he holds a shimmering card. The clone is complete, and now he's in the Divine Realm, but the core has been destroyed, so it's useless. Stroking his chin, he considers other monsters, realizing the fox spirits among them could provide a great deal of faith. Han Vu holds out a green card, ordering him to transform into Ho Hai, enter the Divine Realm, and gather followers. He transforms into him as requested, and Han Wen's descent shakes the earth, shattering it into pieces. In the form of Hu Hai, Han Yu descends to the earth, surrounded by black smoke, as Han Yu's phantom appears, asking worriedly, "Are you all right?" He rises, answering plainly, "I'm fine." A fox spirit and 2 subordinates approach. "Who are you?" Han Van cast a cold glance at them. The fox spirit silently observed the true god had returned. He couldn't let him ruin the faith he'd worked so hard to establish with the other fox people. It immediately screamed, ordering them to seize him, calling him an evil god. 2 subordinates immediately rush towards Han Van, and Han Vu angrily reveals his power, causing them to use their true forms. "Dare to attack you, he is your true god." The fox spirit roars. The evil god is a master of manipulating hearts. Never trust a word of the evil god's lies. Emboldened, the 2 subordinates attack. Han Vu quickly reminded him, "Don't get caught up with them. Summon the Chaos Saint." Han Van agreed and followed his instructions. He summons the ancient wind spirit, its monstrous form, eclipsing the sky. The fox spirit senses impending doom, as the ancient wind spirit unleashes a cataclysmic tremor, tearing the earth asunder. The 2 subordinates prostrated themselves, begging for mercy, as Han Yu glared and commanded, "Find the dog thief, Tiger King, who stole my faith. I will punish him." The Qufeng Zishuat advances toward the royal city, and the fox spirit frantically orders his subordinates to stop it, as Han Van floats before the Qufeng Zishuat, advancing with majesty. 2 trembling subordinates stood frozen in place, as the fox spirit roared and a magic circle appeared. Lord Feng Shishu immediately retaliates with his imperial might, opening his maw as a great vortex gathers energy. A blast of dark energy obliterates the castle nearby. The fox spirit roars, displaying its power. "If I kill him, I'll become a god here." Han Yu issued the order to finish him, then lunged at the fox spirit with a level 6 skill, Martial God Strike, landing the blow. The fox spirit could only grimace in pain. With a resounding crash, the fox spirit is hurled into the castle wall. The fox spirit writhed in pain from the blow, as the subordinates knelt, begging for divine mercy. "We vow to serve you until death." Appearing from behind, Han Yu urged, "Now bring them into my divine realm, increase my faith power." Han Wen obeyed, creating a blue orb that emitted dazzling light. His subordinates were stunned by the aura of a true god, and were immediately sucked into the blue space. With the task complete, the sky returned to peace, and a brown fox flying above was startled by what it had witnessed. "How does he possess the aura of a true god?" Han Vu glanced at the brown fox, a faint smile appearing. As it landed, he pointed to the green gate ahead. "Go meet your god." As the brown fox entered the gate, Han Yu was stunned to see who emerged. He happily approaches the brown fox. "You're alive. That's great." Suddenly Han Yu was summoned to my office. Something important has come up. In her office, Lena makes an announcement to Han Wu. The school is making an exception for you, allowing you to enroll, but only if you pass a trial. Just tell me I can endure any challenge. Lena turns away, lost in thought. You'll be sent to an extraterrestrial civilization, an unknown place to investigate intelligence where the level of danger is undetermined. If you can gather valuable intelligence within a year, the school will accept you as a full-fledged student. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, an unknown place, am I a guinea pig? She patted his shoulder with concern, the difficulty of this trial being impossible to predict. Furthermore, all of your God domain player privileges will be sealed during the trial period. The decision is yours. Han Yu smiles. No matter how dangerous the trial, if it means entering the Imperial Academy, I'll accept it. He thinks to himself that aside from being an Elysium player, he's also a super gene warrior and a demigod, so his abilities should be more than enough. Lena, still concerned, tried to persuade him, saying that with his current resources, even a year of secluded training would keep him on par with his peers. Why insist on this path? You could reapply to the Imperial Academy next year. Han Yu blushed slightly, but someone was waiting for him. Hearing this, she thought of Qin Shuang and told him to follow his heart. She wished him luck on his trial and packed his things. He would depart tomorrow. Han Yu promised Lena that he would complete the mission. In the dark region, a large stone fell heavily to the ground. Cracks of light appear on the stone's surface, and Han Yu emerges. Wolves were waiting for their prey. Is this the uncharted alien civilization? Just ordinary life forms probably drawn in by the noise of the landing. In moments, Han Yu had taken down all the wolves there. From the corpses strewn across the ground, essences began to emerge, floating towards Han Yu, merging into his body. Suddenly, a system window appeared before him, startling him. What is this? The screen displays level 10 information, the title, Wolf Slayer Apprentice. Kill 10 wolfkin to acquire it. It grants a 10% damage boost against wolfkin, but are hostile wolfkin initially friendly. Han Yu frowned, wondering if this was the core power of this civilization, and what was with that question. It appeared, and he chose yes. Immediately, azure energies flowed into his body. Han Yu wrinkles his nose, wondering why the smell lingers. If he runs into a pack of wolves, will they know he's killed their kind? A notification appears. The iron title can be upgraded by eliminating a bronze-level wolf creature. Han Yu snaps his fingers with glee. Is that all there is to it? Hate it. Time passed, and 3 hours later Han Vu sat slumped on the ground beside the corpses. I've killed over 300 gray wolves, but I haven't seen a single bronze level 1 yet. And the bronze wolves are just upgraded versions of these guys. So he sees the approaching wolves and raises his hand to test a skill. The wolves are then paralyzed by Han Vu's skill, Fusion Jealousy. The wolves were lifted into the air, howling in pain, and one lunged at Han Vu with its jaws wide open. He kicks it away, yelling, "How dare you rebel!" As the wolf falls, the system appears again. Level 16, Bronze Wolf Slayer title acquired. Increases damage to wolf-type creatures by 20%. Initial favorability of enemy wolf-type creatures. Han Wu stroked his chin, commenting with slight satisfaction, "Not bad." As dawn broke, he leaped into a large tree. His eyes focused on the scene before him. Monsters were advancing towards a gate. He sensed many humanoid life forms being transported through the gate, leading him to wonder if this was a hunting ground, where they hunted gray wolves to increase their rank and title. Leveling up titles and ranks can increase strength, but what good is raising one's personal level? I've been killing wolves all night, leveled up to 16, but my strength hasn't increased at all. Why? Han Wu jumped down from the tree and headed toward the gate, deciding to just ask someone. But he suddenly stopped as he passed a long-haired man, noticing him wink, signaling Han Wu to pay attention to him. He whips around to find 2 figures approaching him. They lunge, but he narrowly escapes. The brown-haired thug seizes the moment to attack, but tries to run unafraid. Han Vu secretly casts the Black Dragon's secret art, and in the blink of an eye, he vanishes. Reappearing as a black dragon, he retaliates against the bandits who, seeing the dire situation, flee in panic. Run away, Han Vu secretly sneers, noting their cowardice, but it works out perfectly. On the road, 3 bandits commit another crime, quickly looting their victim's gear, as Han Yu watches from behind a rock. The bandits begin to move as well. Let's go. Han Yu realizes these men are murderers and thieves, and this place is a hunting ground for leveling up. He landed by the victim's corpse, returning to his normal form. Han Yu obtained the token from the body, deciding to follow them, hoping to gather some information. Han Wu finally followed the robbers to a large cave. What are they doing here? He looked around in surprise at the dark surroundings, when suddenly, bright red spots flashed in the darkness, and 3 giant spiders lunged to attack Han Vu, one using its web to spray. He quickly dodges the attack. What the hell is it related to wolves? So it can smell me too, Han Vu immediately retaliates. The spider dared to be insolent. The force of the punch made it vanish instantly. After his victory, he looks at his new black iron title Black Star Spider with satisfaction. Han Yu smiles, not bad. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierces the air, startling Han Vu, who turns to see it originated from the 3 robbers. He figured before finding a new meat shield, these 3 couldn't die just yet. Han Vu seized the opportunity to test his strength, a perfect chance to see his power. Without hesitation, he wiped out the spiders before him, and the system immediately notified him that his Spider Bane title had been upgraded to bronze, pleasing Han Vu. It was quite effective. But then the flames in his hand went out. It explained that after using the skill, it needed a 1-minute cooldown before it could be used again. He was annoyed. That was too long. A giant spider bared its fangs attempting to ambush Han Yu, but he quickly ended it with a single punch. After the kill, the system notified him that his Spider Nemesis title had been upgraded to silver, adding the function to summon wolf spiders. Han Yu was finally satisfied, thinking that was acceptable. He looked at the cocoons hanging upside down on the cliff face, thinking that even if he saved them, he couldn't let them see him or it would be too dangerous. He then used fire to burn the spider silk, and each cocoon fell to the ground. The 3 bandits awoke and escaped their silken prisons. The dwarf noticed the werewolf beside him was about to awaken, and without hesitation he struck. He's got a lot of gear. If we kill him, it's all ours. The brown-haired bandit pointed into the distance, reminding his comrades. There are so many more here. Han Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How cruel. It seems they need to be taught a lesson. The white-haired man was startled by Han Yu's sudden appearance. It's you. You dare. He didn't finish his sentence before giving the order. Shut up. The flames flew straight towards the white-haired man. Seeing this, the brown-haired man and the dwarf split up and ran. But when the dwarf looked back, he saw his companion had been fatally wounded, and he was scared out of his mind. Just then, Han Vu suddenly appeared before him, warning, "Behave yourself, or I promise you'll die, a more gruesome death than those two." The dwarf trembled uncontrollably. "I'll talk," Han Yu said, cutting to the chase. "Where exactly is this place?" He didn't dare hide anything. This place was the domain of Title Civilization, where any action could earn a title, and titles would level up from the lowest black iron and bronze to the higher silver and gold, and the highest platinum and diamond. This wall was where titles were upgraded. Han Yu pressed, demanding to know the rules for advancement. The dwarf explained that killing creatures like the spider wolves would grant levels, and after reaching level 101 could advance. He frowned, thinking that if he could obtain a diamond title, he could report his findings upon returning. However, Ming Heng was only at level 40-something, far from enough. The dwarf suddenly reveals that titles earned from killing creatures are worthless. True, high-ranking titles are controlled by the great families. Commoners don't have access to this secret, and Han Yu is shocked. It seems there are celestial dragons everywhere. He curiously shifts his attention to the dwarf's iron tag. "What's that iron tag you're wearing?" he explains. "It's proof of identity. Everyone who comes to level up has one. The common folk have black iron, while the great families and the powerful have better materials and can move about freely." Han Yu pondered, so that's how it is. If he could get his hands on other people's tags, would that give him access to more places? Seeing his distraction, the dwarf seized the opportunity to flee, but he didn't get far before logging out. Annoyed Han Vu says he told him to behave, yet he walked right into his own demise as he casually grabs the card from the white-haired man's body. As Han Yu approached the gate, a string of red letters suddenly appeared, and giants descended from the sky to confront him. Where did he steal this name tag from? He turns and runs, thinking to himself, he can't fight here. Too many people. He must conceal his power with muscle. Bound pursuers hot on his heels, and more blocking his path. Han Yu used his power to knock them down, then walked to the gate, leaving behind the giant's burning body. It seemed he couldn't leave right away. He couldn't waste too much time here. He had to find useful information quickly. Han Vu's eyes gleam with determination. He'll get into the Imperial Academy, she's waiting for him, and a wicked idea sparks in his mind. If he can't leave the normal way, he'll just have to cause some trouble. Taking advantage of the chaos, Han Yu unleashes his power on the defeated monsters, combining them into a grotesque wolf-spider hybrid, and orders it to deliver a message. The monster quickly made a hole in the wall, and he jumped through, seizing the moment. Just as a system notification arrived, breakthrough promotion to bronze rank. Please select the next upgrade location. Tap to enter the map. Han Yu is bewildered. Did I already break through? He decisively confirmed his choice, locking in this location. Han Yu's body gradually dissolved as he teleported to a forest terrain. Welcome to the bronze-level Greenland forest. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. Newbie, huh? All alone are we? Han Vu turned around warily. A blonde-haired man appeared behind him, saying they had enough warriors, archers, and assassins but needed a tank. You're in. Suddenly a hand reaches out. A dark-skinned man invited Han Yu to join his team, but he quickly refused. Not interested. Han Yu thought to himself, why become someone else's blood bag in a foreign land? He noticed a roadside vendor selling decomposition gloves, which along with the title of decomposer could easily break down corpses into materials he needed. Excited Han Yu thought, I don't have a space ring. Using this to decompose things will be much easier. He immediately bought them, saying, I'll take this. The vendor happily quoted a price of 2,000 gold, a sum that shocked Han Yu. I only managed to scrape together a little over 1,000 gold coins from that 3-person squad. You can have it if I only take one. Right, the seller seems bewildered. Never sold them like that before. Han Vu begins to manipulate him. Think about it, gloves that can be disassembled can be sold twice. Selling each for 1,000 gold wouldn't be a loss. The seller was swayed, seeing the logic in it. He quickly grabbed the gloves, sealing the deal. In the Greenland forest, Han Vu warily scans his surroundings. What's that sound? He then noticed the pack of goblins lurking behind him. Han Wu smirks as they charge, unleashing the aura of a life-form lord. The goblins dare to rebel. The monsters, terrified, quickly stopped in their tracks. Han Vu wants to test his new skill. The previous title from killing the wolf spider had a function to summon it, so he decides to try it out. He summons the wolf spider. A terrifying monster appears once more, and the spiders swiftly eliminate the enemy. The system announces that after killing over 10 goblins, he's received the Black Iron level Goblin Slayer title. Equip it. Function 1. Summon a wooden staff as a weapon. Function 2. The initial goblin affinity is hostile. With the Goblin Slayer title above his head, why doesn't he have a card? Han Yu questions the system now that the Black Iron card is in place. If he hadn't asked it, wouldn't have given it to him, would it? He puts on his gloves, taking whatever he can carry. It might be useful. Han Wu then dealt with the goblins' dissolving bodies, satisfied to quickly move on. Just then, the remaining goblins charged forward, and Han Yu wanted to test his new skill of summoning a wooden staff, but in his hand was only a short wooden stick with golden patterns. He couldn't hide his disappointment. Is that all there is? As a monster tried to sneak up from behind, Han Yu casually swung and the goblin's head was instantly cleaved in two. Finally satisfied, he felt pretty good. The goblins, afraid of Tran Tru, didn't dare approach, and soon the forest echoed with their screams. Having finished, Han Vu began leisurely disassembling the monsters when a voice echoed, "Not bad for a kid." Suddenly, a group of 4 appeared. Han Yu took stock: a warrior with a silver badge, and 3 others with bronze. The silver-ranked warrior pointed his blade at Han Yu's face, threatening, "Leave the loot and get lost or I'll kill you." Han Yu frowned warily. These guys weren't weak. Undaunted, he asked, "Do you have a spatial ring?" The silver-ranked warrior proudly showed it off. "I'm a silver-ranked expert, of course. I have a spatial ring. See? You've probably never seen a 10 cubic meter space before, have you?" Han Yu thought 10 cubic meters was a bit small, but he took advantage of the man's inattention and jumped up to attack. Better than nothing. The silver-ranked fighter quickly retaliates, roaring his title. As the group swarms Han Vu, the Black Iron-ranked upstart, to his doom. Han Vu's wooden staff clashes directly with the sharp blade.